In 2018, Kiera Coles of Chicago, Illinois was achieving a lot in her life. The 26-year-old letter carrier had bought a car, moved into a new apartment, and was expecting her first child. Becoming a mother felt like a natural next step for Kiera, who was fiercely protective of her nieces and nephews. Along with her job at the Postal Service, Kiera also drove for Lyft to earn extra money to fund her goals. On Monday, October 1st, Kiera had a doctor's appointment and heard her baby's heartbeat for the first time. Kiera's mother, Karen Phillips, spoke to her daughter every day. When they talked that day, Kiera was tearfully joyful over hearing the baby's heartbeat. However, on October 3rd, despite Karen's numerous calls, Kiera didn't answer the phone, which was highly unusual. By October 4th, Karen's calls went straight to voicemail. Kiera's usual social media activity had also come to a sudden halt. Concerned, Karen went to Kiera's home and saw that her car was parked outside. She called the police for a welfare check. When police arrived, they found Kiera's purse and phone left in the car, but her keys and wallet were missing. Kiera, who had severe asthma aggravated by cool temperatures, had also left her inhaler behind. Kiera's disappearance was investigated by both the Chicago Police Department and the United States Postal Inspection Service, as Kiera worked for the Postal Service. The Postal Inspection Service offered a $26,000 reward for information, and pledges from the community quickly raised the total amount of the reward to over $28,000. In the weeks after Kiera went missing, her father, Joseph Coles, had his own round-the-clock investigation. He parked his car outside of Kiera's home and lived out of it, not wanting to miss any potential sign of her and making himself available for people to bring him leads to follow in the case. The first major clue in the investigation came in the form of surveillance footage from a camera one of Kiera's neighbors had outside their home. The footage shows Kiera dressed in her Postal Service uniform, apparently walking from her car to her apartment, but then turning around instead of going up to the door. She then walks past her car, crosses the street, and walks out of frame. The video was released shortly after Kiera's disappearance and has been a source of a lot of confusion and disagreement. The Postal Inspection Service did not immediately share the Chicago Police Department's belief that it was actually Kiera in the video because several other postal workers also lived in the same neighborhood. There was also some initial confusion on when exactly the footage was taken and when some of the last known communications from Kiera occurred. At Kiera's job, workers were not allowed to call out of work the day of their shift. Rather, they had to call out the night before. Kiera called out of work on the night of October 2nd, but for her shift on October 3rd. According to the timestamp seen in some of the footage, Kiera is seen in it just before noon on Wednesday, which was October 3rd. When Kiera's family found her cell phone in her car, they began trying to gain access to it so that they could see if Kiera had actually been the person who called out for a shift. But it is unclear if they were successful or if authorities were able to verify it through phone records. By the end of October, with still no sign of Kiera, the Chicago Police Department announced that they suspected she had met with foul play. Area postal workers and the greater Chicago community continue to hold rallies to keep Kiera's story in the news and organize searches for her. Kiera's family remains dedicated to finding her despite the frustrating lack of answers so far in her case. In 2004, Amanda Fleetwood was 20 years old and had dreams of moving to Japan to teach English. To finance the trip there, she took a job as a waitress. Just a few days before she was set to start that job, on July 10th, she and her friend Johnny Trump made a quick stop at the Bizarre Times novelty store in the 82100 block of Richmond Avenue in Houston, Texas to buy cigarettes. In the store with them was a man hanging around the counter. He struck up a conversation with the two friends and asked them multiple times to give him a ride home. Multiple times, the pair told the stranger no. The man followed Amanda and Johnny out into the parking lot and continued talking to them for about 15 minutes as all three smoked cigarettes. When he asked again for a ride, Johnny relented, and the three got into Johnny's car. Johnny was driving, Amanda was in the passenger seat, and the stranger sat in the back. He directed Johnny to drive to the Tango Wild South Townhome Complex, approximately half a mile away. When they arrived at the complex, he He asked Johnny to pull into a driveway so he could get out. Before he exited the car, however, he shot Johnny and Amanda, each once in the head. The man then got out of the car, opened the front driver's side door, and began going through Johnny's pockets, taking his wallet. Johnny managed to regain consciousness and threw his car into reverse and sped off. The man shot Johnny twice more in the head as he made his escape. Johnny was still somehow able to drive several miles with his extensive injuries before losing control of the car. Luckily, he did so at a construction site in the 67-100 block of West Sam Houston Parkway, where several off-duty police officers were working their second jobs as security guards. They called for help, and Amanda and Johnny were both rushed to Ben Taub Hospital. Johnny lost one of his eyes but survived the attack, and after a few weeks in the hospital, he was able to go home. Amanda was not so lucky. She died 5 days after being shot on July 15, 2004. Police had few leads in the case. They were able to lift DNA from a juice box the suspect left in Johnny's car, but found no matches to it. The suspect was captured on surveillance cameras inside and outside of Bazaar Times. Initially, police only released a still image of the suspect from the video. Amanda's father and stepmother continue their own investigation into the case as well, comparing Amanda's murder to similar crimes in the area in hopes to finally locate Amanda's killer and have him arrested. Every day, hundreds of thousands of people vanish across the globe. While many are quickly located or return on their own, about 1/3 are eventually found deceased. The rest vanish without a trace, their destinies clouded in mystery. These unsolved disappearances often intrigue the public, inspiring detective stories or fantasy films. Yet, at times, reality proves to be far more frightening than fiction. The case of 19-year-old student Katie Puya is particularly exceptional. Her disappearance was so perplexing that even NASA specialists joined in the search efforts. Despite their thorough attempts, she was never found alive. This tragic event profoundly impacted the nation, especially the usually tranquil town of Moose Lake, where Katie lived with other students. Katie Elizabeth Puya was born on February 28, 1980, in the charming town of Duluth, located in St. Louis County, Minnesota. She was the second child in a loving, typical family. She grew up alongside her older brother, with whom she shared a close bond from childhood. When Katie began school, her family moved to Carlton County and made their home in Barnum. Katie was known for her sociable nature, active lifestyle, and remarkable creativity. She studied vocals, played guitar, and eventually began performing in a music band where she happily showcased her talents. Katie also had a deep love for animals. She volunteered at a shelter for stray cats and dogs and participated actively in cleaning and beautifying local parks. Her beauty was well recognized. In high school, she even participated in a city beauty contest where she achieved second place. After high school graduation, she attended college and moved to Moose Lake, a quiet and picturesque town in the same county as her family. By that time, Katie had been dating Mark for a couple of years. They both went to university and planned to get married. The couple rented a small but cozy apartment in a good neighborhood. Katie attended law school to study criminal law, while her fiancé focused on computer technology. They both worked part-time jobs to support themselves financially, save for their wedding, and avoid relying on their parents. Katie secured a job at a gas station near a busy highway where she took night shifts several times a week. She enjoyed this work because it allowed her to manage her schedule efficiently. However, her parents were concerned about her safety since she was alone at the shop during nighttime along the highway, connecting several large cities. A place bustling with traffic around the clock with various people visiting the gas station and store. Despite their concerns, Katie reassured them that there was no need for worry due to surveillance cameras everywhere and the presence of a nearby popular diner that remained crowded most of the time. On May 26, 1999, 19-year-old Katie Puya went to the store for her regular shift. It appeared to be an ordinary day. She switched with her colleague who had worked during the day and took up her position behind the cash register. Around midnight, a woman came by the gas station, filled her tank with gasoline, and walked into the store to pay and buy some snacks. After gathering her items, She approached the cash register but found it unattended. Confused, she waited for a while, then went to the utility room and called out. There was no answer. This felt strange since the store was fully operational. Lights on, doors unlocked. When no clerk appeared after 10 minutes, she decided to contact the police. Police arrived promptly, examined the store and its surroundings, but found nothing unusual or alarming. There were no signs of a struggle, no blood traces. Everything was in place, including a good amount of money in the cash register. Robbery was ruled out immediately. Initially, it was assumed that Katie might have left voluntarily due to an urgent matter. However, all her personal belongings were still in the store. Keys to her house and car included. Her vehicle was parked outside. This posed a question. How did Katie leave? On foot. Abandoning her car and purse seemed unlikely, pointing towards a more troubling scenario. The police reached out to Katie's parents to report her disappearance and inquire if they had any clues about her whereabouts or any reasons she might have abruptly left. Mr. and Mrs. Puya assured them that Katie was always responsible and would not abandon her duties, as she highly valued her job. Katie's fiancé corroborated their statements, expressing his utter confusion regarding her sudden disappearance. At this point, Katie Puya was officially reported missing and the store treated as a potential crime scene. The investigation kicked off with a review of footage from 4 surveillance cameras installed in the store, each one positioned strategically to cover every angle inside. The initial hours of Katie's shift revealed nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing suspicious occurred during those early hours. Around 11 p.m., a girl walked into the store. She chatted with Katie for about 10 minutes but didn't purchase anything. From their conversation, it was clear that she was either an acquaintance or friend of the missing student. Approximately half an hour later, A entered the store. He looked around but quickly left. Shortly after, he came back in. At moment, Katie had gone to the back room, and it seemed he might have been observing her from outside through the glass door. He re-entered the store and headed directly towards the back room. Unfortunately, there were no cameras in that section of the store, so what happened next is unclear. A few minutes later, Katie and this unknown man emerged from the back room together and moved toward the exit. The man was walking behind Katie, holding her by the hair with one hand and pressing his other hand against her back. It was evident that he was threatening her with a weapon, likely a knife or gun, and forcing her to leave with him. Essentially, this constituted an abduction from her workplace. This information was crucial. However, further investigation faced challenges because there were no cameras at the gas station adjacent to the store or in its parking lot. Consequently, determining where the suspect took Katie, his vehicle details, and his direction of travel was impossible. Given that the gas station and store were situated on an isolated stretch near a busy highway with no places to hide or go except along the road, it's likely someone would have seen if he had forcefully led her away on foot and contacted law enforcement. Therefore, it's presumed that he took her to the parking lot and placed her in his car. Another problem arose from the poor quality of the video footage from existing cameras. It was 1999 after all, and having any cameras at all back then was quite fortunate. The videos were grainy black and white images that rendered identifying features unclear, making it difficult to create a facial composite swiftly. Law enforcement and volunteers who joined the search scoured several miles around the gas station and store looking for possible clues, but found nothing conclusive. Investigators also interviewed Melinda, the sole witness who spoke with Katie shortly before she vanished. Melinda confirmed she was a close friend and fellow student working part-time at a nearby diner. She mentioned seeing a suspicious man harassing both a customer inside the diner and another woman in the parking lot earlier on, suggesting to each woman that they should get better acquainted. Both declined his suggestions and walked away separately. Melinda's work shift ended at 11 p.m. As she locked the door and prepared to go home, a man showed up again. He approached, asking if the restaurant was closing and what time it would open in the morning. Melinda found his question odd and hurried to inform Katie about the visitor, suggesting they call the police. Katie, however, reassured her that everything was fine since the store had plenty of cameras. Melinda then remembered the man drove a black Ford F-150 pickup truck. They left the parking lot around the same time, but he overtook her quickly. She recalled part of his license plate, 557, and the letter Y. This was an important clue, but in the late 90s, without a national electronic database, locating the vehicle took time. Both Melinda and another witness at a gas station provided only rough descriptions of the suspect. Given it was dark outside, they couldn't get a clear look at him. They described him as a white male with long blonde hair, aged between 35–40. He spoke without an accent and wore a baseball cap that partially hid his face. The surveillance videos were not much help either due to low resolution. For the first time, police sought help from NASA specialists to enhance image quality and reveal more details of the suspect's face. Using advanced technology meant for astronomical purposes, they reconstructed a clearer image of him. The task was complicated, strange angles, as he never looked directly at any camera in the footage. Still, authorities were satisfied with the final composite portrait. This portrait was distributed to police stations statewide and frequently shown on news channels. Citizens were urged to stay vigilant and report any sightings of individuals matching this description or driving a similar vehicle. Soon after, police began receiving dozens of calls daily, though most turned out to be false leads. About a couple of days later, authorities detained a 25-year-old man who bore a strong resemblance to the individual the composite portrait. Additionally, he had a prior criminal record for robbery and harassment. However, he was soon released due to a notable distinguishing feature: a large tattoo covering his entire arm, which the suspect in the video did not have. An important detail was that the man who escorted Katie out of the store wore a Yankee baseball team t-shirt with the number 23. According to Melinda, when the suspect approached her in the parking lot, he was dressed differently. Yet, upon reviewing the surveillance footage, she had no doubt it was him. A week later, a call came from Minneapolis. A worried man reported that the person in the portrait looked like his neighbor, who worked as a cleaner and drove a similar car. A couple of weeks ago, right around the time of the girl's abduction, this neighbor unexpectedly cut his long blonde hair and began growing a beard. This suspect turned out to be 50-year-old Donald Hutchinson. It was discovered that he had recently quit his job without any apparent reason, which raised suspicions. On the day of Katie's disappearance and the following day, he didn't go to work because he reported not feeling well. Former colleagues confirmed that he drove a black Ford F-150 with a license plate matching what police were looking for. Donald Aubin Hutchinson's real name is Donald Allen Blom. He was born in Minnesota in 1949 and grew up in a dysfunctional family where his father was an alcoholic who abused both him and his mother. As a teenager, Donald himself started drinking and displayed uncontrollable aggressive behavior that troubled everyone around him. Consequently, he was transferred to a special school for difficult children. At age 25, Blom was convicted and imprisoned after kidnapping and assaulting a 14-year-old girl. However, he served only 3 years before being released on parole. Shortly after, he was arrested again for assault and harassment, but received another short sentence. In 1983, Donald was arrested yet again. This time, he had kidnapped 2 teenage girls, taken them to a deserted area, and tied them to a tree. He assaulted one of the girls and strangled the other several times, then revived her, making it a game of life and death. Fortunately, a passerby walking with a dog heard their screams and saved them. Consequently, Blom served 9 years in prison. Upon his release, he changed his name, moved to another city, and avoided police attention for a long time. He got married after his release and his wife bore him 4 children. On the surface, their family appeared happy. The man secured employment. However, his addiction to alcohol and substances turned him into a menace. His wife and children often suffered from his violence, but occasionally this monster sought other victims. Nobody was aware of Donald's criminal past. He went to great lengths to conceal it by changing his name and identity. He even altered his appearance by growing long hair and a beard that he sometimes shaved off. Initially, the police lacked solid grounds to detain him. They could only question him during their investigation. The suspect owned around 20 acres of land just 12 miles from the store where Katie was kidnapped. In fact, right after Katie's disappearance, the police had already visited him upon learning about his black pickup truck. Donald claimed that he had sold the vehicle and that its license plate differed from the one they sought. He even provided a document as proof, which later turned out to be fake. Following these findings, the police secured a search warrant for his house and land property. They discovered an unexpected surprise in a large barn, where Donald attempted to hide his black Ford F-150 behind old junk and furniture. The license plate matched the one identified by Melinda. With this discovery, Donald's calm facade began to crack. Nonetheless, he continued denying any involvement in Katie's disappearance. Yet even with this significant lead, the pickup truck, there wasn't enough evidence to arrest him at that point. The suspect's license plate was only a partial match, and there were neither witnesses nor video evidence confirming that Katie had been taken in that specific car. Consequently, the police shifted their focus to searching the house, aiming to find traces of the missing girl or even Katie herself. The interior was spotless. No blood traces, no signs of forcible confinement, and no clues linked to Katie's disappearance were found. However, inspecting the property posed challenges as it spanned over 24 acres and required more than a day's effort along with significant resources. To address this, National Guard personnel and hundreds of volunteers joined in the search and investigation efforts. The first day yielded no results. By the end of the second day, however, police stumbled upon peculiar ashes, suggesting that something had been burned or cremated over an extended period. Among these ashes were bone fragments, which criminologists meticulously collected and sent to a laboratory for analysis. While most bones were animal remains, parts of a human skeleton were also discovered, including a tooth that warranted closer examination. Experts identified that the bones belonged to a young woman aged between 18 and 23 years old. However, DNA testing faced complications because prolonged exposure to high temperatures had destroyed much of the material. When criminologists from other states joined the investigation, they managed to extract a DNA fragment matching the DNA of the missing girl. Unfortunately, this crucial evidence was deemed only indirect and could not conclusively establish the suspect's guilt. Hence, it became imperative to analyze the tooth found among the ashes to determine if it belonged to Katie. It was revealed that this tooth contained a rare filling made of silicone and zirconium, an innovative dental material. Conversations with Katie's dentist confirmed this unusual filling. He immediately recognized his work since he had used materials obtained from an international dental conference on her just a week before she vanished. Though all collected evidence remained circumstantial collectively, a combination strong enough, it sufficed for law enforcement officials to arrest Donald and detain him until trial proceedings concluded. Thus unfolded developments leading up to his incarceration, pending further proceedings. On June 22, 1999, the man immediately pleaded not guilty, sought legal counsel, and expressed his willingness to cooperate with the investigation, prove his innocence. During a more thorough examination of his belongings, law enforcement discovered multiple firearms for which he lacked permits. Shortly thereafter, Donald began confessing. He admitted to kidnapping Katie from the store, bringing her to his property where he strangled her, and subsequently burning her body. However, he denied any coercion related to intimacy with the victim, attributing his inability to do so to the significant amount of alcohol and illegal substances he had consumed. Donald further claimed that he used only firewood and paper to incinerate the remains, but experts asserted that this method alone wouldn't suffice without additional fuel. That evening was marked by aimless driving around the neighborhood. Upon noticing Melinda at a gas station, Donald initially intended to follow her when she left but then changed his mind. He overtook her and proceeded home to change clothes before heading back to the store where Katie worked. This accounts for discrepancies in eyewitness testimony regarding what he was wearing. 2 weeks later, Donald unexpectedly recanted his confession, asserting his innocence once again. He alleged that he had been coerced into confessing due to threats made against him and his wife. His wife attempted to support this claim during the trial by offering an alibi, asserting that he was at home with her throughout that evening and did not leave the residence. In a striking turn of events during the trial, 2 former victims from 1983 came forward. They testified about their experiences with Donald, depicting him as a ruthless sadist who had subjected them to torture and exploitation. The evidence presented along with the witness statements led the jury to unanimously declare the defendant guilty, sentencing him to life in prison without the possibility of. Subsequently, Donald's wife admitted she lived in fear of her husband, habitually beat her and their children. She expressed that she felt compelled to provide him with an alibi out of fear for her own safety. After disclosing, she changed her last name, took their children, and moved to another state where they wouldn't be known. On a related note, detectives working on this high-profile case suspected that Blom could be a serial rapist and murderer. They linked him to several unsolved crimes involving the disappearance of young girls under similar circumstances. Specifically, he was suspected in the strangling of Wilma Johnson found in 1983, as well as the 1993 abduction and murder of student Holly Spangler. In 2021, Blom was transferred to a medium-security prison at MCF Faribault. Conditions there were much more lenient, and he referred to it as a vacation. However, after complaints and protests from Katie's family, Blom was moved back to a high-security facility in Stillwater, Minnesota. He passed away there on January 10, 2023, at age 73. Katie Puyer's death has been covered extensively in popular television documentaries about real crimes. HLN Channel aired a series called Forensic Files, which featured an episode titled Tooth or Consequences, based on Katie's story. The Discovery Channel released an episode from their series New Detectives titled Fatal Abduction, dedicated to this particular case. Additionally, in 2010, a documentary titled From the Ashes was produced using materials from the investigation. On March 20, 2020, in the city of Alua, Portugal, 20-year-old Diogo Goncalves went to meet a girl he admired deeply. Unfortunately, he couldn't have predicted how this seemingly romantic evening would end. The scenic resort town of Albufeira, renowned as one of the top destinations in the Algarve region of southern Portugal, was where Diogo was born in 1999. As an only child in a modest yet hardworking family reliant on the fluctuations of tourism, Diogo was seen by his parents as a model son. Those who knew him described him as decent, responsible, hardworking, and dependable. He was also a sociable young man who valued time spent with friends and family. Diogo completed his high school education in his hometown and later pursued a degree in computer science. To help fund his studies and contribute to the family's expenses, he began working at McDonald's at the age of 16 in 2015. By 17, still employed with the company, Diogo's life took a devastating and unexpected turn. His father suffered a stroke, leaving him in a vegetative state. The media closely covered the event, and just as Diogo and his mother were coping with this hardship, another tragedy struck. On her way to work at the mall where she was employed as a cleaner, Diogo's mother was struck by a vehicle. The car dragged her several meters before she fell into a ditch, and despite efforts to save her, she tragically died from her injuries. Although the driver initially fled the scene, law enforcement managed to identify and bring him to justice. While awaiting legal proceedings against those responsible for both his parents' dire situations, it became necessary for Diogo's father to be placed in a specialized medical facility for appropriate care. His maternal aunt, concerned about his precarious circumstances, invited him to stay with her. However, due to irreconcilable differences that emerged after weeks together, cohabitation proved unfeasible. Subsequently confiding in a friend about these challenges led to an offer from his friend's parents. They provided him accommodation within their residence located in a Luz Algarve neighborhood. This proximity alleviated some distress for Diogo, as living amongst familiar faces brought some semblance of comfort during such trying times. Despite being quite young, Diogo showcased remarkable skill in handling challenging situations through patience and optimism. At 18, he completed his degree in computer technology in 2017 and secured a 6-month internship at Vila Vita Park, a renowned 5-star tourist hotel. His performance there was noteworthy, leading the executives to offer him a technician role. In 2018, Diogo decided to accept this position, resigning from his job at a fast food restaurant chain where he had worked for nearly a year and attained the role of duty manager. He embarked on a new chapter of his life, anticipating numerous opportunities that would aid his progress after the difficulties he had faced. As Diogo began to settle into his new job and look towards a brighter future, he decided to purchase a car. He formed good relationships with colleagues, including Maria Malva, a 19-year-old security guard at the hotel, who particularly caught his attention. Like Diogo, Maria also came from humble beginnings and had encountered significant challenges. Her mother struggled with mental health issues. While her father abandoned the family early on, she never reconnected with him. Maria was passionate about martial arts and practiced karate. While she aspired to become a police officer, her application was rejected due to her tattoo. This setback led her to enroll in training at a security company specializing in various private security sectors. Diogo openly expressed his admiration for Maria from the start, but she did not reciprocate his feelings and was rather aloof towards him. Fabio Acosta, a close friend of Diogo's, mentioned that Diogo was infatuated with Maria. According to Fabio, Diogo's dedication to her was intense enough that he declined an attractive job offer from the Sheraton hotel chain in Lisbon because he did not wish to be separated from her. Additionally, when Maria was working her shift, Diogo often brought meals for her. As time went on, they became almost inseparable observers, frequently assumed they were a couple despite there being no romantic relationship between them. Maria confided in Diogo that she wanted no romantic involvement, as she had recently ended relationship with a naval officer, but simultaneously gave him mixed signals. Despite this ambiguity, Diogo never abandoned hope for a future with her and continuously sought ways to be near her and show his affection through various gestures aimed at pleasing her. One day, Diogo was deeply disappointed when he stumbled upon a video on social media showing Maria kissing another girl on the lips. He felt upset because he believed she should have informed him that she did not like men, and that this was why they would never be together. Fabio, Diogo's best friend, attempted to calm him by explaining that girls sometimes do this, but Diogo remained unconvinced. He insisted that she had misled him and that this was why she had rejected his romantic advances. Despite this disappointment, Diogo and Maria stayed friends. She continued to accept his gifts and invitations for dates. Many times, Diogo offered to walk her home, but she always mentioned that her roommate had a jealous boyfriend and did not want another man entering her apartment. Time went by, and in December 2019, Diogo learned he would finally receive compensation for his mother's death, which happened 3 years prior. After receiving the amount of 70,000 euros, he decided it was time to purchase a house, so he wouldn't need to keep paying rent. Diogo then shared this exciting news with his friend Maria. Shortly thereafter, Maria resigned from her job at the hotel. She said she could no longer tolerate her co-workers' comments about the supposed relationship between her and Diogo. Additionally, she explained that she wanted more time with her mother, who required significant attention due to a mental illness. Initially, there was no reason to doubt her explanations. However, subsequent events hinted that her decision to quit might have been driven by more sinister motives. This is where Mariana Fona comes into play, a 20-year-old nurse at the hospital who had a stable relationship with Maria. The two young women lived together in Mariana's parents' home, since they were not financially secure enough to live independently and enjoy their relationship fully. Maria found herself in this situation when she learned about the significant sum of money Diogo would receive. Interestingly, from that point onward, Maria started drawing closer to Diogo. It appears likely that Maria shared this information with Mariana together. They plotted to deceive him and gain access to his bank account details with the intention of stealing his compensation money. One day, after Diogo had repeatedly refused, Maria informed the young man that she wished to spend a romantic evening with him. This proposal was a surprising gift for the 20-year-old, who found it hard to believe his ears. After waiting for so long, the idea of being close to the girl he loved made him ecstatic. Their rendezvous was scheduled for Friday evening, March 20th, 2020. Diogo was elated and had no doubts about what might have led Maria to change her mind so abruptly. Although Maria and Mariana shared different accounts of what transpired that day, the following details are based on media reports and official information. Upon Diogo's arrival, Mariana offered him orange juice that she had brought herself. Unbeknownst to him, the drink contained a hidden ingredient, 3 ampoules of DIM, a central nervous system drug with anesthetic and sedative effects. Mariana reportedly proposed using this substance, which she had stolen from the hospital where she worked. The girl's plan entailed sedating Diogo to access his banking information and manipulate his fingers to unlock his phone. Mariana allegedly waited in a car outside while her friend executed their plan. She sent multiple texts to Maria, checking if the drug had taken effect since it was acting slower than anticipated. Inside, tensions rose as Diogo grew increasingly unnerved, without understanding what was happening. Attempting to calm him, Maria promised an erotic dance, but insisted on tying him to a table first. After several minutes in this restrained position, Diogo panicked and pleaded with Maria to release him. Her demeanor turned aggressive as they began to struggle. Using her martial arts skills, she overpowered Diogo, bringing him down and restraining his neck with her arms, yet cutting off his air supply. According to Mariana's account, Maria eventually summoned her into the apartment. Mariana found Diogo on the floor and questioned Maria about deviating from their original plan, merely stealing his keys and taking his money. Upon discovering that Diogo was unresponsive, the nurse administered resuscitative measures. Upon awakening in a highly agitated state, he attempted to attack Mariana. Perhaps recognizing another conspirator against him, he tried defending himself. Reacting to Diogo's aggressive response towards her friend, Maria intervened by grabbing him from behind once more, bringing him down and constricting his neck again. In light of these events, both women's actions have been scrutinized as part of ongoing investigations rooted in available evidence and testimonies provided by those involved. Diogo's life tragically ended at the hands of the girl he loved. His body lay in the living room of Maria and Mariana's house, where they immediately set about their planned robbery. They first cut off his thumb and index finger to unlock his phone, access a mobile payment app, and transfer money. This process took several days due to a daily transaction limit. The crime occurred just as NYADA 19 restrictions began, with remote working becoming commonplace. Diogo was supposed to go to work the next day. The girls attempted to prevent his co-workers from noticing his absence and raising concerns. They sent a message from Diogo's phone to an IT colleague, stating Diogo could not go to work and needed a replacement. This message raised suspicion because Diogo wasn't known for making such requests at short notice. When asked if everything was all right, Diogo's phone responded affirmatively. Conversations between this hotel employee and others continued through Friday into part of Saturday, but the messages increasingly seemed uncharacteristic of Diogo. One of these messages reached Diogo's supervisor, stating Diogo wouldn't return to work as he had met a woman from France and would be moving in with her. This struck the boss as odd since Diogo was known for his reliability and wouldn't abruptly leave his job. Seeking clarification, the supervisor tried calling Diogo, but received no answer. Another message claimed Diogo wasn't in a condition for phone calls. The supervisor responded that hearing directly from Diogo would be reassuring. The reactions from Diogo's loved ones to these impersonated messages led Maria and Mariana to adjust their strategy regarding his disappearance. They decided to fabricate a scenario suggesting that Diogo had taken his own life and then plotted to dismember his remains for disposal. Maria later confessed their plan was inspired by the TV series Dexter, which depicts a forensic expert who eliminates criminals while erasing traces of his crimes by dismembering victims. These actions highlight how communication breakdowns and erratic behaviors can raise suspicions and lead authorities closer to uncovering criminal deeds, even when efforts are made to mislead those searching for answers. After executing their reprehensible plan, they placed Diogo's body in trash bags, storing them in the trunk of their vehicle. They then proceeded to an ATM and a shopping mall. Security cameras captured them hugging and laughing. Upon returning to their residence, they began the gruesome task of dismembering body. Diogo's torso was eventually placed in a black bag, with the remaining parts disposed of in a container. During these events at Mariana's parental home, Diogo's friends initiated a campaign to report him missing and contacted the authorities. The authorities waited the mandatory 48 hours before officially declaring him missing. Subsequently, the girls departed from the house. Maria drove Diogo's car towards the cliff near Cabo de San Vicente Lighthouse, with Mariana following in her own car. At approximately 2 p.m., Mariana discarded Diogo's torso off the cliff, abandoning his car nearby to create an impression that Diogo had ended his own life. Unfortunately for them, Maria did not anticipate that instead of falling into the sea, the remains would become lodged on a rock. The girls then departed together in Mariana's car. They drove approximately 7 kilometers to the Pago do Inferno waterfall in Tavira, where they disposed of what remained of Diogo into the water. Shortly after this incident, Diogo's vehicle was discovered in a parking lot near Cabo de San Vicente Lighthouse. Reports indicated that 2 laptops were found within the car. Forensic police arrived promptly and conducted thorough land and sea searches. This led to the discovery of a young man's torso, partially enveloped by a black garbage bag near one location along the coast. Simultaneously, at another coastal site, Pago do Inferno, a French couple made a horrifying discovery. Diogo's head. After extensive efforts from law enforcement officers, his hands and feet were also recovered. The investigators handling this case found several aspects puzzling, considering that Diogo appeared to be an unassuming individual who avoided unsavory company based on collected data about him. Further probing by authorities revealed that Diogo had received significant compensation following his mother's death. They uncovered substantial transfers from Diogo's account to Maria's account through monetary transactions, tracking methodically carried out by investigators. The detective's next step was to locate Maria and clarify why Diogo's funds ended up with her. The girl then attempted to persuade the police that she had killed the young man because he was attempting to abuse her. She asserted this as the reason she left the hotel before the incident. However, an examination of the text messages between the victim and Maria revealed that this was not true. She and Diogo had grown closer after Maria stopped working. During her first interaction with the officers, Maria claims sole responsibility for planning and executing the actions leading to the fatal shooting. She emphasized that Mariana had no involvement in the crime. However, Mariana's account contradicted Maria's claims. The nurse stated that Maria confided in her a plan to steal Diogo's money, but intended to take his life as well. She wanted him to suffer enough to disclose his bank account password. The collected evidence proved sufficient for convicting both girls. Investigators had phone records, the deceased's cell phone, and ATM surveillance footage at their disposal. Maria and Mariana were arrested on April 1, 2020, and appeared in court in June of that year. The judge meticulously followed Maria's recounting of events, where she insisted on pleading guilty and denied any involvement of Mariana. According to her version, Diogo's body remained for 2 days in a car parked in a garage, and it was there that his remains were dismembered when Mariana's family slept. After hearing Mariana's detailed account of events, the judge repeatedly asked about her whereabouts during the dismemberment executed with surgical precision at the joints. The courtroom's attention turned towards Mariana. She anticipated these questions and stated that since everyone knew she worked at a hospital, they assumed she dismembered the corpse herself. To clarify matters further, she suggested using internet resources for verification. Given the seriousness of this cold, calculated, reckless, and brutal crime, both individuals received custodial sentences, as determined by the judge. A few months later, on February 24, 2021, the trial began. During her testimony on February 26, 2021, Maria confirmed that she initially wanted revenge on Diogo for the alleged attempted violence, but stated she did not intend to take his life. The defendant admitted her intent was to humiliate the victim and verified that her friend had no relationship with the young man and was unaware of the alleged attempted violence. Maria also asserted that her actions were not motivated by compensation. The girls appeared in court together, however. They did not look at each other throughout the trial. Rumor suggests that after their arrest and subsequent jail time, they decided to end their relationship. The trial included testimony from several witnesses, including forensic expert Teresa Costa. The expert explained that the amount of dipim found in Diogo's blood was significantly less than expected from 3 ampoules, suggesting either Diogo had not taken the prescribed dose or had ingested it many hours before his death. On April 27, 2021, the court issued its decision. Maria was found guilty of aggravated murder, accessory to desecration of a body, robbery, unlawful access, and fraud. Additionally, she was convicted of carjacking and possession of an illegal weapon. She received a sentence of 25 years in prison and was ordered to pay Diogo's father €265,000 in compensation. Mariana was acquitted of murder but found guilty of desecrating a corpse and complicity in fraud. For this, she received a sentence of 4 years in prison. She was released because none of the offenses involved pretrial detention until final sentencing. The court concluded that Mariana's attempt to revive Diogo demonstrated she did not intend to kill him. In reaching this decision, the judge took into account Mariana's confession where she expressed full responsibility for her actions. However, this verdict was not well received by the Portuguese public, who viewed Mariana as equally culpable in the heinous crime against Diogo as Maria. Following the verdict, Mariana exited through the back door where her father, present at all hearings, awaited her. Both refrained from making any statements to reporters. 26-year-old Wanda Jean lived in Huntsville, Alabama, and worked as a secretary at the United States Army's Redstone Arsenal. She was an active member of her church and had a close-knit family. Those who knew her described her as quiet, yet very kind. Wanda struggled with what her family referred to as a chemical imbalance, which required medical attention. She experienced intense, though sporadic, panic attacks. For the most part, people outside her family, including her roommate, were unaware of her ongoing struggles. However, in May of 1986, Wanda's mental health began to worsen. Her father believed the decline was linked to Wanda's decision to start dieting. On May 11, 1986, Wanda had dinner with her parents. On her way back to Huntsville, she stopped at the lakeside home of her aunt and uncle, Betty and Ty Dorman, located in the Warrington community near Guntersville. They persuaded her to stay the night, assuring her they would wake her early enough for work the next morning. At 5 a.m. on May 12th, Betty went to wake Wanda, but the door was locked, and there was no response when she called her name. Betty and Ty couldn't open the door, so they had to ask their grandson to break it down to get inside. The double-paned window in the bedroom had been broken from the inside despite no one in the house hearing it shatter during the night. The bed had not been slept in, and Wanda's clothes were neatly folded on the nightstand. On the dock on the lake behind the house, the family discovered Wanda's torn and bloodied nightgown. Fearing that Wanda may have drowned, search drivers were deployed in the lake, which was also dragged. The effort did not find Wanda, but did come across a canoe floating in the lake with more blood inside of it. The blood type was consistent with Wanda's. Witnesses came forward with 2 potential sightings of Wanda shortly after she went missing. A witness claimed to have seen a woman matching Wanda's description walking along Alabama Route 62 wearing oversized clothing and with wet hair. Another witness claimed to see a woman who looked like Wanda in the back seat of a car in the parking lot of a convenience store in Huntsville. The woman was with 2 men and appeared to be afraid of them. When the witness came out of the store a short time later, the woman was talking on a payphone with one of the men standing with her. Despite the extensive search and leads from witnesses, Wanda's disappearance would remain unsolved for almost 22 years. On January 23, 2008, Marshall County Sheriff Scott Walls announced that Wanda's remains had been located and identified. In 2003, a hunter had come across skeletal remains in a remote part of Georgia Mountain off of Chalakee Road in Guntersville, 1.8 miles from Betty and Ty Dorman's home. The remains were examined by both the FBI and the University of Tennessee's Department of Forensic Anthropology to conclusively identify them as Wanda and determine her cause of death. According to the examination, Wanda died after falling 150 feet from the cliff. Her remains were discovered below. The sheriff's office ruled her death an accident and announced that there were no indications of foul play. As best as they can determine, Wanda had a panic attack while at her aunt and uncle's home. It was intense enough that she broke through the window and went running out into the night, taking the canoe across a small portion of the lake before continuing to run. In the dark, she wasn't able to see the cliff and ran off of it on accident. Wanda's family accepts the sheriff's office account of what happened to Wanda. After more than 2 decades, they finally were able to give her a proper memorial service and burial. In February 2002, Lee and Brenda Heist of Lititz, Pennsylvania were in the middle of a divorce. While Brenda had a job as a bookkeeper at a car dealership, she had not yet found a new place to live. She dropped off her 12-year-old son and 8-year-old daughter at school on February 8th, but was not home when they finished school. The children called their father at work, but he was not immediately concerned, assuming that Brenda was simply running late getting home. He had plans to go to a birthday party for his mother directly from work, but went home when his children called after dark saying their mother was still not home. Seeing nothing unusual at the house, Lee decided to wait until 8 o'clock to see if Brenda would come home. When she failed to, he called the police. Brenda's car was found in a nearby town 4 days later. It was parked near a bus station, but there were no records of Brenda buying a ticket there or at any other bus station or airport. An investigation was conducted by local, state, and federal authorities, but none of them uncovered solid leads to follow. Dozens of potential witnesses were interviewed. Lee Heist was considered a suspect in Brenda's disappearance due to their marriage falling apart, but he was eventually cleared. In 2010, he petitioned the Lancaster County courts to have Brenda declared legally dead so that his children could have some closure. On April 27, 2013, a woman walked into a police station in Key Largo, Florida. She said that she believed a warrant was out for her arrest for a probation violation in another county. While she was known to Florida law enforcement as Kelsey Smith, she told police that her real name was Brenda Heist. According to Brenda, on the morning of February 8, 2002, she had gone to a park after dropping off her children at school. While she had a job, her income was not enough to afford an apartment on her own. She had applied for financial assistance so that she and her children would have a place to live outside of the home her husband was getting in the divorce. She had just learned that her application had been denied. She sat in the park crying and was approached by 2 men and a woman who asked her what was wrong. They told her that they were about to hitchhike down to Florida. Brenda made a split-second decision to abandon her life and go with them. Brenda originally claimed to have been homeless for most of her 11 years in Florida, but that proved untrue. She had lived in a camper with a boyfriend for several years, working manual labor jobs that paid cash and did not require workers to provide identification. She eventually began cleaning houses and lived for almost a year in the home of one of her clients. While she was living there, she stole her employer's driver's license. She used that license at a traffic stop in February 2013, which led to an identity theft charge. This was a violation of her probation, which she was on for previous marijuana charges and traffic violations. It was this violation that led her to report to the police in April. She said that she finally decided to come clean about her identity because of her deteriorating health. Brenda's children were initially shocked to learn that their mother was alive, but that shock quickly turned to anger. After more than a decade of believing their mother was dead, they were understandably upset to learn that she had simply abandoned them. They did not wish to see her. At the time Brenda resurfaced, her daughter, Morgan, was attending college and working 3 jobs, and her son, Lee, had recently graduated college and was applying to the police academy. Brenda's ex-husband, Lee, had remarried and moved away from the home he had once shared with Brenda. Brenda was sentenced to 1 year in prison for her probation violation, but only served 6 months of that sentence due to good behavior and her participation in a work program. Brenda was released from the Santa Rosa County Jail on November 19, 2013, the day after her 54th birthday. She moved to Texas to stay with her mother and look into options of her mental health treatment. Crystal Leanne Anzaldi was born on October 10, 1989 in Hillsboro, Oregon, the second child of Dorothy and Jeff Anzaldi. When Jeff joined the Navy, the family relocated to San Diego, California. Without a lot of money, they eventually moved into the first floor of a house in the Golden Hill neighborhood. A friend of Dorothy's had told her that the house's owner was going into a rehabilitation center and needed someone to stay in the house to take care of it and watch after their 3 children. The family, lured by the promise of free rent, took the owner up on the offer, only later learning that he was going to prison and not rehab, and that the home had a reputation as a drug house. 6 weeks after the family moved into the house, on December 8, 1990, Jeff woke up in the bed the entire family shared at 7 a.m. and covered 14-month-old Crystal with a blanket. He then went back to sleep. When he woke up again an hour later, Crystal was no longer with him. The front door of the house, as well as a door to an upstairs apartment, were wide open. Crystal was nowhere to be found and the police were called. The entire neighborhood was searched and helicopters flew overhead announcing that a child was missing, but no sign of Crystal was found. In March of 1997, Marshal Chamblin Rosado of Puerto Rico called authorities to report that his wife had been abusing and neglecting his stepdaughter, Sonia. During the investigation into the allegations, authorities asked his wife, Nilsa Guzman, for her daughter's birth certificate. The document she provided was fraudulent. Sonia was placed in foster care, and in October, a blood test confirmed that she was not Guillermo Guzman's daughter. Turned to Interpol to help determine where Sonia had come from. Comparing her smile and a facial birthmark to photos of missing children, they realized that their Sonia was really Crystal Anzaldi. It is unknown exactly how Guillermo Lini Guzman came to have Crystal. That is, if she herself abducted her or if there is another party involved. She did not know the Anzaldis, but did know people who were known to visit their house. She claims a friend had given her Crystal, telling her that the child's mother had died. She also said that she hadn't watched the news around the time she got the baby or learned that an area child was missing. She was married at the time to another man in the Navy who had been deployed abroad for some time. When he returned home in December 1990, his wife had a baby she claimed was her own, but she would not explain who the child's father was. Inferring that it was not him, he told her to go back to her native Puerto Rico and he filed for divorce. Guillermo Lini Guzman and Crystal flew to Puerto Rico on December 21, 1990. Guillermo Lini Guzman was only ever convicted of fraud for the fake birth certificate she provided to police. During the almost 8 years their daughter had been missing, Dorothy and Jeff Anzaldi had divorced. Dorothy was living in California, and Jeff was back in Oregon with their older daughter Kendra, as well as a second wife and their daughter. The divorce meant that Crystal could not simply be returned home. The matter of her custody had to be settled first and involved courts and agencies in both California and Puerto Rico. Jeff was ultimately awarded custody, and Crystal was brought to Oregon to live with him in February 1998. Crystal had a difficult time adjusting to life back in the United States, hoarding and hiding food because she was used to going without it, struggling in school because she was used to speaking Spanish, and having difficulty responding to the name Crystal rather than Sonia. As an adult, she made the conscious decision to try to forget her time in Puerto Rico. As of 2013, she was working as a caregiver in a retirement home. On September 29, 2006, detectives uncovered the body of a young woman in St. Patrick's Church in Glasgow, United Kingdom. What seemed like a single crime was just the beginning of a much larger investigation, eventually leading them to one of the country's most ruthless serial offenders. Peter Tobin was born on August 27, 1946, in Johnstone, Scotland, as the youngest of 8 children in the family of Marjorie and Daniel Tobin. From an early age, Peter displayed a difficult personality, which led his parents to send him to a boarding school in 1953 when he was only 7. However, this did little to improve his behavior. He was later sent to a correctional facility. After completing his time there, Peter moved to Brighton, England, where he began a relationship with Margaret Mount, a 17-year-old typist who was captivated by his personality. In August 1969, they married, but Peter soon revealed his cruel and controlling tendencies. He also became involved in criminal activities, leading to his conviction and imprisonment for theft and forgery a year later. As a result, Margaret divorced him in 1973. That same year, Peter married Sylvia Jeffrey, a local nurse who also succumbed to his charm. In 1973, they had their first son, Ian. Sadly, their daughter Claire passed away shortly after birth in 1974. Devastated by their loss and suffering from Peter's abusive behavior, Sylvia left him in 1976, taking their young son with her. In his 40s, Peter sought romance again, this time with Kathy Wilson, a 16-year-old at the time. vulnerable and impressionable, which made it easy for him. Together, they had a czar named Daniel, the couple's only child. They married in 1989 and moved to Scotland. Proved challenging. Kathy couldn't go outside freely due to her husband's control over every aspect of her life. His violent behavior continued, reaching significant levels. Consequently, isolation exacerbated her living conditions. The young woman mustered the courage and chose to flee with her son in the late 1990s. It's uncertain if Kathy's departure triggered the worst aspects of the man's character to emerge. However, from this moment on, Peter unleashed a terrible side of himself upon the world, ready to cause much harm. Unfortunately, his path intersected with that of a lovely girl named Vicky Hamilton. Vicky was born in Scotland in 1976. She was the second child of Michael and Janet Hamilton, a married couple who had previously welcomed their firstborn daughter Sharon. Later, Lee and Lindsay joined the family. Nevertheless, serious disagreements between the spouses led to divorce being the most appropriate decision. Vicky, Leah, and Lindsay stayed under their mother's care and moved to South London. The eldest daughter, Sharon, remained in Bathgate, BTHG, but this distance didn't hinder Vicky and Sharon from maintaining their close relationship. When Vicky turned 15, Sharon saw it as a good opportunity for her sister to take a step towards independence, a desire many teenagers have. After traveling alone by bus to Scotland for a weekend visit, Vicky was supposed to return home to her mother's house. It marked her first solo trip by bus. Sharon viewed it as a small yet significant adventure. On Saturday, February 9, 1991, the sisters went shopping and engaged in continuous conversation. Sunday was typical, except that Vicky felt apprehensive about her return trip. The evening of February 10th was cold and snowy. Vicky ensured she had enough money for the fare and reviewed the bus route one last time with her sister before they hugged each other tightly. Standing at the bus stop, snacking on a bag of chips across from the police station, it was there Vicky's path crossed with Peter's fatefully. He forcibly dragged her into his car and committed unspeakable acts, raping her and then taking her life, either out of malice or to prevent her from reporting him. Peter retained possession of the girl's purse. When Vicky did not arrive at her mother's house, and there was no communication from her, her family began searching for her frantically, in desperation. Simultaneously, they alerted the authorities about her absence. Once the police began investigating the disappearance, V's face became one of the most recognizable in Scotland. The search operation grew into one of the largest in the country's history. Amidst this uproar, Peter opted to relocate to southeast England, specifically to Margate, where he settled into a charming house with a garden. There, Peter brought Vicky's lifeless body. He wrapped her remains in plastic and concealed them beneath a layer of concrete. He then covered everything with soil. Neighbors thought he had dug a sandbox for his young son, who was 3 years old at the time. Peter's name never surfaced during the initial investigation into Vicky's disappearance. The police found no leads on Vicky's whereabouts and considered her a likely runaway, viewing her as an unhappy teenager due to her parents' divorce. Their theory of voluntary disappearance was reinforced on February 21, 1991, when Vicky's purse was discovered near the main bus station in Edinburgh. Peter, always one step ahead of authorities, created this false lead and completely diverted the course of the investigation. Detectives spent 2 fruitless months searching in London. It is known that Vicky's mother died soon after. Over the next decade, Vicky's family and town residents continued to follow the case closely. But despite listing more than 7,000 names in the file, taking nearly 4,000 statements, and presenting about 500 documents along with 380 potential pieces of physical evidence, all efforts led to a dead end. The case was eventually shelved. The next young woman who encountered Peter was Dina McNichol from Essex. She had a brother and 3 sisters. Her father was a jazz musician, and her mother had tragically died many years prior in a car accident. By age 18, Dina was known as good-hearted and cheerful, a wonderful friend. She had just completed high school and held great hopes for her future. On one hand, possibly, she aimed to take a gap year for travel. On the other hand, she aspired to attend university. However, nothing was certain, because although Dina had applied to several institutions of higher education, she hadn't yet received any responses. During the first weekend of August 1991, Dina attended a music festival in Hampshire. There, she met a young man named David. Between dances, they discovered they liked each other. On Sunday, August 4th, they spent the night together in a tent. The following day, Dina assisted him in dismantling the tent, and they agreed to hitchhike back home separately. However, since part of their route was the same, they decided to hitchhike together. Tired but happy, the young couple hit the road to catch a ride. That's when Peter appeared and offered them a lift. David got out of the car first, and Dina wrote down his phone number before saying goodbye. Alone with the unknown driver, Dina was about to experience a real nightmare. On that same Monday, August 5th, 1991, Peter repeated his previous crime as with Vicky. He used Dina's scarf as a gag. After committing the crime, Peter withdrew money from Dina's account at ATMs in Hampshire and Sussex. When her relatives noticed someone withdrawing money from her account, they immediately suspected something was wrong. Her family knew how carefully she saved every penny and what she planned to use that money for, either traveling or continuing her education. Weeks went by with no word from Dina. The worst part for her family was living in uncertainty. Though unspoken aloud, everyone was sure something terrible had happened. After all, if Dina were alive, she would have returned home or called to explain her absence. As for Peter, he left Margate without saying goodbye or explaining anything. Later, in 1993, he settled in Hampshire, specifically in a rented apartment in Leek Park. He argued that he wanted to be closer to his son. On August 4th, 1993, two 14-year-olds went to visit a local woman, but found she wasn't home. They decided to ask other neighbors if they had seen her around instead. As a result, they knocked on Peter's door. The man saw a unique opportunity and invited them into his home to wait for the force they were looking for. They saw that the man's 5-year-old son was in there, mistook him for a friendly person, and agreed to enter. There is another version about the reasons for this meeting, which suggests it was not accidental. The two girls came to Peter's home in response to a request for a babysitter that the man had made. They trusted him because when they arrived, they saw his son and stayed to look after him. Everyone agrees that when the child fell asleep, Peter tied them up, threatened them with a knife, and forced them to drink alcohol. He then beat and raped them, injuring one of the girls. Just when they thought their lives would end at the hands of this extremely cruel man, a boy woke up. This saved them from suffering the same fatal fate that befell Vicky and Dina. In an effort to keep his son from realizing what had happened and understanding what kind of father he was, Peter decided to leave the apartment with the child. According to some reports, Peter left around 2 a.m., but before that, he turned on the gas in the kitchen, hoping to complete his monstrous task. However, the girls regained consciousness and managed to escape. They went to the police and reported all the abuses committed by Peter, whom they described in detail. Peter returned his child to his mother and joined a religious sect called the Communion of Jesus under a false name. He hoped to go unnoticed there, but in the meantime, media published his photograph provided by police, making his face widely known. Due to mass media coverage, information about this man started pouring in, and his car was also identified thanks to BBC Crime Watch program. He was located, and after 40 days on the run, he was captured in Brighton. He appeared in court on May 18, 1994, where he pleaded guilty to sexual assault and indecent acts against two young girls and was sentenced to 14 years in prison. However, Peter did not serve his full sentence and was released in 2014 at the age of 58. Immediately after his was released from prison, he went back to Scotland, aiming to relocate from the area where he was registered as a sex offender. For a while, he managed to stay off the radar until 6. Under a false name and posing as a homeless person, he knocked on the door of the Church of St. Patrick in Glasgow. To avoid getting exposed, he adopted the name Peter McLaughlin. Dennis and Katie Curran, a married couple from the church's charitable group, recall that evening vividly when a homeless man sought shelter. Despite his vulnerable appearance, Katie had an uneasy feeling about him. Peter was brought up as a Catholic and soon felt at ease in this church. His apparent begging served as an effective disguise because it only aroused sympathy from parishioners, with few paying much attention to him. Consequently, he roamed freely around the church, an ideal hiding place for him. However, his predatory instincts stayed intact. Being in a sacred place held no significance for him. Calculating every move meticulously, Peter displayed eagerness to assist in church repairs. After about 6 or 7 weeks, he asked the priest if he could join the maintenance staff. At that time, people facing financial difficulties often sought refuge in churches. It was through such circumstances that Angelica Clark crossed paths with Peter. Angelica was a 23-year-old woman from Poland who came to Scotland during the summer of 2006. She wanted to spend her summer break working to earn money and fund her language studies back home. She lived at the parish house of St. Patrick's Church, where she also worked as a cleaner. Peter took an immediate liking to her and somehow convinced her to help him with various tasks occasionally. On Sunday, September 24, 2006, Angelica spent several hours assisting him in painting a shed. Some parishioners noticed them together before Peter attacked her at the back of the chapel. Lissa Brown, 47, and her husband Andrew, 46, who lived in a multi-story house overlooking the church, heard a woman scream through their open windows. In her statement afterward, Lissa described it as a brief scream that sounded like someone being forcibly restrained. It was so eerie that it compelled her to get up from the couch and approach the window, but she saw nothing. The scream heard by the Browns coincided with the moment when Peter caught the young girl off guard, as she stood her back to him. He struck her forcefully and dragged her to the back of the chapel, where he continued to beat her. After she lost consciousness, he raped her and then inflicted several knife wounds. He hid the body in the basement under the floor near the confessional. At this point, Angelica was still alive. Several hours passed, and parishioners began to notice that the young girl was missing. That's when Dennis informed his wife, Katie, about Angelica's unusual disappearance. The police quickly initiated an investigation and started interviewing members of the community one by one. During these interviews, it came to light that Peter was the last person seen with Angelica, albeit disguised as Pete, a homeless laborer. Eventually, he became the prime suspect. Officers went to question him, but found no evidence linking him directly to Angelica's disappearance, so they continued their investigation, aware that it was only a matter of time before they discovered the body and traced everything back to him. Peter fled to London. By this time, Detective David Swindle had joined the investigation. He soon began to suspect that this case wasn't merely a disappearance. Based on their findings and collected testimonies, Detective Swindle believed it was unlikely Angelica would be found alive. Finally, on September 29, 2006, authorities discovered her body in the chapel. This news shocked British society due to both the nature of the crime and the location chosen by the perpetrator for hiding the body. Examining the girl's injuries led Detective David to suspect that this wasn't Peter's first crime. However, he didn't yet know how horrific and dangerous this individual turned out to be. Further revelations were inevitable. DNA found at the crime scene and on Angelica matched data in the United Kingdom's National Criminal Intelligence Database. That's when they learned exactly who they were dealing with. A man whose actions indicated deep-seated brutality and criminal sophistication. The individual they were looking for turned out to be Peter Tobin, whose fingerprints had been discovered at the crime scene. Consequently, the first step for the authorities was to publish his photograph in the media. His image was distributed nationwide, and the Scottish police reached out to the Metropolitan Police, initiating a search across the United Kingdom. Meanwhile, in London, Peter attempted to conceal himself by going to a hospital and pretending he had heart problems. He claimed he had chest pain and weakness on the left side of his body. Identifying himself as a plumber named James Kelly, he was examined by Dr. Nick Lasso. However, something about his demeanor and behavior raised concerns for the doctor. Initially avoiding eye contact, a behavior atypical of most patients, Peter became suspicious when tests failed to reveal any clear physical cause for his alleged pain. The doctor's suspicions were confirmed by a nurse who recognized Peter from a photograph that had been circulating in the media. As a result, both the nurse and doctor contacted the police. This phone call significantly altered the course of the investigation. On September 30th, police officer Alan Murray was dispatched to the hospital in London. Peter was taken into a room so Alan could speak with him. Immediately following this encounter, Peter was arrested. Although initially only charged with violating the sex offender registry, this approach allowed officers time to build a criminal case against him. Under Detective David's leadership, evidence gathered led to Peter's trial for crimes against Angelica in late March 2007. Despite substantial evidence against him, Peter denied committing violent acts against her, claiming instead they engaged in consensual sexual activity. He also denied providing false information to police and hospital staff. After 6 weeks of legal proceedings characterized by lies and manipulations on Peter's part, the truth finally prevailed. He was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment, but with the possibility of parole after 21 years. Detective David and his team were convinced that there was more to Peter's story. While the trial was ongoing, detectives delved into Peter's life. They gathered additional evidence and compiled a dossier. This was done with the involvement of various law enforcement agencies across the country. To avoid harming or interfering with Angelica's case, they preferred to conduct their work confidentially. The joint police operation was known as Anagram. Part of their work involved connecting missing persons cases to places where Peter had been. During these investigations, they established 2 precise links. One in Bathgate and another in Margate. Several weeks later, a search was conducted in Peter's old house on the coast. They found a knife with DNA samples hidden in the attic. However, there was nothing else there. Then they went to the house where Peter lived in Margate. There, it became clear they were dealing with a serious criminal offender. Investigators dug up a sandbox in the garden of the house, one that Peter had made for his son. And shockingly enough, they found a female body there. But that wasn't all. When they continued searching at the same location, they found another body. A woman's handbag was also discovered at the scene, which the team preserved for DNA analysis. Forensic experts worked diligently to establish the identities of the 2 victims, determine their ages, and estimate their dates of death. They also analyzed traces from the handbag. These genetic traces were very strong, but initially yielded no matches in the National DNA Database. However, on June 1, 2007, there was a crucial breakthrough. The DNA matched Peter's fingerprint. This development proved monumental for investigators who deemed it necessary to move forward decisively in this direction by November. On August 14, 2007, authorities confirmed that one of the bodies found belonged to Vicky Hamilton, who disappeared at 15 years old during her first independent. Her family had been waiting for answers for 16 years. Later, it was announced that the second body belonged to 18-year-old Dinah McNichol, who was hitchhiking home after attending a concert. On September 1, 2008, the Royal Prosecution Service contacted Peter's lawyers and charged him with the murder of Vicky, leading to his trial. Officers had to restrain Vicky's father, Michael, after he saw Peter face to face. Michael later admitted he simply wanted Peter to know he was there to defend his daughter's name and protect her memory. After a month-long trial on December 2, 2008, Peter was found guilty of Vicky's murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. The trial for Dinah took place in December 2009. On December 16th, after the defense failed to provide evidence exonerating their client, the jury found Peter guilty of Dinah's murder. He subsequently received his 3rd life sentence. On November 22, 2007, it was reported that Tobin had been attacked by fellow inmates. He sustained minor injuries. Shortly before this incident, the serial killer had confessed to a total of 11 murders. Recently, on October 8, 2022, Peter passed away in the hospital. In 1967, 20-year-old Susan Galvin was a recent transplant from her hometown of Spokane, Washington to Seattle. She had been living in the city for just about a year and had a job with the Seattle Police Department working the graveyard shift as a records clerk. On July 9th, however, Susan failed to show up for work. Susan's body was discovered in an elevator in a parking garage off of Mercer Street. She had been raped and strangled. The parking garage was located at the Seattle Center, a 74-acre tourism and entertainment area originally constructed for the 1962 World's Fair and home to Seattle's famous Space Needle. Susan was known to spend a lot of her free time around the center. Police hypothesized that she had been in the parking garage because she was about to leave and go to work when she was attacked. Police dusted for fingerprints, canvassed the area, and interviewed dozens of people as part of their investigation. They were only ever able to identify one real suspect, a professional clown named Punchy. Susan had been seen with Punchy a few hours prior to her death in the area of the Seattle Center currently known as the Armory. There are also reports that she had been seen with him a few days before 9th as well. Punchy had also quit his job just a few days after Susan was killed. The clown was never charged, however, due to a lack of evidence. Susan's case went cold, but efforts were made to solve it over the years as new technology emerged. In 2002, the clothes Susan had been wearing at the time of her murder, which were still preserved in evidence, were re-examined in hopes of finding new evidence. The effort resulted in the discovery of DNA evidence on the clothing. Unfortunately, there were no matches to the DNA profile in any police database. The DNA did answer one lingering question in the case, however. In 2016, the case was reassigned to Seattle Police Detective Ralph Norton. Detective Norton was able to track down the man who had worked as Punchy the Clown, who was then living in Utah. He provided a DNA sample to the police. His DNA was not a match to the profile discovered on Susan's clothing, and he was finally clear of suspicion in the murder. The arrest of Joseph James DeAngelo, the alleged Golden State Killer, gave Detective Norton new hope of using the so far unidentified DNA to catch Susan's killer. In the summer of 2018, he sent the DNA to Parabon Nanolabs in Virginia to use genetic genealogy to try to identify a suspect in the case. Genetic genealogist Cece Moore uploaded the profile to GEDmatch, an open-source genetic genealogy database, and discovered several very distant relatives of the killer. There were 2 distant cousins amongst them that she found to be the killer's closest relatives in the database, sharing just 2% of their DNA with him. Moore then began the process of building these individuals' family trees. She discovered the most recent common ancestors that the 2 individuals she found in GEDmatch shared with the contributor of the DNA at the crime scene. A couple comprised of a man born in Kentucky in 1828 and a woman born in Missouri in 1837. Using public records to trace their descendants through the decades, Moore eventually identified a suspect from Seattle. By the time he was identified, this suspect had already passed away. Seattle police contacted his family and obtained a DNA sample from one of his relatives to confirm that they shared a familial relationship with the suspect. When those results confirmed that the police were looking at the right family, they received permission to exhume the potential suspect's body. The exhumation from a graveyard in Tukwila, Washington occurred in early 2019. DNA extracted from the exhumed bones confirmed that the suspect's DNA matched that found on Susan's clothing. Susan's case then became the oldest case ever solved by the use of genetic genealogy so far. On May 7, 2019, just 2 months shy of the 52nd anniversary of Susan's murder, the Seattle Police Department held a press conference during which Detective Norton announced that Susan's killer was a man named Frank Whippich. In 1967, Whippich had been a 26-year-old married father of 1. He and his wife had a second child 2 years later, and then divorced in 1971. He worked as a security guard, and while he may have worked security at the Seattle Center at the time of the murder, this has not been confirmed. His only criminal conviction for larceny occurred the same year he and his wife divorced, and he served 9 months in prison in relation to it. Whippich was arrested one more time for a weapons offense in 1975. Seattle police have since lost the records for this arrest, but according to Whippich's family, it stemmed from him impersonating a police officer. He would make traffic stops dressed in a uniform armed with a gun. He did not serve time in prison in connection with this arrest. Whippich died in 1987 due to complications from diabetes. His family, including his children, cooperated with the police during the investigation into Susan's murder despite their shock at Frank's involvement with the case. Whippich had served in the Army in the early 1960s and had been stationed in Germany, New York, and Alaska. Investigators are now looking into unsolved cases in those areas from the times Whippich had been in each one of them to see if he may have been involved in any of those crimes as well. None of the original detectives on Susan's case were still alive to see it solved, but Detective Norton attributes his ability to solve the case with new technology to their efforts in 1967. Having a viable DNA sample that has not degraded to the point of being unusable after so much time is very rare. The DNA in this case only remained because of the professionalism and attention to detail shown by the original detectives in their collection and proper storage of the evidence at the time of the murder. The case is considered solved by the Seattle police, and according to Detective Norton, in his own words, Frank Whippich is 100% certain to be the murderer of Susan Galvin. However, the fact that Frank Whippich is deceased technically leaves the case in limbo. While the case is solved with the identification of Whippich as the killer, Whippich is still innocent of the crime. Since he cannot be given the opportunity to defend himself at trial, and he cannot be convicted in a court of law, he must be considered innocent. While this is an important legal distinction, Whippich's identification is still significant to Detective Norton. We're not able to punish him with incarceration, but history will hold him accountable. Norton told Cairo 7 News, "We know he is the murderer of Susan Galvin, and that will be his defining characteristic." While the discovery of Whippich's identity will not result in any criminal charges, it does at least answer some of the questions that have haunted Susan's family, including her 7 siblings for the past 52 years. Seattle Police Chief Carmen Best presented Chris Galvin, who had just been 6 years old at the time of his older sister's death, with the American flag that had been flying over the Seattle Justice Center the day Susan's case was solved at the news conference announcing the resolution to the case. Another one of Susan's brothers, Larry Galvin, sent a statement to the conference from his home in Florida. 52 years later, we learn the who, but still have no clear understanding as to the why Larry wrote. There will always be that lingering question. On May 25, 2009, an emergency call was to the services in Portland, USA, reporting a fire. When the fire was extinguished and firefighters the building, they discovered a horrifying scene. The room was surrounded by crosses and other religious objects. There lay a completely charred body. However, the most terrifying part was that the corpse was headless. Zoe Saraki was born on March 25, 1991 in Portland, located in Cumberland County, Maine, in the northwestern United States. She grew up with her loving parents John and Linda Saraki, her older brother Gregory, and 2 half-sisters from her father's side. Zoe always maintained good relationships with them. John Saraki was a builder, and thanks to his job, he supported the family well. From an early age, Zoe was surrounded by creative stimuli and showed a strong inclination towards art. She also loved animals and had 5 cats at home. As Zoe grew older, she became increasingly restless and curious. The idea of traveling and experiencing other cultures fascinated her. She also started following a vegan diet, consuming only vegetables while avoiding meat and animal products. This lifestyle included an ecological culture of protecting animals, the environment, and health. In 2005, Zoe started attending high school, where she had a large group of friends who described her as a happy, joyful, and positive girl. In 2008, on her 17th birthday, Zoe surprised everyone with a decision that her parents did not like. She dropped out of school. Ken Coonan, the principal of the school Zoe attended, said that the girl refused to talk and discuss why she did not want to finish her junior year. Ken remembered Zoe as very nice, and, according to him, her classmates spoke highly of her. He added that she interacted a lot with other energetic and creative young people like herself. A few months after Zoe dropped out of school, she began working at a local bakery and coffee shop named Bagel Works. On March 25, 2009, her 18th birthday, she eagerly awaited getting a tattoo on one of her arms. Zoe had always admired the Austrian artist Gustav Klimt's work, and when it came time to choose a tattoo design, she was inspired by his artistry. Little did she know that this decision, intended to mark her transition into adulthood, would introduce her to someone who would profoundly impact her future. Zoe knew exactly what she wanted on her arm, so she headed to a tattoo parlor in the Old Port area. There, she met Chad Gurney, a 27-year-old tattoo artist. They seemed to connect instantly. A few days after their initial meeting, Zoe agreed to be Chad's girlfriend. The 9-year age difference didn't bother her at all. Chad was indeed a distinctive individual. He attended high school in Wells, Maine, where he made a name for himself as a lacrosse goalie, a sport involving two teams using small rubber balls and long-handled sticks. After high school, Chad moved to Lynchburg, Virginia to study at Liberty University. This institution is well known for being led by the famous evangelist, Pastor Jerry Falwell. Chad's body was adorned with numerous tattoos, each telling its own story. His skin featured dozens of drawings, most depicting aliens. One particularly striking piece was a gray-toned crocodile. In the realm of tattoos, alien imagery can signify two things: a belief in extraterrestrial beings or a reflection of the wearer's sense of individuality, indicating they don't fit into this world but are unique and original. The reptile tattoo symbolized danger and hostility, a predator best avoided. In addition to his love for tattoos, Chad was also passionate about underground and alternative dance forms, known as hardcore dance. This genre involves intense and sometimes aggressive movements, but requires complete bodily control. It's not about self-harm. It's about releasing energy through various physical expressions like lunges, jumps, and acrobatic stunts that few dare to try. Those who knew Chad mentioned his struggle with recovering from a severe car accident 4 years prior before his move to Portland in 2005. His resilience painted him as both intriguing and complex, a man marked by his past, yet continuously moving forward towards new experiences. Chad suffered significant injuries in Alabama when the Liberty team was on their way to lacrosse game. Local van, carrying both players and coaches, was rear-ended by a car and forced into oncoming traffic where it collided with a large truck. The severe impact ejected Chad from the vehicle, leading to a near loss of his leg and necessitating approximately 20 surgeries. Due to a strong head injury, Chad underwent psychiatric evaluation, which revealed he had cognitive impairments affecting his speech, memory, and mathematical thinking. Chad gained financial independence through the 7-figure sum he received from a lawsuit following the accident. 2 years later, in 2007, he sought treatment for anxiety and depression, eventually being diagnosed with both an organic personality disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. In 2009, Chad traveled alone to Hawaii with plans to continue exploring the world. This passion for travel and curiosity about other cultures led him to meet Zoe. The couple adopted a relaxed and unconventional approach to their relationship. After they began dating, Zoe and Chad agreed on an open relationship, allowing them to see other people. In May 2009, Chad traveled again, this time for a weekend in Vancouver, Canada. Upon his return to Portland, Zoe admitted that she had been with another man during his absence and allegedly had sexual relations. Initially, it appeared that Chad was untroubled by this incident of infidelity due to their open relationship agreement. However, following this confession, Chad began insisting that Zoe quit her job and join him on a personal spiritual quest in Thailand. She declined his proposal without suspecting the grave outcome it could have. On May 25, 2009, Zoe visited Chad's apartment feeling very tired and decided to take a nap. While she was asleep, Chad grabbed her by the neck, struck her on the head, and strangled her until she ceased breathing. Then he engaged in sexual activity with Zoe's lifeless body before decapitating her, according to records. After committing the heinous crime, Chad took a shower, got dressed, and drove to the nearest gas station, where he filled a canister with gasoline. He returned to his apartment and doused Zoe's body on the lower floor with gasoline, laying a trail to the front door before igniting the fire. Chad took a backpack he had packed for a trip to Thailand, along with a laptop and shotgun. When the apartment caught fire, he went to an ATM, withdrew cash, and checked into the Old Orchard Beach Motel. There, he got into a jacuzzi and waited. Meanwhile, a call was made to 911 emergency services about the fire. Authorities responded immediately and were able to extinguish the flames. Upon entering the building, they were confronted with a horrific scene. Among the ashes lay a charred corpse, surrounded by crosses and other religious items. A neighbor quickly called Chad to inform him that his house had burned down. The young man replied that he wasn't in town, as he had gone to his hometown of Lewiston, and then quickly hung up the phone. On Tuesday, May 26th, Chad spoke with his best friend and confessed that he had killed Zoe. While explaining what happened, he seemed calm and rational. Chad said he was tired of the pain and couldn't restrain himself anymore. As he talked to his friend, he drove through the streets of Portland and carelessly ran a red light. A nearby city police officer stopped him. Chad insisted that his friend explain over the phone to the officer who had pulled him over that Chad had been in an accident in 2005, which might have caused mental health issues. After this interaction with the officer and talking to his friend, Chad went to the police and confessed to Zoe's murder. The police confiscated Chad's belongings, and on his computer's hard drive, a computer crimes investigator found a video recording labeled woman half decapitated for suspected infidelity. At least if she cheated, she won't do it again. This evidence was later admitted in court on Wednesday, May 27th. At the high school where Zoe had studied, her memory was honored with a moment of silence during classes. Teachers and students were informed about the incident during lunch. That same day, a room was set up in the school, where social workers and counselors were available for grieving students. After some time, Christine Koo, Zoe's stepsister, made the first statement on behalf of the family. She told local media journalists that she wanted the public to know this was an unusual murder because Chad had committed many evil acts. According to Christine, detectives told her that in a rage, Chad had attacked Zoe, sexually violated her body, and set it on fire. Then he calmly went to a motel and got into a jacuzzi. A week after Zoe's murder, on Tuesday, June 2, 2009, a vigil was held in front of the apartment building where Chad had lived. It was a moment of consolation for Zoe's friends and family. Many strangers shocked and outraged by the brutal crime also attended. Estimates suggest that over 150 people gathered to pray and remember Zoe. They also placed candles and flowers on the steps of the building, where her life was tragically cut short. Zoe's father Jane and her stepsister Courtney came to the scene of the tragedy and were touched by the support of so many people. Meanwhile, the police began interviewing Chad's friends and acquaintances, who agreed that the young man had a split personality. According to them, he sometimes portrayed himself as a person on a spiritual quest, with religious artifacts throughout his apartment and plans to travel to Thailand to study Eastern religions. Some said that Chad was kind and charming, often giving people small gifts. They mentioned that he often spoke of wanting to use money he received from an accident for the good of humanity. At the same time, Chad enjoyed his image as a tough guy, with tattoos covering his arms and provocative confrontational behavior. Robert Collins, a 24-year-old chef, noticed something peculiar about Chad. When Chad attended parties, people often shrugged and turned away. Robert recalled Chad once confiding in him that the only thing he identified with was pain. He even remembered that Chad had this word tattooed on his knuckles. The police and prosecution made significant efforts to gather information about the brutal crime. Deputy Attorney General Bill Stokes reported that the judge had ordered the seizure of court documents. Steve Weir, who rented an apartment from Chad in 2006, was also questioned. He mentioned seeing religious paintings and artifacts in Chad's apartment and said Chad expressed an interest in theology but did not practice it. Watson Atkinson, owner of another tattoo parlor in Portland, shared that Chad once confessed he wanted to use his accident compensation to find himself. Watson added that Chad seemed overly focused on teenage girls. This concerned him so much that he forbade his 16-year-old daughter from interacting with Chad. Watson also noted that none of Chad's close acquaintances could have imagined how dark his thoughts were. During the initial investigation, Chad's prior medical history and mental health diagnoses were revealed. However, while in custody, several psychologists evaluated Chad and found no evidence of delusions or hallucinations. In conversations with specialists, Chad admitted having strong feelings regarding Zoe's infidelity and expressed disappointment over it. According to court documents, he claimed to be weary of the infidelity of all his girlfriends. These conversations revealed a depressed individual who began contemplating taking Zoe's life after she confessed her unfaithfulness to him. Chad told 3 different psychologists that he engaged in sexual acts with her remains because he believed he had already committed a terrible act and was contemplating what worst thing he could do next. When his trial began, a 127-minute police interrogation conducted 12 hours after the crime was leaked. During the interrogation with Detective Danham, Chad said that he and Zoe got along very well. He noted that she occasionally stayed in his apartment for about a week and that they had no arguments. Chad claimed they were soulmates and that she always tried to be honest with him. He stated that he had taken the life of the most beautiful girl he ever knew and added that he owed it to his 18-year-old victim to tell the truth. During the conversation with the detective, Chad remained composed, constantly apologized, and cried several times. Chad recounted that on May 25, 2009, Zoe was napping. According to him, he approached and began to strangle her. She tried to fight for her life and screamed for him to stop. Chad said that when Zoe tried to resist, he hit her on the head and continued to strangle her until she stopped breathing. He then described the atrocities he committed with her body. At this point in the interrogation, Chad stated that he used 3 knives, not a samurai sword as initially thought, for the decapitation. He added that he then placed a cross between her legs and talked about everything he did while her body burned in the apartment. Describing the events, Chad constantly called himself a terrible person. When asked why he decapitated Zoe, he replied that he was trying to turn her death into a ritual of forgiveness. When asked why he did it, Chad struggled to find an answer. He then stated that he felt possessed, and that on the day of Zoe's murder, everything in his life dimmed. He explained that for several hours, he became a wild, primitive beast in his basic instincts, and that's why he committed such a monstrous act. This interrogation became an important piece of evidence presented in Cumberland County Supreme Court during the initial hearings. Prosecutors played the entire 2.5-hour recording for Judge Roland Cole. There was discussion that Chad faced a minimum of 25 years in prison and a maximum of life imprisonment. During one of the hearings in 2011, it was proposed that acknowledging his mental disorder could result in his transfer to a psychiatric center in Austria. It was established that the accused had strangled the victim in a fit of anger. However, it remained uncertain whether Chad, who waived his right to a jury trial, agreed with this at the time. Proust argued that the former Liberty University student and lacrosse champion was fully aware of his actions. They brought in a psychiatrist and psychologist to testify about Chad's mental state. All of them concluded that the young man knew what he was doing and understood his decision to brutally kill his girlfriend. The defense, however, continued to emphasize Chad's mental health issues, arguing that he was ashamed and afraid of losing control over himself. On January 11, 2012, Chad's attorney tried to convince the Supreme Court to dismiss evidence found on his client's personal computer at the time of arrest. This evidence included a gruesome video where Chad explained how to decapitate an unfaithful woman. The defense contended that this video should not have been admitted into evidence. In March 2012, nearly 3 years after the egregious crime, 30-year-old Chad Gurney was sentenced to 50 years for the murder of Zoe Saraki and 25 years for arson. The judge ordered these sentences be served consecutively. Chad's lawyers filed an appeal against the sentence, but it was rejected. Zoe's family had hoped for a life sentence. During sentencing, the presiding judge stated it was clear that the defendant did not perceive reality normally. However, the issue was whether he understood his actions were wrong. Sarah Churchill, Chad's attorney, argued before the Supreme Court that brain concussions and other injuries from a 2005 accident left her client in a constant state of delusion. She claimed the judge erred by finding Chad guilty because the search warrant should not have extended to his smartphone, laptop, and social media pages. Churchill argued that instead of considering evidence from these devices, significant weight should have been given to evidence regarding Chad's psychosis and alienation at the time of the crime. The Deputy Attorney General countered by stating that Chad killed Zoe in retaliation for her infidelity, which he deemed dishonored as betrayal. The deputy noted that no information from social networks was used against Chad and concluded there was overwhelming evidence proving he knew what he did during the crime. Afterward, Zoe's Aunt Kathy Kozoff told journalists she felt breathless seeing and hearing him during trial, recalling her niece's agonizing final moments vividly. Annie Tan, a 24-year-old young mother, vanished mysterious circumstances. According to her partner, she abruptly left him and their newborn daughter without any explanation for her departure. The search for Annie extended over 4 years, with ongoing efforts to locate her, but no immediate results. Annie Tan, born on May 1, 1965, was raised by her mother. She had a love for, enjoyed dancing and fun activities, and cherished simple joys. Annie always dreamed of having a large family and saw motherhood as her primary goal in life. She embraced this role early, welcoming her first son Jimmy at the age of 18, and then her second son Shawn just a year later. By the age of 20, she had also given birth to her third child, a daughter named Shane. Tragically, shortly after Shane's birth, the children's father decided not to participate in their upbringing and left the family. This abandonment left Annie facing the challenges of being a single parent to 3 young children while living in a rented apartment in Maine. In 1987, when Shane was just 6 months old and Annie was 22 years old, she met Michael Palin. He was a 32-year-old Navy petty officer, serving on the aircraft carrier Bramby. Their paths crossed in Portland, Maine, where Michael's ship was docked. Michael quickly became taken with Annie during an encounter at the waterfront. Living in Charleston, South Carolina, Michael was highly respected in the Navy for his work as a computer systems operator. He actively participated in military operations and had been recognized with several awards. Annie found herself deeply attracted to Michael's naval career and soon fell in love with him. She confided to a friend that she believed she had found a man worthy of her love. After dating for several months and developing their relationship further, Annie and Michael decided to live together as a family unit, along with her 2 sons and daughter. However, their shared life took an unfortunate turn when a fire broke out in their apartment. At that time, Annie wasn't home. Michael was alone with the children. While Michael managed to escape along with Jimmy and Shawn, who could walk, Shane, being too young, sadly didn't make it out alive. After returning, Annie tried to go back into the burning apartment to rescue Shane. However, neighbors restrained her. The loss of Shane due to the fire left a significant impact on Annie. She shared that this tragic event created an irreplaceable void in her heart. As authorities started investigating the fire, experts faced difficulties in determining the exact cause of ignition. The circumstances were highly suspicious to investigators. Even with these suspicions, the investigation concluded without assigning responsibility to any individual. Following the devastating fire, Annie Tan moved with her sons to her mother's residence in Portland. Meanwhile, Michael Palin immersed himself in work and chose to live in the barracks. A few months later, another alarming incident happened near Annie's mother's house. A shed in the backyard caught fire. Investigators quickly identified the fire's origin and discovered a lighter engraved with Bramby, the name of Michael Palin's ship. This evidence pointed toward Michael as a prime suspect. Despite this suggestive evidence, police couldn't conclusively prove his involvement because of insufficient proof. After this second fire incident, child welfare authorities in Maine determined that Annie Tan's sons were in a potentially dangerous situation under her care. Consequently, they decided to remove Jaimie and Shawn from their mother's custody and place them under foster care administered by social services. This decision left Annie devastated, as she fervently tried to regain custody of her children. Despite all her efforts, she couldn't do so, inflicting profound emotional distress and leaving her heartbroken over being separated from her sons. When Michael's ship returned to Charleston, South Carolina, he rented an apartment and reconnected with Annie, despite their tumultuous past. Annie agreed to communicate with him and eventually moved in with him to Goose Creek, a suburb of Charleston, where they lived as a couple. However, Annie's stay was soon marred by a startling discovery. She found a photograph of Michael wearing a wedding ring, revealing his marital status. Confronted with the photograph, Michael admitted to Annie that he was married, but had been long divorced. He disclosed that his ex-wife Dawn Breeze and their 3 children resided in his mother's house in Savannah, Georgia. Despite Michael's reassurances of no ongoing relationship with Dawn, Annie was shaken by the revelation. She contemplated leaving him, but ultimately decided to stay, still seeing Michael as an ideal partner for starting a family. Their cohabitation, however, soon turned sour. Michael's behavior towards Annie grew increasingly hostile and demeaning. Annie, planning to return to her mother's house, discovered she was pregnant. This news led her to reconsider her plans to leave, filled with the joy of expecting another child. In October 1989, a month before her disappearance, Annie gave birth to her 4th daughter, Jade. Though Annie knew Jade could never replace her lost daughter, she felt Jade filled a significant void in her heart. Yet in the month following Jade's birth, Michael's treatment of Annie deteriorated further. He resorted to openly insulting and humiliating her. Annie confided in a friend about her fear of Michael's relentless pursuit if she attempted to flee. Michael's controlling behavior escalated. He confined Annie to their apartment while he was at work, disconnecting the phone and placing it in his briefcase. Annie was increasingly alarmed by Michael's actions. Just 2 days before her vanishing act, in a state of distress, Annie reached out to a close friend, Katie French, via phone call. In the call, Annie revealed to Katie that she had disclosed her intention to leave Michael. However, Michael had retorted that if she left, their daughter Jade would remain with him. Annie found herself in a desperate situation, overwhelmed with emotion. She urgently pleaded with Katie to come immediately and rescue both her and her daughter Jade. Unfortunately, Katie was preoccupied and could not come to her aid. Instead, she sent Annie money for a bus ticket, hoping it would enable her to escape and return to Portland. Unbeknownst to them, this heartfelt conversation would be their last exchange. 2 days later, on November 7, 1989, Katie attempted to contact Annie, but received no response. Several days passed before Michael Palin informed Katie that on November 6th, Annie had gathered her belongings and departed in an unknown direction. Expecting Annie to reach out from her new location, Katie waited anxiously. However, 2 weeks went by with no word. By Thanksgiving on November 24th, Annie had been unreachable for 20 days. Growing increasingly concerned, Katie contacted all of Annie's friends and acquaintances, but found that no one had any information about her whereabouts. She then tried to report 24-year-old Annie as missing to the police, but was informed that she could not file an official report since she was not a blood relative. Months passed without any sign of Annie. Eventually, Katie obtained the phone number of Michael Palin's mother. Upon contacting her, Katie was shocked to learn that Jade was in her care. This revelation confirmed Katie's worst fears. She knew Annie would never leave her daughter behind willingly. Despite the concerning developments, Michael Palin displayed a notable lack of concern regarding Annie's disappearance. He made no apparent efforts to engage with law enforcement or initiate a search for her whereabouts, and soon received a transfer to the naval base at Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. Months following Annie's disappearance, the search for her was finally launched after a report from her mother prompted official action. The initial focus of the investigation was her live-in partner, Michael Palin, who quickly emerged as the primary suspect. Michael detailed that on the morning of November 6th, he had woken to find Annie gone, having left their daughter in his care. He recounted that the previous night, Annie had expressed a desire to end their relationship. Michael did not attempt to find Annie, believing that their relationship had conclusively ended and further communication was unnecessary. He also claimed to be unaware of her being reported missing or of her lack of contact with family and friends. Upon inspecting the couple's rented apartment, police found no evidence, such as traces, clues, or suspicious items, that could provide leads in the case. Ani Tan's case seemed to have hit a dead end with no large-scale search initiated for the young woman. Her whereabouts, whether she was still alive, and the potential motives of any abductor remained mysteries. The only certain detail was that the last person reported to have seen her was her live-in partner, Michael. For an arduous span of 4 years, there was no news or sightings of Annie. Katie French, her close friend, remained the sole active seeker, tirelessly cooperating with the investigation. Katie invested approximately $16,000 in phone bills alone, employed a private detective, and was steadfast in her determination to continue the search. She reached out to various organizations that could potentially provide insight into Michael Palin's background. Katie personally held a strong belief that Michael was a dangerous individual and should not be trusted. She harbored a deep fear of him, aware that if Michael became aware of her involvement with the police, it could potentially put her in harm's way. In 1993, a significant development occurred in Annie Tyen's case as it was transferred to the Naval Criminal Service, marking a pivotal shift in the investigation. The NCIS agents initiated a comprehensive re-examination of the case starting from scratch. They found Michael Palin at the naval base Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. When police agents approached him to discuss Annie Tyen's disappearance, Michael said he would only talk if his was present. Later, he stopped cooperating altogether. He refused to give any more help or information. The Marine police gathered all the details they could about missing Annie. They then reached out to South Carolina law enforcement. They asked them to check their records for any unidentified bodies, noting that Annie had given birth a month before she went missing. The South Carolina police shared a case about a deceased woman who also gave birth just a month before her death. They provided a sketch of this woman's face, which shocked the Marine police agents when they saw it. They were sure they'd found Annie. The scene revealed a violent murder. Her body was found beside a high and her skull was broken into 124 pieces, requiring nearly 500 hours of careful work to reconstruct it. Annie's body had been put in a naval bag soaked in gasoline and set on fire. The burning bag was found at 6 a.m. on November 7, 1989, the same time Katie French noticed Annie stopped answering her calls. A match of dental records confirmed the woman's identity as Annie Tyen. With this discovery, Michael Palin became the prime suspect in her murder right away. Marine police agents set up a detailed investigation plan, which started with examining his financial activities closely. On the day Annie vanished, investigators found that Michael made a credit card purchase about 25 miles south of where her char remains were found. Digging into his phone records, they discovered that on the Lungoza of November 6th, he had made 2 calls to his mother's house in Savannah. The first call was at 4:35 a.m. and the second one at 5:17 a.m. With this evidence, agents hypothesized that Michael may have killed Annie in their apartment, then moved her body to the roadside, where he set it on fire. To push forward with the investigation, NCIS agents aimed to find Michael Palin's ex-wife, Dawn Breeze. At the time of Annie's death, Dawn was still married to Michael and living at his mother's house in Savannah. After Annie disappeared, Dawn divorced Michael and started moving around a lot, living in different states as if she were avoiding something or someone. Eventually, agents tracked her down in Miami, Florida, during the summer of 1995. That was almost 6 years after Annie had been murdered. At this point, Dawn had become involved with spiritual practices for income. When agents contacted her at work to discuss Annie's disappearance, her calm response was surprising. She even asked how long they'd talk, because she wanted to know if she'd have time to eat. Her reaction wasn't what the agents expected. They thought she'd be more emotional when talking about Annie. Despite being calm during their interaction, inconsistencies began appearing during a lengthy 10-hour interrogation. Initially, Dawn's story matched Michael Palin's version. She said Michael told her that his mistress had left, and that he planned to raise their daughter by himself when she visited his apartment. However, inconsistencies emerged regarding when exactly she visited Michael's apartment. At one point during the questioning, Dawn became silent for a moment and looked down, before expressing a wish to tell the truth. In a surprisingly emotionless manner, without any tears, she proceeded to share information she had kept hidden for 6 years. Dawn recounted that early one morning, Michael urgently summoned her to his Charleston apartment. Upon arrival, Dawn discovered Annie Tyen's lifeless body on the living room floor. Michael donned to go to the bedroom to meet his daughter. At that time, Dawn and Michael were still legally married and shared 3 children. Michael confessed his affair with Annie to Dawn, explaining that it had led to the birth of a daughter. He pleaded with her to accept the child and assist him in raising her. According to Dawn, Michael, unwilling to engage in a custody battle with Annie, opted for murder as a more straightforward solution. On the night transitioning from November 5th to 6th, 1989, Michael and Annie went to bed. After a moment of intimacy, Annie fell asleep. It was then that Michael took a crowbar and began to strike her viciously. Tragically, their daughter Jade was lying next to Annie on the bed throughout this horrific act. Michael relentlessly hit Annie on the head, each blow more brutal than the last. Despite her strength, Annie eventually succumbed to her injuries right there in the bed. In a chilling turn of events, Michael reached out to his wife Dawn, requesting her urgent presence. He then placed Annie's body in a naval bag and transferred it to the trunk of his car, where he had also stored a canister of gasoline. He positioned both his wife and daughter in the car's back seat before embarking on a lengthy drive of approximately 100 miles. Upon finding a secluded spot by the roadside, Michael removed Annie's body from the trunk, drenched it in gasoline, and set it ablaze. After ensuring that the fire had taken hold, he hurriedly returned to the car and drove Dawn and Jade back to his mother's house in Savannah. Dawn Breeze's revelation provided a pivotal turn in the investigation, marking the first substantial evidence since the discovery of Annie's remains. The investigators then requested Dawn make a monitored phone call to her ex-husband Michael, discussing Annie to Han's murder. She consented and contacted him accordingly. Michael indicated the need for a serious conversation, as Annie's body had been located and identified. Michael's response, "No, they didn't do that," suddenly confirmed to the agents the veracity of Dawn's account. In the call, Dawn also informed Michael that blood had been detected in their former apartment, and the NCIS suspected them of involvement in the murder. She urged Michael to devise an explanation for the blood found in the apartment. Michael's reply, "Okay, we need to work together and come up with something," did not include any direct admissions, yet his demeanor suggested a clear understanding of the context of their discussion. He refrained from asking unnecessary questions or offering denials, implying his awareness of the situation. This interaction solidified the theory that Tayan had been murdered in Michael's apartment. Towards the end of their conversation, Michael advised Dawn to be cautious with her phone communications, insisting they would collaboratively manage the situation. NCIS agents took Dawn Breeze to the crime scene to unearth any remaining evidence. To protect her identity and ensure her safety as a cooperating witness, they disguised her before the visit. At the apartment, Dawn meticulously recounted and demonstrated the positioning of Annie's body and sequence of events. She pointed out an area near a wall and baseboard where there had been a significant accumulation of blood, affecting both carpet and concrete floor beneath it. Since Michael had vacated the apartment, landlords had replaced and cleaned carpets multiple times, explaining absence of visible traces. However, when police applied a special chemical to concrete floor, a large purple stain appeared indicative of protein presence, aligning with Dawn's account where Annie's body had lain. Despite blood seeping into concrete, NCIS faced challenges in conclusively proving substance to be blood. Consequently, search for additional physical evidence to be blood. Continued. Dawn also mentioned a nightstand with television near bed, where Annie was killed. According to her, television had been splattered with blood during murder, and Michael mentioned its need for extensive cleaning due to stains. He later disposed of television, possibly selling rather than discarding it. Michael's pursuit of a functional appliance, considering his frugal nature, felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Despite this, the agents were resolute in their efforts to locate it. By this point, Michael Palin had become aware of the NCIS surveillance, especially after a phone call with his ex-wife Dawn. This realization triggered paranoia, making him acutely conscious of NCIS's monitoring activities. The NCIS agents were concerned that Michael might attempt to flee, coerce witnesses, or potentially inflict harm on others. In a dramatic turn of events during one surveillance mission, Michael tried to evade the authorities. However, his attempt was unsuccessful as the police swiftly caught him. Consequently, on October 11, 1995, Michael Palin was apprehended and taken into custody. While held in a military prison, under suspicion of murder, NCIS agents diligently worked to locate and interview all residents of the apartment complex where the murder took place in November 1989. Their perseverance paid off 3 months later when they encountered a neighbor who disclosed he had purchased a television from Michael. Remarkably, the television was still operational and present in his home. The police promptly seized the television and dispatched to the FBI laboratory for a thorough forensic analysis. To their significant breakthrough, the examination revealed 11 blood spots inside the speaker. These blood samples were identified as matching Annie Tayan's DNA, providing a critical piece of evidence in the ongoing murder investigation. At this stage of the case, Michael Palin's legal representatives announced his willingness to enter a guilty plea if the death penalty were set aside. Even though the prosecutor was unhappy with the way things turned out, military law required that such an agreement be made during the trial. Michael Palin admitted his guilt without showing much emotion. He wrecked the details of his crime with a detachment that was unsettling, almost like reading off a mundane list. His narrative lacked any signs of remorse or empathy. As a result, Michael Palin was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison, with chance for parole after 30 years. He also received a dishonorable discharge from the Navy. Despite knowing about her husband's crime and staying silent for 6 years, Dawn Breeze avoided legal consequences due to her crucial confession to NCIS. This confession significantly helped advance the investigation. Annie's children, her sons and daughter, have been informed about their biological mother's tragic fate. They understand she did not abandon them. Jade, the daughter Annie had with Michael, has grown into a beautiful woman within the Palmer family. She has notably kept no relationship with her father. In a surprising development, Michael Palin was released from prison in 2013 after serving just 17 years due to good behavior. His exact location is currently unknown. It's advised that anyone who comes into contact with him should exercise caution. A nighttime walk becomes the scene of a tragic crime. Venturing out with someone you barely know is generally a risky move that often leads to negative outcomes, particularly when you're in an unfamiliar city and the acquaintance was made just hours earlier at a local venue. While it's not always the case, there is a possibility that this casual acquaintance could turn out to be a maniac, assailant, or thief, or they might unintentionally or deliberately involve you in trouble or even lead to disaster. Maricela Botella Valadez, an American student, initially planned to enjoy herself at a popular nightclub where she unexpectedly met an aspiring rapper who took an interest in her and suggested they continue the night in a more private setting. However, the man was already involved in a complex relationship. He found himself entangled in an unusual love triangle, and the other people involved were not pleased by the appearance of the young woman. Her naive trust ultimately cost Maricela her life, though the case proved to be far from simple. It involved intense jealousy, a desire to hold on to fading youth, occult practices, and even an international manhunt for the criminals involved. Nevertheless, thanks to the tireless work of investigators, all those responsible for the crime were located, and the role of each individual was determined. What do we know about Maricela? Maricela Botella Valadez was born in 1997 in Seattle, Washington, the state's largest city. She was the oldest of 2 children in a family of Latin American heritage, growing up alongside her younger brother. Friends described her as a sweet, sociable young woman who had many friends, excelled in school, and, after graduation, attended a prestigious university. Additionally, Maricela was widely regarded as truly beautiful, a petite, slender brunette with large brown eyes, luxurious hair, and a perfect figure. She always attracted plenty of admirers, loved being the center of attention, enjoyed lively parties where she could have fun, and made the most of every day. On Saturday, October 3, 2020, the student flew to Dallas to meet up with old friends. However, by Monday morning, she planned to return. Her brother was supposed to meet her at the airport on October 5th, after which they would head to the university together, but the plane arrived without her. The search for the missing student. When all the passengers from the flight arriving from Dallas had left the airport, her brother realized that Maricela was not among them. Concerned, the young man tried to call his sister, but her phone was turned off. He then called their parents to inform them about the situation. Since Maricela was a serious and responsible young woman, it was out of character for her to disappear without warning and not show up for university classes. The family started calling her friends in Dallas, trying to find out where she might have gone and where she was last seen. It turned out that the night before, she had been partying at one of the city's most popular clubs where she met a black man named Chuck. The pair danced, enjoyed themselves, and had alcoholic drinks, after which they disappeared together. Maricela was not seen again, and her phone went unanswered. The information seriously alarmed and frightened her parents, so they immediately decided to report her disappearance to the police. It turned out that the young woman had indeed bought tickets for a flight to Seattle, but for some reason she had not boarded the plane. No one had seen her since that night, and no one knew where she might be. It was necessary to find out who Maricela's new acquaintance was, where they had gone, and whether she had gone with him willingly. Examining footage from external surveillance cameras located around the club, law enforcement officers saw the missing student leaving with a young man whose face could not be clearly seen on the video. According to the footage, she appeared to be walking with him voluntarily. The pair got into a black Audi car and drove off in an unknown direction. The mysterious new friend. Since the disappearance of 23-year-old Bautella Valadez, several days had passed, and she had still not contacted anyone, nor had she logged into her social media accounts, and there were no transactions on her bank cards. The police needed to identify the stranger she had left with as soon as possible to understand where to look for them. One of her missing friends mentioned that her companion was possibly named Chuck, but that information was insufficient. Soon, thanks to the street camera footage, it was possible to determine the direction the car had traveled. Additionally, it turned out that the pair had stopped at a supermarket where they also appeared on camera footage. Both looked happy, smiling, and showing affection for each other. The young woman picked out several drinks and candies, and the young man paid for everything at the checkout using a card in the name of Charles Beltran. Thus, it became clear who Maricela had left with. Beltran was a 31-year-old musician and even considered a rising local rap star. However, the man had a criminal past, having been incarcerated twice for robbery and armed assault. He had served less than 3 years and was released on parole. Recently, the young man's career was on the rise, and he was even preparing to release his own music album. It was soon discovered where Charles lived, and by checking the cell phone carrier's data, it was revealed that the missing student's phone had been active at that fatal night's location. However, the house was owned by a woman named Lisa Dyke, and the musician was just renting a room from her, the very strange house. When police accompanied by an FBI agent assigned to investigate the girl's disappearance visited the address, the house was empty. They were only able to contact Lisa Dyke by phone, as she claimed to be out of state on business. She confirmed that Charles Beltran had been renting a room in her home, but claimed that he moved out a couple of weeks ago, and she had no knowledge of his whereabouts since. Since law enforcement was unable to locate or contact the sole suspect, they obtained a warrant to search the house where he had lived. What awaited them inside was a collection of unexpected and frightening discoveries. The house was in chaos, with disorder and unsanitary conditions prevalent. It seemed as if the occupants had left in a hurry, taking only the most necessary items and leaving everything else scattered around. The kitchen sink was piled high with dirty dishes. Moldy food remnants sat on the table, and trash littered the corners. Notably, amidst all this mess, numerous empty bottles of cleaning and detergent products were found scattered around with traces on the floors and carpets, as if something had been thoroughly scrubbed. In one of the upstairs rooms, a peculiar and even sinister black statue of death, draped in a black cloak and holding a scythe, stood. It could have been mistaken for a quirky piece of decor, but it was set up as a sort of altar with wax candles, dried flowers, and 2 metal bowls. It resembled the Mexican religious cult of Santa Muerte, translated as Holy Death, where a female deity representing death is worshipped. The house and the atmosphere within seemed more than just strange. It felt as if something terrible had happened here, and afterward, the occupants hurriedly cleaned up, packed the essentials, and simply fled. To ascertain this, a more thorough examination was conducted using special tools to detect traces of blood. This revealed numerous wiped bloodstains on the floor in one of the bedrooms, in the bathroom, and in the hallway. It was later discovered that the bedroom, where the carpet was practically soaked in blood, belonged to Charles, and it appeared that a violent crime had taken place there. But who was the victim? The missing girl, the tenant himself, or someone else? Despite all attempts to clean the traces, the blood had soaked into the covering, seeped under the baseboards, stained the wallpaper and furniture. Experts compared the found traces with Maricella's DNA, and any last doubts were dispelled. The blood belonged to the girl. The house was sealed as a crime scene, but now the task was to find the main suspect, possible accomplices, and witnesses. This task was not easy. As it turned out, Charles had fled, and the owner, even before the police visit, had hastily put the house up for sale. Therefore, the police decided to learn as much as possible about everyone who had recently lived in this house. The love triangle. Neighbors revealed that 3 people lived in the house: 57-year-old Lisa Dyke, 48-year-old Nina Morano, and 31-year-old Charles Beltran. However, the nature of their relationship and their sudden disappearance remained unclear. It was necessary to investigate each individual's background and find and interrogate them as soon as possible. The house owner, who was the only one reachable by phone, had worked many years as a lawyer, known as a commanding, ambitious, and quite contentious woman. She had been married 3 times, and after becoming a widow several years ago, received a substantial inheritance. There was no financial necessity for her to rent a room to some guy, nor was Lisa known for her charity, suggesting she had some other interest in the matter. The young black man named Charles, or simply Chuck, Beltran dreamed of making it on the music scene to build a rap career, but he lacked both money and connections, and his criminal past hindered him. However, about a year ago, he met Dyke, who moved him into her house, helped set up a small recording studio there, and even sponsored the filming of several music videos for the aspiring rapper. Moreover, she even bought him a car, paid for his entertainment, and fashionable clothes while insisting that their relationship was strictly business, and she saw great potential in this talented young man. The money she spent on him was an investment. The situation with Nina Morano was even more intriguing. She and Lisa had been in an intimate relationship for a long time, and after Dyke became a widow, she stopped hiding her affair with her lover. Moreover, several months ago, the women officially legalized their union by getting married. Nina moved into her spouse's house where Charles was already living. According to a close friend of hers, Lisa had an intimate relationship with the young musician. Although she vehemently denied this, she secretly told her friend how amazing a lover he was. Apparently, she was in love with him because after their relationship began, Dyke desperately tried to look younger. She lost 55 pounds, changed her image, started wearing bright makeup, and even got several colorful tattoos. Most importantly, she evicted her own children from the home who, in her view, were already grown enough and interfered with her personal life. Clearly, Chuck also had a vested interest in living with a wealthy, albeit older lover as she solved all his financial problems and helped him build a music career. However, he was a noticeable, attractive man in good physical shape, so women did not ignore him. He often engaged in fleeting flings with young women, which drove Lisa insane with jealousy. But what role did Nina Morano play in this whole story, and specifically in the case of Maricella's disappearance? According to the same close friend, Lisa's spouse was part of this strange love triangle and was the only woman with whom Dyke not only allowed her young lover to sleep, but even insisted on it. Nina was also a successful lawyer and a very affluent woman. Thus, this trio lived in pleasure, sparing nothing. Interestingly, after their wedding, both women took the boy's last name, so the house was occupied by Charles, Lisa, and Nina Beltran. Where did the house's inhabitants vanish to? It was discovered that since the student's disappearance, no one had been seen at the house where her blood was found. Lisa was only contacted once. She answered a few questions, stated she was in another state, and thereafter her phone went unanswered. Nothing was known about the fate and whereabouts of Nina, as well as the main suspect, Charles. By tracking mobile phone signals, it was determined that on the night of October 5th, all 3 inhabitants, as well suburban area of Dallas in a fairly deserted, wooded area. Then the signals disappeared, and a few days later, Lissa only responded from her second work phone, which later also became unreachable. The mutilated remains, using geolocation data from the mobile devices, the route taken that night by the sought-after group was traced, and the stops they made were identified. It was presumed that somewhere in this area, they might have disposed of the missing student's body. This defined a broad search radius, but the area was vast and difficult to navigate, so progress was slow despite efforts. Closer to the new year, the search operation was halted as neither the body nor any clues were found. However, in March 2021, a local hunter wandering through the woods stumbled upon a human skull that appeared relatively fresh. He promptly reported his find to the police, and the remains were soon brought to a forensic laboratory for necessary examinations. Dental records confirmed that the body belonged to the Seattle student who had been missing for nearly half a year. However, the advanced state of decomposition and damage caused by wild animals made it impossible to establish the exact cause of death. Notably, several characteristic marks on the bones suggested knife wounds, but it was unclear whether these were the fatal injuries. The arrest of the first suspects. Soon after the grim discovery in the forest, authorities managed to track down Lissa, who had moved to Florida with Nina and rented a house in Miami by the ocean. Unfortunately, only Nina could be apprehended, while her spouse, learning about the situation, hurriedly went into hiding. There were no traces of Charles, although he periodically communicated with former girlfriends via messengers. In her last correspondence, Dyke mentioned that the young woman's body had been found and warned everyone to be extremely cautious as the police were on their trail. Nina, now incarcerated, refused to provide any information, claiming she knew nothing about Maricella's fate. Meanwhile, Lissa, using all her connections, attempted to hire a good lawyer for her spouse. It also emerged that while in Florida, Nina had put her house in South Carolina up for sale, trying to liquidate it as quickly as possible. It was likely that the women needed the money to continue hiding or to leave the country altogether. A month later, authorities successfully located and arrested Lissa, after which both women were transported back to Dallas. Initial interrogations yielded no results, and a bail of $500,000 million was set for each suspect. They managed to post the significant amount and were released under house arrest. However, the women were fitted with tracking bracelets, which allowed their whereabouts to be monitored, a bold escape attempt. In August of the same year, police traced Charles to Utah, hiding at the house of one of his ex-girlfriends. The woman, who was raising a 5-year-old son fathered by Beltram, was so pleased that the child's father had returned to her that she didn't question the reasons for his unexpected decision. The arrested man initially refused to testify or cooperate with the police. He still hoped that his wealthy lover, using her money and connections, would hire a good lawyer for him and help him avoid prison. But soon the situation drastically changed. On Christmas Eve of December 2021, the tracking bracelets worn by Lissa and Nina, who had been released on bail, suddenly went offline. Due to holiday chaos and high activity, it took until the next day to send a squad to their location. But by then, the suspects were nowhere to be found. It soon turned out that they had been meticulously planning their escape for months, and by the time the police went after them, they had already illegally crossed the border into Mexico. From there, they flew to South Korea, and their trail was lost in Cambodia. The FBI was once again involved in the investigation, working with the Cambodian police and immigration services to track down the fugitive suspects. The women came under law enforcement's radar after withdrawing a large sum of money from an ATM. They tried to pay in cash everywhere to avoid revealing their whereabouts. ATM cameras helped identify the fugitives, and another camera on a neighboring building captured the license plate number of the car they arrived in. This information led to the driver, who took the police to the house rented by the extravagant foreigners. The women were rearrested and extradited to the U.S. in February 2022, where justice was to be served. This time, bail was denied, and they were sent directly to jail. Charles's candid confessions. By then, Chuck had fully realized that his lover was not going to save him from prison and was only concerned about herself, leading him to express a desire to cooperate with the investigation and start providing information. His account of the events of that dreadful night horrified many. Beltran confessed that he had been in an intimate relationship with the homeowner, Lissa, and her spouse, Nina. According to him, he engaged in these relationships for money and the opportunity to advance his music career. He harbored no warm feelings towards these women and often indulged in affairs with young and attractive women, which he never hid. While Nina was indifferent to his actions, Lissa sometimes became wildly jealous. On the fateful night of October 5, 2020, Chuck met a young student named Maricela at a nightclub. The beautiful, slender girl immediately caught his attention, and it seemed he caught hers as well. After spending several hours drinking cocktails and dancing, he invited her over and she agreed. When they arrived at his place late at night, Nina and Lissa were already asleep, so Charles easily took the girl to his room. There, the couple engaged in intimate activities and later fell asleep. According to the suspect, in the middle of the night, Lissa entered his room and, seeing the young beauty asleep next to him, flew into a jealous rage. She went to the kitchen to grab a large knife, then returned and leaped onto Maricela, repeatedly striking her. Charles claimed he was awakened by the noise and was disoriented at first, still somewhat intoxicated. When he finally turned on the light, he was confronted with a horrific scene. Maricela's body had slid to the floor next to the bed where she had bled out. At that moment, Nina entered the room. They just stood there for a few minutes, and nobody attempted to help the victim. When Chuck regained his composure, he realized that the crime might be pinned on him since he had a criminal record, and his influential lovers could escape punishment. That's why, he said, he agreed to help dispose of the body and cover up the crime. Charles stayed with friends for several days, and when he returned to collect his belongings, he noticed that the bloodstains on the floor and carpet had nearly disappeared. Lissa told him that she and Nina had taken care of everything and destroyed the evidence of the crime. Nevertheless, all three decided it was best to leave town for a while and watch from afar what would happen next. Lissa Dyke Beltran's version. Lissa's lawyer insisted that his client had no motive to attack the girl and take her life. She claimed that her relationship with Chuck was strictly business, and she viewed his promising music career as a good investment. Who he slept with or flirted with never concerned her. As a key argument, the defender pointed out that Dyke had recently entered into marriage and was happy with Moran. However, no one could explain why after their wedding, the women suddenly decided to take the surname of the young lodger, who, according to them, meant nothing to them. At the trial, Lissa claimed that Charles was hot-tempered and very cruel, and when drunk, he became a beast, whom she feared. According to her, that night he brought a new girl from the club. But after they became intimate, an argument erupted, and Chuck, in a fit of rage, grabbed a knife. She and Nina ran to the noise and tried to separate the couple, but it was too late. Maricela was dead. They helped dispose of the body and clean up the scene under the threat of becoming his next victims. Witness testimonies. Lissa's friend, who testified in court, claimed that Lissa was literally obsessed with Chuck and had repeatedly confessed to her an uncontrollable desire to eliminate any girl who got close to her young lover. Clearly, she was unable to manage her emotions that night. Additionally, the witness mentioned the odd statue of Santa Muerte at her friend's house. She recalled being surprised by the improvised altar during a visit, but the homeowner jokingly claimed she was into black magic and knew how to cast a spell to ensure a man could only have eyes for her. However, it seems the ritual failed, and the woman resorted to using a knife. Another witness, a real estate agent approached by the women shortly after the incident, testified that they were eager to sell several properties they owned as quickly as possible. They also wanted to put their Dallas home on the market, but since it was the site of the alleged crime, they couldn't while the investigation was ongoing. The situation escalated when the remains of the missing girl were discovered, after which Lissa and Nina were ready to sell the property at half price just to get the money quickly. Trial and sentences. The court took into account Charles's full confession and his cooperation with the investigation. However, the situation for the fugitives worsened after their attempt to flee to another continent. In March 2023, Lissa Dyke Beltran was found guilty of the brutal crime against 23-year-old Maricela, concealing evidence and attempting to flee. She was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. As for Charles Beltran and Nina Moran, they fully admitted their guilt and agreed to cooperate with the investigation. They were only found guilty of concealing evidence. Nina was sentenced to 7 years in prison, but could be released in 3 years due to good behavior. Charles, previously convicted on multiple occasions, was sentenced to 12 years in prison with the possibility of parole after serving 8 years. Milford, a picturesque coastal city in Connecticut, lies along the Long Island Sound, offering stunning views and a thriving community. Spanning just over 25 square miles, it is home to more than 50,000 residents. Renowned for its beautiful beaches, Milford draws visitors and locals alike who enjoy its scenic surroundings and waterfront activities. The city also boasts a rich history that dates back to colonial times, featuring a mix of historic buildings and modern amenities. In 2022, the people of Milford had no inkling that tragedy was about to strike. To understand the depth of the loss, it's important to first explore Julie Manogue's background. Julie was born on July 19, 1982, in the quaint town of Goshen, New York. She was raised by her loving parents, Gerald J. Manogue and Sandra Barish Doper, alongside her 2 siblings, sister Allison Barty Corcoran and brother Peter Gerald Manogue. Academically gifted, Julie excelled throughout her school years, attending the well-regarded Monroe-Woodbury schools and graduating from Monroe-Woodbury High School. She continued her education at Orange County Community College, broadening her knowledge and embracing new opportunities. After college, Julie became a dedicated medical assistant at Connecticut Coastal Obstetrics Gynecology, finding fulfillment in her work. She led an active lifestyle, often running and walking to stay energized. However, her greatest joy came from being a mother to her 2 sons, Nicholas Keith Turner and Sean Michael Turner. Details about her marriage and husband remain unknown at this time. Julie's dedication and love as a single mother were remarkable, shaping the strong bond shared among them. Julie Manogue found love once again in 2017 and got into a relationship with a man from Roxbury named Ewan Anthony DeWitt. Together, they welcomed a son in 2019 named Luke Anthony Manogue into their lives. However, as time passed, difficulties arose in their relationship, which led Julie to make the decision to leave Ewan in 2021. She moved with her sons to a condo on Salem Walk in Milford, and their well-being remained her top priority. In 2022, Nicholas, the eldest son, was 21 years old and had bravely served his country in the Coast Guard, while Sean, at 17 years old, was a vibrant young man and was thriving as a high school senior. Her son with Ewan, Luke, was 3 and a bright light in their household. Julie herself was 40, and all seemed well for her and her 3 boys. But tragedy was waiting just around the corner. Late at night on December 6, 2022, 17-year-old Nicholas Manogue was startled awake by chilling screams. He didn't wake up at the first noise, and he dismissed it thinking that it could just be echoes from the neighborhood. But the cries were growing louder and more urgent, and he realized something was terribly wrong. Concerned about his mother's safety, Nicholas rushed down the stairs. As he descended, amidst the darkness, he caught a glimpse of a chilling scene. A man wielding an axe and his mother lying on the floor, her body drenched in blood. In the midst of the chaos, Nicholas heard the haunting words, "You didn't believe me," ringing in his ears. In a panic, the teenager raced upstairs and swiftly locked the door, determined to keep himself safe. He dialed 911 and urgently reported the horrifying scene which had unfolded before him. Determined to provide an extra layer of protection, he quickly placed a sturdy chair behind the locked door. With his heart pounding, he opened his window, desperately reaching out for help. Within minutes, police officers arrived and entered the house, but the teenager, gripped by fear, leaped out of the window. That's when he heard Milford PD shouts and realized it was not the intruder. Eventually, the authorities found the courageous teen and ensured his safety. In a devastating discovery, the police entered the kitchen to find Julie Manogue lying in a pool of blood on the floor. Her face and skull had been injured by multiple deep cuts. A chilling sight awaited them as they spotted a large axe resting on the stove nearby, carrying evidence of the horrific crime. Meanwhile, in the living room, Julie's young son Luke, who was 3 years old, sat on the couch completely stunned and unresponsive. Not a tear nor a word escaped him, as if he was frozen in shock. The officer stayed by his side and offered him comfort and support until additional officers arrived at the scene. Following her tragic demise, Julie's body was carefully transported to the Connecticut office of the chief medical examiner for a thorough examination. After conducting a meticulous autopsy, the medical examiner determined the cause of her death to be the chopped wounds and blood impact injuries on the head, torso, and extremities. The detailed findings provided crucial evidence regarding the nature of the attack, shedding light on the tragic circumstances surrounding her untimely demise. As the police took custody of the axe found on the gas stove, they meticulously combed through every inch of the area as they were determined to uncover any potential evidence that could lead them closer to the perpetrator. Inside the house, they embarked on an extensive search, carefully examining each room for any clues that could shed light on the heinous crime. The commotion attracted the attention of concerned neighbors who gathered nearby. The atmosphere was tense as the community was eager to support the investigation in any way they could. Amidst the growing crowd, a helpful neighbor came forward with an unexpected piece of evidence: Ring camera footage from outside his house at Longmeadow Complex. The police eagerly seized the opportunity, hoping that the footage might hold a crucial clue. As they watched the footage, they witnessed an unsettling sight. An individual walking with an axe in hand, closely resembling the description provided by Nicholas. The discovery sent a wave of anticipation through the investigators as they realized they might have found a significant lead. The police began to look into who this man with the axe could be. That very day, on December 6, 2022, a crucial breakthrough took place when a concerned woman called the police recounting a chilling phone call from her son. In her trembling voice, she shared the shocking revelation that her son just called her and said that he killed his girlfriend. The urgency in her words spoke an immediate response from law enforcement. Determined to unravel the truth, they swiftly tracked down the woman and engaged her in conversation. It was then revealed that the man responsible for this ominous confession was none other than Ewan DeWitt, the 42-year-old man who was once in a relationship with Julie. With this vital information in hand, the police dialed Ewan's number, hoping to engage him in a crucial conversation. However, their efforts were met with resistance as Ewan abruptly hung up the call. So it was important for the police to look into Ewan's history, which they believed could provide them vital information needed to proceed further. Born in the town of Roxbury in 1979, Ewan Anthony DeWitt possessed a diverse range of interests and pursuits. As a talented athlete, he pursued his passion for ice hockey and even reached the level of playing semi-professionally. Ewan's thirst for knowledge led him to obtain a bachelor's degree in history from Siena College, showcasing his intellectual curiosity. He was not a person who'd be satisfied from a single vocation, so he also embarked on the journey to become a firefighter. Additionally, Ewan also shared his expertise as a personal trainer. In 2006, Ewan was arrested in Connecticut for driving under the influence and traffic offenses. He pleaded guilty, resulting in a suspended prison sentence and probation. After this, Ewan DeWitt's journey took an inspiring turn when he joined the prestigious ranks of the U.S. Marine Corps in 2009, where he embarked on a path as a skilled weapons specialist and non-commissioned officer. He served his country for 5 years and attained the rank of Lance Corporal in 2011. In a remarkable photo from his time in the Marines, Lance Corporal Ewan DeWitt is seen in action as a machine gunner. The picture shows him courageously operating a powerful M250 caliber machine gun on a vehicle during an important defense of the amphibious task and forced naval exercise. The event took place on December 3, 2011, aboard the USS Chima. With his leadership qualities and expertise, he assumed the role of a machine gun section leader in the esteemed 1st Reconnaissance Battalion. Ewan dedicated himself to his duties, serving multiple tours in Afghanistan, the Middle East, and other classified locations with his dedicated brothers. Ewan and his brothers' inspiring story was captured in a 2015 article in the Register Citizen, highlighting their collective efforts to restore a piece of history. Ewan's life took a darker turn when he faced legal trouble. In November 2019, the Milford police arrested him for assaulting a victim, which resulted in a protective order being issued by the court. The case remains unresolved as court records revealed that it was still pending. With his next court date scheduled for April 14, 2023, Ewan maintained his innocence by pleading not guilty. He was released on a $20,000 bond awaiting the judicial process to unfold. Ewan's troubled past included a disturbing incident in which he was arrested for his actions towards Julie shortly after the birth of her son. Reports stated that he'd thrown a large object at Julie Manogue. I had also destroyed her phone to prevent her from calling for help. Fearing for her safety, Julie sought refuge at a neighbor's house in contact of the authorities. The incident highlighted the alarming nature of Ewan's behavior and its impact on those around him, adding another layer of intensity to the unfolding events. In 2021, he faced charges of assaulting emergency personnel and a female in Wake County, North Carolina. Court records indicated that he pleaded guilty and received a combined jail sentence of 95 days, although the exact duration of his incarceration remained unknown. These encounters with the law showcased a pattern of concerning behavior, raising further questions about Ewan's character and past actions. Behind Ewan to its troubled history, a darker pattern of violence emerged, specifically targeting Julie Manogue. Several protective orders were filed against Ewan due to previous instances of domestic violence. These orders were issued in November 2019 and January 2021 and were put in place to safeguard not only Julie, but also the children who were present during those incidents. One such incident involved Ewan being intoxicated and engaging in a heated argument with Julie. According to a statement provided by the victim's son, Ewan had thrown a playpen at Julie's head, which resulted in a distressing injury. While Ewan was in rehabilitation, Julie took steps to file a restraining order, seeking protection from his harmful actions. Despite this, Ewan was granted visitation rights, which left a lingering sense of unease and concern about the safety of those involved. In addition to their troubled relationship, Julie and Ewan DeWitt found themselves entangled in family court cases beginning in 2021. It all began when Julie filed a petition for child support for their son Luke in August 2021. In October 2021, a judge ruled in her favor and ordered Ewan to provide financial support. As tensions continued to escalate, Ewan took Julie to court in December 2021, seeking resolution regarding visitation rights. The court intervened and granted supervised visitation for Ewan in April 2022 with a scheduled hearing in April 2023 to further address the matter. These legal battles shed light on the complexities and challenges faced by Julie and Ewan as they navigated their post-relationship dynamics. As the investigation progressed, new details were revealed that on November 14, 2022, just 3 weeks before her death, Julie took a decisive step by visiting the Milford Police Department to file a complaint against Ewan. She alleged that he'd bombarded her with over 200 text messages within a span of just 2 days, despite the existence of a protective order that explicitly forbade him from contacting her. Officer Scott Nablin listened to Julie's concerns and diligently collected evidence of the text messages from her phone, further solidifying the case against Ewan. In a heartfelt plea for protection, Julie Manogue expressed her deep concern for her safety and the well-being of her children in a sworn affidavit submitted on November 17, 2022. Determined to put an end to the ongoing abuse, she stated, "I don't believe I should endure this mistreatment any longer." Fearful of the consequences, she detailed the relentless harassment she faced. Julie Manogue also wrote in the document that Ewan has got himself into a lot of trouble with drugs and alcohol, and I'm scared he's going to kill me. Officer Nablin, resolute in his pursuit of justice, meticulously crafted an arrest warrant, alleging Ewan's violation of the protective order. The document, filled with crucial details, was reviewed by supervisor, ensuring its accuracy and validity. They made sure that the arrest warrant application contained the requisite probable cause to support the charge that the text messages sent by Ewan DeWitt violated the modified protective order that was issued on January 15, 2021. On November 21, 2022, the court reopened the warrant application and made its way to the Milford State's Attorney's Office. However, the story took an unexpected turn as the Assistant State's Attorney, committed to thoroughness, sent the warrant application back to Officer Nablin and requested further information before proceeding. In this delicate dance between law and justice, Every step forward demanded meticulous attention to detail. However, on December 1, 2022, Julie Manogue successfully obtained a civil restraining order from a judge. In the hearing, which lasted about an hour, Julie presented evidence of the text messages, Ewan struggles with substance abuse, mental health issues, and a history of violence. She expressed concern for Ewan's well-being, describing his bipolar rage and erratic behavior, and emphasized the importance of him receiving proper treatment and therapy. Julie firmly believed that Ewan should not be allowed around anyone until he'd received the necessary help and support. Recognizing the imminent danger she faced, a no-contact restraining order was swiftly issued on December 1, 2022, providing a legal shield against any further interaction with Ewan. But this order took a darker turn when, 5 days later, Ewan killed Julie with an axe in her condo. Now all the evidence indicated that Ewan was the main focus of the investigation, and the search for him intensified as the police tirelessly canvassed the area around the Salem Walk condominium, leaving no stone unturned. Their efforts led them to a dive bar on Ocean Avenue in West Haven, where they sought the assistance of the local community. They approached patrons informing them about the ongoing investigation and urging them to notify the authorities if they spotted Ewan DeWitt. It was during this concerted effort that two observant individuals caught sight of a person who matched the suspect's description. Eager to aid the investigation, they immediately flagged down the police, providing crucial information about the suspect's whereabouts. Engaging with one of the witnesses who preferred to remain anonymous, the police learned that the individual had witnessed someone resembling the suspect wandering around the parking lot for a brief period. Eventually, the suspect entered a food truck located in the parking lot. Acting swiftly, the police converged on the scene. Without incident, they apprehended Ewan DeWitt on December 6, 2022, bringing him into custody and moving one step closer to uncovering the truth. The police initiated a rigorous interrogation of Ewan about the early hours of December 6, 2022. Initially, Ewan maintained a stoic silence, withholding vital information. However, after hours of intense questioning, a breakthrough occurred. Ewan finally confessed to the gruesome act of taking Julie's life with an axe. He revealed that he'd silently entered the house through the kitchen window, concealing himself in anticipation of his victim's arrival. When Julie eventually entered the kitchen, he launched an attack, wielding the axe with deadly intent. It was during this horrifying moment that Nicholas, Julie's son, descended the stairs and confronted the scene. Overwhelmed with fear, Ewan fled, leaving the axe behind on the gas stove. Ewan's admission sent shock waves through the investigation, bringing forth a chilling account of the tragic events that unfolded that night. During Ewan's initial court appearance in State Superior Court in Milford on December 7, 2022, Assistant State Attorney Alana Paul informed the judge about new developments in the case. She revealed that Ewan had fully admitted to the incident, but even without that admission, she believed the evidence against him was substantial. Attorney Paul highlighted the presence of surveillance footage and the testimony of Julie's son, who had observed part of the incident. Given the seriousness of the case, Paul argued that a significant bond was necessary. Emphasizing the gravity of the situation, Judge Auden Groggins set his bond at $5 million. The judge expressed concerns about Ewan's history of disregarding court orders and emphasized the importance of public safety. In light of the circumstances, Ewan was placed on suicide watch with a hearing scheduled for December 14, 2022 to further address the case. Finally, it was the day of the final decision. On December 14, 2022, in addition to the murder charge, Ewan DeWitt faced multiple other charges brought forth by the Milford police. These included criminal violation of a protective order, criminal violation of a restraining order, risk of injury to a minor, and reckless endangerment. By levying these charges, law enforcement sought to address the broader scope of Ewan's alleged actions and their impact. A hearing was scheduled for Ewan to its pending criminal cases on April 6, 2023. He has yet to plead. Prosecutors stated that Ewan already confessed to the murder of Julie Manogue. However, no further information has been released by the police about the hearing. In the statement, the family expressed their determination to take action and ensure that those who neglected their responsibilities are held accountable. They also expressed their hope that this case would serve as a catalyst for improved protections for individuals facing domestic violence and abuse. With their unwavering commitment, the family aims to bring about positive changes and prevent such tragic incidents from occurring in the future. This case involved a combination of diligent efforts by law enforcement and the heinous acts of a killer who killed his ex-girlfriend in a rage of anger. July 31st, 1999, marked JB Beasley's 17th birthday. She and her friend Tracy Howlett had plans to drive to a field party a few miles north of their hometown, Dothan, Alabama, to celebrate. The two left in JB's black 1993 Mazda just after 10 p.m. However, they became lost while searching for the party and eventually ended up in Ozark, a town about 20 miles northwest of Dothan. Around 11:30 p.m., they found themselves in the parking lot of a convenience store that had closed just half an hour earlier. There, they met a woman who gave them directions to get back on track for the road leading home. Tracy then called her mother, Carol Roberts, to let her know they were lost and would be heading back instead of continuing to the party. Before hanging up, Tracy told her mother that she loved her. The woman who gave the girls directions saw them drive out of the parking lot, heading in the correct direction. When the girls did not arrive home by dawn the next morning, Carol Roberts called the police. JB's Mazda was found around 9 a.m. that morning in Ozark, less than a mile from the convenience store JB and Tracy were last seen at. There were no signs of anything out of place in the vehicle until police opened the trunk and discovered the bodies of the two girls. They had both been shot. In the fall of 2018, the Ozark Police Department hired Parabon Nanolabs to use genetic genealogy to try to match DNA found at the scene of the crime to genetic genealogy to try to match DNA found at the scene of the crime to a suspect. Parabon uploaded the DNA sequence to GED-Match, but the only matches in the database were very distant, and Parabon was only able to narrow down the search to a particular extended family. The Ozark Police Department began collecting voluntary samples from individuals in that family in hopes of figuring out where their suspect belonged in it. One of the voluntarily provided samples turned out to be an exact match to the sample found at the crime scene. On March 16, 2019, police arrested the individual who provided that sample, 45-year-old Coley McCraney. McCraney is a truck driver and a preacher who had not previously been a suspect in the case. He denies any involvement with the murders. He is being charged with capital murder and rape, and the district attorney has announced plans to seek the death penalty. A preliminary hearing in the case is scheduled for April 3rd. On June 9, 1969, childhood sweethearts Clifford Bernhard and Linda Reich were married at the Pilgrim Congregational Church in Billings, Montana. Clifford was a Vietnam veteran who had received a Purple Heart during his service. The Bernhards spent the next several years working hard to build their lives together. Linda wanted to become a teacher one day and worked at a distribution warehouse while her husband worked pouring concrete. The couple worked together at a second job, cleaning carpets at night. Because of their hard-working nature, their families knew that something was wrong when Clifford and Linda did not show up for their night job on November 6, 1973. The following morning, Linda's mother went to their house to check on them. When she did not get an answer at the door, she forced her way inside the house. There, she found the bodies of her son-in-law and daughter. They had both been 24. Clifford had suffered a major head wound, and they had both been strangled after being tied up for some time. Linda had been sexually assaulted and all of her underwear had been removed from the home. There was no sign of forced entry into the house, and it appeared as though the Bernhards had a guest at dinner the night before, leading police to believe that the couple may have known their killer. This did not help them make an arrest in the case, however, and the case went cold. Police did not give up on finding Clifford and Linda's killer, though. In 2004, they examined evidence from the crime scene and obtained a DNA sample. In 2015, they contacted Parabon Nanolabs to use their snapshot DNA analysis to create a composite image of what the killer may have looked like based on his genes. At the end of 2018, Parabon uploaded the DNA to GED-Match and performed genealogical research to find the killer's family. On January 3, 2019, Parabon informed police that they had a lead in identifying a suspect. They had narrowed down the search to 2 individuals. These 2 individuals were very closely related, however, so further examination of their DNA would be needed to confirm which one of them was a suspect. One of the individuals agreed to provide a DNA sample. After careful examination of this individual's genetic code, it was confirmed by the Montana State Crime Lab that the sample came not from the individual who volunteered his DNA, but from the other potential suspect. On March 25, 2019, the Yellowstone County Sheriff's Office announced that the other potential suspect was Cecil Stan Caldwell, who had been a co-worker of Linda's at the warehouse. Caldwell died in 2003 at the age of 59 and therefore cannot be brought to trial for the murders. While Caldwell cannot legally be declared the couple's killer, identifying him through the DNA of the crime scene has given Clifford and Linda's families some answers to the questions that have haunted them for the past 46 years. Tess Richie was born on November 30th, 1994. The youngest in a family of 5 girls, Richie was raised in North Bay before moving to Toronto at 19. One of her sisters, Verena Richie, said Tess loved her life, her dogs, and her family. Tess had served tables in the city, but her dream was to land a job as a flight attendant and see the world. She was taking steps to do just that, having completed the flight attendant course at Seneca College in North Toronto. At the same time, she was trying to get a job in one of the major hotels in Toronto. Unfortunately, Tess couldn't find a job to her liking. Her family financially supported her and never refused money when she asked for help. Some Canadian sources also say that when Tess didn't get a job at an airline or a hotel, she started learning Italian and searching for au pair jobs in Italy through the internet. Tess also had her own YouTube channel. The last video she published there was on February 23, 2014, almost 4 years before the events we'll discuss today. Tess talked about her experiences and the difficulties she had to face. Let's listen to some excerpts from this video. Unfortunately, a few years after recording this video, Tess again faced problems in her personal life. That fall, heartache destroyed her life. On November 23, 2017, Tess went through an emotional breakup with her boyfriend, Julian. The next day, she turned to her older sister, Rachel, who was 8 years older than her. The two were close. "She was my soulmate," Rachel said. On November 24th, Cass spent most of the day at Rachel's house in Toronto. They talked about the breakup, went shopping, and visited a dog park. That evening, Rachel cooked some food. However, she had to persuade her sister to eat as she had no appetite due to stress. Despite this, Tess made plans for the night. She decided to meet an old school friend named Riley Samar. Like Richie, Samar was from North Bay. She had moved to Toronto in the summer of 2017. The two hadn't seen each other in years, but now that they were both living in the same city, they had started talking again. Samar suggested they go to Cruise and Tangos, a well-known drag bar in the Church in Wellesley area. That evening, Rachel's partner ordered Richie an Uber so she could meet Samar downtown. Richie recalled seeing her sister running down the front path to the Uber. That fleeting glimpse was the last time she would see her alive. Richie arrived at Cruise and Tangos around midnight. Samar wasn't there yet. The club was full of people. Tess texted her sister to tell her she reached the place safely. It was commonplace. Richie's phone was her second best friend, her sister said. The following morning, Richie sent her younger sister a text message. She didn't expect to hear back immediately considering Tess had been out the night before. By 6:30 p.m., Rachel still hadn't heard from her. Soon after, she noticed that none of her texts had reached Tess. Rachel tried calling, but all the calls went straight to voicemail. Her mother, Christine Hermiston, also tried to contact Tess, but her phone was off. Christine received a message saying that Tess had ordered an Uber at 4:02 a.m. However, soon after, she canceled it. When registering an Uber account, Tess indicated her mom's credit card. Hence, Christine received a message every time her daughter used a taxi. Tess always kept in touch with her family. So, when her phone did not turn on during the day, they began to suspect something could have happened to her. She usually had her phone on her at all times. Rachel asked her partner to check her sister's apartment in Scarborough. At the same time, she started contacting her friends. It was about 9 p.m. on Saturday. Tess was still missing. Her family had a bad feeling about all this. Rachel started calling hospitals and also contacted the police. By the evening of the following day, the police had no news for Tess's family. Several officers tried to find out where Tess Richie might be, but no one had seen or heard from her in the last 2 days. On Monday, Tess's mother, Christine, and one of her sisters traveled from North Bay to Toronto to participate in the search. They were putting up and handing out flyers with Tess's picture, hoping someone might have seen her. The family did everything in their power. As for the police, they, unfortunately, did not show their best side when investigating the disappearance of Tess, but we'll talk about this a little later. At the same time, it turned out that Tess's friend, Riley, with whom they visited the bar together, returned home safely after that night. When they asked Riley if she knew where Tess had gone, she said she and Tess had drunk a lot, which resulted in the bar security asking them to leave. They left the bar shortly after 2 in the morning and went to Wellesley Street to eat something. On the way there, they met a guy who eventually went with them. Riley couldn't remember his name. On Wellesley Street, they ordered hot dogs. Tess wanted a vegetarian hot dog, which ended in a conflict with the seller. Tess believed they gave her a hot dog with meat. Riley admitted that her friend took mustard and sprayed the vendor cart with it, after which she, Tess, and the guy with them had to run to Dundonald Street. While there, they saw a woman on the house porch and started talking with her. Her name was Michelle Tipp. Their conversation lasted about 20 minutes. Tess told Michelle that she had recently broken up with her boyfriend and shared how hard it was for her. Michelle tried to support Tess. Moreover, they even exchanged phone numbers. Tipp said Richie seemed like someone trying to have a good time, but when she looked into her eyes, she saw sadness. The breakup with Julian appeared to be weighing her down. I told her everything does get better and just to hang in there, Keep said. At 4 a.m., Riley received a text from her boyfriend asking her to come home. She said goodbye to Tess and walked towards Yonge Street and then home. Tess was disappointed that Riley had left her. At 4 o'clock and 2 seconds a.m., she ordered an Uber. Thus, one can assume that after her friend left her, Tess decided to go home too. The driver arrived at 4:14 a.m., but Tess wasn't there. On Wednesday, November 29th, just 1 day before Tess's 23rd birthday, Christine again distributed flyers with her daughter's picture in the area where people last saw her. Knowing that Riley had parted with Tess on Dundonald Street, Christine decided to explore this area. She turned to in Brazeau, a nurse who worked at St. Michael's Hospital, as their daughters had been friends since elementary school in North Bay. Together, they set out to find Richie amid a growing search effort and social media push to locate her. That's when Brazil made a haunting discovery. Peering into the bottom of an outdoor stairwell in a construction site at 582 Church Street, Brazil immediately recognized Richie's body lying on the concrete. In 2017, this building was under reconstruction and partially fenced. It looked like this. I went into complete shock, horror, disbelief. I couldn't process or make sense of what I was seeing. Brazeau said through tears. I was terrified. Dust from a nearby gravel pile lay like soot on her body. Brazeau let go of the staircase railing and walked backward down the gravel driveway toward Church Street. Hermiston was farther up the sidewalk by that point. Unaware that her daughter's body was so close by, Brazil began to call out to her. Christine, come back here. She said, there's a girl in the stairwell. You've got to come back. Hermiston turned, raced down the driveway and stopped dead at the stairwell. After a few moments, she started screaming and asking God for help. Tessa's death became a heartbreaking challenge for her whole family. They found her body just 300 yards from the bar where she spent time before she disappeared and just 20 yards from where her friend Riley last saw her. It raised a lot of questions about the work of the police. After all, her body was a couple of blocks from the bar all this time. However, after Anne and Christine found Tessa's body, an anonymous police source provided the press with new information. Allegedly, Tess advertised her intimate services via the internet and worked in a strip club. The grieving mother said Toronto police didn't do enough to search for Richie because they assumed she was an escort. It was horrifying to read that. Hermiston replied angrily at what police sources told the media after her body's discovery. She was not making a living in the sex trade industry. It's a blatant lie. They leaked that so it would look like she lived a high-risk life and was in a laneway with somebody, and it wasn't their fault. Although Tess did work as a waitress at a strip club, she quit less than 2 weeks after they hired her. As for Intimate Services advertisement, it was just an account on a dating site. Even though they had found Richie's body, there was no explanation for what happened to her. Police did not initially suspect foul play, but the homicide unit eventually took over the case after an autopsy revealed she had died of neck compression. Moreover, they found seminal fluid on the girl's clothes and saliva on her bra. After some tests, they found traces of male DNA. Thus, the police finally started searching for a suspect. Considering Riley's testimony, the detectives were trying to figure out the identity of the guy the girls met that night. After all, he was the person Tess stayed with after Riley went home. The police turned to CCTV footage to learn more about that night. This video shows Tess and Riley leaving the bar and going towards the hot dog vendor's cart. There were also CCTV cameras on the building close to where Brazeau found the body. After analyzing the recordings, the police saw Tess and her new acquaintance walking hand in hand up the gravel driveway. According to the information voiced by the police, the camera captured Tess and this unknown man at 4:14 a.m. The following recording, taken 46 minutes later, shows the guy leaving the place alone. Tess never appeared in the footage again. Therefore, the police believe this man was the main suspect in the Tess Richie case. On December 10th, during a press conference, the Toronto police published pictures of this man taken with the help of a video surveillance system. They hoped someone would recognize him. The pictures taken by an ATM camera were of poor quality. An ATM was next to the place where Richie bought hot dogs. In the evening of the same day, the police discovered the identity of this man. Oddly enough, after seeing the published images, the man called the police station himself. "I'm the guy in the photo," he said. The person who was with Tess that night was 21-year-old Colleen Schlatter. In the fall of 2017, Schlatter was 21 and living with his parents and younger brother at their North Toronto home. He had completed a year of postgraduate study as a car mechanic and worked with his dad in construction. Schlatter, his parents, and one of his lawyers went to the police station where he briefly spoke with detectives but refused to testify. His parents brought some food and a bottle of water for their son. In the end, they provided police with some crucial evidence. While still at the police station, Schlatter threw an empty water bottle into a trash can. The police promptly seized it and sent it for forensic medical examination. It took some time, but eventually, they determined that the DNA sample on the bottle and DNA samples extracted from seminal fluid and saliva found on Tess Richie's body belonged to the same person. Police planned an undercover operation to monitor Schlatter for several weeks, but the DNA results accelerated the process. Schlatter was arrested around 11 p.m. on February 4th, 2018 after watching the Super Bowl with his family at the Cineplex Cinemas Queensway in Etobicoke. They took him to 13 Division and placed him in a holding cell at 3:19 a.m. on February 5th. 2 other men were locked in holding cells on either side of him. Schlatter had no idea both were undercover cops and that he was about to give them an abundance of evidence. The 3 men sat in separate nondescript holding cells with a combination toilet and sink as well as a bed. Schlatter was locked in a cell between the 2 cops with all 3 men facing the same wall. None of them could see each other, but that didn't stop them from talking for hours. Schlatter told these policemen about his passion for card games and his ability to seduce women. According to him, he has slept with more than 40 women even though he was only 21 years old. However, he did not mention that he liked both men and women. As it turned out later, Schlatter did not meet Tess and her friend Riley on the street. He was in the same bar as them. That's where he first noticed them. This recording was made shortly before security asked Tess and Riley to leave the bar. Here's Riley and here's Tess and this is Schlatter. Schlatter also told undercover officers about Tess. At first, he said that she was alive when he left. Shortly after, Schlatter added that something could have happened because alcohol clouded his mind. He thought he was not capable of it. The police charged Kaylin Schlatter with taking the life of Tess Richie, But, of course, he denied his guilt. In June 2018, 2 police officers, Alan McCullough and Michael Jones, were charged with 2 counts of misconduct for neglect of duty under Ontario's Police Services Act. According to the notice of hearing, they allegedly failed to thoroughly search the adjoining property or immediate area, interview neighbors, and notify a supervisor. If they had followed protocol, Christine Hermiston stated, they would have found her. She was lying just around the corner. Despite all this, both officers remained working in the police, but received penalties. As for Kalen Schlatter, during the 7-week trial held in 2020, his defense tried to prove his innocence, arguing that someone else could have approached the stairs where Tess was lying by climbing over the fence on the other side of the building and thus remained invisible to the cameras. The lawyers even gave the name of another suspect, but the police thoroughly checked and interrogated this person, finding no evidence linking him to Tess's death. DNA evidence pointed to only one person, Kalen Schlatter. Schlatter was a slight man who appeared soft-spoken in court. He said he has a speech defect that causes him to slur his words and stutter sometimes. Trying to explain the presence of his DNA on Tess's belongings, he said she offered him to hide from prying eyes. At 4:02 a.m., Tess Richie ordered an Uber. The driver arrived at the pickup point at 4:14 a.m., but Tess wasn't there. Instead of letting Richie meet her Uber driver, Schlatter again approached her. They sat down on a bench at the corner of Church and Dundonald. Tess seemed a bit more upset from the argument, so I walked over to her to check if she was all right, Schlatter said. He said it was Richie who asked him to sit and talk. It's impossible to corroborate his account as there is no sound on any security video from the area. Schlatter testified Richie was bummed about her breakup, so he started talking about the dissolution of one of his previous relationships to make her feel better. She listened intently, he said, and even declined a phone call during their conversation. It was a lie. The police examined Tess's mobile phone records and discovered no one had called her during their conversation. Later on, she asked if it's okay if she kisses me, Schlatter said. We stand up and give each other a hug and kiss. These words could not be confirmed either since there weren't any kisses on the CCTV footage available to the police. According to Schlatter, Richie asked him to follow her to the driveway at 582 Church Street and down into the property's outdoor stairwell. The prosecution considered these words a lie because at that time, the Uber driver was waiting for Tess. They suggested that Schlatter offered to escort Tess to her car, but he was planning something completely different. We will never know what Schlatter told Tess Richie as they walked up Church Street to convince her to walk into the dark at 4 a.m. with a man she just met. Schlatter claimed that he and Tess went down the stairs and started kissing. He wanted more, but Tess said they couldn't go any further. According to Schlatter, they kissed for a long time, which resulted in him ejaculating into his pants. After that, he invited Tess to his house, but she refused and said he could leave, which he did. Schlatter continued insisting Tess was alive when he left. It is important to note that all of the above was Schlatter's story, which the police could not verify. Only 2 people knew the truth about what happened that night. One of them was already dead. The prosecution's witnesses at the trial were Riley, a friend of Tess, and Michelle Tipp, a woman with whom they talked that night. They both identified Schlatter. Schlatter not only spilled his guts to 2 undercover cops, he allegedly confided crucial details to a cellmate when they were at a Toronto detention center for roughly 2 months in 2018. The man, who can only be referred to as ES because of a publication ban, has a criminal record spanning decades, including several break-and-enters and a domestic assault. The informant said he initially felt sorry for Schlatter as he was a young man in jail for the first time. That's why ES invited him to share his cell while the 2 were in protective custody. But over time, ES soured on his new cellmate. Schlatter would cry himself to sleep at night because he didn't want to do time and because he missed his mommy, and yet he showed no remorse about Richie's death, ES said. He said Schlatter told him about his kiss with Richie and that he lost control when she said she didn't want to go any further. He couldn't stop and strangled Tess with a scarf. In court, Schlatter flatly denied that those conversations took place. His lawyer called ES a manipulative pathological liar. Putting aside all the testimony and relying only on physical evidence, one can conclude that someone strangled Tess Richie and only one person's DNA was on her clothes, Kaylin Schlatter. In her closing address to the jury, defense lawyer Lydia Riva portrayed Schlatter as a harmless kid and an innocent young man. As hard as it might be to accept and as uncomfortable as it might make us feel, the criminal justice system can get it wrong, Riva said. Mr. Schlatter was an easy target. He is easy to blame. On March 23, 2020, the jury found Schlatter guilty. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment with the right to request parole after 25 years. The trial was heartbreaking for Richie's mother, sisters, and other supporters who were at times reeling and crying in the courtroom. While they now have some of the answers they craved for so long, their lives are forever changed. Evil not only took Tess that night, it sentenced her surviving family to a cruel and painful future while robbing the world of so much love and potential, said Richie's sister, Verena. Tess was the heart of my family, and we will forever be incomplete. In June 2020, Tess Richie's family sued Schlatter, the police, and others because of the psychological devastation they experienced after Tess's death. Do I want to just go in the house and hide and let it go? Absolutely. But can I? Absolutely not. I can't because I can't get it out of my head that they let her lay there for 4 days, said Christine Hermiston. That image is seared in her mind forever, Hermiston said. That in that she should not have needed to travel from her home in North Bay, Ontario to Toronto to do the job of the police. Tess was the glue of the family, and her death has torn everyone apart, her mother said. We have trouble looking at each other. We feel like we all let Tess down. We feel a lot of guilt, and that's why we're continuing to fight on behalf of Tess because we're not going to let her down again. They are seeking a total of $20 million in damages, including punitive damages. Yvonne Waters, 17, and Raylene Eaton, 16, were cousins who lived in Perth, Western Australia, and shared a close bond, spending much of their free time together. On Sunday, April 4, 1974, they went to the tavern at the White Sands Hotel in nearby Scarborough to listen to a band. However, neither girl returned home that night. At first, their mothers were not overly concerned. While it was unusual for the girls to stay out all night, their mothers initially thought they might have spent the night at each other's homes. But when both women realized their daughters were absent from both households, they feared something was terribly wrong. The police, however, did not immediately share the family's concerns. They assumed the girls had run away or were staying with someone they had met at the hotel. It wasn't until several days later that the police began questioning witnesses who had been at the White Sands Hotel that afternoon. Numerous people who had been there that day reported that Yvonne and Raylene had been spending time with 3 men who appeared to be in their early to mid-20s. They also may have been laborers based on their attire. The doorman at the hotel bar told police that Raylene and Yvonne went out into the parking lot with the 3 men around 6:45 p.m. The group of 5 was seen standing around a white hold and panel van. The van had plates from Queensland, and the plate number began with the letters PXJ. It is unclear if the girls got inside or left in the van. Police were unable to trace down the van despite having the partial plate number. Just 10 days after the girls' disappearance, Raylene's only sibling, her 18-year-old brother, Graham, was involved in a motorcycle accident. 2 weeks later, he passed away in the hospital from his injuries. Raylene's mother, Jean, now 95, continues to appear publicly and give press interviews in hopes of finding answers to the disappearance of her daughter and niece. Karen Denise Wells, who went by her middle name, was a 23-year-old mother to an 18-month-old son, William. On April 10, 1994, Denise dropped William off at her parents' home in Haskell, Oklahoma. She told them that she was going to be driving to northern New Jersey to see a childhood friend, Melissa Shepard, and that she will be back to pick up William in 4 days. Denise would not make it to New Jersey. On April 12th, she checked into the Pike Motel outside of Carlisle, Pennsylvania around 8 p.m. She asked the clerk for directions to a nearby McDonald's. She then called Melissa, telling her that she would not be able to make it to New Jersey. Melissa agreed to travel to Pennsylvania the next day and meet Denise at her motel room. Denise told Melissa that she was going to get some dinner at McDonald's before going to sleep before she hung up the phone. This will be the last known contact with Denise. The following day, April 13th, Melissa arrived at the motel with two men she had met at the bar where she was working. When she could not get Denise to answer the door of her room, she asked motel staff to let her into the room. Denise's luggage was in the hotel room, proving she had been there, but the bed did not appear to have been slept in. Melissa called police to report Denise missing. Also, on the morning of April 13th, Denise's rented car was found abandoned on a remote stretch of Route 274 near New Germantown in Perry County, Pennsylvania, approximately 35 miles from the Pike Motel. The white Plymouth Acclaim was seemingly abandoned in the middle of the road and left with the front doors on both sides of the car opened. A passing motorist attempted to turn on the car's emergency flashers, but they would not come on as the car's battery was dead. It was also out of gas. The car appeared to have been driven off-road at some point as it was streaked with mud and strange scratches. The car also had 700 more miles on it than would have been expected, had Denise driven from Tulsa, where she had rented it, straight to the area where she was last seen. At a press conference in 2009, Cumberland County District Attorney David Fried told the press that there were indications of criminal activity in Denise's rental car, but would not specify what those indications were. It has previously been reported that a small amount of marijuana had been found inside the car. According to authorities, there were no signs of struggle inside the car when it was found. Denise's coin purse, still with cash inside of it, was found in a ditch near where the car was found. There was a thorough search of the surrounding woods and the few hunting cabins that were nearby, but no other sign of Denise was found in the area. Strange details and unanswered questions about the days prior to Denise's disappearance have plagued the investigation. Upon examination, problems with Denise's trip appear even before she began it. Denise had told her parents that she would only be gone for 4 days, but the drive from Haskell, Oklahoma to North Bergen, New Jersey would today take about 22 hours each way. While available highways may have been different in 1994, it is hard to imagine that Denise's travel time could have been much shorter than that. With the drive taking up almost half of the time Denise planned to be away, and assuming that Denise would also stop to sleep like she did at the motel in Pennsylvania, that would leave almost no time at all for her to spend with Melissa. This begs the question, what was so important to make Denise spend so much time getting to the East Coast just to see Melissa for such a short amount of time? Melissa had been working as an exotic dancer in New Jersey, and Denise had decided to drive halfway across the country to see her because Melissa was going through what Denise's family has described as personal issues. Denise's mother has also publicly stated that Denise was going to save Melissa, but it remains unknown exactly why Denise felt it was necessary to make the long trip. Phone records and witness statements also placed Denise in the Pennsylvania towns of Shaperstown and Burnville on April 12th. Both of these towns are approximately an hour further east than the Pike Motel. Since New Jersey was her intended destination, it is strange that Denise drove an hour back in the opposite direction of it to stop for the night, especially hoping that one day a new witness will come forward to help make her case. Hoping that one day a new witness will come forward to help make sense out of this confusing case. As of 2018, Denise's son, William, was 25 and engaged to be married. Mayama Little was born on April 6, 1910 in Warm Springs, Georgia. She worked as a physical therapist at the Roosevelt Warm Springs Institute for Rehabilitation from 1927 to 1931. Franklin Delano Roosevelt had purchased the struggling Warm Springs Infantile Paralysis Foundation and renamed it after himself in 1927 after visiting it in hopes that it would improve his mobility following his own polio diagnosis. Mayama personally treated Roosevelt several times and was reportedly one of his favorite therapists. Roosevelt eventually ascended to the presidency of the United States, and the United States eventually descended into World War II. Mayama enlisted in the Women's Auxiliary Army Corps in early 1943 and used her skills as a physiotherapist to serve her country. She had married and divorced, but retained her married name of Ridings. By August of 1943, she had become a corporal and was stationed at Camp Atterbury in Indiana. On August 28th, Corporal Ridings was granted a weekend leave and traveled the 30 miles from Camp Atterbury to Indianapolis on a 3:30 bus. She stopped at a liquor store at 4:45 to purchase a bottle of whiskey. Just after 5 p.m., she checked into the Claypool Hotel, where she was given room 729. At 5:30, she called room service to ask for 6 bottles of soda and ice to be brought up to her room. At 6:15, she called for more ice to be brought up. At 8 p.m., a housekeeper arrived at room 729. When no one answered her knock at the door, she let herself in. She then discovered the body of Corporal Ridings, naked from the waist down and covered in blood. It was later determined that Corporal Ridings had been hit over the head with and then slashed with a shattered glass from the whiskey bottle she had purchased earlier in the day. Her autopsy also found that she had consumed approximately 10 ounces of the 100 proof whiskey before her death. Corporal Ridings had sex shortly before her death, but the medical examiner and the police disagreed over whether it had been consensual or not. Given the fact that she had recently gone through a divorce, her ex-husband, Lawrence S. Ridings, would seem like an obvious suspect, but he was a soldier deployed overseas at the time of the murder. There was only 46 cents left in Corporal Ridings' room. She had not prepaid for her hotel room, and she had been seen trying to make change for a $20 bill earlier in the day, indicating that she had been robbed. It has been widely theorized, however, that her killer only took the money to make it look like a robbery rather than that being the actual motive for the crime. As the last person to see Corporal Ridings alive, the bellboy who brought her ice at 6:15 that evening, 22-year-old Robert Wolfington, was subjected to hours of continuous questioning and a lie detector test after police found discrepancies in his initial statements. Wolfington was never connected to the crime through evidence, but he did provide important clues in the case. He told police that when he entered room 729 at 6:15, a dark-haired woman dressed all in black, complete with black veil, had been in the room with Corporal Ridings. She had been sitting on the bed smoking a cigarette. Corporal Ridings would routinely travel to Indianapolis and stay in a hotel on weekends when she was granted leave from the Women's Army Corps. She was known at area hotels for being a generous tipper and for throwing large parties. On her last several weekends in Indianapolis, Corporal Ridings had been seen at parties around the city with a woman all in black. It was therefore thought that it was possible that this was the same woman in black seen in her room on the night of her death. However, a woman named Ruth Hoover came forward shortly after the murder, asserting that she was the woman in black seen with Corporal Ridings out in public. Ruth Hoover had served in the Women's Auxiliary Army Corps at Camp Atterbury with Corporal Ridings, but had left the service when it became the Women's Army Corps and its members received full Army benefits in July 1943. She told the Indianapolis News that she and Corporal Ridings had spent all of their leave weekends together prior to her departure. She had left Indiana on August 4th and was in her hometown of Water Valley, Mississippi at the time of the crime, and as such could not be the same woman seen in room 729 on August 28th. She also told the newspaper that her friend drank her whiskey straight, so if she ordered 6 bottles of soda, she must have been expecting a crowd. Identifying the woman in black was an important goal of the investigation because she may have witnessed the crime or the killer arriving at room 729. While Corporal Ridings could have been killed any time between 6:15 and 8 p.m., there is a beginning of that window. Corporal Ridings had scheduled a date that night with Corporal Emmanuel Fisher, who was also stationed at Camp Atterbury. They had planned for him to pick her up at the hotel at 6, but he had been running late. He arrived at the hotel at 6:30 and called her room from the lobby. There was no answer. He assumed that she made other plans when he did not show up on time and left the hotel. While Corporal Ridings may have simply ignored the phone, it is also possible that she may have been fending off her killer at that time, meaning that the woman in black would have been in the room just 15 minutes before the murder occurred. The murder of Corporal Ridings briefly achieved national attention when her connection to President Roosevelt was discovered. This publicity brought out a few confessions to the crime, but they were all discredited, retracted, or both. There have been attempts to link the case to other cases in Ohio, Chicago, and California, but none of these theories have ever been proven true. Corporal Ridings was buried in her hometown. The Claypool Hotel has since been torn down. Sometimes, facing a harsh truth is better than the torment of not knowing. That's exactly what Maria Leone believed when her 16-year-old daughter vanished without a trace. Initially, everyone clung to the hope that the girl would be found alive. But time went on. Those hopes began to fade. Maria started praying that her daughter would be found, even if she wasn't alive, so she could lay her child to rest properly. Yet, no one anticipated how dreadful the resolution would turn out. The case involving the murder of young schoolgirl Melanie Amaya shook Colombia with its brutality and shocking outcome. The most horrifying element was that those involved were ordinary teenagers who had recently been romantically linked. Let's delve into this grim story from the beginning to understand how a love-struck boy transformed into a cold-blooded killer who executed his ex-girlfriend. We will also examine any adult oversights and consider whether this tragedy might have been preventable. Who was Melanie Amaya? Our focus today is on her life and untimely demise. Born on February 21, 2002, in the small town of San Rafael in northern Colombia, she was the eldest daughter in a modest family, consisting of Maria Leone and William Amaya. 2 years later, they welcomed another daughter named Natalie. From an early age, both girls were very close-knit, sharing secrets and developing strong bonds with their mother. Melanie showed creative talents early on. She drew beautifully and had an innate passion for cosmetics. She loved painting her dolls' faces along with those of her mother and sister, and even friends, declaring she'd become a stylist and makeup artist someday. Academically gifted too, she did well at school where teachers described her as talented and driven, qualities which made her both sociable and friendly. She could light up any room. Naturally charismatic, it wasn't surprising that Melanie had many friends inside and outside school. Her attractive appearance garnered attention, aided by her adept use of cosmetics. But life took a hard turn when Melanie turned 14. Her parents filed for divorce then, but managed to separate amicably while keeping warm relations intact. Father kept close ties with his daughters, offering both financial support and active involvement in their lives. About 6 months later, Maria started dating a man named Ruben Morales, whom she soon married. Following their wedding, the family relocated to Medellin, a major city in Colombia. Here, Ruben had secure employment, and the girls found ample opportunities for education and personal growth. The stepfather developed an excellent relationship with his teenage stepdaughters. He readily invested in their education and hobbies, ensuring the girls enjoyed a more comfortable life. Treating them as his own daughters, he surrounded them with care and attention. During high school, Melanie began exhibiting a challenging, somewhat rebellious nature. She became seriously interested in music and even contemplated leaving school to focus solely on this passion. Dreaming of becoming a DJ, she requested a mixing desk for her birthday. Additionally, she had several large tattoos on her arms, back, chest, and leg, bold and brightly colored. Her parents did not impede her quest for self-expression, but were shocked upon discovering that Melanie experimented with illegal substances. Beneath her unconventional behavior and appearance experiments was an individual who ultimately led to her demise. On her 14th birthday in 2016, Melanie decided to host a party inviting all her friends along with a DJ. Lacking funds for hiring a professional musician, but receiving contact information from acquaintances, Melanie reached out to 16-year-old Miguel Angel Perea, an aspiring yet talented disc jockey. After some deliberation, the birthday girl decided to call him. Miguel proved exceptionally talented and possessed notable charisma. He captivated young Melanie completely. Then, after celebrating her birthday, they continued communicating. Within weeks, teenagers were frequently seen together strolling through parks or around the streets. Melanie introduced him as her boyfriend. They quickly became inseparable while displaying mutual affection, holding hands tenderly, demonstrating their feelings openly wherever they went. Miguel came from quite modest or rather poor means, but treated his young girlfriend respectfully and admirably. Captivated by both respect, genuinely almost instantly charming when meeting, introducing himself warmly towards parents, earning acceptance, fostering no interference. Over time, he increasingly spent more time at the residence tied to his passport, integrating into the family dynamic. Miguel once confided in the girl's parents about difficulties at home. His mother disapproved of his involvement in music lessons, leading to a conflict that ended with him being physically harmed and subsequently evicted from his home. Maria offered him shelter temporarily until things could stabilize, not realizing the potential implications of introducing a disruptive influence into their family environment. Consequently, Melanie and Miguel began cohabitating. Initially, they experienced a harmonious period lasting 6 months, during which both teenagers appeared elated by their newfound togetherness. However, as time progressed, Miguel revealed aspects of his character that had an adverse impact on Melanie. Her academic performance deteriorated noticeably. Her behavior and appearance became increasingly provocative. Additionally, she started adorning herself with tattoos and expressed intentions to abandon school. With time, disagreements between the couple became frequent. While they initially attempted to resolve these conflicts outside the family home, such disputes eventually occurred openly within it. A significant concern for Maria arose upon discovering that her eldest daughter was involved in illegal substance use supplied by Miguel. In response to this revelation, Maria initiated a serious conversation with Melanie, who admitted tearfully to limited experimentation with drugs and promised never to engage in such behavior again. Despite deciding it was best for Miguel to leave due to his negative influence on their daughter, Melanie intervened on his behalf, assuredly promising improved conduct for both herself and Miguel moving forward. Reluctantly acquiescing after some deliberation proved to be another misstep for Maria and Ruben, as troubling signs soon emerged. Unexplained bruises on their daughter's body were evident, but consistently attributed by Melanie, either sports activities or clumsiness, rather than implicating her boyfriend's actions. 6 months later, a significant incident occurred. During a heated argument, Miguel assaulted the girl so severely that she needed medical attention. Maria wanted to file a police report for assault and bodily harm, but Melanie discouraged her, stating she would deny everything and refuse to accuse her partner. Melanie's parents tried to separate the couple and forbid them from living together. However, Melanie threatened to run away with him if their relationship was obstructed in any manner. This toxic relationship persisted for over 2 years until Melanie recognized it was detrimental to her well-being. In early May 2018, another intense quarrel erupted between the teenagers, escalating into physical violence. This time, Melanie took initiative and told Miguel their relationship was over. She demanded he pack his belongings and leave her home immediately, or she would contact the police about the abuse she endured. Miguel complied with her demands, but later asked for forgiveness. Despite this, he could not let go emotionally. Miguel began stalking Melanie, tracking her movements and monitoring whom she interacted with, and he regularly called and messaged her. His messages ranged from declarations of love and apologies to death threats. Concerned about this obsessive behavior, Ruben sought a restraining order against Miguel for the safety of his stepdaughter. Nevertheless, law enforcement dismissed his concerns, seeing no threat in what they perceived as teenage drama. Maria also reached out to the prosecutor's office citing potential danger posed by Miguel. However, authorities did not take her seriously either. They assumed incorrectly that an 18-year-old young man wouldn't harm his ex-partner, a belief rooted in unfamiliarity with his true nature. Mysterious disappearance of a schoolgirl. Almost 2 months had passed since the couple's separation. Miguel seemed to have calmed down and was no longer looking for meetings with Melanie. The girl lived her old life. Her grades at school improved noticeably. She met with friends and practiced music. Her parents also no longer had reason to worry. They tried to cross out the former boyfriend of their daughter from their memory and forget him like a bad dream. On June 28, 2018, Melanie was excited to attend a birthday party for her close friend. The event was scheduled to take place at one of the city's most popular nightclubs. To ensure she looked stunning, Melanie meticulously prepared herself by selecting an outfit, applying makeup, and styling her hair. Once she felt ready, she said goodbye to her mother and assured her she'd be back not too late before leaving in a waiting cab. Maria trusted her daughter's friends well enough not to worry excessively. However, the next morning brought concern when Maria realized that Melanie had not returned home. She attempted to contact Melanie, but discovered that her phone was turned off, a distressing sign. Despite this, Maria tried to stay calm by telling herself that the teenagers might have simply lost track of time and that Melanie's phone battery could be dead. Around lunchtime, Maria called Isaac and was shocked to hear that Melanie never arrived at the party. None of their friends had seen or heard from her either. Frantic with worry, Maria began calling all of Melanie's friends and classmates. Unfortunately, no one could provide any useful information about her whereabouts since she left the house. In response, Maria promptly contacted William, Melanie's father, and he rushed over immediately. Together with Ruben, the stepfather, they went to file a missing persons report at the police station. However, they encountered bureaucratic indifference as authorities noted that it is necessary to wait 24 hours and suggested that Melanie might just be asleep at a friend's place post-party. Refusing to waste precious time waiting passively for answers, the parents along with Ruben decided on taking swift action themselves. They mobilized relatives and friends in their search efforts by contacting all known acquaintances and visiting familiar places where she might have gone, while also distributing hundreds of flyers around the city, hoping for leads on Melanie's location. The next story we're sharing is about Veer Miller case. Bruce Miller was truly a kind man who carried the full weight of responsibility on his shoulders. He worked tirelessly, often without rest, to support his family, never holding back. His life was dedicated to making his wife happy. He was her supporter, her protector, and her source of stability. But in a cruel twist of fate, instead of being rewarded for his dedication and love, he became the victim of a ruthless crime. Bruce fell prey to the dark side of the internet. His feelings for Sherry grew after he hired her and helped raise 3 children with her. They eventually fell in love 2 years later, and this emotion completely consumed him. Bruce decided to adopt her children to create a united family and home for them all together. However, Sherry concealed her true intentions. While Bruce believed in their bright future together, she led a double life and deceived him. The computer Bruce bought for Sherry turned out to be more than just a gift. It became an instrument in her dreadful scheme. Instead of using it for business growth, she used it to plan his murder. Sherry came to realize that divorce wouldn't bring her desired wealth, and so she resorted to drastic measures by manipulating Bruce's feelings and using him as an instrument in her cruel plot. This case could be seen as one of its kind, a pioneering example where online interactions played a critical role in criminal activity. Perhaps this marked one of the first instances when internet communication became pivotal in legal proceedings. A fascinating development indeed. In today's era, such cases are increasingly common compared to times when the internet was nascent, and people were unaware that everything they did online could be tracked or restored. Sherry, like many others at that time, had no idea that deleted messages could be recovered later on. Also highlighted how dangerous it is chatting with strangers online and just how much one's life can change due to this form of communication. There are always individuals who find themselves unexpectedly at center stage, plunged into worlds full mysteries, intrigue. And Bruce surely counted among those people. A person whose story is packed with secrets, unexpected turns. Born on July 26, 1951 in Flint, Michigan, during younger years, Bruce worked as mechanic General Motors factory, but later changed course, opening own business salvage yard. Deal-told cars, reselling spare parts despite handling large cash sums, dealing different social groups, still known generous, kind-hearted individuals. Sometimes even bent law, falsifying license plates. Though rarely done, didn't have many romantic relationships. Followed marriages, both ending divorce, finally meeting fate, bringing final love. Sherry Miller. Sherry often displayed unusual habits, behavior, according to her friends. She would act as if she were creating a new identity on the internet while engaging in flirtatious conversations with strangers. People's opinions were divided. Some believed Bruce was aware of it, but chose to ignore it, finding easier to maintain the status quo. Bruce valued his marriage and cherished the stability provided by Sherry, along with his efforts to adopt her 3 children. Sherry also aimed to preserve their marital bond. She had affection for Bruce and appreciated the appealing lifestyle he offered, even after she had misused his credit cards shortly following their wedding. This did not perturb Bruce much. Their relationship was as volatile as Sherry's personal life itself. They maintained a working routine during the day and spent intimate moments at night. Amid this familial bliss, Sherry's online alter ego began to emerge alongside her growing confidence. Her chat interactions became increasingly explicit, often focusing on sexual topics with various men under different aliases such as Horny 24 to 21, Love Me Slowly, and I Want to Be Seduced. Rather than sticking with consistent contacts, she preferred engaging with new individuals once boredom set in, initiating cycles of flirting anew each time. As per her own explanation, these interactions were mere playful engagements, a game wherein each new man represented another level of progress that boosted her sense of invincibility. This detached mentality eventually led Sherry down a detrimental path. Amidst her frequent online activities, Sherry encountered Jerry Cassidy, a former police officer residing in Reno, Nevada, and they quickly developed romantic feelings for each other. It seemed Jerry held a special place for Sherry in contrast to previous online acquaintances. Eventually, they even renamed their accounts, Sherry adopting Jerry's fool, while Jerry took on Sherry's fool. Their digital exchanges encompassed everything from casual texting and flirting to sharing nude photographs and exchanging sexually suggestive messages and videos featuring explicit content involving Sherry herself. One must remember that all these changes took place back in 1999 when executing such actions involved significantly more complexity compared to today's technological advancements. Jerry was born on October 6, 1960, in Kansas City, Missouri. From a young age, he was passionate about hunting and harbored of joining the FBI. He planned to achieve this by starting with the Montana Police. Jerry served as a detective in the homicide department for 9 years, eventually rising to the rank of lieutenant. However, by the end of his tenure, things took a troubling turn. While investigating one case, Jerry uncovered several fraudulent documents within the department. It was clearly an inside job. Acting responsibly, he reported these findings to his superior. Unfortunately, word got out among his colleagues. They branded him a snitch and ostracized him, jeopardizing his career. The situation escalated until it became evident that he was no longer welcome there. After being demoted, Jerry chose to resign from his position in 1994. This had a profoundly negative impact on him. Consequently, he began struggling with alcohol and substance addiction while also battling depression. Not long after these events unfolded, Jerry's wife divorced him. This divorce further affected him as it resulted in losing visitation rights with their son. Despite these setbacks, Jerry managed to reclaim some stability by taking up employment as a security officer at Harrah's Kansas City Hotel and Casino. In 1999, he relocated to Reno and found work at another casino there. During this period, Jerry met Sherry through an online platform and soon transitioned their relationship into real-life interactions. Rather than viewing the relationship as a passionate affair, Sherry started to exploit Jerry. Her influence over him became evident to those who knew him well. His observed that Jerry seemed to exhibit symptoms akin to bipolar disorder. He was highly enthusiastic when Sherry was around and deeply despondent in her absence. It wasn't long before Sherry began her deceitful manipulations. In September, she falsely declared that she was pregnant with Jerry's child. Shortly after, she claimed that she had miscarried due to Bruce allegedly beating her, though this was entirely untrue. Bruce in reality was a diligent family man and not the dangerous individual Sherry depicted him as. Jerry, unaware of the truth, became exceedingly angry. Losing his supposed unborn child and believing Sherry was subjected to violence were unbearable for him. A lot for anyone. Concurrently, Sherry dissuaded Jerry from confronting Bruce by claiming Bruce had significant influential connections and substantial wealth that would ensure they faced retribution if they acted against him. Just 1 month later, Sherry fabricated another story about being pregnant with twins. One crucial detail is that in 1995, Sherry underwent a tubal ligation procedure, which rendered her unable to conceive, but she never disclosed this information to Jerry. This shocking disclosure underscores the extent of deception involved in their relationship. On November 5, 1999, Jerry received a disturbing email that was purportedly from Bruce. The message stated that Sherry was gaining weight due to the 2 unborn children she was carrying and expressed her desire for an abortion to lose the extra pounds. Jerry, filled with anxiety, attempted to reach out to Sherry, but could only manage a brief text conversation in which she mentioned needing to leave for a few days. The following day brought another message supposedly from Bruce. This time, it informed Jerry that Sherry would be returning home soon and implied that the abortion had been completed successfully. However, it also indicated that Sherry would no longer be able to conceive. Enclosed in this communication was a staged photograph showing Sherry covered in bruises. Jerry experienced overwhelming rage. He contacted Sherry the next day, and they concluded that the only solution was to eliminate Bruce. They meticulously planned their approach, routes, a parking spot, and the best location and time for executing their plan at the yard. Driven by his mounting anger, Jerry departed from his home towards Michigan that same evening. As Bruce prepared to leave work later, he received a call from Sherry asking him if he could pick up pizza on his way back, a distraction integral to their plot. Engaged in this phone conversation, Bruce did not notice when Jerry approached him from behind and pointed a .20 caliber gun at him before pulling the trigger. Having committed the crime, Jerry returned home while Sherry set into motion their next phase of cover-up activities. She contacted Bruce's brother, Chuck, expressing concern about Bruce's failure to return home yet. Subsequently, alarmed by her worry, which she feigned, Chuck and his wife rushed over to investigate at the yard where they discovered Bruce's body with horror before dialing authorities. The authorities first suspected a robbery. Bruce's old friend, John Hutchinson, was their primary suspect right away. John owed his employer over $5,000 and had previously been involved with Shaw. His alibi was weak and he failed the polygraph test. No surprise the police had their doubts about him. Consequently, John was detained for questioning, but due to insufficient evidence, he was eventually released. Subsequently, the case went cold. Officers initially deemed Sherry's behavior after her husband's death appropriate. They were unaware of what she concealed at the time. Shortly thereafter, she was seen enjoying parties frequently. Moreover, and then, she swiftly secured an insurance payout, sold off the business, and withdrew funds from family accounts, thus becoming wealthy overnight. Amidst her festivities and expenditures, she invited her new partner to reside in the house formerly shared with Bruce. Jerry and Sherry's relationship fell apart abruptly after Bruce's death. That was when Jerry discovered Sherry had fallen for another man. He started to feel immense guilt and reflected on the dreadful crime he had committed alongside her. Having worked for the police for many years, Jerry quickly discerned that he was merely a pawn in Sherry's scheme. She manipulated his emotions to eliminate her husband. It dawned on him that Bruce was truly an innocent man. None of the accusations Sherry had fabricated involved abuse, affiliations, beatings, or children. Even the pictures presented as evidence were dated 1994. 3 months later, on February 11th, Jerry Cassidy chose to end his life. He was found alone in the apartment he rented from his cousin with a .22 caliber rifle beside him. Among his belongings were letters to his family and a note and briefcase addressed to his lawyer, John O'Connor. When John opened the briefcase, he discovered clear evidence of a crime that sealed Sherry's fate. In addition to various pieces of evidence unearthed after Jerry's death, there was also a note where Jerry confessed to killing Bruce and placed all blame squarely on Sherry. The note outlined how all available evidence would be handed over to the police. Jerry expressed deep regret and acknowledged his foolishness in being manipulated by Sherry into committing such an act. He revealed that everyone would now understand why he descended into depression. He had been unable to reveal the truth until now. Jerry also claimed that Sherry aimed solely at securing money and eliminating her husband. She succeeded in her goal, but disregarded the harm caused along the way. Following this startling revelation, authorities swiftly apprehended Sherry and charged her with second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. The trial against her defense attorney suggested that Jerry had fabricated his evidence against her out of guilt. They also attempted to shift the blame back onto JN. During the trial, disturbing messages between Sherry and JN were presented, wherein they discussed using a firearm. It was highlighted that a day after her husband's death, she altered her first name, last name, and address. After Jerry's demise, she repeated this action. The case concluded successfully in court, and after only 2 days of deliberation, the jury delivered its verdict. Sherry Miller was found guilty of second-degree murder, and on January 9, 2001, she received a life sentence in prison. However, several complaints arose from the defense regarding the trial. One notable issue questioned the admissibility of Jerry's letter as evidence. This concern led to such significant implications that 7 years later, in 2008, a judge ordered a retrial for the case. Consequently, as per federal court decisions, Sherry was released from prison in July 2009 until further trials could be conducted. For over 3 years, she walked free without restrictions, even accessing internet and dating sites. However, many individuals, especially Bruce's and Jerry's families, opposed this release, deeming it due to an absurd technicality. Back in August 2012, the district court reversed its decision, and Sherry returned to prison, where she has remained since. While she was at large, Sherry successfully reconnected with her children. This reconnection had a notably positive impact on her. In April 2016, she wrote a letter admitting guilt despite previously denying it. She explained that her initial denial stemmed from fear that an admission would hinder her chances of appealing for a retrial. Her attorneys had advised such action. However, they later denied this claim. They asserted that if they had known about her guilt earlier, they would have recommended pursuing a plea deal. Under such circumstances, Sherry would have faced only 15 years of imprisonment as opposed to the longer term she is currently serving. By then, Sherry had already spent 2 decades behind bars. Notably during this time, she entered into her 4th marriage with Michael Dinoy. Michael learned about her story through media reports and became interested in her situation, eventually proposing during their first meeting. Lloyd Lionel Gaines was born in 1911 in Water Valley, Mississippi. His father, Henry Richard Gaines, had once been a teacher but was working as a tenant farmer by the time Lloyd was born. Lloyd had 10 siblings, though not all survived childhood. His father passed away when Lloyd was just 15, and shortly after, Lloyd and his family moved to live with one of his older brothers in the central West End neighborhood of St. Louis, Missouri. When Lloyd arrived in St. Louis, he was several grade levels behind due to the inadequate education he had received in Mississippi. However, he was exceptionally bright and quickly caught up. He excelled academically and became the valedictorian of his high school class. He completed high school in just 3 years instead of the usual 4. Afterward, Lloyd spent a year at Stowe Teachers College in St. Louis before transferring to Lincoln University, a historically black university in Jefferson City, Missouri. He financed his education through a scholarship he won in an essay competition and by selling magazines. At Lincoln, Lloyd continued to thrive, joining the Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity and serving as class president during his senior year. In the 1930s, the University of Missouri was the only public institution of higher learning with a law school in the entire state. The university as a whole was only open to white students, so there were no educational options for African Americans in Missouri who wished to become lawyers. The state of Missouri would pay for African American students to leave the state to go to law school rather than integrate its own university. Noted historian Lorenzo Green was one of Lloyd's professors at Lincoln University. He was also very active in the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. The NAACP is a civil rights organization, and one of its biggest goals at the time was equality in education. As Lloyd prepared to finish his undergraduate degree, Green presented him with an option for his advanced education that could have a major legal and social impact. With Green's promise of legal support from the NAACP, Lloyd applied to the all-white law school at the University of Missouri in the summer of 1935. It has been debated if Lloyd really desired to become a lawyer or if he merely volunteered to apply to law school so that he could serve as a plaintiff in a lawsuit following his inevitable rejection from the school based on his race. the NAACP had actively been looking for a way to challenge segregation in schools. They would require an active law case to mount a new challenge to Plessy versus Ferguson, the 1896 Supreme Court decision that held that public facilities, such as schools, could be segregated as long as the facilities for black and white students were equal. This decision would ultimately remain the law of the land until the Brown versus Board of Education decision in 1954, which recognized that separate schools were inherently unequal. Lloyd was an ideal candidate for such a lawsuit because of his stellar academic and extracurricular record. The University of Missouri would not be able to claim that they were rejecting him based on these aspects of his application, and would have to make their decision based on his race. Silas W. Canada, the registrar at the University of Missouri School of Law, initially refused to even consider reviewing Lloyd's application. In January of 1936, the NAACP sued Canada to force him to make a decision about Lloyd's admission to the school. In March of that year, Canada rejected Lloyd's application on the basis of his race, despite the fact that he had the academic credentials that would otherwise merit his acceptance to the law school. On April 15, 1936, Lloyd and the NAACP filed a lawsuit against Silas W. Canada to get Lloyd admitted to the School of Law at the University of Missouri. The lawsuit failed at the state and local levels, potentially due in part to the fact that the majority of the judges who heard the case at these levels had attended the School of Law at the University of Missouri. Gaines versus Canada was heard by the Supreme Court on November 9, 1938, and on December 12, the court ruled 6-2 in Lloyd's favor. It was not a complete victory, however. The court upheld the notion of separate but equal, but ruled that it was a violation of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution for a state to fail to make an educational program available to all citizens. Missouri had to either let African American students into the existing law school or make a new law school just for them. Missouri took the second option. Following Gaines versus Canada, they began the process of hastily throwing together a law school for African American students inside of a former cosmetology school in St. Louis. The NAACP began the process of bringing further legal action. They believed that the only way to ensure equal education for African American students would be to get the courts to rule that the segregated, clearly substandard school was not equal to the school at the all-white university. Using this reasoning, they began new proceedings to get Lloyd admitted to the School of Law at the University of Missouri. While waiting for new legal proceedings to begin, Lloyd attended the University of Michigan with the help from the NAACP, graduating with a master's in economics in 1938. He worked for the state of Michigan until the beginning of 1939, when he returned to St. Louis to prepare for court dates that at the time were set for that August. Made mildly famous through his Supreme Court case, he traveled around to give speeches for the NAACP and at civil rights gatherings. He would receive small donations at these speeches, but was struggling financially. He often was forced to borrow money from his siblings for even minor expenses. Due to his race, his notoriety, and the ongoing Great Depression, Lloyd had trouble finding employment. Despite his level of education, the only job he could find in St. Louis was working at a gas station. He had to quit this job when he realized that the station's owner was engaging in deceptive business practices. Lloyd then had to travel to find work, first to Kansas City and then to Chicago, where he eventually was able to get a position at a department store. Due to his financial struggles, he often relied on friends and supporters to make ends meet. By the middle of March 1939, with no other place to live, he had been taken in by members of a Chicago chapter of his undergraduate fraternity and was staying at the fraternity house. The last known sighting of Lloyd was on March 19, 1939. He left the fraternity house to go out to buy stamps and never returned. He had plans to go to dinner that evening with the Page family, who were family friends from St. Louis, now living in Chicago. They often had Lloyd over for meals, and that night he wanted to take them out to dinner to repay their kindness. He did not show up. He also did not show up for his first day of work at the department store. His personal belongings were left behind at the fraternity house. Lloyd's disappearance was not immediately noticed due to his independent nature and the fact that he was traveling so much. His family was concerned when they stopped receiving his regular letters, but did not have enough faith in the police at the time to report his disappearance. When he did not resurface in St. Louis for the new round of legal proceedings in the fall of 1939, the public search for him finally began. Since it had been several months since he vanished, there were few clues to follow in the case. In his absence, his case was dropped by the court. An immediate concern was that Lloyd had been killed in retaliation for his participation in the court case. However, crimes against civil rights activists at this time often had at least some aspect of publicity to them, so as to instill fear in other African Americans who were considering taking action to receive equal rights. The fact that Lloyd's body was not left somewhere it could be found and inspire fear could count against this theory. However, if Lloyd in fact was made to disappear, whoever was responsible for the disappearance pulled it off without leaving any clues behind, a feat that could also send fear and unease throughout the African American community. Another theory in the case holds that Lloyd simply left to start a new life. In letters to his mother, he wrote of how he was struggling with the publicity his case had garnered for him. While he understood the significance of his court case, he was growing tired of the fight. By the time he went missing, it seemed increasingly unlikely that Lloyd would actually attend law school at the University of Missouri, regardless of the outcome of the court case. He told his mother that he believed that going to the school would be dangerous for him, given the publicity of the court battle. His main motivation for continuing as a plaintiff in the legal action seems to purely be to ensure that other African American students would have equal access to education through the legal precedent in the case and not for his own personal enrichment. In 2007, an investigation into the case by the Riverfront Times, a weekly newspaper in St. Louis, came across secondhand information that supported the idea that Lloyd had simply walked away from his life. Sid Reedy, a librarian who had been an Alpha Phi Alpha brother at Lincoln University, told reporter Chad Garrison that after he took an interest in the case in the 1970s, he had tracked down Lorenzo Green, Lloyd's old professor. Green allegedly told him while on vacation in Mexico in the late 1940s, he had received a phone call from Lloyd. He was sure that it was actually Lloyd because he recognized his voice. Lloyd told Green that he had started a business in Mexico City and was doing well. The two made plans to meet for dinner, but Lloyd did not show up to the meal. Green's son corroborated the account, saying that his father had told him the same story. Lorenzo Green had passed away in 1988, so he could not provide a first-hand account of what had happened when he was in Mexico. Furthermore, since Green never actually saw Lloyd, it is still possible that the phone calls were just a cruel hoax, even if they did occur. Some of Lloyd's surviving family is willing to believe that he lived out his life in Mexico, mainly because this would provide their relative with a happy life rather than a violent death. However, the majority of the family does not believe that Lloyd would have completely cut off all ties with his family, especially his mother, even if he did want to leave the country. A theory bridging the two extremes of Lloyd either being killed or walking away from his life of his own accord suggests that Lloyd may have merely been threatened with violence. If people unhappy with the progress Lloyd was making for African Americans threatened his family and ordered him to disappear, he may have complied to protect his loved ones. While leaving his family without answers about what became of him seems cruel, he may have felt it was necessary to ensure their safety. While Lloyd's fate remains unknown, his legacy does have tangible effects in the educational system and the African American community. The legal actions he took played a part in the desegregation of the University of Missouri in 1950, and his Supreme Court case was cited in the 1954 Brown v. Board of Education decision. In 2000, the Black Culture Center at the University of Missouri was renamed the Gaines Oldham Black Culture Center in honor of Lloyd and Dr. Marion O'Fallon Oldham, a civil rights activist who had also been denied admission to the school on account of her race. A member of the Gaines family finally received a law degree in the state of Missouri in 1991, when Lloyd's great-niece, Tracy Berry, graduated from the School of Law at Washington University in St. Louis. Lloyd was awarded an honorary degree by the School of Law at the University of Missouri in 2006, and the Bar Association of the State of Missouri in turn awarded him an honorary law license. Arith Wood, a striking 27-year-old, was not only beautiful but also exceptionally bright. She was on the verge of earning a PhD in philosophy from Waterloo University while also working as an editor for a philosophy journal. Arith's dream of becoming a professor was within reach. When the summer of 2003 came, Arith chose to spend her vacation visiting her family in Ottawa, Canada. She had a wonderful time with her relatives, enjoying walks together and cooking meals at home. On the morning of August 6th, the young woman went for a run. Upon her return, her caring parents were already waiting for her with a delicious breakfast treat. The day was warm and sunny, so Arith decided to go for a bike ride. Her brother graciously lent her his bicycle. She promised to be back in a couple of hours. That day, her mother planned to go shopping before lunch, waiting for her daughter's return from the ride. Arith loved cycling along the scenic route through the forest, passing the river and cliffs. This trail was a favorite among local cyclists. It was usually a peaceful and safe spot, but not this time. The 27-year-old never came home. Her mother grew worried, and soon a heavy rain began to fall. She realized her daughter wouldn't be riding in such weather, but as more time passed, there was still no sign of her. The family began searching, assuming she might have fallen off her bike and needed assistance. The bike paths stretched throughout the city, and they weren't sure which direction Arith had taken this time. So her relatives searched all over town. Their efforts were fruitless, and when it got dark, they went to the police. Due to the bad weather, the search was postponed until morning. The next day, there was no news about Arith. One of the largest search operations in Ottawa's history began. It involved rescuers, police officers, dog handlers with their canines and helicopters. In total, about 1,000 people, including numerous volunteers. Arith's family actively participated in the search, posting flyers with the girl's photo all around the city. But the first few days yielded no progress. The police turned to the public for help. Soon, a call came from a local resident. She said that on the day of Arith's disappearance, she was in the forest on the bike path and saw a creepy guy with a bicycle there. The witness described him as a young man with a pleasant appearance, well-dressed, but behaving extremely suspiciously. His conduct was frightening. It turned out the stranger had tried to push the girl off her bike and drag her into the bushes. Fortunately, other people appeared on the trail. The perpetrator fell behind and she managed to escape quickly. After this incident, she no longer felt safe on walks and stopped cycling alone. According to the girl, it happened in an area called Green Creek. She suggested that the stranger might have attacked Arith as well. The eyewitness was invited to the police station to create a composite sketch. She described the suspect as a young man, 20-30 years old, light-skinned, dark-haired with a beard and glasses, pleasant-looking and athletically built. The sketch was shown to Arith's family, but they didn't recognize anyone familiar to the missing woman. Many men wore similar glasses and beards at the time, so suspicion could fall on anyone. The investigators decided not to publish the portrait in the media, fearing a way for false calls. The police constantly asked local residents for help, showing Arith's photo. Law enforcement was confident. Such a bright, beautiful girl with a memorable appearance couldn't have gone unnoticed. Someone must have seen her and could provide a lead. This assumption proved true. 16-year-old Laura called the police. She said that on the day of the disappearance, while riding past on her bicycle, she saw Arith on the bike trail. The missing woman was sitting on a rock, seemingly resting. When Laura rode further, she heard a scream. Turning around, the girl saw Arith arguing with some guy. Laura didn't know what to think. Maybe it was just a lover's quarrel. Arith wasn't calling for help, and then she went into the woods with that man. Laura wanted to find out what was happening but got scared. Seeing the approaching storm, the 16-year-old witness hurried home. As she was leaving, she thought she heard someone screaming. The police invited Laura to the station to show her the composite sketch of the stranger. She recognized him. According to the girl, it all happened around 1 p.m. in the same place, Green Creek. Later, the police received several more calls from girls who had encountered this creepy guy on the trail. He attacked them, but the victims were lucky to escape. One woman's call particularly stood out. She recounted how an attractive stranger approached her during a walk. They had a pleasant conversation, but suddenly his behavior changed drastically. The men started grabbing her, but the woman managed to push the attacker away with her bicycle and quickly flee. She didn't even look back, afraid he would catch up. After returning home, The woman told her family about the incident and warned her loved ones to stay away from that place. Oddly, none of the girls who were attacked reported it to the police. The search for Argek concentrated around the creek area. Soon, her bicycle was found, indicating the police were on the right track. Meanwhile, the investigators received another call that became a breakthrough in the case. A man, without giving his name, reported an unpleasant incident in the forest, a terrible accident. Allegedly, he didn't want to harm Adef or take a life. Confused, he decided to get rid of the body. The stranger carried the girl across the creek, dug a small pit, and buried her there, covering the grave with branches. Then he hung up. The police managed to trace the call. It was made from a phone booth 20 minutes away from Ottawa. Law enforcement rushed there, hoping to find witnesses or lift fingerprints or DNA from the receiver, but disappointment awaited them. Someone had thoroughly wiped the handset. Neither eyewitnesses nor surveillance cameras could be found. The search for AR death continued in Green Creek. Dogs trained to detect the smell of corpses arrived at the scene. Soon, the worst fears of the family and the police were confirmed. With the help of the dogs, they managed to find the missing woman's grave located between two trees in a quiet, picturesque spot. Coming closer, the detectives saw the half-buried, naked body of the girl. Likely, the criminal was startled by someone, which is why he buried the victim so sloppily. Criminologists started examining the crime scene, but unfortunately found no evidence, no fingerprints or DNA. The medical examiner confirmed it was Arith Wood. She died a horrific, agonizing death that didn't resemble an accident at all, contrary to what the stranger said in his conversation with the police. The cause of death was drowning. Algae were found in her lungs, so the girl was still alive when she ended up in the water. Despite the body being found naked, the medical examiners didn't find unequivocal signs of rape, although they didn't rule it out. The police believed the crime was sexually motivated. In their opinion, the stranger hunted girls in a deserted place for this purpose. Otherwise, what else could have driven him? The detectives needed to catch the criminal urgently to avoid new victims. They were convinced he had attacked several girls and had already killed one. How far could the maniac go? The police decided to publish a composite sketch of the suspect in the media, asking the public for help in identifying him. Investigators received about 4,000 calls with leads and began processing them, which took a lot of time. On September 10th, the police released important information about the suspect. It turned out that the girls who saw the stranger in the forest had noticed one detail. He had an eagle tattoo on his left shoulder. This was a crucial lead that could help track down the criminal. The media published a sketch of the tattoo, after which several calls came to the police. People reported acquaintances with bird tattoos on their faces, necks, or backs. However, this information led nowhere. In April 2004, while processing another batch of calls, investigators came across an important clue. A man claimed he knew the killer. The person lived in the area and was riding a bicycle in the Green Creek vicinity at the time of the crime. The detectives were interested in this information and invited the specified suspect for a conversation. When the guy entered the police station, the investigators were amazed. He matched the criminal's description both in appearance and age. During the conversation, the young man was noticeably nervous. He said he often rode his bike along that trail, not understanding what the issue was. When the police asked him to show his shoulder, an eagle tattoo was found there. It turned out that the man had previously had problems with the law. He became the prime suspect. The interrogation lasted 3 hours. The entire time, the suspect answered questions defiantly and aggressively. He said about himself, "I'm like a scorpion under a rock. You never know what I'm going to do." The guy had no alibi, but couldn't say what he was doing on the day of Arndet's disappearance. However, he denied involvement in the girl's murder. There was insufficient evidence against him, so the suspect was released but placed under surveillance. A few weeks later, he was invited for questioning again. The detectives had gathered a lot of information about him and carefully prepared their questions. They also suggested the young man take a polygraph test. The suspect agreed and easily passed all the tests. The police couldn't believe it but had to let him go, dropping all suspicions. the investigation had reached a dead end. The Ottawa police announced a $50,000 reward for any information that would help solve the case. It was the largest amount law enforcement had ever offered under similar circumstances. Soon, about 5,000 calls with leads came in, which the police began to check. One portion of information mentioned the name Christopher Myers, which caught the investigators' attention. It turned out he had previous convictions for selling prohibited substances. Colleagues described 25-year-old Chris as a quiet, non-confrontational, and even inconspicuous guy who worked as a janitor. His face was remarkably similar to the composite sketch of the suspect. Moreover, he had the same beard. The police were delighted, thinking they had finally found the right man. But it turned out Christopher had an alibi for the day of Ardeth's disappearance. The landlady of the apartment he was renting claimed that on August 6, 2003, the young man was at home in the morning and then went to work at a restaurant. This surprised the police because a year had already passed. How could the woman remember the details of that day so clearly? Another problem arose. Christopher didn't have an eagle tattoo on his shoulder, although witnesses a few weeks later, another similar attack occurred. In the evening, a girl who closely resembled Ardeth was walking alone across a bridge when she heard someone walking behind her. Turning around, she saw an attractive man on a bicycle. The girl had no intention of making acquaintances or talking and asked to be left alone. The man rode past her, and just as she sighed with relief, the stranger turned his bicycle around and rushed straight at her. There was no one around who could help. The attacker jumped off his bike and forcibly dragged the victim into the bushes. The girl screamed very loudly, which seemed to frighten the assailant. He fled. The victim went to the police. Other investigators took on this case. Everyone assumed it was an attempted robbery, and the detectives investigating Ardeth's disappearance found out about the incident much later. In May, another attack occurred on a tall, blonde woman similar to the missing person. The girl was returning late in the evening from a party when a stranger approached her and tried to strike up a conversation. She asked to be left alone. Then he started asking for help, claiming he was lost. The girl explained where he should go, and he left. She breathed a sigh of relief, but literally 10 minutes later, he attacked her from the bushes. The assailant furiously began strangling her, twisting her neck. At that moment, the girl thought it was the end, but she continued to resist, screaming, hitting him, biting. Her screams attracted the attention of the residents of the building, who came out to see what was happening. This frightened the criminal and he fled. But this time he made a serious mistake. In his haste, he dropped his phone. Investigators established that the mobile belonged to Christopher Myers, whom they suspected in the Arith murder case. The puzzle came together. Chris committed all the similar crimes. He chose girls with similar appearances, blondes, and attacked them. Christopher was brought in for questioning, but he wasn't in a hurry to confess to the murder. He said he had never been to Green Creek, had never seen Ardeth, and wasn't involved in the other attacks. Chris complained about mental health issues and uncontrollable aggression, but insisted he hadn't caused physical harm to anyone. The detectives noticed he had crooked teeth and persuaded him to take a polygraph test. The test lasted 5 hours, and Chris failed it miserably. But despite this, he still continued to claim his innocence, saying the polygraph was wrong. Since the results of the lie detector test weren't considered evidence, the suspect had to be released. For the next 5 months, detectives gathered evidence against him, interrogating everyone who knew Christopher, relatives, friends, colleagues, and his ex-girlfriend. It turned out Christopher was born into a dysfunctional family of alcoholics. His difficult childhood was accompanied by the development of various mental disorders, attention deficit disorder and schizoid disorder. Chris was taken from his birth family and adopted by another couple. The adoptive parents treated the boy with love, but he was uncontrollable. They couldn't cope with raising the troubled child and returned him to the orphanage when Chris turned 12. As he grew older, he seemed to become an ordinary, normal guy. Christopher graduated from school, entered university, socialized with friends, and lived in a dormitory. But his roommate considered Chris abnormal. He told creepy stories that frightened her. Eventually, she kicked him out of the room. Chris's ex-girlfriend revealed that he loved cycling along the trails of Ottawa and was fascinated by the picturesque scenery. She also disclosed his main secret. Christopher enjoyed temporary tattoos. For a while, he had the exact image of an eagle on his shoulder. The girl was shown a sketch of the tattoo, and she confirmed that he had the same one on his left shoulder. Christopher was summoned for questioning on October 13, 2005. He was placed in a very cramped interrogation room. This time, the conversation was conducted by burly men who pushed their chairs right up against Chris. All this put tremendous psychological pressure on the suspect. The investigators started with simple words. "We know everything about you, Chris. We know it was you who killed our death." Christopher responded evasively. 3 hours later, he began to give testimony, confused and inconsistent. Chris admitted that he was in Green Creek that day and met Arith. Struck by her beauty, he decided to get acquainted. He started giving compliments, chatting nicely, and then invited the girl into the woods, and she agreed. Once there, Christopher began hugging and kissing her, showing the detectives exactly how. And then, according to him, it all ended. Arith recoiled from him. Apparently, she didn't like his manners. She ran away, but fell into the creek. Christopher tried to save the girl, but failed. He wanted to portray himself as a hero, but this absolutely didn't correspond to his subsequent actions. For some reason, he pulled Arda's body out of the water, undressed it, and buried it. When the policeman stated that Chris was going to be charged with murder, he immediately retracted his words. "No, I never met her. It was a joke. I took all the information from the newspapers." The detective had to have a serious one-on-one conversation with him. Eventually, Chris confessed to killing Ardeth. He even drew a map with the trails in Green Creek where he met the girl. On it, he marked another person, Laura, who saw him with the victim in the forest. Laura recognized the suspect as the same man she had seen then. Christopher was arrested on October 20th, 2005. He agreed to go to the crime scene to recreate the events. But when they arrived at the indicated trail, Christopher suddenly declared that it wasn't the right location, claiming everything happened elsewhere, although everything matched. Christopher had an unstable psyche. He would give testimony and then retract his words. Later, he also confessed to other attacks on girls. He was charged with additional crimes for these offenses. At the trial, the lawyer stated that Christopher was just a troubled young man. At first, the accused denied his previous confessions. But later, on the advice of his defense attorney, he decided to make a deal with the investigation and plead guilty. On January 8, 2008, 5 years after the murder, the defendant confessed to the crime, but refused to disclose the motives and details. Later, he also admitted to the other attacks. The prosecution believed that on that day, Chris wasn't on the forest trail by chance. He was stalking his prey like a hunter. He attacked several girls who were lucky enough to escape. The likely motive was sexual assault. Arith was unlucky that day. She was Christopher's type, an attractive blonde. He tried to get acquainted with her, but something went wrong, and an argument broke out between them, which was overheard by a teenage girl riding by. Under some pretext, the killer managed to lure Ardeth into the woods. There, he attacked her, started undressing her, intending to rape her. To save herself, the girl ran away and jumped into the creek. Chris rushed after her, caught up, and drowned her, then buried the body. The victim's parents agreed with the prosecution's version. According to them, Ardeth was a good swimmer and couldn't have drowned in the creek. In their opinion, the defendant deliberately drowned the girl. However, it remained a mystery to them how Christopher managed to convince Ardeth to go into the woods with him. As part of the deal with the investigation, Christopher pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with the right to parole only after 10 years. In 2020, he filed a relevant petition, but the commission rejected it, recognizing the high risk of repeated crimes against women. In 2007, a plaque in memory of Ardeth was installed on one of the centuries-old oaks in Green Creek Park. And in 2017, during a powerful thunderstorm, just like on the day of a murder, lightning struck the same tree. The oak suffered serious damage, and experts didn't believe it would survive. But a miracle happened. The mighty tree withstood. It still grows as a living monument to the girl who was killed nearby. Scott Dean Ponder, born on February 7, 1973, was raised by his loving family, including his mother Beverly Guy and stepfather Terry Guy. From a young age, Scott developed a passion for cars and motorbikes, which his parents wholeheartedly supported, encouraging him to hone his riding skills. When he came of age, they even helped him obtain a racer's license. Scott soon embraced racing as a way of life, competing at the Daytona Motor Speedway in Florida. His sharp skills and impressive racing abilities earned him numerous admirers, making him a local hero in Chesney. Scott was also very sociable and enjoyed spending time with large groups of friends, who equally cherished his company. In the late 1990s, Scott came up with the idea for Superbike Motorsports, starting the venture in his grandmother's backyard where he would repair bikes. Over time, he expanded the operation, eventually upgrading to a one-car garage in 2001. He invited his best friend, Brian Lucas, to join him as a co-partner, and together, they began to grow their business. They partnered with Suzuki to become a dealership, and their business quickly expanded in a short period. Brian, who initially worked part-time, left his job to become the full-time manager of the store. Thanks to their hard work and expertise, the duo began attracting a large number of customers, and the business flourished. Though they were salesmen, they were always dedicated to ensuring their customers had a thorough understanding of bikes and racing. Scott's mother, who had originally visited the store only occasionally, began to make regular trips as well. Soon she took up the job of taking care of the accounting, payroll, cash drops, and other such work. With the trio, the business boomed, selling 100,000 motorbikes every month. Scott decided to attend an industry convention in Chicago. It was during this trip that Scott met his wife Melissa Brackman, a former homecoming queen from Stafford High School. They immediately clicked and started to enjoy each other's company, thus meeting up with each other often. As their relationship grew stronger, they decided to get married. Their love life, both before and after their marriage, married that of a fairy tale where the love grew stronger every passing day. To complete their family, Scott and Melissa decided to have a baby, but unfortunately for them, none of their attempts were bearing any fruit. Frustrated, the couple sought medical attention and advice, and finally, after months of struggles, Melissa was pregnant with a little baby boy in October of 2003. With millions of sales in the very first year of business, Scott knew he had to expand his store even more. In order to do this, he required more hands on deck and decided to hire a new mechanic, Chris Sherbert. Chris was quite well known around town for his skilled use of the wrench that attracted Scott towards him. The four of them, Scott, Everly, Brian, and Chris, became a sort of a dream team, and their business started to gain attention even outside the small town of Chesney. Everything was going perfectly for the young and talented Scott Ponder until the arrival of his doomsday. Living such a perfect life, Scott never matched his happiness to be cut short. But this was what happened on November 6, 2003. It was a normal day with not a cloud in the sky, and the sun was beaming, but it was not the case at the Superbike Motorsports. Scott and the others started their day at the shop like any other. There were few customers browsing items in the store. One of them was Kelly Sisk, who had his 4-year-old son with him. He was going to buy a go-kart for his family, and after paying for it, he hung around in the shop for a little while longer. Brian actually had the day off because he was paying to go on a holiday with his family, but he was called in by Scott because there was a customer who said that the bike was not tended to as they promised. Brian came to the shop and immediately started to work on the customer's bike. Scott was tending to another customer when Beverly came by after taking Scott's cancer-stricken grandmother to chemo. She used to take deposits for her son to the bank, and that day she was intending to do the same. When she dropped by, she started to help Scott a little at the counter since she was planning to go to the bank much later. At around 2:30 p.m., Scott's friend Noah Lee called the shop. Beverly answered the phone and he asked if he could stop by the shop, and it would only take him 7 minutes for him to reach the shop, to which Beverly agreed. The conversation was short, and after putting the phone back down, Beverly decided to use the bathroom. In the span of 7 minutes, all 4 people in the shop, Scott, Brian, Beverly, and Chris, were savagely shot to death in the Superbike Motorsports premises. At 3 p.m. when Scott's friend, Noah, came by, he saw Scott and Brian lying at the front of the shop as still as statues. At first, he felt they were playing a trick on him. He even lightly kicked both of them, telling them to stop messing with them until he saw the pool of blood underneath their bodies and immediately dial 911. Police and paramedics immediately rushed to the scene. After all, it was the first ever quadruple murder in such a small town like Chesney. The news of the homicide spread like wildfire, and not only the victim's family but a dozen other people gathered at the crime scene in order to catch a glimpse. The police wasted no time and immediately started their investigation. They found mechanic Chris' body at the back of the shop. It was bent over as if he was working on a bike right before he was robbed of his life. Next Fit found Beverly's body inside the shop right in front of the bathroom. The police believed she was ambushed right when she came out of the bathroom. The police found Brian Scott's bodies both lying at the front of the store. Brian's body was closer to the door near the sidewalk, while Scott's body was closer to one of the parked cars in the parking lot. This, the police inferred, was maybe because both Scott and Bri were trying to run for their lives. They went inside probably on hearing the gunshots and came face to face with the shooter. And on seeing the dead bodies of Chris and Beverly, they immediately ran out the door, but their attempt to escape failed miserably. The police and forensic teams searched the crime scene thoroughly and gathered blood samples and other evidence from the crime scene. This was an execution-style homicide where the shooter entered the shop with the motive to murder the people present there and shot them in the chest and head point blank. Scott's wife Melissa got a call about the shooting and immediately rushed to the scene. Detectives conducted a thorough investigation, and it didn't take them long to arrive at their first clue. From the statements made by a few passerbys in the area at the time of the murder, they declared to have spotted a couple loitering near the shop. Sketches of the suspects were drawn during the questioning of these eyewitnesses, and the detectives immediately circulated the pictures all over South Carolina. The detectives speculated that the man was the one who shot the victims, Chris and Beverly, at the back while the woman was distracting the two men, Scott and Brian, up front. When the man came to the front where the two men were, these shot them. This was just mere speculation by the detectives, and none of the facts in this theory were proven. Months passed and police couldn't find any clue regarding the case. Extensive media coverage of the case started putting pressure into the detectives as they started to revisit the crime from a different perspective. And sure enough, a breakthrough appeared. Detectives started to do a thorough study of the victims' past and current lifestyles. And though Scott, Beverly, and Brian's backgrounds came out to be clean, it was not the same for the mechanic Chris Sherbert. When detectives checked Chris' previous job, the news of a drug connection came into the picture. The detectives found out that Chris might have been involved with the wrong company and was also responsible for smuggling drugs. Moreover, Chris was scheduled to go to court the following Monday before the murder took place. It was 2003 when drug smuggling and abuse was increasing every single day, and the Gliss were hoping to arrest the key criminal players to eradicate the root cause of drug abuse, especially among young teens. The detectives and the public now started to wonder if this quadruple homicide took place with a motive to murder only Chris, and the other three victims were just collateral damage. They even started to speculate that maybe the people involved in this drug business felt that Chris would give evidence against them in court on Monday and decided to end his life. The detective said that this could be a possibility since Chris was the one who was shot first. However, regarding this path of speculation, no evidence was found by the police. Therefore, the investigation stalled again. Finally, after a whole year, the detectives approached the case from a completely different angle once again. The detectives found that Brian, Scott's friend and co-worker, was looking for a house weeks before the murder, but strangely enough, his wife Robin had no idea regarding this decision taken by him. Later, Brian's mother, Lorraine Lucas, spoke of the unhappy and strained marriage between the pair and how Brian was planning to move out to live alone. Though this didn't seem to have a connection to the shooting, a discovery made by the detectives a few days later brought out a shocking revelation to the case. This quadruple homicide took the lives of 4 people and broke the hearts of many others. The victims' families were coping with the hard times, but it was especially hard for Melissa. Her life was perfect before it all came crashing down when her beloved husband was shot. Despite all this, Melissa knew she couldn't give up now that she had a new reason to continue living, and that was her son. When Melissa's son, Scott Ponder Jr., was born in June 2004, Melissa was still being called upon by the police at intervals for interrogation. In one such incident, the police collected the DNA sample of Scott Jr. from a discharged diaper when Melissa had changed him at the station itself. The results of the DNA test left everyone dumbfounded. According to the reports, Scott Jr. was not the child of Scott, but Brian, since his DNA matched with Brian's found at the crime scene. This created tension between Melissa and her father-in-law, William Ponder, who kept asking her if this was true. The detectives started to approach this case from the point of a possible love triangle between Scott, Melissa, and Brian. Questions about her being unfaithful to her husband spread all throughout the neighborhood. Moreover, Brian's mother stated that it was possible for Brian to have an affair, considering how unhappy Brian was in his marriage, and the thought of divorce might have crossed his head at times. Melissa was called multiple times to the police station for interrogation about her affair, but she was resolute. She said that both she and Scott had struggled a lot to conceive this baby, and Scott she knew was undoubtedly Scott Ponder's child. She later told about how she was harassed every day by the same questions when she knew it was hers and Scott's baby. For the next year and a half, detectives kept track of every move made by Melissa in order to find a breakthrough. Finally, after 18 months, however, the detectives claimed that there must have been a mistake regarding the blood sample collected at the crime scene. The detectives stated that they conducted a DNA test for Beverly and Scott from the blood sample collected from the crime scene, and the results did not match. In the reports, Brian's DNA matched Beverly's when clearly Scott was the son of Beverly. At this point, the detectives knew that they had made a grave mistake. They put the wrong name in the blood sample of Scott and Brian collected from the crime scene, since both the bodies of Scott and Brian were lying next to each other. This cleared up all the accusations laid against Melissa. Disregarding the love triangle fairy, detectives now started to link the case with another homicide just 30 miles away that had happened just 5 months before the Superbike Motorsports homicide. On May 16, 2003, the people of Greer, South Carolina, heard the news of a triple homicide that took place in the Blue Ridge Savings Bank. Sylvia Holtzclaw was on duty that day, though she had a day off. Soon, a local couple, Ebb and Maggie Barnes, visited the bank. At around 1:30 p.m., a 911 call went through to the Greer Police Department regarding a shooting that had taken place in the Bluewood Savings Bank, where Sylvia, Ebb, and Maggie were shot to death. Just like in the Superbike Motorsports, the shooting happened in broad daylight with no witnesses available. When police checked the CCTV footage, they saw a red car that was driving to the bank at around 1:24 p.m., and it was soon again when it was driving back from the bank 3 minutes after the incident. Coincidentally, a similar red car was spotted during the quadruple homicide at the Superbike Motorsports. Detectives started to hunt down the right car and found a clue that it was stolen by 39-year-old Emerson Wright from a rental lock days before the homicide. The police concluded that he'd entered the bank to rob, but panicked and shot the couple when they tried to intervene. Unfortunately, the detectives never got to question Emerson regarding the bank and the Superbike Motorsports murder because of how incidents unfurled 2 years later in another car chase involving him and the Georgia State Police. He was wanted for a series of burglaries in the Atlanta area. When he was chased by the state trooper, he crashed his car, got out, and shot himself with a single gunshot wound to his head. Later, the detectives declared that though there are similarities between the two cases, they didn't believe that the two cases were connected. Left with no clues or possible theories to continue their investigation, the quadruple homicide at the Superbike Motorsports turned into a cold case months later in 2004. For 13 years, Melissa, along with the other families of the victims, didn't stop with their efforts of finding any clue that might lead them to the person who was responsible for this atrocious crime, but to no avail. Finally, a ray of hope shone on them when the cold case of the quadruple murder that took place on November 6, 2003 in Superbike Motorsports reopened when the detectives got a breakthrough in the case in 2016, 13 years after the crime had been committed. The man behind the shooting came into the spotlight when he was arrested for a different murder that he committed, and during the interrogation, he confessed to the Superbike Motorsports quadruple murder. This man was 45-year-old Todd Colehep. Todd was born on March 7, 1971 to mother Reggie Tague and father William Samsel. His parents divorced when he was 2 years old, and though he started to live with his mother and a new boyfriend, he wanted to spend more time with his biological father. Todd was extremely aggressive and hyper, at times not having self-resistance over his anger issues. He was a troublesome kid and showed hostility towards animals when he was in nursery school. He killed a goldfish with Clorox bleach and shot a dog with a BB gun. He spent 3.5 months in Georgia Psychiatric Hospital, but there seemed to be no change in his aggressive behavior. His mother, Reggie, finally decided to send him to his father, William, hoping a change in the environment would help his behavior. On November 25, 1986, Todd planned a kidnapping of a girl named Christy Granado in Tempe, Arizona. He knocked on her door, threatened her with a .22 caliber revolver, and demanded for her to follow him to his house. He brought her to his home, tied her up, taped her mouth shut, and then proceeded to assault her. Afterwards, he walked her home and threatened to kill the entire family if she told anyone about what had happened. Christy, however, confessed everything to her parents, and her father called 911 immediately. Kohlhepp was charged with kidnapping, actual assault, and committing a dangerous crime against children. In 1987, he pleaded guilty to the kidnapping charge and the other charges were dropped. When he was released, Todd was a changed man. He started to work for himself and even got a job. No further complaints were heard against them until 2016. On August 31, 2016, 30-year-old Carla Brown and her boyfriend, the 32-year-old Charlie David Carver, went missing after they were last seen going to Todd's house to remove brush from one of Todd's properties. On November 3, 2016, investigators found Carla chained to a wall inside a metal storage container on the property of Todd. Later, investigators also retrieved the body of Charlie that had multiple gunshot wounds in it. Kaye told the detectives that Todd shot Charlie and took her chained up. He would always assault her in a barbaric manner and threatened her not to find ways to escape. Todd was immediately arrested by the police and taken in for questioning. During this arrest, Todd confessed to being the person behind the shooting that took place at the Superbike Motorsports 13 years earlier. When Todd was called in for the interrogation on November 5, 2016, he started to tell the detectives everything that happened on November 6, 2003. He didn't confess out of fear or guilt, but merely as if recalling a memory. He said that he bought a Suzuki GSX-R 750 from Superbike Motorsports, but just days after buying the bike, he realized he couldn't ride it. Having no prior knowledge of riding a bike, Todd then decided to exchange the bike for another one that would be much easier to ride for a beginner such as Todd. He then told the detective that he was mocked by Scott and Brian for his inability to ride such a bike. The bike exchange didn't take place that day and Todd returned home. 14 days after the purchase, the bike got stolen from the front of the apartment complex where Todd lived. He filed the police complaint regarding the stolen bike, but the police never found the vehicle. Todd also mentioned that even the law enforcement officer made fun of him. He lost a $1,000 deposit for insurance, but neither the police nor the shop contacted him after that regarding the stolen bike. Todd started college and went to Greenville Tech. His attraction towards bikes never faded, and soon he found himself going back to the Superbike Motorsports once again. He told the police that when he was browsing through the bikes in the shop, both Scott and Brian were giving negative remarks about him. Since then, whenever Ton visited the shop, the two men would mock and laugh at him. One day, he decided to take up a Redden 92 FS with them when he went to the shop. He waited for the customers to leave and the shop was left with only Scott, Brian, Chris, and Beverly. Todd savagely shot all the victims to death. Later he added that Beverly was not a target. She was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Hearing the confession made by Todd gave the victims' families the long-drawn justice and the closure that they were seeking for the past. Later, Todd also confessed to have killed 3 more people who were Johnny Joe when Megan Lee Coxey and Charlie David Carver. These 3 victims also died due to gunshots fired by Todd Kohlhepp. In the case of Todd Kohlhepp, even though it was a serial killer case, there was no trial that took place. Instead, prosecutors spoke to the families of those he'd murdered as well as to the survivor and decided to give him a plea deal instead of taking him to trial, where the state offered Todd life without the possibility of parole, which he accepted only 7 months after his arrest. Todd was sentenced to 7 consecutive life sentences on May 23, 2017. In addition, he was sentenced to 30 years full assault and 30 years for kidnapping. Not having a trial did not give the satisfaction to the victims' families regarding the justice that was needed to be served. It also angered the general public. It's not fair for families to wait years for justice, 7th Circuit Solicitor Barry Bynett later told reporters. But Scott Ponder's wife Melissa said that she was finally relieved to get closure regarding her husband's death after all these years. All the family members and relatives of victims came together to hold a candlelight vigil in remembrance of their beloved ones whom they'd lost to the hands of a serial killer. After 13 drawn-out years of pain and suffering, the victims' families were grateful to finally learn what exactly happened to their loved ones. In one interview, Scott's wife Melissa did state that the reason Todd gave for murdering Scott and the others didn't sit right with her, since she knew Scott well enough to know that he'd never make fun of someone and make them feel little front of him. Nevertheless, she was grateful that justice had finally been served. The public was left disturbed by the lack of empathy and the casual behavior that Taunt showed while being interrogated by the police or during his court appearances. They wanted Taunt to receive the death penalty since he was a monster to society. Today's case was truly a twisted and disturbing one. St. Patrick's Day in 1995 fell on the Friday of spring break in Pickering, Ontario. After a night of partying that began on March 16th, a group of 6 friends decided to go to a nearby marina in the early morning hours of the holiday. Around 12:50 a.m. on March 17th, 18-year-old Chad Smith, along with 17-year-olds Jay Boyle, Michael Cummins, Robbie Rumbold, Danny Higgins, and Jamie LaFave, left the party never to be seen again. The 6 boys would later become known as the Lost Boys of Pickering. One of the first to notice something was wrong was Jay Boyle's girlfriend, Monique. The couple lived together in a basement apartment to raise their infant daughter, Kiera, and she became alarmed when Jay didn't return home. As word spread among their friends that all 6 boys were missing, their families began searching for them. The police were not overly concerned about the boys until the afternoon of Saturday, March 18th, more than 36 hours after they had left the party. At that point, investigators connected the boys' statement about going to find a boat with 2 thefts reported at marinas on Frenchman's Bay off of Lake Ontario. A Boston Whaler replica was reported stolen from the East Shore Marina on the morning of St. Patrick's Day, and a water tricycle was stolen from a nearby marina the same day. Fearing that the boys may have drunkenly gone out on Lake Ontario in the stolen vessels and accidentally capsized, police departments along the lake, as well as the military, joined forces to search Lake Ontario by boat and from the air. No sign of the missing boys or the missing vessels were ever found. Security footage at the East Shore Marina shows Robbie, Michael, and Jamie entering the East Shore Marina at 1:48 a.m. on March 17th. It is suspected that Jay, Danny, and Chad were at the other marina taking the water tricycle. It is unknown why the boys decided to split off into 2 groups. Someone living near the marina reported hearing a motorized boat going out onto Lake Ontario between 2:30 and 3 a.m. The theory that the boys either drowned or were lost to hypothermia in the frigid waters of Lake Ontario after losing control of their vessels during their joyride seems like the obvious answer to the mystery. However, many find it suspicious that no evidence was found in the search of the lake. Neither vessel, none of the boys, or any of their belongings have ever been found. A gas can that may have belonged to the stolen motorboat eventually washed up on the shores of Wilson, New York across the lake, but it has not definitively been tied to the stolen boat. While both vessels certainly could have sunk somewhere they could not be found, and none of the bodies of any of the boys could have ever surfaced, it is surprising that absolutely everything from both vessels and all 6 boys could never be found simply by chance. In April of 1998, large grates at the Sir Adam Beck hydroelectric generating station in Queenston, near the Niagara River, were cleaned for the first time in 7 years. Workers discovered 2 sets of remains stuck in them. One of them was surrounded by a pair of red jeans. Jay Boyle was believed to have been wearing a pair of red Levi jeans the night he vanished. When Jay's sister Amanda found the report of these remains, she began pushing for police to investigate the possibility that Jay had finally been located. It would take several years, a few controversies, and several advances in technology before DNA finally proved that the remains were not Jay's in December 2018. The families of the 6 boys continued to gather at Lake Ontario on St. Patrick's Day to mark each anniversary of the boys' disappearances. In 2007, 27-year-old Shantel McDougall lived just outside of Nannup, a small town in Western Australia, with her 45-year-old partner, Simon Cadwell, their 6-year-old daughter Layla, and family friend, Tony Poppich. While Simon rarely left the house, Shantel worked at multiple jobs, although Simon disapproved of her socializing with her co-workers from any of them, despite her outgoing nature. Simon was described by those who knew the couple as a controlling partner, who Shantel would always trail behind instead of walking beside. One factor in this dynamic in their relationship was the age difference between the two. Shantel had been just 17 when she met the then 35-year-old Cadwell at an ashram in 1997. At the time, Simon was working on his second book, Servers of the Divine Plan. Cadwell believed that the world was coming to the end of a 75,000-year cycle, and that not everyone would be spiritually developed enough to ascend to the next higher spiritual plane once the physical world was gone. He would eventually develop an online group known as the Truth Fellowship. Followers of Cadwell would use an online forum called The Gateway to discuss his ideas. Cadwell was known on the forum 1998. Shantel moved 1998. Shantel moved into the home Cadwell shared with his partner, a woman named Deborah, to help take care of their son Daniel, eventually being joined by a third woman. When Shantel became pregnant with Layla, Deborah ended her relationship with Simon and took their son with her when she left. By the time Layla was born, the third woman had ceased living with them as well. Shantel and Simon moved around Western Australia, picking up Tony Poppich along the way, ending up outside of Nannup in 2004. On July 13, 2007, Shantel, Simon, Tony, and Layla traveled to Busselton to sell Shantel's car to a dealership there. The group was then seen getting into a car waiting nearby. Shantel deposited the $4,000 she received for her car, and her bank account was never touched again, nor were Simon or Tony's accounts. The following day, the family sold their 2 long-haired dachshunds. The woman who bought them, Carolyn French, would be the last known person to see Shantel. She said Shantel appeared anxious when she came to collect the dogs. The same day, Shantel called her parents and told them that they were going to Brazil to live amongst people with similar spiritual beliefs. She said that Simon had already left and that she and Layla were about to follow. Layla's passport had arrived at their home the last time Shantel's parents had been visiting a few months before, so they were not surprised that they were going to be traveling abroad. However, when 3 months passed and they had not come back to Australia or made any sort of contact from Brazil, the McDougalls reported their daughter and granddaughter missing. The family's home appeared to have been left abruptly. While the group had spent some time making certain arrangements, like selling their cars and rehoming the dogs, they had not taken such care with the home. Perishable food was left out, and they had not gotten rid of any of their furniture. Their clothing was gone, but they had left behind their computer, their wallets, their credit cards, and other important items they would have needed for international travel. A note addressed to their landlords was left on the door of the house and had been discovered on July 19th. It said that due to the lack of sleep caused by the electromagnetic fields, a reference to a transformer installed on a power pole near the home recently that Simon had claimed would be the death of him, the tenants had no choice but to abruptly move overseas to Brazil. The installation of this transformer had caused a major escalation in Simon's already typically erratic behavior. He would rant and rave about how it was being put there by the government as an attack on him and his daughter, and he had buried magnets in his yard to counteract the electromagnetic waves he believed the transformer was using to attack him. According to one of his neighbors, Simon's demeanor went from highly agitated to surprisingly calm, just prior to his disappearance. 2 major discoveries were made in the investigation that convinced authorities that there was more to the story than a group of people simply moving away. The first was the fact that there was no record of Shantel, Layla, Simon, or Tony leaving Australia or entering Brazil. No sightings of individuals matching the group's description were ever reported in Rio Branco, the city they planned to travel to and live outside of. This raised concerns that the story about going to Brazil was merely a cover for some other plan inspired by their alternative spiritual beliefs. The second concerning fact was Simon Cadwell's true identity. Police discovered Simon Cadwell was not really Simon Cadwell, but a British national named Gary Feltham. Feltham had stolen the birth certificate of one of his associates in the UK and used it to get a passport and then traveled to the United States, India, and then Australia. In 2013, authorities learned that on July 14, 2007, someone going by the name Jay Roberts and using Tony Poppage's cell phone boarded a train from Bunbury to Perth. Later that day, someone claiming to be Tony Poppage checked into a hostel in Perth and provided Tony's driver's license as identification. The following day, Jay Roberts purchased a ticket for a 7 a.m. train. It is unclear if this person was actually Tony, or if Gary had once again stolen someone's identity to travel. In December 2017, a 3-day-long coroner's inquest was held to examine the evidence in the disappearances. During the course of the inquest, it was revealed that police had failed to follow up on potential sightings of various members of the group and on other potential evidence that is now lost. In May 2018, the coroner, Barry King, after reviewing the evidence presented at the inquest, released a report saying that he could not conclusively decide if the missing people were alive or dead. Shantel's parents, Jim and Catherine, who had fought for the inquest to be held, were frustrated with the lack of new information in the case, but continue to hope that they will one day have answers about what became of their daughter and granddaughter. Saul Salomon met his future wife, Elaine, at a Hollywood bar in 1971. Saul was a recent immigrant from Israel who was working as a taxi driver, selling encyclopedias on the side. Elaine had gotten divorced from her first husband and was raising a young daughter, Michelle. Over the next decade, the couple's lives changed dramatically. They got married and had a son, Mitchell. Saul started his own business, Apollo Fire Extinguishers. As the family's financial situation improved, they bought a house on Lassen Street in the Northridge section of Los Angeles and furnished it lavishly. They owned multiple luxury cars and always had the newest electronics and fashionable clothes. On Wednesday, October 13, 1982, the Salomons' pool began to overflow, and water began pouring into the yard of the neighbor who lived behind them. That neighbor called a friend of the Salomons who lived a few doors down from them on Lassen Street. She and her daughter, who was a friend of Michelle's, walked down to the Salomon house and knocked on the door, but got no answer. She then went back to her own home and called Elaine's cousin, Doreen Laffer. Doreen and Elaine were very close and spoke multiple times a day. Doreen had stopped by the house earlier in the day to drop off some chairs she had borrowed, but no one had been home then either. She had not heard from her cousin in more than a day, which was very unusual. Elaine's mother had seen her on the night of 12th, but had not heard anything from her daughter since. As concerned friends began calling around about the family, they realized that neither 15-year-old Michelle nor 9-year-old Mitchell had been in school that day. Elaine had failed to show up to her regular volunteer position that day as well. Police were called to the home, but they were initially wary to force entry into the home, as they could not see anything they found suspicious outside. Eventually, a sergeant arrived and gave permission to enter the house. Doreen Laffer's husband, Marty, had been on the scene, and he showed the police how to enter the home through a bathroom window at the back of the house. Nothing seemed out of place at first, except for the fact that the security alarm had not gone off when the window had been opened. Marty called his wife to tell her that everything looked perfectly ordinary. He told her that the beds were even made, thinking that the fact that the house was in order would reassure her. Instead, it made her even more upset. According to Doreen, Elaine never bothered to make any of the beds in the house. Nothing else seemed out of place until police examined Michelle's bedroom more closely. The bed was broken, and all of the bedding was missing. There were small blood splatters in the room, and a piece of the carpet had been cut out and covered with a rug from the bathroom. 5 days after the family went missing, passports, pictures, and wallets belonging to the family were found along a highway in Acton, an hour north of Los Angeles. There were a variety of theories that surrounded the disappearance. Most of them involved rumors of Saul being involved in illicit activities, and either being taken out by an enemy or taking his family into hiding. The rumor mill speculated that he was involved with either Israeli organized crime or the Israeli intelligence community. He was accused of running guns or maybe drugs. Those close to him admit that all of his business dealings probably weren't on the up and up, but maintain that the work of probably weren't on the up and up, but maintained that the worst things he could be guilty of were probably insurance or tax fraud. The main suspect in the family's disappearance was Harvey Rader, a British national who owned a repair shop for European cars in Reseda, California called Mr. Motor. Saul Salomon had $20,000 invested in the business. Rader was tied to the last known communications with both Elaine and Saul. Saul had left his home to attend a car auction with Rader on the night of October 12th, the last time he was seen by anyone. Elaine's mother told police he had left around 6 o'clock that night while she was at the house with her daughter. The last known person to speak with Elaine was a friend of hers, Barbara Levy, who was speaking to her on the phone at 11:30 p.m. on October 12th. Elaine had to hang up when the doorbell rang, telling her friend that Harvey was at the door. It is unclear how she knew it was him. Saul's Mercedes-Benz had been found in the parking lot of Mr. Motor. According to Rader, it was there for repairs. Rader had scratches on his hands when he spoke to police on October 14th, but he claimed that they were simply from his job working on car engines. Rader told the police that he and Saul had attended the car auction on the 12th, and that he had dropped off Saul at an Israeli restaurant on Ventura Boulevard around 10 p.m. He then drove Saul's van back to the house on Lassen Street and drove the Mercedes back to Mr. Motor. Rader's story had a few problems. The car auction had ended at 5 p.m., an hour before Saul had even left his house, and the restaurant where Rader claimed to have dropped off Saul had been closed on the night in question. Rader's account of how he got the keys to the Mercedes also changed over time. Rader had a criminal history and questionable business practices, but none of those proved he had harmed the Solomons. More than a year after the family went missing, a new witness came forward to implicate Rader. Ashley Polly was Rader's cousin and had been working for him at Mr. Motor in 1982. After the Salomons went missing, he had returned to the UK. A private investigator working for Elaine's family had been trying to get information about Rader from him and eventually convinced him to contact police in California. Polly was hesitant to return to California to testify against his cousin, so prosecutors offered him immunity from prosecution in exchange for information and eventually his testimony in court. He was escorted back to Los Angeles by Scotland Yard on November 13, 1982. Two Italians. Saul had demanded the $20,000 he had invested in Mr. Motor back, and Rader shot him. The group put Saul in the trunk of a car and drove to his house, where they killed the rest of his family. They buried the bodies in Acton, near where the family's documents had been found. As believable as Polly's account may be, given Rader's character and the problems with his statements to police, it quickly fell apart. Polly tried to lead investigators to where he claimed the bodies were buried, but they were not there. The surrounding area was searched extensively, but they were still not found. Still, based on Polly's testimony, Rader and Baxter were both arrested and charged with murder. Polly then admitted that Baxter had not been present at the office that night and that he had completely made up the two Italians. The charges against both Rader and Baxter were then dropped. The district attorney then charged Polly with the murders, claiming that Polly had violated his immunity deal by lying, thus voiding it. A Los Angeles municipal court judge ruled that Polly's statements had to be thrown out due to technical issues with the immunity deal and the fact that the prosecutors had pressured him into implicating himself. Since Polly's statements were the only evidence the prosecutor had against him, he was released. Polly returned to his home in London and refused to ever come back to California. Rader, despite not having Polly's testimony and only having circumstantial evidence, the district attorney's office tried Harvey Rader for the murders of Saul, Elaine, Michelle, and Mitchell 3 separate times in 1989, 1990, and 1992. The first 2 trials ended in mistrials, and Rader was acquitted in a third, largely in part to his defense attorney, raising doubts about whether the family was dead or alive. Elaine, Saul, Michelle, and Mitchell were declared legally dead in 1985 based on Ashley Polly's statements. Their bodies, however, have never been found. 31-year-old Carly McBride vanished under mysterious circumstances after visiting her ex-boyfriend's house. Following a missing person report, the police launched an investigation. However, it took almost 2 years before authorities were able to answer the question of where Carly had disappeared to. Carly was born on April 14, 1983, to Steve McBride and Lorraine Williams. She was a cheerful and outgoing child, with a close bond to her parents. As she grew older, Carly began to face increasing challenges, including struggles with alcohol and illegal substances. Despite this, she made efforts to overcome these addictions. By 2014, Carly, at 31 years old, lived in Belmont, New South Wales, Australia. She was the mother of 2 children, a 7-year-old son, William, and a 3-year-old daughter, Cadence. Carly's children had different fathers, though specific details about her relationships with her former partners are not readily available. However, it is known that Andrew Easton, Cadence's father, was one of the last people to see Carly. In 2013, Carly checked into a rehabilitation center to overcome her addiction to illegal substances. While there, she met Sale Kenneth Newsom, and their friendship gradually evolved into something more. By August 2014, Carly and Sale were spending nearly all their time together. The couple had fights sometimes, but they seemed to be happy on the surface. On September 30th, 2014, Sale took Carly to Musselbrook, where her 3-year-old daughter Cadence lived with her father, Andrew Easton. Carly came to stay with her for a few hours. She entered the house of her former partner at about 12:30 p.m. Sale didn't stay with her, but they agreed he would return in a few hours. However, when Sale came to pick up Carly, she was no longer there. Carly's ex-partner, Andrew Easton, said they fought, so Carly left. She planned to go to the nearest McDonald's located about a 20-minute walk from Andrew Easton's house. Puzzled that Carly didn't call to tell him where she would be waiting for him, Sale started calling her himself. Since all attempts were unsuccessful, Sale drove towards McDonald's where she allegedly planned to go. Along the way, he looked around hoping to find Carly sitting somewhere waiting for him. He suggested her phone was dead, but Carly was nowhere to be seen. She wasn't at McDonald's where she supposedly went or anywhere near it. Sale drove around the streets of Musselbrook for a while, but it was in vain. Carly seemed to disappear into thin air. When she didn't return home to Belmont that evening, Sale contacted the police. The detectives asked him the details of what had happened. It would be exactly the same thing every time. I would drop her off. She would get out and go to the front door. She would have her daughter in her arms and turn around and wave me off, Newson said. She would ring me twice and text me twice every visit to let me know she was okay. But on that day, I dropped her off about 12:30 p.m. and things were just different. And I didn't hear from her again. Not a thing. I texted her, I called her, but the phone just rang out. Newson said he turned up at the house about 4:30 p.m. as usual to pick up Carly, only to be told by her ex that she had left after an argument earlier that afternoon and headed on foot towards a McDonald's restaurant about 1 mile away. Undoubtedly, the following question arose. Did Carly leave her ex-partner's house? Or Andrew Easton was hiding something? His story suggested he was the last person to see her. However, no other witnesses could confirm that Carly really left his house. Police interviewed neighbors and people living along the route Carly would have taken if she had gone to McDonald's. The fact that no one saw her has further increased suspicions about her former partner. Unfortunately, no surveillance cameras near Andrew Easton's house could confirm or deny his words about Carly leaving around 2 p.m. After reviewing the recordings from the surveillance cameras at McDonald's, the investigators found no evidence she was ever there. Police searched fields behind a nearby residential area for clues. However, a chief investigator of this case said nothing particularly remarkable had been found, adding that the investigation would continue. They urged anyone with information about the disappearance of Carly McBride to contact the police department. She was last seen wearing blue jeans, sandals, and a yellow t-shirt, and she was carrying a tan handbag. After obtaining a search warrant, the police examined the house where Carly was seen last. A group of police officers went there hoping to find clues that could shed some light on what happened to the mother of 2 children. But after searching Andrew Easton's house, The police did not find new clues. Nothing there indicated that someone committed a crime in that house. However, investigators did find something suspicious. They discovered Carly's Facebook account got deleted a few hours after she vanished before the official report of her disappearance. This mysterious deletion of her account on a social network raised a lot of questions. Are the account deletion in Carly's disappearance somehow connected? Was she the one to delete her account, or did someone else do it? Why was the account deleted? Perhaps the Facebook messages could tell about what happened, and that's why someone deleted the account. To get answers to these questions, the detectives turned to the U.S. Department of Justice, hoping the latter would help restore Carly's account and determine who could have deleted it. Facebook data analysis is done at the company's headquarters in Menlo Park, California, but Sergeant Wright said Miss McBride's Facebook friends could help New South Wales police. We're asking if anyone may have been in contact with Carly via Facebook or any other social media in the days leading up to her disappearance. If anyone noticed anything unusual, if they could come forward and let us know, he said. Given the timing of the Facebook page being shut down and in the context of the disappearance, we think it's hugely suspicious, but it's also something that could hold some vital information about what happened to Carly. Carly's parents didn't believe their daughter had just fled to start a new life. Close friend and flatmate Carly Smith said nothing appeared out of the ordinary as she spoke with Carly on the phone as she traveled to Muswell Brook. She was so down to earth. I would call her a free spirit. She was easygoing. She just loved life, Miss Smith said. She was always there for her friends. If you were having a bad day, she just knew, and she would be in contact. And she also made a plea. We all wake every day not knowing what happened, not knowing where she is, she said. You have to have a conscience. Come forward with some news. Just give us something. The police thoroughly searched the area where Carly was before her disappearance. The search included dogs, police divers examining the Hunter River and its surroundings, and aerial and trail bike patrols. And yet none of this helped to find any traces of Carly McBride. Months passed, but the investigation did not bring any results. Carly didn't leave any digital footprints. After she disappeared, she never turned on her phone. Her social media accounts were inactive, and she did not use bank cards. Investigators began to assume that Carly was no longer alive. 9 months after Carly's disappearance, her parents sought help finding their daughter. They were joined by Detective Timothy Seymour, who could contribute by requesting any information helpful to the case. Miss McBride's mother, Lorraine Williams, shed tears during the public appeal and begged for help to find her beloved daughter. If you know anything, even if it's the smallest thing, please come forward and help us, she said. Steve and Lorraine said their family experienced difficulties after Carly's disappearance. We are coping the best we can, Mr. McBride said. As far as Carly's children are concerned, it's a fairly complex area. Both children have 2 different fathers, and to be honest, we haven't had too much close contact with those children. So we're just hoping that changes so we can have further contact with them. Detective Inspector Timothy Seymour said officers had worked tirelessly since Ms. McBride's disappearance. We have a plethora of information that we are sorting through. However, we are still appealing again, Inspector Seymour said. The breakthrough moment may come from somebody who might think they have an innocuous piece of information. Over time, Carly's parents started realizing that they would probably never see their daughter alive again. Lorraine wrote a heartbreaking letter addressing the man who robbed her of her daughter. I don't believe there is one person who does not now know what happened to my bub or hasn't noticed what has happened on that fateful day. Please help us for her children. They are innocent and gorgeous babies. Whoever you are, you have taken their mummy away. They are lifeline to fun times and happiness in their lives. Their tower of strength. They will never feel her soft, warm, and reassuring kisses and her big warm hugs with that big contagious belly laugh of hers and her radiant smile. Their memories are lost. They cannot say goodbye to her. Our pain, anguish, angst, and frustration are keeping us all down, causing us to wake up super vigilant that we might get a call to say they have found my bub. Whoever you are, you decided on that day to rip my daughter away from us. You decided on that day to rip my daughter away from us, you bottom-feeding runt. We are left with question after question after question. We don't know how to grieve or what we are grieving. We are in a kind of grief limbo, Our little beautiful poor babies need to know where their mommy is. They are the innocent victims in this horrible nightmare we are enduring. Please someone come forward so they can move on and grow into the amazing people their mommy would have wanted them to be. We can't honor and respect Carly's life until she is found. My daughter is reeling you in, and you will be a fine catch when you least expect it. This is my only wish, that we find my bub, that we can put her to rest. It is a basic human right with the dignity and respect that she deserves. Then her babies and their beautiful but broken hearts and heads can start to heal, and they may have a life without the anguish and pain and angst. You didn't give my daughter a chance. Please give her children the knowledge they ache for. William and Cadence should not be burdened with this pain. Please help us give them some semblance of grief and loss in their journey. Carly is a proud Aboriginal woman, as is her beautiful sister, and I am proud and honored to be their mother. No one deserves this in life, but my baby is reeling you in. You are breaking while we are aching. Your truth is Carly's truth, and in turn is our truth. Please someone speak up. Since the police couldn't link Carly's disappearance to her ex-partner, Andrew Easton, they turned their attention to another potential suspect, Sale Newson. During the investigation, they learned that the relationship between Carly and Sale was far from perfect. The man was very jealous, which was a frequent cause of their fights. Despite their relatively short relationship, Newsom told everyone he was deeply in love with Carly, mentioning she was the first woman he had fallen in love with in the last 14 years. He desperately asked for any information, participated in launching a Facebook page, offered financial rewards, and knocked on every door in the area where she was last seen. But notwithstanding these public statements of love and devotion, Newsom almost immediately started intimate relationships with other women. Besides, a few hours after reporting Carly missing, he offered sexual intercourse to several women. Carly disappeared on September 30th, and on October 2nd, Sale spent the night with another woman. But in public, he behaved like an inconsolable guy who had lost the love of his life. Detectives also discovered that Sale and Carly had an argument 2 days before her disappearance. The reason for this fight was Facebook messages that Carly allegedly received from other men. However, all this was only circumstantial evidence. They needed direct links to bring any charges against Sale Newson. In April 2015, the authorities searched properties at 3 addresses, one in Muswellbrook and the other 2 in Scone. Scone is a town in the Upper Hunter Shire in the Hunter region of New South Wales, Australia. The distance from Scone to Muswellbrook is about 15 miles. During the searches, they seized 3 firearms and an unspecified amount of illegal substances and arrested a 24-year-old man, James Kinanian. However, the police stressed that the charges weren't related to the ongoing investigation into Carly's disappearance, and yet they did arise during this investigation. Thus, we should keep this name in mind. Almost 2 years have passed since Carly was last seen alive. The police continued to investigate, but there were no new clues to help solve the case. But then, suddenly, there was a breakthrough. On August 7th, 2016, in a rural area near Scone, 2 local pedestrians found the remains in a shallow grave in a bush just a few feet from the road. Forensic examination confirmed that these were the remains of Carly McBride, a mother of 2 from Belmont, who went missing on September 30th, 2014 in Muswellbrook. The police postponed the announcement of finding her body for 4 days, hoping to obtain additional evidence. Superintendent Guyana repeated police suspicions that they did not suspect Carly, 31, had been snatched off a street by a stranger. We don't believe that this was a random act, so we are looking into her past and as many people as we can find, he said outside Scone Police Station. But he stopped short of identifying any suspects in the case as it is all too fresh. It has taken us 2 years to get this breakthrough, and we have a fairly vast volume of fresh evidence that we need to evaluate in a thorough fashion, he said. We have put a lot of work into this in the past 2 years. The team here is pretty keen to solve this for Carly's family, and we have got so much new evidence now that it is going to take a lot of work. But we are well into it, he said. The heartbroken parents have told through tears of their desperate need for answers. Please come forward with anything, Lorraine sobbed. We still need to know who did this to my baby. The couple said they have had some closure now with her body being found, and we're extremely grateful for the police and public help to find their lost daughter. For 10 months, the investigators carried out extensive work, which resulted in the issued arrest warrant for Sale Newson. On June 19, 2017, he was arrested and taken to a police station. Newson denied any involvement in the death of Carly McBride. However, Sale Newson wasn't the only one who received charges. Police believed that 26-year-old James Cunin was the one who helped Newson dispose of the body. Carly McBride, Sale Newson, and James Cunin met in a rehabilitation center for people with addiction to alcohol and illegal substances. Each one left the center at different times and for various reasons, but they stayed in touch. The trial of Sale Newson began in August 2018 and protracted for several years because the police had only circumstantial evidence. Prosecutors alleged that Newson met with Carly after she left her ex-partner's house, struck her several blows to the head and back in a jealous rage, and threw her body away. Forensic experts have determined that Carly McBride died from multiple blunt force trauma. She suffered 23 fractures to her skull, 13 fractures to the torso, and spinal and rib fractures. The judge said Carly McBride suffered blunt force at the hands of Newson before she died. Judge Arith also noted how Newson had told interviewing police he was a skilled mixed martial arts fighter. His main sport was Thai boxing. I had 20 fights and 20 wins. I trained alongside world champions, but when I got really good, I got too old, he told police. I find the cause death was severe trauma to the brain due to a high degree of force to the deceased's head. The judge said, I am satisfied the offender caused death by the use of fists or feet or both or the use of objects. While searching Newson's house, police found the map in a shoebox under the bed. This map contained a drawn circle around the towns of Musselbrook and Scone. Carly's remains were found exactly in this radius. That map also had the numbers 1, 2, and 3 written on it in locations outside Musselbrook, with Senior Constable Mohini giving evidence that the first 2 numbers marked the location of point-to-point cameras. After the police found Carly's remains in 2016, Newson called her father, Steve. During the conversation, Newson mentioned that the found skeleton was missing hand bones, and yet the police never disclosed this information. The only people who knew about it were the police, Carly's parents, and the Department of Forensic Medicine at the John Hunter Hospital. As the authorities believed, Newson knew about it because he was familiar with the crime scene, and he was the person who left Carly's body where they found it 2 years later. Moreover, the clothes on Carly's remains matched the ones she wore on the day of her disappearance. It suggested she died shortly after leaving her former partner's house. The police couldn't find her purse and phone. When police searched Newson's mobile phone, they discovered he had deleted Google location services between September 18th and October 2nd, 2014. During the trial, the investigators learned that the photo of Carly, which Newson took on the way to Musselbrook and later used in missing person flyers, was edited and cropped even before the police received the report of Carly missing. When the search for Carly began, Newson offered a $20,000 reward for information about her whereabouts. However, his bank account showed he was broke, which meant he offered the reward only because he knew no one would ever find her. Thus, he wouldn't have to pay. Newson injected himself into the police investigation from the start, trying to deflect suspicion onto others and attempting to get information about where police and other emergency services would be searching. He also conducted a canvass of the neighboring streets searching for CCTV or witnesses, which police said was done not to find information but to suppress it and to determine if anyone had seen him intercepting Miss McBride. And while volunteers and police searched for her around Muswellbrook and handed out missing person flyers, Newson was in Sydney messaging friends about how he was driving an Audi R8. As well as that, Newson claimed to know the area where Miss McBride was found, like the back of my hand, and described it to Carly McBride's father, Steve McBride, despite only seeing footage of a fake crime scene set up by police. The images you are seeing now are not a real crime scene, but a staged one that the police used to see Newson's reaction. The more investigators dug into Newson, interviewed him, looked at his Facebook messages, listened to his phone calls, the more he shone the light on himself. After examining his internet search history, investigators discovered that he was looking for information on how to delete a Facebook account. His account remained active, but Carly's account got deleted shortly after. Although all the evidence was circumstantial, the prosecutor said they did have puzzle pieces that began to reveal a picture when put together. Eventually, these pieces turned into an irrefutable case, ruling out any other possible explanations for how Carly McBride disappeared and how her body was about 82 feet from the side of the road. The judge concluded that the motive for the brutal and unplanned attack on Carly was nuisance jealousy. After he picked Carly up from Musselbrook, he discovered she had spent about 90 minutes with her ex-partner instead of spending time with her daughter as was planned. Carly's daughter was not at home during that time, and the fact that she was alone with her ex-partner for an hour and a half allegedly ended with Newsom attacking Carly in a jealous rage. Miss McBride's mother, Lorraine Williams, told a sentencing hearing that she lived in a blur of grief and anxiety for 2 years as she waited for her happy, gorgeous, and outgoing daughter to come home to her 2 young children. Instead, the next time she saw Carly was in the morgue, a day she tearfully described as the worst day of my life. Carly should be here living her life with her children, her sister, her father, and me. Miss Williams said, "After today, I never want to hear, speak, or see the man who took my beautiful daughter's life ever again. He no longer has any power to hurt me, and I refuse to think of him anymore. I will miss Carly for the rest of my life every second of every day," Miss Williams said. Almost 7 years after he reported Carly missing, 43-year-old Newsom was found guilty. In December 2021, he was sentenced to 27 years in prison with parole eligibility in 2038. After the sentencing, Newsom turned to the judge to restate his innocence. "I understand the verdict's been the verdict," he said. "Your Honor, I'm innocent. From the day I reported Carly missing to this very day, I've been compliant with the police, with the courts, with the jails, everything, and I've been found guilty of a crime that I did not commit. Someone out there has committed this crime, and it wasn't me. It wasn't me. And now I've got a big struggle ahead of me to try and clear my name through the courts after this." James Cunana, who helped Newsom dispose of Carly McBride's body, denied his guilt. However, in July 2022, a jury found him guilty too. The judge said Cunan lied to police in 3 interrogations to create a false alibi for Newsom and deleted data from the phone to cover his tracks. Unfortunately, I couldn't find his picture, but it is known that when Cunan received charges in the Carly McBride case, he was already in prison for illegal weapons possession and prohibited substances. In November 2022, the 31-year-old Cunana showed almost no reaction when he was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison with a 4-year parole period. After the trial, Carly's parents said that although justice had prevailed and no matter the verdict, nothing would ever return their daughter. Ashley Renee Lyons was born on July 21, 1985, as the youngest of her parents' 3 children. A native of Scott County, she was a member of the Cedar Grove Baptist Church and graduated from Scott County High School in 2003, where she was highly involved in the FFA program. The letters FFA stand for Future Farmers of America, a dynamic youth organization that shapes lives and prepares members for leadership, personal growth, and career success through agricultural education. Ashley's brother, Chris, was just a year older, and together they ran a small car repair shop. Growing up, they not only repaired cars but also worked on anything with an engine. Ashley had a strong passion for cars, particularly the fast ones. However, her best friend, Bobby Gibson, knew that Ashley's interests went beyond just cars. She was in love with Roger McBeath. The teenagers in love broke up shortly after the prom but remained close friends. Even though they broke up, Ashley still thought Roger was the best. She was thrilled when she graduated high school, believing a better life awaited her. However, the lives of young people do not always turn out the way they plan. Ashley found out that she was pregnant, and the father of her child was Roger. She did not hide it from her family. Her whole family supported her, looking forward to the baby's birth. But January 7, 2004, changed the lives of many people. That day started perfectly, but ended tragically. At the doctor's appointment, Ashley found out that she was going to have a son. She was happy when she shared this news with her mom, Carol. She even chose a name and wanted to name her son Landon. Ashley couldn't wait to share this exciting news with everyone. After showing her mom the ultrasound picture, She took a shower and did her makeup and hair. Ashley told her brother Chris and her mom Carol that she was going to Lexington. If we look at the map, we can see that Lexington is about 20 miles from Stamping Ground, and Ashley would have gotten there in about 35 or 40 minutes. She said she had plans to meet Roger and his parents at a restaurant there. Ashley was going to show them the ultrasound picture. It was cold that evening, and it was expected to snow later. Ashley's mom, Carol, offered to take her car, but she refused, saying she wasn't going for long and would be back before the snow started. Recalling that day, Carol said that the last words she heard from her daughter were, "I love you, Mom. I'll be back soon." But unfortunately, that night changed the lives of the Lyons family forever. After dinner, they heard the phone ring in their house. Chris answered it and heard Roger's voice asking if Ashley was home. Chris replied that she had already left. Roger said he would not be able to meet with Ashley. He said he called her, but she didn't answer the phone. Chris assumed that Ashley had left her phone in the car and gone to the restaurant. Time passed, but no one could get in touch with Ashley. Her mother called her several times, but she didn't answer. It was already 8 p.m., but Ashley still wasn't home. But when she left, she said she wasn't going for long. At about 9 p.m., Carol called Roger's mother and said that Ashley had not returned home after meeting them at the restaurant. Roger's mother's answer surprised Carol and made her even more worried. She said they did not see Ashley that day because the meeting had to be canceled. Upon hearing this, Carol was horrified. If her daughter wasn't at the restaurant, then where was she? Carol had a bad feeling. After all, Ashley wasn't answering her phone. A lot of thoughts raced through her mind as she tried to figure out where Ashley was and if she was okay. Around 10 p.m., Chris and his father decided they couldn't just sit and wait and went looking for Ashley. They knew which restaurant Ashley was supposed to meet Roger and his parents at. When they arrived there, they didn't see Ashley's car. They searched for Ashley for several hours, but she was nowhere to be found. At some point, Chris decided to check out Scott County Park because he knew Ashley liked that place. She fed the ducks there all the time and often went there with Roger when they were a couple. Looking at the map, we can see that Scott County Park is about 10 miles from Stamping Ground. While driving around the park, Chris and his father saw a car similar to Ashley's. The car was running and had the lights on. As they got closer, they realized it really was Ashley's car. It's hard to imagine what thoughts they had at that moment. Chris ran to the car and saw that the driver's side window was down. Ashley was sitting in the car with her head down. She was wearing a seat belt and was unresponsive. Chris opened the door and started shaking Ashley. He hoped she was just sleeping, but then Chris looked at his hand and saw blood. He immediately called 911. Unfortunately, by the time Chris called 911, Ashley was already dead and doctors couldn't help her. Soon after, Ashley's mom heard the worst news of her life. She couldn't believe Ashley was gone. While Ashley's family was overwhelmed with grief, the investigators arrived at the crime scene. Since Ashley was dead before the ambulance arrived and since it was evident that her death was the result of a crime, her body remained in the car until the investigators examined the scene for possible evidence. The first thing they noticed at the scene was that the engine was running, the heater and radio were on, and the driver's side window was down. They quickly determined the cause of Ashley's death. There were 3 9mm shell casings on the ground next to the car. Ashley had gunshot wounds to the head and neck. The police searched the park, but couldn't find the weapon of the crime. The fact that someone shot Ashley through the open side window of her car set a lock. It was chilly that night, and the fact that the window was down was suspicious. The position she was sitting in indicated that she was not trying to defend herself or escape. Putting all this together, the investigators concluded that Ashley knew the person who shot her. It was cold, and the heater in her car was on, which meant Ashley rolled down the side window when someone she knew approached her vehicle. Whoever shot her was standing next to the driver's door. Her purse, wallet, and phone were all in the car. Therefore, the investigators immediately ruled out the possibility that it was a robbery. Inside the car, there were ultrasound pictures scattered around, and apparently it was them that Ashley looked at in the last minutes of her life. She was 5 months pregnant, so the perpetrator took the life of not only Ashley, but also her son, Landon. Nothing like this had ever happened in Scott County before. Therefore, the community demanded that the police find the one who took 2 lives in such cold blood. The investigators learned from Ashley's parents that she planned to meet with Roger, the father of her child, on the day she died. They talked to Roger, and he was devastated by the death of Ashley and their unborn son. Roger admitted he and Ashley had their ups and downs. However, they were no longer a couple when Ashley found out she was pregnant. Roger was crying when he talked to the investigators. The man had no idea who could have done this to his ex-girlfriend and their unborn son. They brought him in for questioning. When asked about the events preceding Ashley's death, Roger told the investigators that they had planned to meet at a restaurant, but he had to cancel because he had other things to do. He wanted to tell Ashley not to come to Lexington, but she didn't answer her phone. He called her twice, but she didn't pick up. Therefore, Roger called her home, and Chris answered the phone. According to Roger, he asked to tell Ashley to call him back when she gets home. Roger's story matched what Chris had told the investigators about his sister's plans for that evening. When Carol found out that the police had questioned Roger, she did not believe that he could be involved in this crime. Carol said Roger was a nice guy. Their families were on good terms. When Roger had dinner at their house, he always helped clear the table. He got along well with Chris and was often at their home when he and Ashley were in a relationship. So no one believed that Roger could be the one who took the lives of Ashley and Landon. While the investigators were searching for clues in a suspect, Ashley's family tried to figure out who could have done it. Carol found a diary in her daughter's room. In it, she wrote down her experiences. Reading the diary, Carol noticed that one name kept coming up in it: Dina Williams. Dina was the same age as Ashley. They went to school together and rode the school bus together. Ashley felt sorry for Dina because she grew up in a poor family and always wore the same clothes. There were rumors that her parents treated her badly and even beat her, and Dina confirmed them in conversations with her friends. At first, Ashley and Dina were friends, but as it turned out, Dina was jealous of Ashley and wanted to have everything Ashley had, including Roger. In her diary, Ashley wrote that she and Dina had several quarrels. From this diary, Carol learned something she didn't know about. She had no idea Ashley and Dina had problems in their relationship. Therefore, Carol started suspecting that Dina Williams had something to do with Ashley's death. After Ashley and Roger broke up, Dina wasted no time and immediately began dating Roger. And perhaps Dina was worried because Ashley got pregnant with Roger's baby. After all, she didn't want to share Roger with anyone else. Dina wanted him all to herself. Maybe this could have pushed Dina to do something that cannot be undone. Carol gave Ashley's diary to the investigators so they could analyze everything written there. Carol was sure that the key to solving this case was somewhere in the pages of this diary. When the investigators reviewed Ashley's journal, they also became interested in how she described her relationship with Dina. Thus, Dina Williams was taken to the police station. She denied any involvement in what happened to Ashley. Dina worked at a bank, and according to her, they had an office party on the evening when the crime occurred, so she had an alibi. Dina did not try to hide her attitude towards Ashley from the investigators. She especially didn't like the fact that Ashley was pregnant. However, the fact that Dina did not feel anything about Ashley's death was not enough to bring any charges against her. So the investigators let her go home after the conversation. Meanwhile, the results of the ballistic examination came in. The experts analyzed the location of Ashley's wounds, the position she was found in, and where the casings lay. The angle at which the bullets entered Ashley's body allowed them to determine the approximate height of the shooter. They believed that the perpetrator was about 5 feet and 10 inches tall. Dina Williams' height was around 5 feet and 5 inches, which meant it was unlikely that she was the one who shot Ashley. However, Dina had a twin brother, Thomas Williams, who matched the alleged height of the perpetrator. According to rumors, a few months before Ashley's death, Thomas had asked several people about how to cause a miscarriage. People also said that Thomas did everything his sister asked him to do. The investigators became interested in this and questioned Thomas Williams, but he denied everything, and there was no evidence indicating his involvement in the crime, so he was released. While the police were putting all the evidence they had together to find the culprit, Residents wanted to do something to show their support to Ashley's family. They created an improvised memorial with flowers, stuffed toys, and candles. Someone brought 2 crosses, one with Ashley's name and the other with Landon's. While the investigators were looking for new evidence, Ashley's family was preparing for the funeral. It is impossible to imagine what they had to go through because they lost 2 people at once. During the autopsy, the medical examiner removed the fetus from Ashley's body. Ashley and Landon were buried in the same coffin. The fact that the one who committed this crime was still at large made the Lyons family even more devastated. For information that could help arrest the one who took their daughter's life, Ashley's parents put out a $3,000 reward that eventually went up to $5,000. People started calling the police and telling them what they thought might help the investigation. Soon after, they received a call from a woman whose house windows overlooked the park where someone shot Ashley. She reported that she may have seen the perpetrator. Standing at the window, this woman saw someone run out of the park and jump over the fence. Next, the person she saw ran up to a red pickup truck waiting for them with the engine running and got into the passenger seat. Moments later, the truck sped away. According to the witness, it was a red Chevrolet pickup truck. If the person the woman saw really had something to do with Ashley's death, then investigators had to look for not one criminal, but at least 2. After all, whoever was driving the red pickup truck could be an accomplice to the crime. Upon hearing about the red pickup truck, everyone who knew Ashley immediately realized who was behind it. Roger, her ex-boyfriend, the father of her unborn child, had such a car. The police immediately seized Roger's truck. They thoroughly searched it, but found no evidence inside. Roger refused to talk to the investigators, and there was no evidence against him. However, knowing that at least 2 people were involved in the crime, the officers made an obvious conclusion. Who didn't like Ashley? Who wasn't happy about her pregnancy? Who would be happy if Ashley disappeared? Besides Roger, there was only one person who could wish for this, and this person was Dina Williams. That's why the investigators decided to have another conversation with Dina and her brother, Thomas. They questioned Thomas first. During the first conversation with the police, Thomas denied everything. But now, having learned that the eyewitness saw Roger's pickup truck at the crime scene, he became more talkative. When asked if he knew who shot Ashley Lyons, he immediately replied without hesitation that it was Roger McBeath. Thomas Williams eventually made a deal with the investigation to secure a less severe sentence for himself. He confessed that he had given Roger the gun, and Roger was the one who shot Ashley. Thomas also told the investigators that after taking Ashley's life, Roger threw the weapon in Elkhorn Creek. It took a lot of time for the police to find the crime weapon, but the 6-hour dive search was successful. The ballistics examination confirmed that the gun the police found was the weapon of their crime. The investigators knew that it wasn't Dina who shot Ashley because she didn't match the height of the perpetrator. However, they questioned her again, and she confessed that she was the getaway driver on the evening when Roger committed the crime. The police arrested Roger McBeath, Dina Williams, and her twin brother Thomas. It became clear that Roger did not want Ashley to have the baby, but Ashley was happy. She wanted to become a mother, and her family supported her decision to have this child. So Roger came up with an insidious plan. He invited Ashley to meet him and his parents at a restaurant to lure her to Scott County Park. Dina Williams drove him there, and he walked up to Ashley's car with a gun in his hand. Seeing the father of her unborn child, Ashley rolled down the window and reached into her purse to get the ultrasound pictures. She didn't expect him to shoot her. By pulling the trigger 3 times, Roger took the life of both Ashley and his own son. Then he ran out of the park, got into the pickup truck, and told Dina to hit the gas. On the way, they made a stop and got rid of the gun, throwing it into the river. When it became known who was behind this crime, the residents of Stamping Ground were shocked. They didn't expect that someone they knew would be capable of such a brutal crime. Equally frightening was the fact that several people were involved in this. Roger McBeath pleaded not guilty. In preparing for the trial of McBeath, the authorities made a mistake, ultimately influencing the verdict, but I'll tell you about this at the end of the video. As for Thomas Williams, the court sentenced him to 7 years in prison for his involvement in this crime. In the plea agreement, Williams admitted he accepted $1,000 from Roger McBeath Jr. to injure Ashley Lyons in such a way that it would cause her to miscarry. The act was never carried out, with Williams then agreeing to give McBeath the gun used in the murder, according to court records. In 2005, Dina Williams pleaded guilty. As part of the plea agreement, prosecutors have recommended Williams serve a total of 20 years in prison, making her eligible for parole after she has served 85% or 17 years of her term. During the trial, prosecutors planned to put several witnesses on the stand who claimed Williams said she wished Ashley Lyons was dead, had plotted with McBeath to poison Ashley, and had offered people $1,000 to cause Ashley to miscarry by beating her up, the court document said. According to prosecutors, Williams and McBeath resorted to more drastic measures after their original plans failed. Williams said her attorney, public defender Rodney Barnes, told her a jury would probably have found her guilty. "I'm hurt, and I'm scared because I pleaded guilty to something that I didn't do," she said. Williams acknowledged she took McBeath to the park the night of Ashley's murder so he could view the ultrasound pictures of the couple's unborn son, but said she drove around the Colony subdivision while they met and later came to pick him up. She heard 3 gunshots during her drive, but at the time, she did not know what they were, Williams said. "He involved me in the plan without me knowing," Williams said of McBeath. Williams said Roger then called Ashley Lyons on his phone, telling her he loved her and was sorry he had missed meeting her at the park. The jury heard the recording of this message at McBeath's trial. According to Williams, when leaving the park, McBeath never told her that Ashley Lyons was dead, and she never told police about what had happened for fear of what McBeath would do, saying he was abusive toward her. "I was scared to death of that boy," Williams said. "He even threatened to kill me." Williams said she regretted everything that happened and felt terribly for the Lyons family. "I am so sorry," Williams said, crying. "I wish I could go back and change this." However, McBeath's parents, Roger Sr. and Rita, said that Williams was lying, calling her a compulsive liar who often acted in the heat of the moment. The couple said Williams was jealous of Ashley and had agreed to the plea deal to take the easy way out. "She was obsessed with my son," Rita McBeath said. "She was the one who had the motive." When they later got the call that Ashley Lyons was dead, Roger McBeath Sr. said his son was in shock, but Williams was unfazed. "It didn't bother her," he said of Williams. "It didn't bother her a bit." In August 2005, the court sentenced Dina Williams to 20 years in prison. She was released on parole in 2021. In the written motion, Williams said she was very young and easily persuaded by her then-boyfriend, McBeath. Williams also said she had no knowledge of the relationship between McBeath and Lyons. Furthermore, Williams said she was not the main offender of the crime and has already served approximately 70% of her sentence for her role in the crime. Williams noted in the court filing that she had completed various programs in prison, including courses on anger management, resident legal aid training, horticulture landscaping, and how to be a certified Braille transcriber. After his arrest, Roger pleaded not guilty to the murder charge. The jury convicted him, but he managed to get his conviction overturned by the Kentucky Supreme Court because a jail informant overstepped his bounds by questioning McBeath in jail about the shooting, and the defense was not allowed to question the informant. John Romano, a jail informant, was instructed by the police not to ask Roger McBeath questions about the crime he was accused of. The informant was allowed to have ordinary conversations with McBeath about everyday things such as sports and movies. The police hoped McBeath would start talking about the crime himself without the leading questions. The Kentucky Supreme Court ruled prosecutors used illegally obtained evidence and overturned the verdict. In 2009, Roger was retried, and this time, he pleaded guilty to complicity to commit murder and tampering with physical evidence. The court then handed him a 42-year prison sentence with eligibility for parole in 16 years. The court also sentenced him to 5 years for complicity to evidence tampering, which would run concurrently with his previous sentence. McBeath's parole hearing took place in December 2023. "She was my high school sweetheart. She was the mother of my child. She was someone I loved," said McBeath. McBeath told the parole board he was not interested in parole. "I'm not here to convince you all to give me parole. I know I don't deserve it," said McBeath, "but I do want to use this time to say that I'm truly sorry for what I did. I want to tell Ashley's family that I'm truly sorry for what I did, and there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about it. McBeath said he didn't wish to continue the hearing after declining his parole eligibility. Thus, he is currently still in prison. In honor of Ashley Lyons, Scott County Park, where she died, now has the Angel Garden with ceramic angel statues. After Ashley's death, Carol and her husband, Buford Lyons, helped pass a fetal homicide law at both the state and federal levels. Under the bill, violence against a pregnant woman is considered two crimes, one against the woman and the other against her unborn child. Ezra Oyren and her husband, Oscar, were of Turkish descent but had settled in London with their families. Around 2007, they moved to Ireland for work and lived in Clondalkin, West Dublin. 2 years later, they welcomed a son, Eamon, and Ezra took time off work to care for him. On February 23, 2011, just days before her 38th birthday, Ezra was busy preparing for the visit of her mother and mother-in-law from London the next day. At approximately 7:15 a.m., she told Oscar she was going to a local shop to buy milk and that she would return in time for him to take the car to work. However, she did not come back. After several hours, Oscar reported her missing. At 11 p.m. that night, Ezra and Oscar's car was found parked in a lot near the sea in Bray, County Wicklow. Her purse was locked in the trunk, and there was no sign of Ezra. Ezra's phone was never found, but the last signal from it came from the far side of Bray Head, some distance from where the car was located. There were multiple pieces of surveillance footage of Ezra's car, a gray Renault Twingo, from the day she disappeared. The car was first spotted at a roundabout, for minutes away from their home, but not until 40 minutes after she left. It was later seen on cameras in Bray, driving erratically, nearly colliding with a Skoda Octavia. The parking lot where the car was found had cameras, but none captured the specific spot where it was parked. Despite the fact that her car was found in Bray, there is no evidence that Ezra ever actually made it there. In all of the surveillance footage of the car, the quality of the footage is not good enough to show who is driving it. There were public appeals for the driver of the Skoda Octavia that almost collided with Ezra's car to come forward in hopes that they could confirm or deny if Ezra had been driving her car at the time. But they were unsuccessful and the driver has never been identified. It is possible that something is no footage showing who got out of Ezra's car in Bray. There is footage showing one angle of the lot where it was found. Authorities believe that there is one woman in the footage who could be Ezra. They say that the woman is walking without purpose and that she is never seen in any of the footage walking back to the parking lot. Ezra's family has seen the footage and they do not believe that it is her. Upon closer inspection of the footage, a small dog is visible. Ezra's family believes that the woman is walking the dog, visible. Ezra's family believes that the woman is walking the dog, and she seems like she isn't moving with purpose because she is waiting for the dog as it runs around. She does not necessarily have to return to the parking lot because she may live close by and walked home. A few months after Ezra went missing, her husband made the decision to move back to London with their son to be closer to family. While Oscar wanted to remain in Ireland to help keep pressure on investigators to work the case, he was afraid of what might happen if he had some sort of health crisis or accident, since he was the only relative his son, Eamon, had in Ireland. The main contact with the media for Ezra's family has been Ezra's sister, Berna Faden. Berna makes as many television and radio appearances as she can and uses her vacation days from her job in the UK to travel to Ireland to post flyers and follow leads in her sister's case. On the first anniversary of Ezra's disappearance in 2012, her niece, Ada, joined Berna on her trip to Ireland to post flyers. She took one into a chip shop in Neilstown, where Ezra had been a regular customer. As Ada left the shop, a worker ran out after her with a set of keys. On the key ring, there were pictures of Ezra, her son, and her husband. The car key was confirmed to be for Ezra's car. The keys had been left on the counter before Christmas of 2011, and the shop owner had kept them in case someone came back looking for them. There was no security footage of who left the keys on the counter. Ezra had lost a set of keys 6 months prior to her disappearance around November 2010, but her sister does not believe that the keys found in the shop were the set. The security footage of Ezra's car driving in Bray was sent to the UK in 2018 in hopes that it could be enhanced enough to identify who was driving the car. The effort was unsuccessful. Ezra remains missing 8 years after her disappearance. Connor and Sheila Dwyer lived in Vermoy, County Cork, where they had raised 2 sons. 62-year-old Connor had worked a variety of jobs throughout his life, including working as a plumber and a driver. In 1991, he was working part-time as a chauffeur for German businessman Fritz Wolf when he was in Ireland. 60-year-old Sheila was described by neighbors as lovely, but somewhat reserved. The couple was last seen on April 30th, 1991, walking into St. Patrick's Church to attend a funeral. The following day, Sheila spoke on the phone with one of her sisters. Sheila was very close with both of her sisters, Nellie and Maisie, and spoke with them frequently. Maisie was therefore concerned about Sheila when she did not hear from her after May 1st. On May 18th, she went to the Dwyer's Chapel Hill home and knocked on the door, but got no response. She returned the next day with the Gardaí, who forced entry into the home out of concern that something had happened to the couple. Connor and Sheila were not inside their home. Gardaí did find the couple's passports, reading glasses, and £1,000 in cash hidden in a biscuit tin. The only items missing from the home were a few pieces of clothing, presumably because Sheila and Connor had been wearing them and the couple's white Toyota Cressida. Extensive searches have never found any sign of the Dwyers or their car. Their bank accounts have not been accessed since their disappearance. There were reported sightings of the couple in France and Germany over the years, but none of them have ever been confirmed despite cooperation from Interpol to investigate them. The Dwyers did not have their passports, and ferry records do not show their car being transported abroad. A year prior to the couple's disappearance, another person from Vermoy went missing. 54-year-old Billy Fennessy was last seen on March 30th, 1990. Like the Dwyers, his car went missing with him. There was no sign of Billy for the next 22 years until October 2012. A car with human remains inside was found at the bottom of the River Blackstone during a routine dive by the Blackwater Sub Aqua Search and Rescue Team. The car was the same make and model as Billy's. And in May 2013, DNA results confirmed that it was indeed Billy found inside of it. Of the car renewed concerns that the Dwyers may also have accidentally driven into the river at a still unknown location. While various waterways were searched during the course of the investigation, Billy Fennessy's car went undetected during these searches. So it stands to reason that the Dwyer's car could still be hidden underwater. For now, the cause of the couple's disappearance remains a mystery. 41-year-old Johan Johnson is a father of 4 children who works as a taxi driver in his native Iceland. On February 8, 2019, he traveled to Dublin to participate in a poker tournament. His fiancée was supposed to come with him, but she was delayed when she had issues with her passport. Jan played a game of poker that night and his fiancée arrived in Dublin the following morning, February 9th. She went to the hotel they were booked at, the Hotel Bonington, and woke Jan up. While his fiancée was having coffee at the bar in the hotel, Jan walked outside. It is not known why he left the hotel. He never returned. His passport, phone, and wallet were all left behind in his hotel room, and there has been no activity on his bank account. When Jan was not found within 2 days, 12 friends and family members flew to Dublin from Iceland to help search for him. The area around the Hotel Bonington was methodically searched and covered in missing persons posters. According to his family, it would be out of character for John to have simply just walked away from his life and left them wondering where he was. He was very responsible and considerate and would call home if he ever worked late. He had lost money in the poker game he played the night before he went missing, but not a large enough amount of money that his family believed it would have caused undue stress for him. Surveillance footage helped trace Jan's route after he left his hotel. He left the hotel at 11:05 a.m. and was picked up on a camera at McGettigan's bar 2 minutes later. He is seen going on to Swords Road heading north. The last sighting of Jan was outside of Highfield Hospital, where he was seen heading north towards Collins Avenue. On February 23rd, an intensive large-scale search was conducted with the help of 80 volunteers. During a radio interview, one of Jan's brothers thanked the people of Dublin for their assistance in their search efforts and also vowed that his family would not leave Dublin without Jan. Jan so far remains missing. 36-year-old Shawn Duffy lived in rural Menacross, Dunglow. He had a burly build and stood at 6 foot 4 inches tall and was described by one of his neighbors as a tank of a man. He used his imposing figure in some of his odd jobs as a bouncer. He made his living doing a variety of other things as well, including working as a driver and an undertaker. While he was known for being physically imposing, he was also notable for his sense of style, usually going out in a tweed jacket and tie. He was close to his large family, including his 2 brothers and 5 sisters. Shawn spent the evening of January 28, 2005 out at the Strand Bar with his brother Kevin, not returning home until the early hours of January 29th. Later that day, Kevin went to see Shawn and was surprised to find the front door of Shawn's small bungalow unlocked. When he went inside, he found Shawn's body lying face down on the couch. He had been stabbed, beaten, and had an arrow from a crossbow sticking out of his right arm. In the course of the investigation into Shawn's death, over 1,400 lines of inquiry were pursued and authorities interviewed over 700 witnesses. Shawn's multiple jobs and varied hobbies, while they made him an interesting character, gave authorities lots of leads to follow up on. While Shawn cared about his community and took time to help his elderly neighbors, his diverse interests also included things that could be construed as dangerous enough to become motives for his murder. His own mother has said that Shawn had a lot of enemies and there were concerns over his dealings with horse races and the buying and reselling of cars. At the time of his death, Shawn also had an assault charge pending against him. It has been theorized that multiple assailants must have been involved in Shawn's murder. Given his size and strength, he would be difficult for one person to physically overpower. The use of multiple weapons also supports this theory. Following the 14th anniversary of Shawn's murder in 2019, LaGuardia appealed to the public for information with Detective Inspector Pat O'Donnell, reminding the community that it is never too late to come forward with information in the case. O'Donnell also announced that evidence from the case is being re-examined in hopes that the advances in technology, since John's death, will result in a DNA profile that will help move the case forward. Yvonne Waters, 17, and Raylene Eaton, 16, were cousins who lived in Perth, Western Australia, and shared a close bond, spending much of their free time together. On Sunday, April 4, 1974, they went to the tavern at the White Sands Hotel in nearby Scarborough to listen to a band. However, neither girl returned home that night. At first, their mothers were not overly concerned. While it was unusual for the girls to stay out all night, their mothers initially thought they might have spent the night at each other's homes. But when both women realized their daughters were absent from both households, they feared something was terribly wrong. The police, however, did not immediately share the family's concerns. They assumed the girls had run away or were staying with someone they had met at the hotel. It wasn't until several days later that the police began questioning witnesses who had been at the White Sands Hotel that afternoon. Numerous people who had been there that day reported that Yvonne and Raylene had been spending time with 3 men who appeared to be in their early to mid-20s. They also may have been laborers based on their attire. The doorman at the hotel bar told police that Raylene and Yvonne went out into the parking lot with the 3 men around 6:45 p.m. The group of 5 was seen standing around a white hold and panel van. The van had plates from Queensland, and the plate number began with the letters PXJ. It is unclear if the girls got inside or left in the van. Police were unable to trace down the van despite having the partial plate number. Just 10 days after the girls' disappearance, Raylene's only sibling, her 18-year-old brother, Graham, was involved in a motorcycle accident. 2 weeks later, he passed away in the hospital from his injuries. Raylene's mother, Jean, now 95, continues to appear publicly and give press interviews in hopes of finding answers to the disappearance of her daughter and niece. When millionaire Ronald Vinci first met flight attendant Catherine Pileggi, he felt an instant connection. Their unexpected encounter in the air would go on to significantly influence their future. Born on August 16, 1940, in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Ronald Vinci showed an entrepreneurial drive from a young age. In his 20s, he launched his first business by renting a space on the Pacific Coast in San Diego to sell Honda motorcycles. Eventually, his small shop grew into one of California's largest Honda dealerships. Ron's achievements didn't stop there. He expanded by opening additional car dealerships, consistently growing his wealth. Those who worked with Vinci often described him as determined and strong-willed, with a demanding approach to management. Ronald's personal life included a previous marriage to Pamela, with whom he had a son, Carrie. However, their marriage ended in divorce after several years. After the split, Ron embraced a luxurious lifestyle and spent his fortune on indulgent pursuits. He developed a keen interest in collecting airplanes and helicopters, even acquiring a large hangar to store his collection. Ronald lived in a grand home in Rancho Santa Fe, California, and went to great lengths to secure permission from the county commission to build a helicopter pad on his property, despite opposition from neighbors. This allowed him to travel conveniently by helicopter directly from his home. Additionally, helicopter pads were installed on the roofs of his car dealerships to facilitate aerial commutes. In 1990, 50-year-old Ronald Vinci crossed paths with 34-year-old Catherine Pileggi in a chance meeting aboard a flight. Catherine, a flight attendant, hailed from a tight-knit family and was raised in rural Georgia. In her youth, she participated in beauty pageants and captivated others with her charm and elegance. With her radiant smile and magnetic personality, Catherine attracted many admirers. After completing her education, she worked as a lab technician in a veterans hospital for several years. Yet, she longed for more, and in 1980, she made a bold career shift, leaving the hospital to become a flight attendant with Delta Airlines. At that time, her annual income was $20,000. She enjoyed her new job, tending to passengers' needs and serving meals. Catherine even had some practical knowledge, like using coffee grounds to eliminate unpleasant odors, a handy tip for dealing with spills on airplane seats. In 1990, a decade after starting her flight attendant career, Catherine had a fateful encounter on a flight. She met Ronald Vinci, a millionaire who was immediately drawn to a charming and ever-smiling personality. Despite the significant 14-year age gap between them, the two began a romantic relationship. Catherine then left her career as a flight attendant and moved into Ronald's luxurious home in California. They shared a passion for travel, often visiting Aspen, Colorado, a favorite getaway spot for them. Their relationship spanned 10 years, during which Ronald never proposed to Catherine. Eventually, they chose to part ways. Seeking a fresh start and new companionship, Catherine relocated to Florida in April 2001 at the age of 45. She began a relationship with 63-year-old Dilio Carano, an insurance agent who was financially well off. The couple met through mutual friends. Catherine confided in Dilio about her previous relationship with Ronald Vinci, describing it as tumultuous and unhappy. She revealed that during the decade-long relationship with Ronald, she endured insults from him and had to deal with his heavy drinking and public discussions of his affairs with other women, all while hoping for a marriage proposal that never came from Ronald Vinci. On the contrary, wasted no time and swiftly proposed to Catherine. The couple tied the knot in May 2001, just a month after they first met. Catherine seemed very happy with the marriage. After their wedding, they began living together in Miami Beach, Florida. Dilio described Catherine's early demeanor in their shared life as resembling that of a domestic cat. Gentle, calm, and quiet with minimal eating habits. Furthermore, Catherine had a profound fear of water. She couldn't bathe in the ocean or river without experiencing intense anxiety upon entering the water. A few months into their marriage, Dilio began to notice a significant change in his wife's behavior. She increasingly requested money from him, demanding funds for clothes and gifts, while comparing him to her friends' more generous husbands. Dilio estimated that Catherine was withdrawing approximately $55,000 monthly from him. She used educational expenses as an excuse but failed to provide receipts or evidence of such expenditures. After several months of enduring this financial strain, Dilio decided he had rushed into the marriage and wanted a divorce. Given their lack of children or shared property, the separation was relatively straightforward. Court documents revealed that Diogo Goncalves had a net worth of $4,500,000, whereas Catherine had only $8,000 in her accounts. As Catherine prepared to move out of Diogo's house, she expressed sadness and despair, lamenting, "What's the point of living? I don't succeed in anything. There's just no meaning in my life." In 2005, Ronald Vinci, a millionaire, made a significant life change by relocating to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Convinced by friends that Florida offered favorable climate conditions and low taxes at this point, Ron had already sold his car dealerships and accumulated substantial wealth. In Fort Lauderdale, he acquired a luxurious apartment on the 4th floor, enjoying his new residence's comforts. In the same year, Ronald rekindled his relationship with Catherine Pileggi. Catherine, the flight attendant Ron had previously dated, moved into his apartment, rekindling their relationship. Interestingly, Catherine's ex-husband, Diogo Goncalves, also lived in the same building, but was situated 30 floors below them. Diogo couldn't comprehend why Catherine chose to reconnect with the millionaire she once described as a monster. As their relationship progressed, Catherine became increasingly fixated on marrying Ron. Both Ronald and Catherine were no longer working and led a leisurely lifestyle. Their differences became more evident over time. Ronald was overweight and enjoyed indulging in rich foods. In contrast, Catherine maintained a weight of only 42 kilograms by eating sparingly. Ronald loved lively parties, while Catherine preferred staying home absorbed in crime stories. She rarely wore dresses, opting for shorts and sneakers instead. The couple often traveled together, crossing the sea by boat and visiting Caribbean islands by air. Despite her fear of the ocean, detailed in her diary entries, Ron incessantly encouraged her to conquer her phobia. Even though Ronald possessed considerable wealth, he had a penchant for frequenting budget-friendly bars along the Fort Lauderdale waterfront with friends. There, he would order 1 tacos and strong drinks. He might have been the life of these gatherings, flirting with women, but he often humorously remarked that his appeal to men had long vanished. Their home frequently hosted gatherings where Ronald indulged in alcohol and grew more outspoken. Occasionally, he publicly insulted Catherine in front of their friends, implying she owed everything to him. At these events, Catherine usually played a passive role, quietly catering to Ronald's intoxicated demands, serving drinks and snacks, and attending to his friends' needs. This dynamic painted a clearer picture of their contrasting personalities and relationship intricacies. Ron's extroverted indulgence versus Catherine's introverted submissiveness. For 5 years, this pattern persisted. However, the millionaire remained hesitant to propose marriage to Catherine. By 2010, Ronald began confiding in friends about his desire to end the healing and seek a younger companion. In early 2011, Ronald Vinci found himself hospitalized due to severe intestinal issues. These issues were most likely stemming from years of alcohol abuse. The doctors attributed his illness to alcohol consumption, but Vinci noted a recent shift in the taste of his food. A friend jokingly suggested that maybe Catherine had tried to poison him. Ronald dismissed this jest without much thought. In reality, Ronald had neglected his health. His excessive alcohol intake and the habit of consuming numerous pills for relaxation and better sleep were taking a toll on his well-being. In June 2011, Ronald Vinci made a significant purchase, acquiring a new waterfront home in Fort Lauderdale valued at $3 million. Conveniently located just steps away from where his yacht was docked, the property promised comfort. At the age of 70, Ronald looked forward to spending the rest of his life in this residence. He eagerly anticipated visits from his only son, Carrie, and his grandson. Carrie's occupation as a waiter was a subject of jest for Ronald, who humorously claimed that Carrie was eagerly anticipating his father's passing. On the afternoon of June 28, 2011, the gardener of Ronald Vinci made a distressing call to 911, reporting an incident involving his employer. When the police arrived at the scene, they discovered the lifeless body of the millionaire in a guest bedroom. Shockingly, his body had been meticulously wrapped in plastic bags, tightly taped, and placed inside a sleeping bag along with soiled sheets. and on top of it all was a substance resembling wet dirt, later identified as coffee grounds. Further examination revealed a slashed mattress beneath the blanket on the bed. The gardener informed the police that according to Catherine Pileggi, Ronald had fallen down the stairs, suffered a head injury, and subsequently passed away. The officers had deep suspicions that Ronald Vinci's death was not accidental. During police interrogation, the gardener provided a chilling account of the events leading up to the discovery of Vinci's lifeless body. According to his testimony, Catherine Pileggi had called him late at night, urgently requesting his presence at Vinci's residence. Upon his arrival in the morning, he was confronted with the sight the millionaire's body wrapped tightly in a sleeping bag in one of the guest bedrooms. Catherine, distressed and tearful, implored the gardener to assist her in burying Ron. She revealed that Vinci had expressed a lifelong wish to be laid to rest in the ocean after his demise. To carry out this plan, she had purchased a blue container intended to hold Vinci's body with the intention of taking it out to sea using the millionaire's yacht. By the time the gardener alerted authorities, Catherine had already brought this container home and placed it in the garage. Upon conducting a thorough examination, the medical examiner made gruesome findings. Ronald Vinci, aged 70, had sustained 9 stab wounds to his chest and neck. He bore marks consistent with hammer blows on his head and had ultimately met his demise from a gunshot wound to the head. On June 27th evening, Ronald Vinci's friends visited his house. Catherine prepared the meal, and Ron provided drinks during their gathering. During dinner, Ron mentioned that his passport and one of his pistols were missing. He also complained that the food tasted unusually bitter. Unexpectedly, Ron, who was known for staying up late, said he wasn't feeling well and went to bed as early as 7:30 p.m., an unusual time for him. His friends eventually found this early bedtime odd and left his house afterward. Catherine Pileggi, aged 54, was brought in for questioning a few hours later, where she provided a detailed confession. She recounted events around 1 a.m., shedding light on what transpired that fateful night. On June 28th, a drunk Ronald Vinci woke up and began verbally insulting Catherine. The situation escalated as he chased her down the stairs, stumbled and fell, hitting his head severely. Catherine claimed she helped him up and guided him to a guest bedroom on the first floor. Afterward, she cleaned the bloodstains on the stairs. A few hours later, she entered the guest bedroom to check on Ron, finding him asleep with a loaded gun on the nightstand. Fearing that Vince intended to kill her, Catherine acted out of fear and desperation. She grabbed the gun and fatally shot him in the head. During interrogation, Catherine admitted she was very scared and angrier than she had ever been before, feeling like her soul had left her body. After the shooting, she inflicted numerous additional wounds on Ron, using a knife and a hammer. Catherine then wrapped his body in a bag and attempted to conceal the evidence by calling the gardener when she realized she couldn't dispose of the body alone. Surveillance camera photos showed Catherine purchasing a large blue container at a hardware store after the murder. This container was intended to be used for disposing of Ronald's body in the ocean. Authorities discovered a gun matching the one used to shoot Ronald in Catherine's car with her fingerprints on it. Her Bentley also contained incriminating items such as a knife, cut-up pieces of a mattress, clothing, and rubber gloves, all stained with Ronald's blood. Consequently, Catherine faced a charge of first-degree murder and was subsequently arrested and detained. Further investigations revealed that just a month before the murder in May, Catherine had been involved in a legal dispute, wherein her sister accused her of borrowing money but refusing to repay it. Catherine defended herself by claiming that the money was a gift, and therefore refused to return it to her sister. On May 17th, the court ruled in favor of Catherine in this dispute. Ronald's neighbors reported hearing screams from Vinci's house on the night of the crime. Additionally, a witness spotted a white car with a large trailer near Vinci's home early in the morning. This car belonged to the gardener. Ronald Vinci's friends disclosed that he had been contemplating ending his relationship with Catherine for quite some time. The couple had not been intimate for several months, and even slept in separate rooms within their large house. Just a few weeks before the tragedy, attempted to give Catherine $1 million through one of his workers. requesting her to leave his house permanently. Prosecutors believed that Catherine's primary motive was the fear of losing her wealthy partner. However, Catherine's defense argued that she had been a victim of severe abuse during her relationship with Ronald and acted in self-defense. Questions arose regarding why she did not immediately contact the police, why she did not tell the truth right away, and why she endured the alleged abuse for years without leaving him. Some of Catherine's relatives defended her in court, and a court psychiatrist identified some signs of domestic violence. Nonetheless, none of Ronald's close associates could confirm witnessing any mistreatment in their relationship. They described Catherine as calm and noted that she never complained about her life. During the court proceedings, Catherine made a startling accusation against Ronald Vinci, claiming he was responsible for the sudden death of her younger sister Angela 3 years prior in December 2009. Catherine, Ronald, and Angela had embarked on a Caribbean cruise together. Angela had been struggling with substance abuse issues and consumed excessive alcohol during a party on the cruise, leading to severe illness and intense convulsions. In an effort to help her sister, Catherine performed artificial respiration. Tragically, Angela's heart stopped beating, resulting in her death. It later emerged that Ronald had provided Angela with some pills on the evening of the cruise, presumably to help her relax. Catherine firmly believed these pills were a contributing factor in her younger sister's death. In 2014, a jury found Catherine PGI guilty of the murder of Ronald Vinci. Consequently, she was sentenced to 25 years in prison. She is currently serving her sentence at the LEL Correctional Institution in Marin County, Florida. Her potential release date is set for January 2034, when she will be 77 years old. The story of successful and wealthy Ronald Vinci took a tragic turn due to his ill-fated relationship with quiet and unassuming flight attendant, Catherine PGI. Despite his many wise decisions in life, this particular relationship ultimately proved to be a fatal error for the millionaire. A wealthy businesswoman, weary of loneliness and with a substantial fortune, crossed paths with a charismatic anesthesiologist who dreamed of finding his perfect match. From their first meeting, a whirlwind of passion ignited between them. Yet, not everyone shared in the joy seen in the eyes of this enamored couple. Deborah, the central figure of our story, is an elegant, accomplished, and very wealthy woman. Her millions were not a stroke of luck but the outcome of her relentless dedication and hard work. She spent years climbing the ranks in the interior design field, eventually establishing her own design firm, Ambrosia. Over 3 decades, Deborah poured her heart and soul into this business, driven by a deep love for her craft. Yet, her personal life was far from as successful. Although she married 4 times, each marriage ended in divorce. Despite being a devoted mother to her 4 children, her romantic relationships repeatedly faltered. Having secured her financial future, Deborah longed for something more meaningful, the simple joy of family happiness. Her life took a dramatic turn after a family tragedy years ago, when her older sister, Cindy, was killed by Billy Vickers in March 1984. During the trial, their mother testified in support of Billy, leading to a lenient sentence for him, and he spent only a few years in prison for the brutal murder. Billy and Cindy had 2 children, and the event left deep scars on everyone involved. Afterward, Deborah struggled with extreme anxiety and panic attacks, particularly fearing firearms. Living alone for a long time only exacerbated this. Despite friends encouraging her to buy a gun for protection, Deborah couldn't bring herself to have a weapon in her home. Deborah always took great care of her appearance and surrounded herself with beautiful things. She invested considerable time and money in skincare, makeup, and hair care at this point in her life. She owned a variety of stylish items, including Chanel jewelry, Cartier watches, denim clothing, and Gucci shoes. The only thing she lacked was a devoted partner. John Myron, a central character in our narrative, was born on February 3, 1958 in California. He grew up alongside his sisters Karen and Donna. His father, known for his deceitful and fraudulent behavior, imparted these traits to John early in life. John became involved in deceptive schemes and fraudulent activities to make a living. Additionally, He dealt in illegal substances and used them himself, which led to multiple confrontations with law enforcement and his eventual banishment from California in 1988. John completed his undergraduate studies at Arizona State University, earning a Bachelor of Arts degree. Later on, he joined the University of Dayton's law faculty. His friends nicknamed him Dirty John due to his ability to effortlessly attract women. John was notably handsome, standing around 6 feet 3 inches tall with hazel green eyes and thick dark hair. His engaging smile particularly appealed to women. After completing his academic journey, John met Tanya Sells, a nurse anesthetist by profession. They got married in November 1990 when she was 25, and he was 31. Their relationship was fundamentally based on falsehoods, as John kept Tanya isolated from his family, alleging their malevolence. Tanya supported her husband while attending medical school in Tennessee and helped him obtain his license as an anesthesiologist. The couple had 2 children. However, over time, their marriage began to deteriorate. Tanya discovered from John's mother and sisters that he had been deceiving her about his past. She also found his secret stash of pills stolen from patients in need, pills he himself was addicted to, which explained his temper. Tanya promptly reported this to the police. Following an investigation, John admitted to all charges but chose to flee the state instead of turning himself in to authorities. He took refuge in a Michigan hotel, where the police easily located him. John was found unconscious surrounded by empty pill containers, prompting them to summon an ambulance. While en route to the hospital, he regained consciousness, seized a medication vial, and leaped from the ambulance but was apprehended soon after. Subsequently, he received a 6-year prison sentence in Michigan for resisting arrest and illegal drug possession. However, remarkably, John served only 17 months behind bars. He somehow managed to have his sentence reduced and was freed in 2004. During this period of his life, he met Deborah. She was 55 and he was 59. They both decided to try online dating, which is how they eventually crossed paths. Deborah was impressed by John's online profile. He described himself as a divorce doctor and a Christian searching for love. After a series of disappointing dates, Deborah was pleasantly surprised when she met John. He showed genuine interest in her life, praised her accomplishments, and seemed different from others. Their first date happened in October 2014 at a restaurant called Houston in Irvine, California. John's aim was to captivate Deborah, and he did so by sharing fabricated tales of his past, like working with Doctors Without Borders in Iraq. He mentioned having 2 children and owning multiple properties. Deborah envisioned him as a selfless doctor devoted to global service. John treated her like royalty, which was exactly what Deborah longed for after seeking companionship for so long. He even expressed eagerness to meet her family. His charming words made Deborah's heart flutter. After leaving the restaurant, they ended up at her penthouse. However, John overstepped boundaries that night. After a few kisses, he tried to escalate things further. Deborah felt uncomfortable with the pressure and asked him to leave. The next morning, John sought to amend his mistake. He called Deborah to apologize, explaining that he had consumed too much alcohol and couldn't contain his emotions. This admission once again raised John's standing in Deborah's eyes, leading them to continue their dates. As their relationship progressed, Deborah and John spent more time together. On their 3rd date, John declared his love and proposed. Deborah was so delighted by their companionship that she overlooked several peculiarities about him. For instance, John consistently wore well-worn medical scrubs, even at stylish events organized by Deborah, and claimed he had no time to change into more appropriate attire. Deborah was unfazed and proudly introduced him as her doctor to friends, posing with him for photos. Their bond deepened, and soon, they decided to move in together. Deborah's daughter Justine, who lived with her in the penthouse, was forthright and critical of her mother's partners. She disapproved of John's unkempt appearance, finding it strange that her mother, usually dressed in Gucci, was involved with someone in dirty robes. Jacqueline also noticed John's peculiar interest in the penthouse's art, statues, and paintings, as if he were evaluating their worth. After just 5 weeks of knowing each other, John convinced Deborah they should live separately. They rented a house for $6,500 a month on Balboa Island's waterfront in Newport. Deborah paid $80,000 upfront for several months' rent, while John avoided putting his name on the lease due to tax complications. Deborah was so enamored with John that she covered all expenses herself without informing her children. She couldn't understand why they disapproved of him, as he pampered her like royalty. Preparing morning coffee, doing grocery shopping, and striving to simplify her life, Deborah felt she had found her perfect match in John, and hoped that over time, her children would warm up to him. Envisioning a harmonious family future, Deborah arranged for John to meet her younger daughter Tara, who was known for having a softer disposition compared to Jacqueline. Tara resided in Las Vegas with her boyfriend, and upon hearing about John over the phone, decided to meet him in person. Tara's visit coincided with Deborah and John's move into their new residence. From their first encounter, Tara felt uneasy about John. His lack of cordiality combined with his silent, solitary efforts in moving belongings, trying to project a tough exterior, didn't sit well with her. Despite reservations, Tara was willing to give John the benefit of the doubt, yet quickly began observing some concerning signs. John didn't own a vehicle, and although he claimed to have properties in Newport Beach and Palm Springs, he never suggested relocating or even invited them to visit. John appeared to spend most of his days at home, often engrossed in video games. Just before Thanksgiving, Tara decided to snoop through her mother's boyfriend's belongings and found a nurse's certificate with his name, realizing he was not a doctor. When John found out about this, he became furious and threw a massive tantrum. He accused Tara of trying to deprive her mother of happiness, shouting that she wouldn't succeed in separating them, while Deborah just stood there listening. Eventually, there was a big argument and Tara left the house. John used the situation to convince Deborah that her children were only after her wealth. They were waiting for her demise, and thus didn't want to see her happy. On the eve of Thanksgiving, Deborah's mother Arlene, a very religious woman, arrived. John put on an entire religious act in front of her, but received another scandal instead of approval. The holiday ended in another fiasco. Subsequently, Deborah opted to seek guidance from a psychotherapist, who recommended establishing limits with her offspring and pursuing a tranquil existence, a suggestion she embraced. She and John made Balboa Island their home, indulging in local eateries, strolling about, and relishing the picturesque views. At times, John exhibited youthful exuberance, capturing bare-chested selfies and sharing them with her, engaging in playful activities which rejuvenated her spirit. Deborah was immensely joyful, yet remained apprehensive about John's attire. His wardrobe was limited to aged medical scrubs, loose frayed trousers, and worn-out shirts, whereas Deborah desired her partner to be fashionably attired and complement her way of life. John claimed his finer garments were pilfered during a stint in Iraq. Hence, Deborah escorted him on a shopping spree, acquiring a complete set of high-end designer outfits for him. In early December, John accompanied Deborah on a work-related trip to Las Vegas. By this time, their acquaintance was just under 2 months old, yet they chose to marry. Deborah concealed this development from her children. On one occasion, an unknown woman managed to enter John and Deborah's residence. John seized this incident to persuade Deborah of the need for enhanced security measures. Subsequently, he set up multiple surveillance cameras within their home, which he operated via his smartphone. He extended this surveillance to his wife's office, aiming to monitor her activities. John's objective was to exert total control over their environment. Gradually, Deborah began to inquire about his family background and previous life. For each query, John had an immediate justification or excuse. Despite noticeable inconsistencies, Deborah chose to ignore them, convinced she had met her ideal partner. However, her children remained skeptical. Jacqueline took the initiative to investigate John's activities. Since he didn't own a vehicle, he utilized Deborah's Tesla. Jacqueline installed tracking devices on the car to monitor his whereabouts, but this surveillance didn't reveal anything significant. Then she and Tara engaged a private investigator. The detectives soon returned with findings. They uncovered that John had declared bankruptcy, possessed a nursing license but not one for practicing medicine, and had resided in Arizona, Ohio, Indiana, Tennessee, and California. One address associated with John was the Orange County Jail. When the daughters shared these discoveries with their mother, Deborah asserted that even if these facts were accurate, her affection for him would remain unchanged. In late March, a letter intended for John was received by Deborah. The sender was a former prison inmate, but she couldn't read it, as John quickly grabbed the letter from her. Initially, he accused her of mistrust with a burst of anger, then claimed it was from a pen pal whom he was supporting emotionally. Deborah felt uneasy about this explanation. The following day, with her husband away on work, she decided to sift through his belongings. This search unveiled startling truths about the man she had wed. She discovered that John was an ex-nurse anesthetist who had succumbed to an addiction to pain medication, leading to his arrest and the collapse of his professional life. Additionally, Deborah uncovered evidence of his history as a swindler. Court records revealed that John had previously cheated and stolen from numerous women. He stumbled upon some court files online. They included a search warrant for his storage unit. Inside the unit, authorities found a .38 caliber handgun, bullets, a GPS tracker, syringes, and other suspicious items. That was the moment Deborah realized John's true identity. He was a dangerous individual and an armed felon. He had several restraining orders against him from different women. Most alarmingly, she discovered he had been released from prison on October 8th and met her just days later. Feeling overwhelmed by these revelations, Deborah examined the documents meticulously. She felt both shocked and scared. She realized the potential danger John posed to her and her children. Choosing to act normal temporarily, Deborah waited for the right moment. When John left for the hospital due to back issues, she seized the opportunity. With her family's help, she moved out during his absence. During the packing process, they found more documents belonging to John. These were prints of online comments from other women warning about him. They described John as persuasive and adept at deception. They cautioned others not to be swayed by his attractiveness and charm. Convinced of his instability, Deborah decided to end their relationship and leave. Despite her decision, John kept messaging her, pleading for her to visit him in the hospital. Overcome with guilt, Deborah relented. By June 2015, John had successfully persuaded Deborah to reconcile with him. He offered many justifications for the oddities found among his possessions. He admitted he had hidden his past because he believed a woman like her wouldn't have noticed him otherwise. For this reason, he pretended to be a doctor to impress her and now implored her help in rehabilitating and salvaging his life. Still enamored with him, Deborah granted him another chance. They relocated together to a new apartment in Irvine. However, this decision deeply troubled her children, leading the couple to maintain some distance from them temporarily. By March 2016, the couple had been married for a year already. For 3 months, Deborah helped John recover from his addiction. However, she was deeply distressed because her entire family disliked him, especially Justine. This animosity was mutual. Matters escalated to the point where her husband forbade Deborah from seeing her daughter. When John discovered that Deborah was paying for Jacqueline's real estate lessons, he reacted spitefully. He called the school to slander Jacqueline in front of her teachers and wrote her threatening and indecent messages, insisting that her mother no longer wanted anything to do with her. He even threatened that one day he would come and harm Jacqueline. It became evident that while John appeared to be recovering, his malevolence and cruelty were intensifying. By April 2016, Deborah's patience had reached its limit, prompting her to file for divorce. She sought a peaceful dissolution of the relationship and began gradually withdrawing money from her bank account for safekeeping. Unfortunately, she kept $30,000 in a hiding place in one of the lower drawers at home. When John discovered this money, he asserted that it belonged to him as well. Realizing that divorce proceedings were imminent, John started showing more aggression. Sensing the danger, Deborah knew it was time to flee. She took some cosmetics and work items and moved to Jacqueline's apartment in Irvine, a location she felt safe due to numerous surveillance cameras around the complex. Deborah attempted to obtain a restraining order. However, the Orange County judge denied her request, since there was no immediate threat. John lived in another state and hadn't made any direct recent moves against her. With little recourse, she focused on breaking off the relationship and moving on. After the separation, John relocated to one of Deborah's properties in Nevada. He repeatedly tried contacting her, but she consistently ignored his calls. Then things took a drastic turn on June 11, 2016. That day, as Deborah drove her Jaguar to work, an alarming incident occurred. Her car was stolen from the parking lot while she was at the office. The vehicle was soon found only about a block and a half away, drenched in gasoline, but not set on fire, resulting in only minor damage. Security footage from the area clearly identified John Mayan as responsible for the theft attempt, a stark reminder of his continued threat and volatility despite living in another state. On the evening of August 20th, 2016, Tara came home from work and parked in the lot. As she got out of her car, John suddenly appeared. He attacked her with a knife, trying to drag her back into the vehicle. Screamed for help during the struggle. When John covered her mouth, she bit him hard. A fierce struggle erupted right there in the parking lot. Tara, wearing heavy boots, managed to kick her assailant and knock the knife from his grasp. Seeing a chance, she grabbed the knife and repeatedly stabbed John. She delivered 13 wounds, with the last stab piercing his eye. Trembling with shock, Tara was fortunate that a neighbor saw her and came to help with a towel for her injuries. The neighbor also called the police. John was still alive when paramedics arrived. They found he had a pulse. In John's car, authorities discovered duct tape, cable ties, kitchen knives, and a passport. This indicated he might have planned to abduct Tara and leave the city with her as a hostage. John Mayan was taken to the hospital but died 4 days later at age 57. His remains were cremated and no memorial service was held, as he was universally disliked by those who knew him. Deborah and her children were deeply traumatized by the entire incident. It took some time for Deborah to return to normal life, but she still struggles with guilt for bringing a criminal into their family. Now, Deborah has become very cautious. She carries a stun gun and pepper spray at all times for protection. She has stated that she would never meet someone online again, based on this experience. May 15, 2006 was 2 days before Aju Oraqua's 26th birthday, but he wasn't in any celebratory mood. He had returned early from a family trip to Nigeria, the birthplace of both his parents, to start a summer job with the A&M Reforestation Agency, which was based in Sudbury, Ontario. However, his actual worksite was far more remote. He was employed as a tree planter at a camp located 5 miles west of White River, Ontario, a small town. The planting sites, where he worked on planting jack pine and black spruce seedlings, were located over 40 miles further into the wilderness. The environment was cool, damp, and isolated, and the work was physically demanding. Having spent the previous summer doing the same job, Aju was well prepared for the tough conditions and the hard labor. A third-year engineering student at McMaster University, Aju took this job to fund his education, a responsibility he took very seriously. However, this year was not going as smoothly as his first. May 15th marked only Aju's second day of work for the season, and it began with a heated argument with his supervisor during the bus ride from the base camp to the remote worksite. After spending the morning planting seedlings, Aju found himself in another disagreement when the crew took a lunch break around noon. His supervisor criticized his work, telling him that he had done a poor job and would need to replant the entire area he had worked on that morning. Aju, who was very detail-oriented and had worked the previous summer with great care, felt insulted by the remark. So angry was he that he quit his job on the spot, demanding a ride back to base camp to collect his things and prepare to return to his home in Toronto. He was told that no one could give him a ride back to camp and that he would have to wait until 6 p.m. to ride the bus back with the rest of the crew when they finished work for the day. He was told to wait at the intersection of 2 remote gravel logging roads until he could travel back with the rest of the crew. He was seen waiting there by at least 10 other workers throughout the afternoon, the last time being at 3:45. At 4:0:5, someone passed the intersection, but Aju was no longer there. Sometime in those 20 minutes, Aju vanished. He has not been seen since. There were no clues of any sort left at the intersection suggesting what may have become of Aju. After Aju's crew headed back to camp without him at 6 p.m., supervisors from A&M Reforestation drove up and down the logging roads around where he was last seen, honking their horns and calling his name. At 9 p.m., the Ontario Provincial Police out of Waite River were called. They did not arrive to the base camp until 11 p.m., when it was too dark for them to search the woods. They therefore took a few notes and called the emergency response team to prepare for a search in the morning. 2 A&M supervisors spent the night in a truck near the intersection where Aju had last been seen. The search the next day involved 2 police helicopters, 1 volunteer helicopter, 18 members of the emergency response team, 7 volunteers from the city of Sault Ste. Marie, and 3 Ontario Provincial Police K-9 units, also from Sault Ste. Marie. The search ran until early in the evening, but found no evidence of Aju or any leads to follow. With the day's search being unsuccessful, the decision was made to contact Aju's family. At 2 a.m. on May 17th, Aju's 26th birthday, Aju's parents received a phone call telling them that their youngest son was missing. Aju's father, Nawab, made it to the camp on May 19th, and Aju's brother was able to join him the following day. At the base camp, they were given Aju's possessions. These included basic items like the clothing he had brought with him for the summer, but also items that seemingly eliminated any hope that Aju had somehow made it back to camp and then headed home. And Aju's camp locker had been his wallet, his driver's license, his phone card, his social insurance card, and both his Canadian and Nigerian passports. The search for Aju in the wilderness went on for a week but was called off on May 22nd, having found absolutely nothing. Within a few weeks of Aju missing, his case was considered open but inactive by the Ontario Provincial Police. Since no sign of Aju or a potential path he may have taken was found in the woods, it has been the belief of his family that he was somehow taken out of the area. This could have occurred in several different scenarios. In some of these scenarios, Aju left the area willingly, and in some he did not. Aju was in excellent physical shape and was a trained distance runner, known to sprint along 18 miles of the logging roads each morning before being sent out to plant trees. It would not necessarily be impossible for him to have traveled on foot the 40 miles along the access road that would take him to the Trans-Canada Highway to try to hitchhike, either back to camp or to some other destination of his choosing. That being said, if he planned to do that, why did he wait 4 hours to start the journey? By that time, waiting for the bus directly back to the base camp, where he would have had to go to retrieve his documents, would have been much quicker. It was also beginning to get dark at 4 o'clock, making the foot journey much more dangerous than it would have been if he had left midday. Even assuming that Aju did get impatient and tried to make it out of the woods on his own, he either got lost on the way, met with foul play at the hands of someone who gave him a ride, or successfully got out of the remote area and went off to start a new life in secret. The first scenario seems unlikely given the complete lack of evidence and the extensive search. The second is possible, but as of now has no supporting evidence, and the third has its own set of problems. Aju was very close with his family and will not have put them through the heartache of not knowing where he was willingly. While this is a sentiment often expressed when a person goes missing, it is a sentiment and hard to evaluate or prove objectively. In Aju's case, however, there are solid facts that discredit this theory. Aju did have a desire to dramatically change his living situation. Aju had expressed interest in returning to Nigeria because of the calming effect being in the village of his father's birth had on his mental health. He was also highly respected in the village. The village did not have running water, and during the times Aju spent there, he would leave early in the mornings with a wheelbarrow to collect water in a nearby stream for the elderly and infirm. Since Aju's dream of starting over was so specific, it is easier to evaluate if he decided to abandon his current life willingly. If Aju decided to make his dream a reality after quitting his job, he would have needed to go back to the camp to get his passports in order to travel internationally. Since he could not hitchhike or walk to Africa, he would also have needed money for a plane ticket, but his bank accounts were not touched after he went missing. Given that Aju also had extended family back in Nigeria and his immediate family traveled there regularly, he would have been discovered even if he did somehow covertly make it back to his father's village. The Oraqua family's dual ties to both Nigeria and Canada began in 1968 when Aju's father, Nawab, came to Canada from Nigeria to study at the University of Waterloo. His plan was to bring his wife and infant daughter there after he was settled. But a civil war in Nigeria escalated soon after he arrived in Canada and threatened his dreams of reuniting with them. After more than a year of not being able to contact his family, Nawab was finally able to bring them to Canada. The Oraquas then had 4 more children, with Aju being the youngest, and Nawab ultimately became a college professor. The family divided their time between Canada and Nigeria. These stretches in each country could span several years. Aju attended primary school in Nigeria and struggled to adapt when the family returned to Canada. He was taunted in his junior high school outside of Toronto for his accent and his slender build, and he told his parents he wanted to return to Nigeria. The stress ultimately impacted his behavior. At first he became withdrawn, but then he developed a temper. He got into a violent altercation with a classmate over a basketball while he was in high school. Following this incident, Audrey redirected all his energy into excelling academically. This plan worked both because it contained his temper and also because it got him offer of admission to multiple universities. His temper did get out of control again in his second year at McMaster when he got into a fight with another student in his dorm after a disagreement. Aju ended up spending a month in prison. Again, he took this was also when he began running more seriously, as well as composing music, to give himself new outlets for his emotions and energy. Aju's supervisor managed to get through all these defenses Aju had built up and bring out some of his temper. However, despite the fact that Aju got into these arguments the day he disappeared, his behavior does seem to show that his anger management skills were improving. While quitting his job may seem rash, it can also be argued that it was a decision for Aju to make. If he and his supervisor were going to continue to argue all summer, it may have been best for Aju to remove himself from the situation before tension could build to the point where he would lash out. Furthermore, Aju seemed calm according to those who saw him standing at the intersection for those 4 hours just prior to his disappearance. He even reportedly waved or gave a thumbs up to one of his supervisors during this time he was waiting, indicating that his mood had calmed. However, this analysis is based on what the company says happened the day Aju disappeared based on notes from the company's supervisors. All of the information we have about the day Aju disappeared is potentially suspect. It is possible that the argument escalated at the worksite or was rekindled several hours later as Aju was waiting by the road and resulted in Aju meeting with foul play. The company's account perhaps should be looked at with some skepticism when viewed through the context of when and how it was recorded, and when and how the investigation into Aju's disappearance was handled as a whole. The only reason for any sort of investigation into Aju's disappearance after May of 2006 was the dedicated efforts of the Oraqua family and the private investigators they hired in June 2006. The position of the Ontario Provincial Police from the beginning was that Aju had wandered off and lost in the woods, and they did not perform any of the basic investigative tasks normally performed in a missing persons case, where any number of scenarios could have resulted in the disappearance of the individual. There were no photos taken at the worksite, the site was not searched, the names of the other members of Aju's crew were not so much as recorded, and the witnesses in the case were not interviewed. The supervisor Aju had gotten into the fights with on the day he disappeared was not even interviewed by police until October 2007, almost a year and a half after Aju vanished. In this interview, she claimed to have not argued with Aju at all on the day he vanished. This was a striking reversal of the previous narrative of May 15, 2006, but when the police accept this fact. The Ontario Provincial Police have resisted the attempts of the Orogas to have the case reactivated, stating that they will not move forward with the case unless new information is discovered indicating that a crime was committed in it. Almost all of that potential evidence was lost the day Aju disappeared, when they chose not to try to collect it. In 2008, the Oraqua family publicly appealed to the provincial government of Ontario to open a coroner's inquest into Aju's case and for a new search in an extended area. They believe the initial search was not carried out in the correct area, which is why no sign of their son was found. They also called for the Ministry of Labour to investigate the safety practices of the reforestation firms that recruited university students. These efforts did not result in any advancement in Aju's case. While Aju's parents believe that their son is no longer alive, they struggle with the lack of answers about what happened to him. They hope to one day be able to provide their youngest child with a proper burial. Jaimie Han was born on October 25, 1983. Growing up in Orangeburg, South Carolina, she lived with her 2 brothers and sister, Brett, Justin, and Ashley. Despite their parents' divorce and remarriage, Jaimie remained a cheerful child. She attended a small yet renowned private prep school celebrated for its educational excellence. In junior high, Jaimie visited the University of North Carolina with her classmates. She instantly fell in love with the campus and aspired to attend. Even as a student, she aimed to impact others' lives by joining the board of the Center of Hope to support troubled teens. Later on, Jaimie engaged in various political campaigns. One notable campaign was Senator John Edwards' 2008 presidential run, a competitor to Obama. During this campaign, Jaimie emerged as a prominent figure in North Carolina's Democratic Party. During one campaign, she met Nation and formed a deep professional relationship with him that later evolved from platonic to romantic. For months after their first romantic moment, they announced their engagement and married on April 18, 2009. Their intense love was anchored in a deep friendship. Jaimie and Nation thrived in their respective careers. Jaimie ran her own political fundraising consulting firm, while Nation was a well-known online strategist, aiding politicians and nonprofits with their campaigns. Described by friends and acquaintances as exceptionally kind, tender, and generous, the couple was well regarded. They took their marriage vows seriously and actively participated in projects like the Coalition to Protect Young Families in North Carolina. Although they were childless at that time, Jaimie and Nation planned on starting a family soon. They both enjoyed vibrant social lives. Jaimie was known among her friends and family as a compassionate individual who had the ability to spread happiness wherever she went. Her talent and enthusiasm for politics led many to foresee a promising future for her. However, unexpectedly, their seemingly perfect world suddenly fell apart on April 22, 2013. Around 5:20 p.m., Jaimie frantically ran from her house and sprinted a few dozen meters before collapsing unconscious in a neighbor's yard. Her body was drenched in blood. Onlookers on the street were shocked by the scene and shouted for someone to call 911. A neighbor, who saw the turmoil unfolding in his yard, immediately phoned emergency services. Through Jaimie's disoriented words, he understood that someone named John, who seemed to still be inside her house, had assaulted her with a knife. He quickly applied a towel to the numerous wounds on her abdomen and urgently summoned an ambulance and the police. Arriving patrol officers traced the blood from the neighbor's yard back to the Han residence. Encircling the house, they commanded the individual inside to exit with hands raised. Moments later, a disheveled bald man emerged on the porch. The officers noted he bore wrist injuries and a stab wound in his abdomen. Due to his injuries, this unidentified man was transported to the hospital in an ambulance, escorted by a police officer. En route to the hospital, the wounded man grew distressed and tearful, expressing regret that this hadn't occurred sooner, and repeatedly murmuring a desire to die. Following his medical treatment, the police endeavored to ascertain his identity, reasons for being in the Han residence, and circumstances leading to this tragic event. They soon discovered he was 31-year-old Jonathan Wayne Brill, a close friend of Nation and a guest in their home. Jaimie also knew John well. She had employed him as an accountant in her political consulting firm after he relocated to North Carolina. The couple had generously offered him accommodation in their home until he could find his own place. Nation and John hailed from the same hometown and first crossed paths in 2000 during a church trip. Despite a 4-year age gap, they quickly struck up a friendship. As it often happens with childhood friends, they drifted apart when one went off to college, but rekindled their bond post-graduation. They became virtually inseparable. Jonathan even had the honor of being the best man at Nation and Jaimie's wedding. In April 2009, the trio was akin to the Three Musketeers, following the ethos of one for all and all for one. They shared vacations, regular Monday dinners, and celebrated holidays together. To some neighbors, Jonathan seemed almost like an extension of the Han family, given how much time he spent at their home. This deep, seemingly unbreakable bond makes the violent incident that left all three with stab wounds in their own home all the more perplexing and tragic. Every Monday, Jaimie and Nation would host their mutual friend Jonathan for dinner. On that particular day, Broyhill arrived earlier than usual, with the intention of discussing recent campaign details with Jaimie. The friends were deeply concerned about John's well-being, as he had confided in them about his diagnosis of pancreatic cancer, a notably aggressive and often terminal disease. The Hans, in their caring nature, accompanied Jonathan to his medical appointments and were consistently present, offering every possible support in his arduous battle for life. There was an instance when Jaimie, overwhelmed with emotion, asked Nation if they should consider having a child soon so that their future offspring might have the chance to know Jonathan. Such was their affection and regard for their friend. They wished even their yet-to-be-born child could have the opportunity to bond with him. The recent diagnosis of cancer was a harsh blow, but it wasn't the first health challenge Brill had encountered. Over the years, John had experienced multiple hospitalizations. He had once revealed to Nation that he was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis during a gallbladder operation. Consequently, the Hans invited Jonathan to live with them temporarily, offering care and support until his health improved. On that fateful Monday, Jaimie and Jonathan were already engaged in work-related discussions in the kitchen when Nation arrived home and headed upstairs to change. Nation was startled by Jaimie's screams calling out his and then John's name. Assuming that Brill may have fallen ill given his medical condition, Nation hurried downstairs midway. He was met with Jamine's terror-stricken voice, crying out that someone was trying to stab her. Rushing into the kitchen, Nation was confronted with the horrifying sight of his wife on the floor, bleeding profusely. John stood over her, wielding a large kitchen knife. As Brill started advancing towards Nation, knife raised threateningly. Nation froze in disbelief. How could such a nightmare unfold in mere minutes? In a desperate act of self-defense, Nation grabbed the knife blade with one hand while striking John in the face with his other hand. Amidst this chaos, he frantically urged Jermaine to run for safety. Attempting to subdue a man who until moments ago was his closest friend seemed almost unreal. Despite her grave injuries, Jaimie miraculously managed to rise from the floor and flee through the side door of their home. Once she was out, Nation, overcoming shock and tumult, pushed Jonathan aside and hurried after his wife. Outside, Jaimie desperately made her way to the nearest neighbor's house for help. Unfortunately, no one responded to her urgent knocking. Summoning her remaining strength, she attempted to reach the next house but collapsed unconscious in their yard due to her overwhelming injuries. Alerted by the commotion and drawn by the screams, passers-by quickly came to her assistance, while a neighbor called for an ambulance and the police. Meanwhile, Nation, panicked, searched frantically for Jaimie. Following the trail of blood led him to discover her in a neighbor's yard. She was conscious, but in agony, clutching her side. Kneeling beside her, he took her hand and tried comforting her with promises of recovery and future anniversaries and vacations by the sea, though tears streamed down his face. As he spoke, clutching Jaimie's hand, Nation was overwhelmed by thoughts of a life without her and unable to fathom how their peaceful life had taken such a sudden turn. As they awaited help, a neighbor swiftly brought a towel to press against Jaimie's bleeding abdomen. Unfortunately, the towel was quickly soaked with blood. Another compassionate neighbor elevated Jaimie's legs onto a bag of leaves, trying to give some comfort. The ambulance was on its way, but to the onlookers the wait felt endless. Even though it was only a few minutes, Jaimie's breathing grew labored, a clear sign of her critical state. When the paramedics arrived, they promptly administered life-saving measures. Nation, having suffered severe cuts to his hand while wrestling with the knife, also desperately needed medical attention. Both he and Jaimie were rushed to the hospital. During transport, Jaimie lost consciousness and upon arrival was taken immediately for emergency surgery. Meanwhile, Nation, overwhelmed with worry for his wife and oblivious to his own pain, received stitches. He was in such shock that he repeatedly tried to enter the ICU, desperate for any updates about Jaimie, but was denied access. Seated anxiously on a hospital bed, Nation was tormented by thoughts of Jaimie's condition. over a dozen stab wounds, a severed artery, and severe liver damage. His only solace during those excruciating moments was hoping and praying for her survival. By some miracle, Jaimie did survive the surgery initially, but tragically, this hope was short-lived. She never regained consciousness. 2 days after this harrowing ordeal, Jaimie succumbed to her injuries. The autopsy revealed a grim reality. She had sustained 24 stab wounds across various parts of her body, including her face, neck, back, hands, and forearms. However, the most lethal injuries were inflicted on her abdomen and chest, resulting in catastrophic damage to her lungs and liver. Meanwhile, Jonathan Brill had inflicted wounds upon himself and was hospitalized for 8 days to recover from his self-inflicted injuries. On Tuesday, April 30th, 2013, still needing medical attention with bandages on both wrists, Brill was transported on a stretcher to the magistrate's office in Wake County. The individual was formally charged with first-degree murder in the case Jaimie Han and assault with a deadly weapon on Nation Han. Due to the severity of the charges, he was held without bail and at Central Prison in Raleigh. This facility was specifically chosen because it housed a hospital wing, ensuring that Bree Hill would continue to receive the necessary medical treatment while in custody for his crimes. The tragic and sudden loss of Jaimie profoundly impacted many, leaving a lingering question. Why would someone she considered a best friend commit such a horrific act, robbing her of her future? In the wake of the tragedy, speculation swirled within the community about a substantial amount of money that had gone missing during the election campaign, managed by Jaimie's team. Jonathan Brill, who had served as the accountant, officially ceased working for the company at the end of 2012. Despite this, he remained responsible for providing Jaimie with financial details and assisting in the preparation of financial reports. It was suspected that Jaimie might have discovered the missing funds, which totaled over $50,000, and confronted Jonathan about this discrepancy. This confrontation could have triggered his violent outburst. On April 22, 2013, Jaimie had invited Jonathan over for their regular Monday dinner and intended to discuss the company's financial issues. The exact sequence of events during Nation's brief absence remains unclear. However, it is widely believed that Jaimie might have challenged Jonathan regarding the missing funds during this time. As time passed, Nation's physical wounds began to heal, but emotional and psychological scars remained deep and unhealing. 6 months following this devastating event, Jaimie's family and Nation, her grieving husband, scattered her ashes near Pulaski Memorial Baptist Church. This place was significant because Jaimie had dedicated her time and efforts as a volunteer there. In a poignant twist of fate, just a week before the tragedy, the Hans had requested the church's pastor to pray for Jonathan, who they believed was battling cancer. Did they know that soon, it would be they who needed the prayers of their community in the wake of such an unimaginable loss? The Nation had to grapple with the truth that an individual he had known from childhood, whom he saw as his dearest friend, had completely shattered his life, and even more heartbreakingly, claimed the life of the woman he adored more than anything in the world. According to Nation, Jaimie was his anchor, his backbone, and his soulmate. He couldn't fathom how the sun could continue to glow without her. The trial of Brill commenced on March 4, 2015. The district attorney informed the jury that Jonathan, serving as Jenny's financial manager, had written 39 checks to himself, misappropriating around $50,000, the identical sum missing from the account. To rationalize his deeds, Brill claimed various health issues, including brain impairment from multiple sclerosis, memory deficits, a gallbladder operation, and pancreatic cancer. Compassionate Jaimie refrained from confronting John about such a sensitive matter during his challenging times. She tactfully sidestepped the issue, hoping Brill would identify and rectify the mistake. All seemed normal until she got a call from a debt collector. Then the district attorney unveiled a startling truth. The preceding year, the defendant's first hospitalization occurred when he was admitted following an episode at Hans's residence. Prior to that, Jonathan hadn't sought any medical treatment, as his health records confirmed. All along, he had deceived Jaimie and Nation about his health conditions. No gallbladder operation, no multiple sclerosis, and no cancer, but merely a manifest mental disorder and something dreadful. within the search history, revealed that the man had been seeking information on pancreatic cancer and specialists in this particular field, evidently to lend credibility to his falsehoods. He also looked up cruises that could be taken without a passport. John had arranged a one-way journey to Las Vegas for April 23rd, but canceled it on the 22nd, merely 2 hours before assaulting Jaimie with a knife. Jonathan admitted to the authorities that he had indeed misappropriated the campaign funds and fabricated all his medical conditions. When the Hans escorted him to medical appointments, waiting in the car as devoted, caring friends, he merely roamed the hospital halls. In recent times, Jonathan grappled with depression and suicidal inclinations. He confessed to being tormented by voices urging him to harm others. He purchased the knife for himself, supposedly planning to use it in Vegas to end his life. Yet, he believed Jaimie would confront him about the financial irregularities. When she did, he began to inflict wounds on himself. Jaimie attempted to intervene, but at that point, he was so deranged and furious that he started assaulting his friend impulsively. Jonathan recalled attacking Jaimie, yet parts of this episode were wiped from his memory. His lawyer and Jonathan himself realized that fully dismissing the charges was unfeasible due to the overwhelming evidence of his guilt. Still, they aimed to argue for temporary insanity to lessen the sentence. Before the jury retired to deliberate, Jaimie Han was allowed to speak. With a voice filled with sorrow, he expressed, "We lock our doors at night to block out the world's evil, but it's chilling to think what occurs when evil holds the key." He addressed these words to his former best friend. On March 19, 2015, the jury announced their decision. They ruled Jonathan Brill guilty of first-degree murder of Jaimie Han and the attempted murder of Jaimie Han. The judge issued a life sentence without parole. Germaine's intentions were utterly pure, and her death was so senseless that even Jonathan later acknowledged in an interview that if he had been honest with the Hans, she would have forgiven him. Suddenly, their closest friend became their worst fear. This story defies any rational explanation. Max received an urgent call from his close friend, Jonathan Hoffman, on May 18, 2012, at 5 p.m. Both were seniors at Farmington Central High School in the affluent West Bloomfield area near Detroit, Michigan. Their friendship began in 9th grade during an English class and was sparked by a mutual appreciation for Tupac, one of the most influential figures in American hip-hop. Jonathan confided in Max that he had recently failed a court-mandated drug screening. He had been on probation since authorities found a prohibited synthetic substance in his vehicle 2 months earlier. Jonathan expressed concern over his grandmother Sandra's intense anger towards him. At 17 years old, Jonathan had been living in his grandparents' apartment for 9 months following his parents' divorce and their relocation to Arizona. Initially, Jonathan went with his parents to Arizona. However, shortly after their arrival, the family was dealt a severe blow when his younger sister Jessica was diagnosed with a benign brain tumor. This necessitated multiple surgeries and ongoing medical care. Adapting to a new school while coping with his sister's health issues left Jonathan feeling unhappy and despondent. Jonathan was overjoyed when his grandmother Sandra suggested he return to West Bloomfield and stay with her until he completed high school. The prospect of reuniting with friends and familiar surroundings excited him. Nevertheless, not everyone approved of the arrangement between Jonathan and his grandmother. Jonathan's father Michael, a prominent attorney for many years, had observed some disconcerting traits in Sandra's personality. 74-year-old Sandra Lane, a retired educator and mother of 5, could be exacting and stern. While she cherished her grandson deeply, along with her 85-year-old husband Fred, the situation presented its challenges given the teenager's yearning to reconnect with friends during what should have been a stable final year at Farmington Central High School. Jonathan's father eventually conceded, allowing him to thrive once again at Farmington High School. There, he was recognized as the class clown, an exceptionally intelligent student, and a tech whiz. He had secured a full scholarship to Eastern Michigan University. His peers saw him as a spirited, cheerful, and optimistic individual. That's why Jonathan's call to Max caused such alarm. He didn't sound like himself. His voice carried not only concern, but also palpable fear. The friends decided to meet up later that same day, and Jonathan promised he'd text within the next 30 minutes to confirm the time. Max waited for the message, but 40 minutes passed with no word from his friend. Growing impatient, Max decided to call Jonathan directly. The phone rang, and rang without any response. Unbeknownst to him at the time, Jonathan would never be able to reply again. Just before this incident, around 5:20 p.m., the West Bloomfield Township Police Department received an emergency call from Sandra Lane's residence, Jonathan's grandmother's home. The young caller informed the dispatcher he had been shot and struggled for breath over those 3 minutes. He begged for help, stating that he was on the brink of death. The assailant had already fled the scene without seeking aid. The subsequent events were even more horrific. The emergency dispatcher listened as Jonathan frantically called out for help before several gunshots rang out again. His screams of pain were followed by faint words that he was dying. Then came a short silence before a woman's scream echoed through the line, leading to an eerie quietude. By about 5:30 p.m., West Bloomfield police arrived at Sandra Lane's condo in the serene Maple Point gated community, a neighborhood known for its low crime rate and predominantly inhabited by retirees. A resident had reported hearing gunshots in this typically peaceful area. As officers disembarked from their vehicle onto the neatly kept lawn, they headed into what would become one of their most chilling calls yet. Another gunshot reverberated from within the residence. Before the officers could make their way inside, a woman appeared at the front door. The officer's instructions to disarm herself. She was a small, elderly woman with fading red hair, her clothes spattered with blood. With her hands raised in surrender, she informed the officers that she had just taken her grandson's life. This revelation stunned the officers, yet it paled in comparison to what awaited them inside. As they entered the condo, the officers were confronted with a ghastly scene. Blood and smudges were present in nearly every room. Bullet impacts marred both walls and furnishings, and empty shell casings littered the ground. Near the entryway lay a discarded 9mm Glock 17 semi-automatic handgun. Subsequent forensic analysis would uncover additional magazines for the firearm, hidden within the residence. On the upper floor, police found 17-year-old Jonathan Hoffman sprawled face down in a pool of blood. He suffered from multiple gunshot wounds across his chest, arms, back, and stomach, indicating that many shots were fired at close quarters. Emergency medical personnel swiftly transported him to Botsford Hospital, clinging to hope they could save him. Sadly, by 6 p.m., Jonathan succumbed to his injuries. Sandra was taken to the closest medical facility as a precautionary measure. Medical professionals conducted various examinations to confirm her well-being. The next day, Sandra Lane faced charges for her grandson's homicide and was detained without bail while awaiting trial for either first or second-degree murder. Her guilt left to be determined by a jury. Throughout this ordeal, she maintained her innocence. News of this incident plunged Jonathan's family, friends, and neighbors into deep sorrow and shock. They all pondered what could have driven Sandra to turn a firearm on her dearly loved grandson. The news of this tragic event spread rapidly through the tranquil neighborhood, with media outlets speculating on various theories. Whispers suggested that Jonathan had failed a drug screening test. Journalists highlighted a narrative involving two neglectful parents who left their substance-dependent teenage son in the care of elderly grandparents. Based on the grandmother's testimony, it was revealed that at the time Jonathan's passing, he had an illegal synthetic drug in his system, which had previously caused him complications. His death shortly after another sensational incident involving hallucinogen consumption. Just 2 weeks prior, another youth under the influence of drugs assaulted his family with a baseball bat, resulting in a fatal event. Takia Cipriana and his accomplice consumed a prohibited substance before attacking their parents. Sandra Lane's attorney argued that she had legitimate concerns for her safety due to managing a young man on probation who was difficult to restrain. It was widely reported that this particular drug could induce aggression in users. If an incident similar to Taquia's had occurred at Sandra's residence, could her actions against Jonathan be justified as self-defense? This was the reasoning Sandra provided to both the police and jury. She asserted that since Jonathan's return to West Bloomfield, he had become unruly and exhibited aggressive behavior. Sandra claimed that he rarely left the house and mingled with teenagers addicted to dangerous synthetic drugs. Sandra also stated that Jonathan's parents did not inform her about his addiction before his arrival and showed little concern for his activities during his stay. Michael, Jonathan's father, was portrayed as having abandoned him. Jonathan frequently had fits of rage, destroying objects and damaging furniture in his room. When upset or during disputes, he would lash out, even breaking his own possessions like his computer monitor and phone. Authorities confirmed that Jonathan had a history with illegal substances. On March 17, 2011, he was apprehended and penalized for possessing hallucinogenic drugs. Subsequently, in court, he received a 93-day deferred sentence, along with a year of probation and the requirement for random drug screenings related to these substances. Jonathan's acquaintances shared with law enforcement their concerns regarding his drug habit and their efforts to redirect him away from it. Sandra exerted considerable effort to assist Jonathan in reforming his ways, focusing on his academic performance and adhering to her guidelines. Nevertheless, he resisted these attempts, displaying defiance, erratic behavior, and occasional aggression. Fred confirmed that from the moment Jonathan arrived, there were continuous and intense disputes between him and Sandra. She even contacted the police multiple times due to Jonathan becoming utterly unmanageable. She sought assistance from the school as well, but all efforts proved futile. Sandra recounted an incident where Jonathan, under the influence of drugs, lost complete control. This situation necessitated hospital staff to restrain him to a gurney. The elderly woman implored his parents for help. However, his father remained indifferent and did not return to Michigan. Gradually, Sandra began fearing for her safety. She confided in her husband about her concerns regarding their grandson and his disreputable associates. In a bid for self-protection and to safeguard her elderly husband, feeling cornered with no other option, Sandra acquired a Glock 17 pistol for defense in case Jonathan or his friends became aggressive. On the critical morning of May 18, 2012, Lane took Jonathan for a drug test that returned positive for illicit substances. Jonathan was instructed to undergo another test later that day. Upon receiving another positive result, he became furious while in his grandmother's vehicle. He resorted to swearing violently, kicking the dashboard, and at one point, seizing the steering wheel, compelling Sandra to halt the car multiple times. Jonathan even attempted to snatch the car keys at one juncture. Upon their return home, the confrontation intensified. Apprehensive that he might be incarcerated, Jonathan decided to flee immediately to Arizona. He demanded $2,000 and the car keys from his grandmother. She complied with neither request. When Grandpa Fred took the dog for a walk, Sandra felt overwhelmingly frightened and attempted to pacify the teenager to no avail. She retreated to her bedroom and retrieved the loaded pistol, hoping it would compel her grandson to heed her words, or at least acknowledge her presence. Upon returning upstairs to Jonathan's bedroom and finding him in the bathroom, instead of heeding her, the boy hurled insults, kicked her in the abdomen, and struck her on the head. A struggle ensued during which Sandra discharged the firearm. She then fled to the basement in a state of panic, seeking refuge. After a while, she ventured upstairs to check on him, only for her grandson to assault her once more, attempting to wrest the gun away. In the ensuing lull, she shot again in self-defense. This narrative paints a picture of elderly individuals trapped in a dire predicament that tragically culminated in Sandra shooting her beloved grandson out of genuine fear for her own life. However, questions remain as to whether Lane's account is entirely accurate. As the investigation deepened, a contrasting narrative began to surface, one that was still tragic but considerably more concerning. Initial claims by Sandra regarding Jonathan's alleged violent nature didn't align with the experiences of those who knew him personally. Contrary to portraying him as aggressive, interviews revealed that at school, Jonathan was known as humorous and peace-loving. He was always quick to diffuse conflicts with his humor and intelligence. Friends also testified that they hadn't observed any recent changes in his demeanor. Furthermore, Jonathan was described as having a very lean build. standing at just 1.67 meters tall and weighing merely 50 kilograms, hardly fitting the profile of a physically intimidating person. His stature was notably similar to his grandmother's. It appeared that instances of Jonathan's so-called rage were exclusively reported by Sandra, a claim now met with skepticism. Fred, Sandra's husband, acknowledged witnessing heated arguments between his wife and grandson. Despite being present at home almost all the time, there was never any physical violence. Sandra played a key role in overseeing Jonathan's education, establishing strict expectations, which the teenager had difficulty meeting. Fred even suggested sending Jonathan back to his parents in Arizona. However, Sandra rejected this proposal, contradicting her claim that the boy was unmanageable under her care. Jennifer, Sandra's daughter, told the police that during the 9 months, Jonathan stayed with his grandparents. He maintained daily communication with her and visited them monthly. Throughout this period, Sandra never reported any issues between her and Jonathan, nor did she express feeling overwhelmed by his presence. When Jennifer learned about Jonathan's legal troubles involving illicit substances, she discussed possible solutions with her mother. She considered either rehabilitation or sending him back to Arizona. Sandra convinced her that she could handle the situation independently. Reluctantly, Jennifer agreed to leave her son in her parents' war custody, a decision that would later prove tragically significant. Authorities were summoned to the Lane household on 2 occasions. The first call came in March 2012 when Jonathan himself dialed emergency services. He was distressed after consuming magic mushrooms and experiencing severe paranoia, fearing for his life. Upon arrival, police noted that he showed no aggression, but was terrified upon seeing them. He eagerly embraced one officer before being secured to a stretcher for his protection and transported to a medical facility. Just 4 days after this incident with magic mushrooms, Sandra Lane reached out to 911 again. She reported that her grandson was enraged and attempting to flee, while Jonathan informed the dispatcher that his grandmother was forcibly trying to confine him in her vehicle. When officers arrived, they encountered Jonathan vocally berating his grandmother. The law enforcement officials then proposed intervening with the irate youth. Sandra opted to handle the matter herself. This episode was recorded in the police files as a routine verbal dispute between a guardian and a child, which was settled amicably. However, for the detectives leading the investigation, this case increasingly seemed less about a rebellious teenager spiraling out of control and more about a woman enforcing her authority over a defiant child. The hearing on April 12th, regarding the possession of prohibited substances and subsequent probation, had evidently enraged Sandra. She believed she could discipline her grandson effectively. Up until that point, Sandra had been resolute in steering Jonathan onto the correct path. Yet, as graduation neared and her opportunities dwindled, this mission began to look like a failure. In that moment, Sandra faced many choices. She could have contacted her daughter or sent Jonathan for rehabilitation. Instead, she acquired a semi-automatic pistol and took several shooting lessons at a firing range. Determined to prevail in this conflict and assert control over her unruly teenage grandson at any cost, for days after Jonathan was placed on probation, Sandra Lane applied for a license to carry a firearm. On April 18th, she purchased a 9mm Glock, explaining to the store owner that she needed it for home protection. She chose a weapon intended for lethal force, along with ammunition containing expanding bullets, designed to inflict maximum damage. After buying the pistol, Sandra trained at the nearest shooting range until she felt proficient in handling it. She kept her newfound expertise hidden from her husband, who remained unaware of the gun's presence in their home. He was quite taken aback when he discovered how much his wife had managed to achieve covertly. On the fateful day of May 18, 2012, Sandra and Jonathan returned home at around 5 p.m. Sandra then requested her husband, Fred, to take their dog for a walk and insisted that he remain outside until she gave him permission to return. Their outdoor time extended for so long that both homeowner and dog grew weary. They ended up sitting together on the grass watching a basketball game. As Fred Wayne, the grandfather of the deceased high schooler, recounted during an interview when they heard police sirens, he failed to grasp the situation. Why did Sandra want Fred to leave them? It seemed less like the action of a woman fearing for her life, and more like someone with a plan, intent on carrying it out without interference or witnesses. If Jonathan was as agitated as described by his grandmother, it's unlikely Fred would have left them alone. However, more compelling evidence against Sandra was yet to come. At that same time, 5 p.m., Jonathan was talking with his friend Max about their evening plans. Max informed the police that Jonathan's tone wasn't angry or excited. Instead, he sounded frightened. He was worried about failing a drug test and anxious about his grandmother's reaction. Jonathan mentioned that Sandra was so furious, she threatened to send him back to Arizona. Sandra claimed her grandson violently assaulted her, striking her in the head and abdomen before she discharged the firearm. Medical personnel from the nearest hospital examined her immediately after the incident, but found no injuries or bruises. Ballistic evidence revealed Sandra fired the weapon more than 10 times throughout various locations in the house. 6 bullets struck Jonathan. 2 shots were aimed at his back, indicating he attempted to flee from Sandra. Another shot struck him in the abdomen while he was wounded and conversing with a 911 dispatcher. The police were convinced it was Sandra chasing Jonathan, not the other way around. The grandmother sought to punish her grandson for his perceived wrongdoing while he sought refuge. At some point, she descended to the basement to reload her pistol, likely when Jonathan ascended to his bedroom to call 911, and subsequently returned, shooting him at close range while he lay on the floor bleeding. The final conclusive blow against Sandra's claims of self-defense came from the toxicology report. According to the report, at the time of the shooting, Jonathan's bloodstream didn't contain any prohibited substances. Only a metabolite of a harmful drug was identified in his urine. The forensic examiner clarified that the residual traces discovered in the urine indicated that all substances had left his body and had no impact on Hoffman's behavior. In other words, Jonathan was entirely lucid when Sandra opened fire on him. Consequently, the jury dismissed the defendant's self-defense claim. On March 19, 2013, Sandra Lane was convicted of a serious crime against her grandson, Jonathan Hoffman. Prior to sentencing, the elderly woman expressed regret for her actions, pleading for understanding. She claimed that her intention had not been to take the teenager's life, but rather to help him resolve his issues together. Meanwhile, her daughter Jennifer urged for the harshest punishment for her mother. She asserted that Sandra Lane was utterly malevolent and would undoubtedly repeat her actions if given the opportunity. Jennifer depicted her mother as a monstrous and obsessed individual, fixated on academic achievement. She firmly believed that everything Lane had stated in her statement was falsehoods. She concluded by stating that her son now resided in heaven, a place where Sandra would never have access. Lane received a minimum sentence of 20 years in addition to a mandatory 2-year term for utilizing a weapon in the commission of manslaughter. Her lawyer had pleaded on her behalf, citing concerns about her potential survival during an extended prison confinement. Jonathan's funeral occurred on May 22, 2012, with approximately 700 people who had known and cherished the young man in attendance. They fondly recalled moments spent with him and cherished him as a cheerful individual who never failed to bring laughter to those around him. As a grandson, Jonathan fell short of his grandmother's expectations, ultimately leading her to conclude that he did not belong in this world. Dr. Cheryl Pearson was a skilled pediatrician who had pursued a medical career after completing an undergraduate degree in chemical engineering. The youngest of 3 siblings, she shared a close bond with her family. On the evening of Friday, January 4, 2002, 37-year-old Dr. Pearson attended a Memphis Grizzlies basketball game at the Pyramid in downtown Memphis. A season ticket holder for the NBA team, she went to the game alone. While still at the Pyramid, Dr. Pearson spoke on the phone with several family members. Around 10:30 p.m., she drove from the Pyramid to her home on Daybreak Drive in Bartlett, Tennessee. 2 of her friends came over after she arrived, and according to them, Dr. Pearson appeared to be in good spirits, looking forward to spending the next day with her sister Lorinda's children while Lorinda was at work. Her friends left her home around 1 a.m. on January 5th. When Lorinda arrived that morning to drop off her children, she found that Dr. Pearson was not at home and her car was missing. Immediately concerned, Lorinda feared her sister might be experiencing a medical emergency. Dr. Pearson suffered from severe type 1 diabetes, and Lorinda worried that her sister's blood sugar had become dangerously out of control, possibly causing her to drive off in a disoriented state and crash her car. All of Dr. Pearson's medications and supplies for managing her condition were left behind at home, as was her pager, which she needed for her on-call duties. Alarmed, Lorinda called the police. 2 days later, on January 7th, Dr. Pearson's blue 2001 Audi was found parked in the Quail Ridge apartment complex, which was on the other side of the golf course Dr. Pearson's street bordered. Inside the car, police found the ticket stub from the Grizzlies game, the keys to the car, and a bank envelope with $140 in $20 bills. In the trunk of the car was another set of keys and Dr. Pearson's medical bag. The most telling detail from the examination of the car was the complete absence of fingerprints found inside of it. Since not even Dr. Pearson's prints were found inside the car, police inferred that the car had been wiped down to destroy fingerprint evidence, which implied that foul play was involved in the doctor's disappearance. The only connection Dr. Pearson had to the criminal world was her brother-in-law, Chuck Hillbreath, who was facing bank robbery charges at the time of Dr. Pearson's disappearance. Chuck was married to Dr. Pearson's sister, Lorinda, and was the father of the children Dr. Pearson had been planning to spend January 5th with. Chuck and Lorinda were having financial problems, which raised concerns that Dr. Pearson's $150,000 life insurance policy may have been a motive for Chuck to harm her. Lorinda was the beneficiary of the policy with the money intended to provide for her children. Chuck was thoroughly investigated and interviewed multiple times by the Bartlett police. He provided an alibi for the night his sister-in-law vanished, which was picked apart by police, but ultimately accepted. Furthermore, since Dr. Pearson's body was not found, she was not immediately declared dead, so the life insurance policy was not paid out. If Dr. Pearson had been killed for insurance money, her body was hidden too well for the plan to actually succeed. Police examined Dr. Pearson's phone records and found that someone had called her home at 1:58 a.m. Reports from around the time Dr. Pearson went missing say that this call was only 5 seconds long. But in 2016, the police reported that it was in fact just under 2 minutes long. The call was traced to a payphone at a Citgo gas station not far from Daybreak Drive. The payphone had been wiped off fingerprints and there were no surveillance cameras covering the area. The caller has never been identified. Since there were no signs of a struggle or forced entry at Dr. Pearson's home, it appears that she was somehow convinced to leave her home in a hurry rather than being abducted from inside her home. Unfortunately, when Dr. Pearson's mother arrived at her home after learning her daughter was missing, she cleaned up around the house, potentially inadvertently destroying evidence in the case. Dr. Pearson was legally declared dead in 2009, the same year her father, Leon, passed away. 60-year-old Bill Lang lived in Binger, Oklahoma and worked as a ranch hand in nearby Hinton. Known as Wild Bill to his friends, his family acknowledges that some may have seen him as a little rough around the edges. However, his tough exterior covered a kind heart and dedication to his family. On March 3, 2016, Bill went to a convenience store in Binger just after 7 a.m. for his daily cup of coffee. Surveillance cameras at the convenience store captured the last known images of Bill. Bill then went to work. Around 8:30, after he arrived there, his daughter, Savannah Morris, called him to remind him that she would be running some errands for him that day and made plans to see him that evening. Later in the day, Bill visited an area tire shop to order tires for his vehicle. He arranged to pick up the tires on the following Monday. A witness reported seeing Bill at a worksite on I-40 near Methodist Road that afternoon. When Savannah tried calling her father that afternoon, he did not answer the phone. The following day, March 4th, Bill's Chevy S10 Blazer was seen along the eastbound side of I-40 near the Calumet exit by one of Savannah's friends. The friend called Savannah, who drove out to the vehicle to confirm that it was her father's. The vehicle was unlocked and contained tools Bill needed for work, as well as his keys, his cigarettes, and his eyeglasses. Concerned that the vehicle was left unlocked along the highway with all of these items inside, particularly the eyeglasses, Savannah reported her father missing. Despite numerous interviews and searches, have become of Bill is connected with his charitable nature. Just a few nights before his disappearance, Bill had stopped along the highway to pick up a man who had been in a car accident. He gave the injured man a ride to the hospital. According to Savannah Morris, Bill was quick to help out others in need. It is therefore possible that he may have stopped to help the wrong person and met with foul play at their hands. Bill's daughter Savannah, while she acknowledges that her father may have met with foul play, said at a press conference in January 2019 that she is refusing to allow her father's case to go cold. The Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation is offering a $5,000 reward for information in Bill's case, and his family is offering an additional $25,100 reward for information that locates Bill. Savannah and her family were invited to participate in an art therapy program, during which they worked with an artist to create a piece of art to honor Bill. The finished product, a replica of Bill's beloved Harley Davidson, is currently spending 6 months on display at the Oklahoma History Center, along with Bill's picture and information about his case. Henrietta Millock grew up in a small Inuit community in the small coastal town of Nain, Newfoundland and Labrador. After having her first son, Chesley, she decided to continue her education so as to provide him with a better life. She left Chesley with family so that she could move to St. John's and study at the Memorial University of Newfoundland. She hoped to one day become a nurse. After moving to St. John's and beginning school, she took up 2 jobs, working as an Inuit translator and as a housekeeper, to support herself. She also became pregnant with her second child, Byron, who was born in June of 1982. Henrietta struggled with alcohol, and Byron was therefore removed from her care and placed into a foster home when he was 2 months old. Around 9 a.m. on December 10, 1982, 25-year-old Henrietta left the boarding house where she was staying. On her way out, she told her landlord that she planned to spend the day visiting family in McKenson's. As this was the town where her son's foster home was, she presumably meant that she was going to see Byron. Henrietta would regularly hitchhike out to McKenson's to visit him. It is unknown how Henrietta actually spent her day, however, as that night she had still not left for McKenson's. She visited her best friend, Mary Pia Brenniwen, and asked her to go out to the Key Club, a bar on the west side of Water Street in St. John's, with her. Mary Pia declined the invitation, and Henrietta went to the bar alone. Witnesses there saw 2 men trying to forcibly remove Henrietta from the bar. No one actually saw them get her outside, however. Henrietta called Marie Pia from a pay phone around 1 a.m., but Mary Pia's landlord, who answered the call, told Henrietta that Mary Pia was asleep and she didn't want to wake her. When the landlord told Mary Pia about the call in the morning, she said that Henrietta had sounded drunk and upset. The bartender who was working that night, who knew Henrietta because she was a regular at the bar, stepped into the back room at one point sometime after that call. When she came back, Henrietta was gone and her purse was on the floor. The 2 men who had been bothering her were also gone. According to the bartender, the 2 men had never been there before and they had never came back after that night. There have been no confirmed sightings of Henrietta since. Her landlord reported her missing to the police 2 days before Christmas. By 1995, Henrietta was presumed dead by authorities, who were even granted a search warrant to excavate a site to look for her remains in an area where there had been a potential sighting of her, but nothing was found. In 2013, police announced plans to test for touch DNA on Henrietta's purse in case an assailant had grabbed it from her. No new information came from the effort. In 2016, a new witness came forward in the case. A man claimed that he and a friend had picked up a hitchhiker he believed to be Henrietta on the last night she had been seen. The woman had told them that she was going to visit family in McKenson's. They dropped her off along the Trans-Canada Highway near Roche's Line. Given the amount of time that passed between the encounter and when the witness came forward, the account should probably be viewed with some skepticism. Authorities, however, believe the witness, who they interviewed for several hours. They say that the witness and his friend had events that day that would make that specific night stand out in their memory even after 30 years, and their description of the hitchhiker's clothing matched what Henrietta had been wearing at the Key Club that night. New searches were conducted in the area. The hitchhiker had been dropped off, following the witness's statement. 45 people combed through brush looking for clues and human remains based on the fear that if Henrietta had been out in the cold that night, she may have succumbed to the elements area where she had been dropped off. Nothing was found. If the witness's story is true, it would mean that Henrietta left to visit her son Byron in the middle of the night. While it makes sense that Henrietta would be on her way to Byron, it is strange that she left that night. The following day, she was planning to make a special trip to see him with her friend Mary Pia. They had planned to go to McKenson's to ask Byron's Henrietta could have been baptized, with Mary Pia serving as his godmother. The two friends had been planning the visit expectantly for some time, so it is strange that Henrietta would leave without Pia. While authorities were publicly working on Henrietta's case, they were not in contact with her family, who only learned of the new efforts when they saw them on the news. Henrietta's oldest son, Chesley, has never been given the chance to speak with the police about his mother's case. His wife, Beninga Anderson, speaking to the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, alleges that she and her family were never able to get authorities to work with them. She says that when she contacted the Royal Newfoundland Constabulary about the case, an officer told her that he had no idea what case she was talking about and that he wouldn't talk to her about it even if he did. Henrietta's mother passed away in January 2018, never learning what happened to her daughter. Henrietta's son, Chesley, and his wife have 2 young boys. While Henrietta never achieved her dream of becoming a nurse, her best friend Mary Pia did finish school and have a career in nursing. Padam Risal was born in Bhutan and lived there until his family was expelled from the country in 1990. He then spent time living in a refugee camp in Nepal. This is where his activism on behalf of the refugee community first began. He worked for the United Nations Refugee Agency's project for Bhutanese refugees, training teachers, and enacting programs. Padam was eventually able to emigrate to the United States, where he helped create Bhutanese community organizations in both California and Washington state before moving to the Harrisburg, Pennsylvania area. There, he was a successful entrepreneur, owning several businesses, and continued his work serving the Bhutanese and Nepali communities, both in his own community and around the world. He was also named to Pennsylvania Governor Tom Wolfe's Advisory Commission on Asian Pacific American Affairs. On February 21, 2019, Padam left his home in Susquehanna Township, Pennsylvania around 2 p.m. He was scheduled to meet his family at 7 p.m. that evening, but never arrived as planned. His family was alarmed and called numerous other family members and friends in search of him, but no one had seen him. The following morning, they reported him missing to the police. In the early hours of February 22nd, at approximately 1 a.m., Padam's silver Kia Forte was found abandoned on Interstate 83 on the overpass for the South Bridge, which spans the Susquehanna River in Harrisburg. There was no sign of Padam with a car or in the area. On March 11th, Padam's children and members of Harrisburg's Bhutanese community announced a $10,000 reward for information about Padam's whereabouts. They also implored anyone who has seen him since February 21st to come forward. They are particularly interested in anyone who may have seen him after 2 p.m. on that day, as that information would help create a timeline of his actions that afternoon. Dale Dinwiddie was a graduate of Randolph-Macon Women's College with a bachelor's degree in art history. Following her graduation from college, she was living at home with her parents in Columbia, South Carolina, and working as a full-time babysitter while she prepared to enroll at the University of South Carolina for graduate school. On September 23, 1992, 23-year-old Dale attended a U2 concert at the Williams-Brice Stadium with a group of friends. When the concert ended at approximately 11:15 p.m., the group traveled to the Five Points area of Columbia to go to Jungle Jim's, a popular bar. Inside the bar, Dale at some point got separated from her group of friends. Not being able to find her immediately, her friends all assumed that Dale had gotten another ride home. They had all traveled to the concert and then to the bar in several cars, so everyone assumed that she had left in someone else's car. They all left the bar, leaving Dale there alone around 1 a.m. on September 24th. 15 minutes later, Dale approached the bouncer at the door to ask if he had seen her group of friends. After talking with the bouncer for about 15 minutes, Dale walked outside and began walking north on Hardin Street. The bouncer would be the last person to ever see her. At 6:15 a.m., Dale's father went into her room because her clock radio alarm had sounded and she had not turned it off. Dale was not in the room, and he realized that her bed had not been slept in. After calling around to her friends to see if anyone knew where she was, Dale's parents reported her missing at 8:30 a.m. Missing persons flyers were up around Columbia within hours of Dale's disappearance being discovered. Within a week, the search effort for her had a command center and a phone bank. Her parents had appeared on national media outlets begging for information, and her flyers were up in every state in the nation. There were hundreds of volunteers in the efforts, including local students, as well as truckers who volunteered to transport Dale's flyers across the country. Dale's disappearance was classified by law enforcement as an abduction so as to qualify it for assistance from the FBI. U2 displayed Dale's picture at several of their subsequent concerts after learning she had gone missing. The publicity generated thousands of leads, but no answers. In 2012, just 6 weeks shy of the 20th anniversary of Dale's disappearance, authorities released an age-progressed image of what Dale would potentially look like at the age of 43. Dale's family and friends continue to publicize her case in hopes of generating a lead that will help them finally find Dale. Paula Salazar was born on September 6, 2015, in Venezuela. Her mother, Andrina Bermudez Millán, was from Matarin, Monagas, and her father, Leonardo Salazar, came from Tecapita, a town in the state of Delta Amacuro. In September 2016, a year after Paula's birth, the couple decided to move with their daughter to Ecuador in search of better opportunities. Soon after settling in Quito, Ecuador's capital, the family dynamic began to unravel due to various issues. Andrina decided to separate from Leonardo and moved with Paula to Cuenca, Ecuador's third largest city. In Cuenca, they stayed with the mother of Andrina's best friend, who generously offered them a place to stay while they looked for a new home and job opportunities. Meanwhile, due to the situation and the breakup, Leonardo chose to return to Venezuela. Later, he emigrated again, this time to Trinidad and Tobago. Leonardo had long been disabled after an accident in his youth left his left arm completely unusable, which made it difficult to find stable employment, even in Quito. After moving to Cuenca, Andrina almost entirely cut off communication with Leonardo. She informed him once that she had found work on a farm in Tabacundo. A few months after her separation from Leonardo, Andrina entered into a new relationship with Washington Andreas Imero, a local Ecuadorian and the owner of the farm where she worked. Washington came from a wealthy family. When Paula was about 18 months old, Andrina and Paula moved in with Washington. On April 7, 2019, Andrina and Washington had a child together. This marked a period of happiness and unity for the family. However, everything changed dramatically on March 27, 2020. An event occurred that profoundly impacted all involved parties' lives. During that period, the family was living well, enjoying each day on the farm, and everything seemed to be going smoothly. One day, Andreas decided to take to the flower plantations by car. However, en route, the girl became very ill. She felt dizzy and began to vomit. Left with no choice, Andreas stopped at a public restroom. As soon as they entered the restroom, Paula vomited again. Andreas decided to leave her alone for a few minutes while he went back to the car to retrieve a change of clothes since hers were dirty. Upon his return, he found Paula lying with her head in the toilet bowl. He immediately pulled her out and attempted first aid before rushing her to the hospital. When the 4-year-old was handed over to medical professionals, she showed no signs of life. Doctors declared Paula deceased after performing an initial examination. They quickly noticed inconsistencies in Andreas's story. For instance, they observed bruises on her body and face that did not match his account. Medical protocols require doctors to notify police in such situations, which they did right away. Police arrived shortly thereafter and arrested Andreas as a suspect in Paula's death. Although he claimed she had drowned in the toilet bowl, the autopsy revealed a more troubling reality. Tests showed that Paula had been dead for approximately 24 hours when she arrived at the hospital. This contradicted Andreas's timeline of events. He stated that he had given her first aid and cardiopulmonary resuscitation just 20 minutes before taking her there. Moreover, the autopsy uncovered severe injuries, several broken ribs, multiple microtraumas, a cracked spine, and sepsis, all contributing factors to her death. It became clear that Paula's death was not an accident. Her small body bore numerous recent and old injuries. Leonardo Salazar, Paula's father, learned of her death on March 33rd, days after the events transpired. His mother, who remained in Venezuela, informed him via phone. She had learned about it through a friend of Andrina's. After Leonardo left Ecuador, Andrina began a new relationship and ceased all communication with him. Consequently, for 3 days, Leonardo was unaware of the tragedy. During that time, he could only see Paula through pictures sent by Andrina and their mutual friends. Additionally, Andrina blocked Leonardo on all social media platforms, preventing any form of communication with Paula. She also cut off contact with almost all of Leonardo's relatives. It is worth noting that she turned most of their mutual friends against Leonardo by portraying him as disinterested in maintaining a relationship with Paula. Despite these challenges, Leonardo was determined to learn about his daughter's death. However, Andrina's family provided an alternative explanation for her passing. At that time, Ecuador, like much of the world, was under quarantine due to the pandemic. Understandably skeptical about this claim, Leonardo began researching virus-related deaths in the country through social media and news sites. He quickly found no children among the few victims. With the assistance of his relatives, Leonardo continued his investigation. One relative sent him a newspaper article reporting the arrest of Andrina on suspicion of killing Paula. Persistently seeking answers, he called Andrina daily until she finally returned his call 10 days later. Because her lawyers had forbidden her to, the next step Leonardo took was to create a Facebook page with an acquaintance of his. This page was dedicated to Paula. They also set up an Instagram profile called Justice Fibula. The posts they published caused a huge backlash across social media. The main goal to bring those responsible for his daughter's death to justice. On the same day that Andrina called Leonardo, she arrived at the morgue to begin arranging her daughter's funeral. Even though the prosecutor working on the case asked for more time to investigate the body, Paula's funeral still took place on April 10, 2020. Andrina did not allow a second autopsy to be performed on Paula. Thanks to information posted on social media and shared by Andrina's friends, people in her circle contacted Leonardo and told him about Paula's sad life before her death. They sent Leonardo various pieces of information they had collected, most of which were isolated recordings of conversations, photos, audio clips, and similar items. According to witnesses, ever since Paula's mother moved in with Andreas, Paula had endured abuse from both her stepfather and her own mother. Not only did Andrea allow her daughter to be treated this way, but she herself was directly involved in it. Everyone noted that Paula seemed happy and cheerful only when she was playing alone. In the presence of her stepfather, she appeared depressed, acted shy, and became suddenly very fearful. At one point, the little girl told people she trusted that her mother and stepfather would beat her if she misbehaved. One day she even confessed that as punishment, Andreas pushed her into a wall where she hit her head. Paula referred to her stepfather as nothing less than a monster and was undoubtedly very afraid of him. She constantly had nightmares and suffered from insomnia at a young age. The couple initially preferred that the girl, who was 2 years old at the time they moved into the stepfather's home, sleep alone when falling asleep. Paula often cried, but no one paid any attention to her. Additionally, her mother and stepfather forced her to manage on her own without assistance. Moreover, her mother had been teaching her how to cook since she was 2 years old, which seemed unreasonable. Paula was compelled to prepare her own breakfast and dinners because her mother preferred to sleep in the mornings and take a break from caregiving in the evenings. She simply did not want to care for her daughter. Andrina did not mind that Paula had to handle the oven by herself despite the inherent dangers. At preschool, where Andrina had enrolled Paula, the girl frequently complained of pain in her legs and back and often mentioned she could not walk. Her constant complaints, along with the bruises on her body, prompted the teacher to show her to doctors at a health center. After an examination, they concluded that Paula was being mistreated at home. The teachers then called a special police organization to investigate the abuse within Paula's family. Officials took up the case and decided to send Paula somewhere safe while they conducted their investigation. Consequently, on October 16, 2019, Paula was temporarily transferred to her uncle's care, Andreina's brother. A hearing on the matter was set for December 4, 2019. Unfortunately, the teachers who were supposed to testify never appeared for reasons unknown. As a result, they scheduled a retrial for February 27, 2020. However, once again, all the teachers failed to attend. Consequently, the court had no option but to dismiss all charges against Paula's parents and return her to her mother. 1 month later, on March 27th, Paula passed away. The exact reasons why the teachers chose not to attend either hearing remain unknown. It is speculated that Andreina might have bribed or persuaded them that although Paula had some issues, it wasn't due to any wrongdoing by her parents. After Paula's tragic death, Andreas was placed in protective custody during the investigation. Soon appealed this decision, resulting in a hearing on June 12, 2020. At the hearing, which was held via video conference, the judge set aning order and determined Andreas could be released to house arrest. However, during the hearing, Andreas announced that he was withdrawing his appeal. At that time, Leonardo was still conducting a social media campaign and asked his subscribers for financial support to travel from Trinidad and Tobago to Ecuador. His goal was to file a complaint against Andreina, Paula's mother, before it became too late. Andreina had not yet been charged and remained free. Fortunately, Leonardo managed to secure sufficient financial aid, as well as free legal advice from 2 Ecuadorian lawyers, Oswaldo and Alejandro. They generously offered him support and assistance with the lawsuit. Leonardo faced significant challenges to reach Ecuador. He had to cross the border between Trinidad and Venezuela by rafting across dangerous waters and then travel across rugged terrain. Due to the pandemic, all regular maritime and land borders of Venezuela were closed. Thus, only a few flights were available to a handful of countries. Once Leonardo arrived into Chia State, he crossed into Colombia over hazardous terrain. From there, he took a bus to Ipiales and continued onward through hills and plains until reaching Rumichaca Bridge, the border between Colombia and Ecuador. Upon crossing into Ecuador, Leonardo took a cab to Quito. On June 30th, he immediately met with a lawyer upon arrival. The bereaved father filed a complaint against his ex-girlfriend, so she would also be considered a suspect in Paula's murder. By July 6, 2020, an indictment was issued against Andreina. She appeared in court where it was decided that house arrest would suffice instead of full custody. In November 2020, the initial hearing for the case took place. Although a specific trial date had not yet been determined at that time, participation and discussions were intense. Leonardo's attorney voiced concerns about Andreina's potential escape risk as she had previously attempted suicide using pills. The lawyer requested that Andreina be fitted with an electronic monitoring bracelet. The judge this request and also reduced her required court appearances to once a week instead of twice. However, shortly after, Andreina requested a reconsideration regarding the necessity of wearing the electronic bracelet. Consequently, another hearing was held on November 16th to review this decision. These developments inevitably caused delays in the trial proceedings, but eventually, the judge set a new date for December. Despite limited media coverage of Andreas and Andreina's trial, much information found its way onto social media platforms. However, due to the pandemic dominating news coverage at the time, some details remained unreported. The trial began on January 14, 2021. At that point, no final decision had been made regarding Andreina's alternative imprisonment options, while Andres remained detained at the Regional Detention Center. The trial was conducted behind closed doors, with no media representatives present. Some participants attended via video link to ensure proceedings continued smoothly despite restrictions. According to testimony from the doctor who performed Paula's autopsy, several disturbing findings were made. Nearly all of her spinal discs had been rebuilt. She suffered broken ribs, some of which had fused naturally over time, and she displayed symptoms like nail stigmata, where nails grow into the skin, as well as bruises and scratches on her face and body. Furthermore, there was fluid accumulation in her lungs and serious injuries, such as scars on her head and lacerations on her colon. These medical findings suggested prolonged physical trauma before Paula's death and became critical evidence in understanding what transpired during her final days. The later injuries were what caused the infection to develop into sepsis, ultimately leading to death. The autopsy report confirmed that by the time took Paula to the hospital, she had been deceased for approximately 24 hours. The extent of her internal and external injuries revealed the severity of cruelty she had endured, as well as the negligence of her guardians who never once sought medical attention for her. Additionally, Paula was malnourished, underweight, and too small for her age with clear mineral and nutritional deficiencies. Regarding Paula's injuries, her mother and Rana tried to persuade family and friends that Paula had numerous psychological problems. She asserted that these issues led to self-harm behaviors which were attempts by Paula to attract attention. According to Andrena, when Paula's younger brother was born, Paula began lacking parental attention, stopped sleeping at night, and attempted to manipulate everyone through crying. In October 2019, even though Paula was supposed to stay with her uncle per Aboud's decision, she actually continued staying at her parents' house most of the time and only slept at her uncle's house occasionally. This indicates that measures taken by authorities did not achieve their intended outcomes. Furthermore, it was established that in 2017, shortly after Leonardo's departure from Ecuador, Paula began experiencing abuse, likely starting right after Enrina entered into a relationship with Andreas. At the trial attended by over 40 witnesses from the accusing party, it was confirmed that Paula endured abuse for at least 3 years of her short life. At the final hearing before the judge delivered the verdict, Andriana claimed full responsibility for the child's abuse. She admitted to beating Paula with a belt and sometimes using her fists. Through this statement, Andriana attempted to deflect blame away from her partner Andreas. She stated emphatically that he was innocent, that he had no involvement in the matter, and that he had never mistreated Paula. Andrena also mentioned that she had reprimanded her daughter for causing issues with her new husband. Breaking up with him meant returning to the streets and losing the financial stability she could only gain through his support. Taking care of her daughter was not her main concern. Upon reviewing Paula's circumstances, the judges expressed concern for the couple's newborn son. However, they noted that this child, unlike Paula, was never abused. It is worth mentioning that Andreas opted to exercise his right to remain silent and has not commented on the incident since his arrest on February 3, 2021. Paula's trial concluded with both defendants being found guilty of murdering the girl. The maximum penalty for this crime is 13 years. Leonardo's original attorneys and the prosecution sought the maximum punishment for the perpetrators. However, considering an aggravating factor that Paula was just 4 years old and unable to defend herself, the chief judge sentenced Andrena and Andreas to 17 years and 4 months in prison. According to Ecuadorian law, convicted individuals have 3 days to appeal a verdict. The couple, as anticipated, indicated their intention to do so immediately. Despite being sentenced to 17 years 4 months in prison, Andre remained under house arrest instead of being jailed directly. She utilized her opportunity to appeal, necessitating higher court confirmation of her incarceration sentence. Meanwhile, she continues to follow the previously imposed measures. This situation is markedly different from Andreas' case. He was detained upon his appearance at the hospital with a deceased girl. Public outrage has been palpable over Andriana remaining at large. Of particular note is Leonardo's anger and concern over her potentially evading justice. Rhonda Runningbird was born on November 22nd in Camrose, Alberta. Soon after, she and her mother returned to the Siksika Nation to be with family. After graduating high school, Rhonda met her first husband and had 2 children. A few years later, at a family gathering, she met Fred Legros, her aunt's husband. Shortly after, Rhonda and Fred left their respective spouses and moved in together in Red Deer, Alberta. In January 1994, Rhonda gave birth to their son. On March 26, 1995, Fred, Rhonda, their 14-month-old son, and Fred's aunt went on a hunting trip to Swan Lake, Alberta. Rhonda never returned from the trip. According to Lagrelle, his truck became stuck in the mud, and in frustration, he stormed off into the woods with his shotgun. When he returned after dark, Rhonda had left the truck in search of help. When Lagrelle and his aunt finally found help 2 days later, Rhonda was reported missing, although Fred did not wait to show authorities where the truck had gotten stuck and therefore where to start their search for Rhonda. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police did search for Rhonda, but after a few days, the medical examiner told them that Rhonda could not have survived that long out in the woods on her own, and the search was called off. When Rhonda's family arrived to search for her, they had the first of many disrespectful and frustrating interactions with the RCMP. The first officer, Rhonda's mother, Mavis Crowchild, spoke to told her that the reason they had not found her daughter was because she was off on the streets of Edmonton getting drunk. Rhonda's family, in the course of their own search of the area, located a pair of glasses, an unused colostomy bag, and a pair of shoes tied in a distinctive fashion that they believed belonged to Rhonda. The RCMP told them that none of the items belonged to Rhonda. This was in part because the prescription of the lenses in the glasses did not match Rhonda's. However, the RCMP obtained Rhonda's prescription from an optometrist she was no longer seeing, and they refused to compare the glasses to records from her current optometrist. The idea that Rhonda walked off into the woods in the dark and got lost has also been highly contested by her family. According to family members who saw Rhonda just before the hunting trip, she was barely able to walk at the time. Lagrelle was physically abusive towards Rhonda, with one of the beatings he inflicted on her being so severe that she had to use a colostomy bag as a result of the internal damage it caused. Rhonda was scheduled for surgery the day after she went missing to repair this damage and hopefully lessen her pain and improve her poor health. She had been gathering evidence to have Lagrelle charged with assault, something he had learned just prior to her disappearance. Even if Rhonda had mustered the strength to go search for help, her family does not believe she would have gotten so lost in the woods that her body was never found. According to Mavis Crowchild, Rhonda had been trained since she was a child in how to make her way if she were lost. If Rhonda had been physically able to get out and walk for help, she surely would have been able to navigate back to the major road that was less than a mile from where the truck got stuck. The RCMP says that there is a person of interest in Rhonda's disappearance, but that person has since passed away and that there is not enough evidence to determine if foul play was involved in Rhonda going missing. Fred Lagrelle died in 2016. Rhonda's 2 oldest children were placed in Mavis Crowchild's custody 2 months after she went missing, and her son with Lagrelle was eventually left with Lagrelle's aunt. Neither Rhonda nor her remains have ever been located. In the fall of 1971, 16-year-old Janice Hannigan was a sophomore at White Swan High School and lived on the Yakima Reservation in Washington State. In November, Janice was selected as a candidate for Queen for the Intertribal Veterans Day ceremonial that was held in the town of Toppenish. She was featured in a newspaper article detailing her family, accomplishments, and hobbies. Despite her excitement at being a candidate for Queen, Janice was going through a difficult period of her life. Her parents had recently separated and her 6 younger siblings had left their family home near Hera, Washington with their mother to go live in the town of Buena. Janice had stayed behind to take care of their father. On December 21, 1971, Janice was admitted to the hospital with numerous contusions on her head and chest. She did not have any lingering neurological problems after a few days of being observed by doctors, and so she was discharged from the hospital on Christmas Eve with her discharge papers stating that she was in satisfactory condition at the time. She has not been seen since. Many of the important records at Janice's case have been lost. While some of her medical records remain, they are incomplete. We do not even know what hospital she was treated at and have no insight as to the cause of her injuries. Official documents contain errors which confuse the case. Several agencies list the date of Janice's disappearance as March 1, 1971, 9 months prior to when she went missing. It is possible that this is because of a missing persons report filed for Janice when she traveled to Lewiston, Idaho to attend a basketball game with her father in February. One of Janice's sisters, Trudy Lee Clark, was just 8 years old when Janice vanished. Her efforts to publicly advocate for Janice intensified after the death of their parents and continued until her own death on December 23, 2018, the day before the 47th anniversary of Janice's disappearance. Roberta Marie Ferguson was born in 1968, the youngest of 9 children, in a family that belonged to the Dunvegan Beaver Band. The Ferguson siblings were bullied for their heritage and appearance, but they were all quick to stand up for themselves and their family. Roberta had been born with a heart defect that required her to take medication into her teenage years, but did not let her health problem hamper her independent and clever nature. In 1983, Roberta's beloved mother died of lupus. Roberta began having trouble paying attention in school, but did not rebel in reaction to her loss like many teenagers would have. She lived with her sisters Carol and Marilyn in Edmonton for a year before moving in with her sister Verl in Surrey, British Columbia. In late August 1988, 19-year-old Roberta went on a camping trip to the Sunnyside campground in Cultus Lake, roughly an hour east of her home in Surrey. She and 8 of her friends were celebrating the end of the summer work-study program they had participated in. On the evening of August 24th, Roberta, who had a fever, decided she wanted to go home. She either planned to make her way to the bus station or hitchhike the entire way home. Around 8 p.m., she left the camp with her backpack. Witnesses reported seeing a young woman, matching Roberta's description, talking to a man with a prominent jaw in a red sports car along the road. Roberta has not been seen since. On the morning of August 26th, Roberta's sister Carol began the 15-hour drive from Fairview, Alberta to Surrey to visit her sisters. She stopped 2 hours into the trip to call ahead to them and learned that Roberta could not be found. She continued to stop to call for updates from her family as she continued her trip to them. When they called the police that morning, they refused to take the missing persons report since Roberta was an adult and had not yet been gone for 48 hours. The Ferguson family therefore spent Friday night printing missing persons flyers. They spent all of Saturday in Cultus Lake searching themselves and calling the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, unsuccessfully asking for help in the search. The family's relationship with the RCMP has evolved over the years. While the Fergusons initially had trouble getting them involved in the case, the RCMP does have an open file on Roberta. At times, the Fergusons would go years without hearing anything from the RCMP, but the newest officer assigned to the case has been more proactive in the case and communicates with the family regularly. 2 of Roberta's sisters provided their DNA in the early 2000s in hopes that it could help identify Roberta's remains if they are ever found. Roberta's sister Carol serves as the family's main contact with the RCMP. She keeps a picture of Roberta smiling in a pink dress on her refrigerator so that she sees it first thing in the morning. 43-year-old Valerie Sifsoff of Anchorage, Alaska planned to spend the weekend after Independence Day 2012 camping with her boyfriend at the Granite Creek Campground in Moose Pass, Alaska. Their plans were disrupted around midnight of July 7th when the couple got into an argument. According to her boyfriend, Valerie angrily walked away from their campsite. She never returned. She left behind all of her belongings, including her cell phone, keys, and identification. Her boyfriend says that he looked for her, but left the campground around noon the following day when he could not locate her. Valerie was not reported missing until July 11th. At that point, Alaska State Troopers began a search for her. Valerie's family also began a massive volunteer effort to find her. They put up flyers and canvassed the area themselves. Heavy rains hampered the search and summer turned to autumn, but the family and volunteers who supported them pressed on, even after Valerie's brother and sister were injured after hitting a car with an ATV they were using in the search. The surrounding area was searched by boat and by helicopter, and search dogs were brought in to help. The volunteers were at one point joined by a group of infantrymen who had just returned home from Afghanistan. At the end of August, a kayaker discovered a green shirt in 6 Mile Creek, which runs behind the Granite Creek Campground, approximately half a mile downstream. At the beginning of October, Valerie's family found a DKNY hooded sweatshirt in a log jam in 6 Mile Creek, not far from where the green shirt was located. These are believed to be some of the clothes Valerie was last seen wearing. She is pictured wearing her DKNY sweatshirt with a green shirt visible under the hem. Valerie was legally presumed dead in 2016, but neither she nor her body have ever been located. Shirley Lone Thunder was born in January of 1966 and was the oldest of 5 children. She was originally from the White Bear First Nations in southeastern Saskatchewan, but her family spent periods of time also living in Saskatoon. In 1991, she was living there with her mother. Shirley was going through a difficult time, struggling with drug use and reportedly working in the sex trade to support her 2 children. She told her mother that she was going to start university the following year and went near to watch the children while she was away at school. On Christmas Eve of 1991, Shirley left her mother's home to shop for presents. December 25th was not only Christmas, but her son's birthday as well. Shirley was seen out in downtown Saskatoon, but never returned home. Despite being known to police, Shirley has never reoffended or shown up in any police database. Serial killer John Martin Crawford has been named as a potential suspect by authorities, but according to Shirley's brother, their investigation into Shirley's disappearance has been minimal. Leona Kinsey was fiercely independent and took pride in how self-sufficient she could be. A member of the Puyallup tribe, she lived in rural La Grande, Oregon. She would hunt animals and gather berries and mushrooms to feed herself and chop the firewood she needed to stay warm. Leona worked 3 jobs as a landscaper, a housekeeper at a motel, and as a custodian to pay for anything she could not do or make herself. On October 25, 1999, Leona left her home to go grocery shopping at a nearby Albertsons. On her way home, she was supposed to stop at her friend Nancy's house. On October 26th, Leona's daughter Carolyn, who was living in Lacey, Washington, received a panic phone message from Nancy. Leona had never made it to her house after her shopping trip and she could not be found. Leona's boyfriend, Lonnie, told police that he had seen her around 4:30 on 25th. Her friends also came forward saying they had seen her at the same time, but at the local Walmart. On the morning of October 29th, Leona's light brown GMC Jimmy was found parked in the lot of the Albertsons she had been planning to go to on 25th. The manager of the store did not believe that it had been there the night before. No clues were found inside of the vehicle. Leona's purse, pager, and cigarettes had all been left behind. Food had been left out to rot in her home, something Leona, who did not like anything to go to waste, would not have done. Leona's beloved dog and cat were also left at her home, and those close to Leona are certain that she would not have abandoned them. Leona also had a full week of landscaping appointments booked for the week after she vanished. Despite her independent nature, Leona struggled with dependency on alcohol and drugs. Her daughter Carolyn believes that Leona met with foul play and that the person responsible was a local alleged drug dealer. In 2008, Leona's family and friends, with the help of the Blue Mountain Sundance Society, held a memorial service for her, both to honor her memory and hopefully inspire people with information in the case to come forward. In 2015, Carolyn spoke with the La Grande Observer for a future on her mother's case. These efforts have so far not resulted in Leona's disappearance being solved. In 1988, Betsy Owens was 15 years old and living in the Pangasee First Nation in Manitoba. She had 3 sisters and loved listening to music and going swimming. On Saturday, October 22nd, she left her family home. A police report says that she was going to play volleyball at a nearby school, but her family claims she was going to a school dance. Around 11 p.m., she and her boyfriend went to his house where they spent the night. Betsy left early the next morning. Her boyfriend was the last known person to see her. She never arrived home, and there has been no sign of her since. Extensive searches of the area were performed right after Betsy went missing, and another series of searches were conducted between 1996-1997. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police have told Betsy's family that they believe foul play is involved in her disappearance, but they do not have enough evidence to make any arrests. One of Betsy's sisters provided DNA to authorities in 2013. Betsy's father has since passed away, never learning what happened to his daughter. Lissa Lonehill was a 21-year-old mother to a 2-year-old daughter. She was the third youngest out of 8 children and loved caring for her family members. She lived in Manderson, South Dakota, on the Pine Ridge Reservation, but would often travel to Rapid City to see family. She would sometimes stay with her sister Carol, but in mid-September 2016, the sisters had an argument and Carol demanded that Lissa leave her home. On October 2nd, Lissa and her mother had a conversation about the disagreement in Rapid City, after which Lissa left with her boyfriend and a friend to go to the Rushmore Mall. The following morning, October 3rd, Lissa sent a text to one of her cousins saying that she was with 2 male friends of hers she knew from Pine Ridge. The 2 men picked her up at her boyfriend's house. According to her boyfriend, she introduced one of the men to him as her cousin. It would later be determined that the man was not related to Lissa. Larissa's boyfriend could not find or reach her after she left with the 2 men, so he reached out to her family. One of Larissa's brothers reported her missing a few days later. The 2 men who picked up Lissa on October 3rd were interviewed by police. One said he dropped her off at a party and the other denied having seen her at all that day. Larissa's family believes the 2 men were involved with illegal drugs. They claim to have seen text messages from the men that support these claims. Lissa could not work a traditional job because she had lost her identification card, so her family was unsure of how she managed to make money. While Lissa was a doting aunt and mother, she was beginning to go down a path that concerned those close to her. The argument that resulted in Lissa being asked to leave her sister's house began when one of their brothers told Carol that Lissa had been smoking meth in her bathroom. In April 2017, the Rapid City Police Department announced a $5,000 reward in Larissa's case. While they specified that her case was still classified as a missing persons case and not a homicide investigation, they did say that they believed Lissa to be dead and buried within a 100-mile radius of Rapid City. They would not disclose what led them to this conclusion, so as to protect their investigation. Desiree Old Woman lived on the Siksika First Nation Reserve in southern Alberta. She was autistic and nonverbal, but was still able to communicate her friendly nature and enthusiastic spirit to those in her community in other ways. She was the oldest of 4 children and was close with her brothers and sister. She was known for her love of things that smelled nice and liked to carry a shopping bag filled with her favorite perfumes and air fresheners with her. Desiree was unable to care for herself independently, so after her mother passed away in 2007, she went to live with her grandmother. She was still living with her in 2011, when she was 21 years old. Desiree was last seen around 8:20 p.m. on the night of Saturday, August 27, 2011, inside of her home. Her grandmother believed she must have wandered away from the house, and members of the community performed an extensive search of the area. When she was not found, search and rescue was called in. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police spent 2 days searching a larger area on foot using specially trained dogs. An air search was also performed. None of these searches found any sign of Desiree. The RCMP has speculated that Desiree may have found her way to nearby Highway 901. There she could have been picked up by a passing motorist. While Desiree was nonverbal, she could write her name. So if she had been taken to the police or a shelter, she would have been able to identify herself. If she had been taken elsewhere by someone who discovered her walking along the highway, it was not to the proper authorities, as she has not been seen since leaving her home. Olivia Williams of British Columbia's Lake Baby Nation lost her mother as a small child and struggled with never getting the chance to really get to know her. Despite this, she had an outgoing and jovial personality and loved spending time with her family. By 1996, however, the 22-year-old was living alone in Vancouver. She had gotten involved in the drug and sex work scene in the city's downtown east side. Olivia was last seen in December of 1996 and reported missing in 1997. The Vancouver police believe that Olivia met with foul play. They suspect that she may have been a victim of the infamous Robert Pickton. Pickton, who is currently serving a life sentence for 6 murders, confessed to an undercover agent to 49 murders, but only 27 victims have been tied to him and his pig farm through DNA. Most of his victims were Indigenous women who worked as sex workers in Vancouver's downtown east side. While Olivia fits this description, there is no evidence tying her to Picton, and his involvement in her disappearance is purely a theory. Olivia's status with police still lists her as missing. Olivia's father and brother remain in contact with the police and look for her whenever they are in Vancouver. The case of Romina Nunes several years ago literally shocked the whole of Spain with its unimaginable cruelty and cynicism. The very situation in which this unfortunate young woman found herself, we can say, typical. Her husband beat her, and she kept silent, hoping that he would change. However, the denouement of this story shocked even experienced investigators who have seen everything in their practice. The victim's body was never found, only a fragment of it, which the sea threw ashore. But how did it happen? And could the tragedy have been avoided? To answer these questions, you need to understand who Romina was and why she never dared to admit to anyone in what trouble she found herself. Who is Romina Nunes? Romina Celeste Nunes Rodriguez was born in the fall of 1990 in the city of Asunción, the capital of Paraguay, and was the eldest of 2 daughters in a poor working-class family. Parents separated when the girls were still young, so their mother, whose name was Miriam Rodriguez, had to raise the children on her own. The woman had to work several jobs at once because her ex-husband did not help them financially at all and did not show any interest in the fate of the daughters. When she was still a schoolgirl, Romina got a job in order to help her mother and younger sisters somehow. At the age of 17, the girl began a romantic relationship with a guy whose name was Christopher. He wooed her beautifully. They made plans for a joint future. But happiness ended as soon as Nunes learned that she was expecting a child and reported this to her lover. The young man immediately gave the chosen one an ultimatum. Either she terminates the pregnancy or they part forever. Romina deeply hurt the words of her lover, but after consulting with her parents, with whom she has always been very close, the girl decided to keep the child. Most of all, she feared that having had an abortion at such a young age will never be able to become a mother again, so there was only one way out. Christopher kept his word. He broke off all relations with the girl and was never interested in her fate and the fate of his child. Romina, at the age of 18, gave birth to a son whom she named Lucas. However, with the advent of a baby in the family and so deplorable financial situation worsened even more, money is catastrophically lacking. And mother Romina had to now support and grandson moving to Spain. Romina, depressed by the situation, she wanted to somehow correct the situation and help her family, but find a decent job with good pay in Paraguay. She still could not manage. Then the girl called her maternal aunt, who lived in sunny Spain, and the relative invited her niece to her place, assuring her that it would be easier for her to settle down here and that there were more prospects in Europe than in Latin America. Not thinking long, the girl packed only the most necessary things, and having earned an airplane ticket to Spain, went on the road. She left her 2-year-old son in the care of her mother and sister for a while, deciding that she would pick him up as soon as she found a new place to live and a stable job. In the late summer of 2010, Romina flew to Madrid and from there traveled to its suburbs, the provincial town of Alcobendas, where she settled in the house of her aunt. Romina immediately actively began to look for work, and she smiled at her luck. Attractive and sociable beauty got a job as an administrator in a hotel where she received a decent salary. Part of the money she sent home, and for the rest rented a separate apartment so as not to embarrass hospitable relatives. Soon, Nunes met a man named Javier, with whom she had a stormy romance. The favorite a few years ago, just like her, emigrated to Europe in search of happiness and a better life. He was a native of the Republic of El Salvador, worked in construction, and seemed to be a serious man. However, when the girl became pregnant, the situation repeated itself. Javier was not ready for the appearance of children, but nevertheless, the couple tried to live together for a while. Unfortunately, soon after the birth of their common son, they finally broke up. The girl was again in a difficult situation because she was in a foreign country with an infant in her arms and simply did not know how to be further. For a while, she returned to her aunt's house where she was accepted and helped in every way possible. When the boy was only about 6 months old, the young mother went back to work because she could not work. But a few months later, a new shock awaited the girl. For a long time, she ignored the poor health and weakness, writing it off to stress and fatigue. However, when Romina still went to the doctor, she was diagnosed with cancer. The young woman underwent several courses of chemotherapy, lost her hair, lost a lot of weight, but overcame the insidious disease. After treatment, the girl quickly recovered. She continued to work and hid the lack of hair with the help of wigs. Romina believed that the hard trials, which she managed to steadfastly overcome, will certainly be followed by a period of happiness. She saved money and planned to take not only her eldest son, but also her mother and sister to Spain. New lover. In the summer of 2017, at an event where Nunes went in the company of friends, she accidentally met a man named Raul Diaz-Chacon. He was good-looking, able to impress others, had a serious job, and was financially secure. He liked the smiling beauty, and he became interested in her, asking mutual acquaintances. Romina also liked the statuesque beauty, and when he soon asked her out on a date, she gladly agreed. Raul was almost 15 years older than Romina, and he worked as a leading process engineer for a large energy company. He had a couple of failed marriages under his belt and had 2 teenage daughters from previous relationships, but the girl was not intimidated by the age difference at all. As for her personal life, she had a similar situation, with the only difference being that she was raising sons from 2 failed previous affairs. It only took one date for the couple to realize that they were in love and they didn't want to part with each other anymore. Romina, overwhelmed by her new feelings, literally fluttered around telling her friends how happy she was. Her new lover gave her small gifts and pleasant surprises almost every day. He arranged romantic dates, sent flowers with touching cards, and said compliments. Romina believed that she had finally met her true love and found a man who would accept her and her sons. However, soon, the girl began to reach very unpleasant rumors about her chosen one. In particular, it was said that he was rude and even cruel with his previous spouses, and because of this, in fact, broke up both his marriages. But Nunes did not want to believe it, although she drew attention to the fact that Raul did not maintain any relations not only with his former wives, but also with his daughters. However, a significant difference in age and the presence of heirs from previous relationships on both sides did not become an obstacle for the lovers. Just 6 months after meeting, they decided to live together and settled in a luxurious villa on the island of Lanzarote, part of the Canary Islands. This place seemed to the girl a real paradise, but her happiness lasted only a short time. From a dream man to a domestic tyrant, first-time lovers lived in threes, along with Romina's youngest son. Raul tried to treat the child well, and the girl even thought that he would be an ideal father for her boys. She herself, Raul, promised a long and happy life together in which she would not need anything, and he would fully provide for her and the children. The girl in love believed the words of the chosen one, and when he offered her to become his lawful wedded wife, without hesitation, agreed. But only Raul insisted that they need time for 2 so that they could be alone and enjoy each other's company in full after the wedding. In fact, he not only did not want to take Romina's eldest child from Paraguay, but also dreamed of getting rid of her youngest son. However, the young mother believed her lover and did not listen to what her friends told her, who noted the strange behavior of the man. In June 2018, Chacon bought for the bride and her child tickets to Paraguay and 1 return ticket just for Romina. When the girl flew home and told her mother and sister about her chosen one, the women were somewhat confused by Raul's behavior. They doubted the sincerity of his intentions and assumed that he just wanted to get rid of someone else's child in his house. But the girl was offended by such talk, and she even had a little quarrel with her loved ones. A few days later, she flew back to Spain, promising that in the fall, she would fly back for the boys. When Romina returned, a warm welcome awaited her, and for 2 months, she was perfectly happy alone with Raul. However, in August, just a few days before the wedding, a man brutally beat Romina. This incident was a real shock to her, but the groom literally on his knees begged her forgiveness, promised that such a thing will never happen again, and she believed him. Nunes did not file a police report on her lover and did not tell anyone about what happened, and on August 10th, making up bruises on her face, She went to the wedding with the man who would soon take her life in cold blood. One last trip home. 2 weeks after the wedding, the girl flew back home to Paraguay, not to pick up her sons as she had planned earlier, but just to see her family. Her mother and sister were quite puzzled by the changes that had happened to her in the short time they had not seen each other. Romina looked upset and even lost. She had a noticeable limp, and there were bruises on her neck, which she tried to hide with a scarf. To all questions, Romina either kept silent or claimed that she had accidentally injured herself. Romina spent almost a month at home, which also surprised her relatives as she had just gotten married. However, the newly married wife said that her spouse himself suggested that she visit the children because she had not seen them for a long time and missed them very much. Then Miriam even praised her son-in-law for his generosity. But still, the woman did not understand what was going on and why her daughter looked so unhappy. In mid-September, Romina, secretly from her mother, borrowed money from relatives for a return ticket to Spain because her husband simply refused to pay for her return. This should have been a clear signal that flying back was not worth it. But Nunes still hoped that everything would work out and the marriage would be happy. On September 17th at the airport, her mother, sister, and sons saw her for the last time. The mysterious disappearance of a mother of 2 children. Since returning to her husband, Romina's life every day more and more resembled a terrible dream. Raul, as it turned out, used illegal substances, and now he stopped hiding his addiction from his chosen one. Being under the influence of illegal substances, he turned into a real beast and literally tortured his wife. But every time she tried to leave him, the man promised to stop and swore that this would not happen again. Usually after the beatings and threats, there was a temporary lull when the husband became loving and caring again, gave gifts and arranged romantic dates. But such periods became shorter and scandals with manhandling occurred more and more often. Shortly before the new year, Romina confessed to her best friend that she is afraid of her husband and believes that one day he may kill her. On December 29th, Raul again beat his wife, so much so that she was forced to seek medical help. The hospital suspected something wrong and wanted to call the police to record the fact of beating. But at that moment, her husband appeared in the department and said that Romina had fallen herself and there was no need to involve law enforcers. The girl only confirmed his words and, refusing hospitalization, went home. On January 1st, 2019, Miriam, Romina's mother, tried to call her daughter several times, but she did not pick up the phone. Then the woman dialed her spouse's number to find out what was wrong, but there was no answer either. After several days of silence, the mother-in-law sent Raul a message in which she wrote that she was going to go to the police. This time, the son-in-law reacted instantly and called back, saying that he and Romina quarreled on December 31st, after which she packed her things and left him. The man assured that everything is fine. Soon, the wife will cool down and return because before, according to him, this has already happened. But Romina's mother was not convinced by the words of her son-in-law. She felt that something had happened to her daughter and insisted that Raul went to the police. Only on January 8th, under pressure from relatives of the wife, Raul still filed a report on the disappearance of his wife. However, this time he told a slightly different story, adding that after the quarrel, his wife had taken his money. And he thought that Romina might have flown to Paraguay to visit the children, so he was not particularly worried until his mother-in-law called him yesterday. What is Raul hiding? Raul was constantly confused in his testimony and contradicted himself, which caused a lot of questions and suspicions. Then the law enforcer seriously decided to take him seriously as well as to find out how the couple's life had been. Having questioned friends and relatives, they realized that not everything was not smooth in this marriage. Romina repeatedly complained to loved ones about her husband's abuse but never went into details, and others often noticed bruises and abrasions on her body. It was decided to put Ciccone under secret surveillance, and all his telephone conversations were tapped. But the man seemed to sense that he was being watched and for a long time behaved extremely cautiously, not giving any clues or reasons to suspect himself of anything. Nevertheless, the investigation continued, and soon it became known about the visit of Nunes to the hospital on December 29th with signs of serious beatings, and how her husband almost forcibly took her away from there, forbidding her to go to the police. And a few months earlier, Romina did file a domestic violence report but withdrew it the next day. A week later, Raul calmed down a bit and in a telephone conversation with his relative who worked in the police, blurted out that his wife was no longer alive, but her body would never be found. This was a good reason for the man's arrest as the main suspect in the case and his detailed interrogation at the station. The suspect's version of events, according to Raul, his wife had had too much to drink on New Year's Eve and began to scandalize him, demanding that he immediately move her children into their home. And when he said he was not ready for that, she threw a tantrum, started fighting and throwing at him everything she could get her hands on. Then the man allegedly left the house for a couple hours until everything settled down. And when he returned, he found Romina in the bathtub without signs of life. According to his version, the woman suffocated because she was very drunk, but he was afraid that he might be suspected of involvement in her death or even accused of murder. So Raul decided to remove all traces and then report her disappearance. But the way he admitted he had disposed of the body shocked everyone. Sackham said that he decided to burn the woman's body on a barbecue in the courtyard. And since they lived in a luxury complex with a large surrounding area, the neighbors could not see what he was doing outside his house and could not smell the odor produced by the burning of human flesh. However, Raul miscalculated because the barbecue did not work on the principle of a crematorium, and in a few hours the remains were not burned. Then he took them out of the fire, divided into parts, packed in different bags, and a couple of days later rented a car, which took the dismembered body in the wild and deserted part of the island where he threw into the sea from the rocks. The search for the body and evidence police spent weeks combing the shoreline in and around the areas where Raul said he dumped bags of his wife's remains. Divers were also involved in the search for body fragments on the bottom, aviation, and a considerable number of volunteers. But all efforts did not bring any results. Meanwhile, on January 16th, Romina's husband was formally charged with domestic violence as well as the murder of his wife. This came after his home was thoroughly searched using specialized equipment and luminol, which revealed numerous washed-up traces of blood in various rooms. It was also found that the man had been ordering caustic soda used to remove organic contaminants and paint from the internet. As it turned out, in one of the rooms on the second floor, he was so thoroughly mopping up a bloody stain on the flooring that he damaged it and decided to paint over it. According to the version of the investigation, it was in this room that the suspect dismembered the body of his spouse. Moreover, there on the floor was found a broken fragment of Romina's fingernail with traces of blood and Raul's epithelium, which could indicate that the victim was alive and resisted. Also in the bathroom, on the tiles on the wall, they found Romina's contact lens stuck on the wall, which could have gotten there from a strong blow to the face. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, law enforcers were unable to find any remains. But at this point, the station received a call from a tourist who reported that a lung fragment had been thrown onto the beach. He could not say with certainty whether it belonged to a human or an animal, but having heard that a body was being searched for on the coast, decided to report his find to the police. Toward the end of February, an expert examination confirmed that the lung fragment found belonged to the missing Romina. Trial and conviction. Despite the evidence found in the results of the examination, Raul continued to insist on his innocence. He stuck to his initial theory that the woman had drowned herself in the bathtub while highly intoxicated. Although evidence found in the house indicated a fierce struggle, the man also said he did not use any implements or tools to dismember the body. He allegedly tried to burn it completely on a barbecue, and afterwards the remains, due to prolonged exposure to the fire, fell apart on their own, and he just put them in bags and took them away. Such a claim was untrue for several reasons. First, the body of the adult Romina could not have been placed on the fixture in his yard. Secondly, even after prolonged exposure to such temperatures, the bones could not become so fragile that they could fall apart without the use of tools. And in order to separate the lung from the body, it was necessary to open the chest, which could not be done with bare hands. The investigation failed to establish how exactly Raul took the life of his wife, but judging by the traces of struggle found in the house, it was suggested that he could beat her to death. There was also no doubt that Ciccone had dismembered her body in the very room where he later had to repaint the floor to cover the bloody traces. Raul's trial was delayed by the COVID pandemic, so the sessions were repeatedly postponed and rescheduled. During this time, Raul changed several lawyers, and under pressure of evidence, he did admit that he had accidentally killed his wife during a scuffle rather than finding her dead in the bathtub as he had previously claimed. Nevertheless, he continued to insist that she was drunk and violent. It was not until June 2023 that the defendant was finally found guilty, except that the sentence were Mina's loved ones considered too lenient. The man was sentenced to 12.5 years for involuntary manslaughter, 2 years for proven domestic violence, 1 year for causing serious bodily harm in December 2018 when Romina went to the hospital, as well as several months for abuse of the body. The case of Ariel Castro, the monster from Cleveland and his captives, is a striking example of brutal criminals hiding behind the facade of normalcy. Maniacs like Castro often appear as good, law-abiding citizens, fooling neighbors, friends, colleagues, and even close relatives who are unaware of their double lives. Unlike many, Ariel Castro was never a model family man or worker. He was a tyrant to his wife who chose to stay silent about her suffering. Thus, people around them sincerely viewed Ariel as a good-natured, friendly, and helpful neighbor. This perception shattered in the spring of 2013 when the world learned about the Cleveland monster, who had kept 3 girls captive in his home for 10 years. The revelation shook the country, particularly shocking the local residents, as the missing girls were from the same neighborhood and trusted Castro enough to accept rides from him. Remarkably, Castro even participated in the search efforts for his victims, becoming a volunteer, yet no one suspected him. Let's delve into how this criminal managed to stay hidden in plain sight, continue kidnapping girls, and evade detection. Ariel Rodriguez Castro was born on July 10, 1960 in Yauco, Puerto Rico as the third of 4 children in a poor family. His parents, Liliana Rodriguez and Pedro Castro, constantly fought and eventually divorced before Ariel started school, leaving his mother to care for him and his siblings, O'Neill, Pedro, and Benita. Struggling to make ends meet, the family moved to Reading, Pennsylvania, in southeastern USA. However, they soon moved to the neighboring state of Ohio, finally settling in Cleveland, a city that at the time welcomed migrants from Latin American countries. Pedro Castro also moved to Cleveland with his new wife and their joint children, settling nearby so the children from his first marriage could freely communicate with their father, which Liliana never forbade. Although their father willingly contacted his older children, he never helped them financially. Liliana later remarried, giving Ariel 4 more siblings. Ariel attended Lincoln West High School in Cleveland, graduating in 1978. He studied music and regularly attended church with his family, presenting as a model Christian, but was a domestic tyrant. In his teens, Ariel met a girl named Grimilda Figueroa, whose family lived across the street. They attended the same school, quickly became friends, and later developed a romantic relationship. For a long time, they lived with their parents because they couldn't afford their own place. In the early 1990s, after saving enough money, the couple moved into a house on Seymour Avenue in southwest Cleveland. This 2-story building, erected in 1890 and later reconstructed, had 4 bedrooms, a dining room, 1 bathroom, and a large unfinished basement. According to Grimilda's sister, Aletta Caballo, Grimilda complained that her life became a nightmare after moving into the new house. Ariel regularly abused her, both physically and emotionally. Grimilda believed things would improve after marriage and children, but the abuse worsened. She hid bruises and abrasions under her clothes, blaming visible injuries on clumsiness. In 1993, Ariel beat Grimilda so severely that she needed medical attention. Grimilda suffered fractured ribs, a broken nose, and broken arms after being pushed down the stairs by her husband. Despite her severe injuries, she refused to file a police report, and the incident was hushed up. After receiving medical attention, she returned to her abusive husband. Ariel remained quiet for a while, fearing police attention, but soon realized he could get away with it and continued to beat his wife. In the mid-1990s, he inflicted a head injury that caused a blood clot and an inoperable tumor. Ariel was arrested, but released a day later as Grimilda did not press charges, and even requested his release. By the late 1990s, Grimilda, tired of the abuse, filed for divorce, secured custody of their 4 children, Aileen, Antonio, Angie, and Amelia, and moved out. Her nightmare continued as her ex-husband pursued, blackmailed, and threatened her. Grimilda sought a restraining order which was issued 3 times but revoked each time. She passed away in late April 2012 from complications related to the brain tumor. By then, her children were grown and independent, but maintained a warm relationship with their father. In the early 2000s, Ariel lived alone on Seymour Avenue, worked as a school bus driver, played guitar at city festivals, and was known as a good-natured, hospitable neighbor. Nevertheless, there were oddities in Castro's behavior that went unnoticed. For instance, he was prosecuted several times for traffic violations, including speeding and making dangerous U-turns while driving a school bus. These infractions led to fines and a suspension, culminating in his firing in early 2013 after a maneuver endangered his passengers. Ariel frequently changed musical groups due to tardiness and disrupting rehearsals and concerts. After separating from his wife, he never invited anyone inside his house, though he regularly hosted backyard barbecues. His strangeness did not raise concern. He was seen as eccentric but harmless. No one could have guessed the danger behind his friendly facade. His first victim was Michelle Knight. On August 23, 2002, Ariel decided to kidnap and imprison her. Michelle, born on April 23, 1981 in Cleveland, had a troubled youth, often ran away from home, and had a police record. She became a mother early, but lost custody of her son, who was in a shelter. On that fateful day, she was on her way to court to regain custody of her 2-year-old. Ariel, whom she knew as her neighbor and a school bus driver, offered her a ride. He mentioned having puppies at home and invited her to help find them homes. Trusting him, Michelle agreed, but upon entering his house, the kind man turned into a monster. He severely beat and assaulted her, then chained her in the basement. For days, he starved her, deprived her of water, and repeatedly abused her. She was unable to move and begged for her release, promising silence. When Michelle's mother reported her missing, the police did not prioritize her case. Years later, after the terrible truth came to light, police officers admitted that Michelle Knight's case was not a priority, and limited resources were allocated to the investigation. Firstly, Knight was an adult. Secondly, she had previously left home multiple times. Thirdly, she had legal issues. Most importantly, authorities believed she was avoiding court proceedings related to her son's custody. Michelle's relatives tried to find her through their own efforts, involving neighbors, friends, and anyone concerned. At one point, Ariel Castro even helped post flyers with Michelle's photo around the city, all while she remained a prisoner in his basement. The second victim was Amanda Berry. Castro, convinced he was beyond suspicion, decided to kidnap again in spring 2003. Amanda, born on April 22, 1986, was about to celebrate her 17th birthday, but mysteriously disappeared on April 21, 2003. She was working as a waitress and called home after her shift, promising to be there soon. However, Amanda never arrived, and neither did she appear in the following days, months, or years. As Amanda left the restaurant and headed for the bus stop, Ariel drove up with a seemingly harmless offer of a ride home. Since she had been in the same class as his son for several years, she trusted him and accepted. On the way, he deceived her into entering his house, where he brutally beat her and dragged her to the basement, where Michelle had been held captive for months. Amanda faced the same horrific fate, beaten and starved for several days. This time, he chose 14-year-old Georgina Linda Jesus, who was in the same class as his daughter Arlene and was her best friend. On April 2, 2004, 2 girls walked out of school together, talked for a while, and then each went to their homes. On the corner of West 100 and 5th Street, Gina met Ariel, who promised to take her home. She knew him since childhood, was her best friend's father, so without hesitation, she got into his car immediately. Even though it was daytime and no one witnessed the kidnapping, the streets were empty. When it became known that Gina was missing, there was no warning to Amber, making her parents angry. The story aired on the Fox television show, America's Most Wanted, rerun 2 more times in 2005 and 2006. The disappearance was linked to Amanda's kidnapping a year earlier in September. But Castro remained unsuspected. Despite this, he voluntarily participated in the search for the missing girls. He treated Gina like the other victims, keeping them imprisoned in his home. Although a passerby saw a middle-aged Hispanic man and a sketch resembling Castro was drawn, he was never a suspect. For over 10 years, he regularly beat, abused, and starved his victims to mentally break them down, punishing any disobedience or escape attempts to prevent thoughts of death. Running away. Michelle, the first and oldest victim, suffered the most, undergoing public beatings to intimidate others. Finally, he moved them from the dark basement to a second-floor room with a view of the backyard. Knight recalls that she became pregnant by her abuser at least 5 times during her incarceration. However, each time it became obvious Ariel terminated the pregnancy in the most brutal way. He starved the girl and kicked her in the stomach until she miscarried. After one of these tortures, she almost died due to severe bleeding. But even then, the kidnapper remained indifferent and did not allow calling an ambulance. The girls were allowed to take a shower no more than once a week, and that as a reward for good behavior. Instead of a toilet, they had a garden bucket, which Castro very rarely and reluctantly took out. The criminal fed the captives no more than once a day, but continued to beat and use them regularly. One day he gave the girls a puppy, but a week later, he brutally killed the dog in front of them as punishment for Michelle's disobedience. Gina, during the years of confinement, has never been pregnant. But Amanda in 2006 realized that she was expecting a child and with horror, imagined how Ariel would beat her to provoke a miscarriage. This time, however, the man was even happy about it, allowed her to carry the baby, and he bought himself an inflatable pool specifically for childbirth. In December 2006, Amanda gave birth to a daughter who was named Jocelyn. The child was born weak but still survived. The appearance of the baby is very close to the girls, who were now immersed in caring for him and a little abstracted from the situation in which they were. In addition, Castro softened considerably after the birth of his daughter and began to pamper the captives with small gifts, and sometimes allowed them to go out with the child for walks in the courtyard, but always under his strict supervision. As Jocelyn grew older, Ariel even sometimes took her to visit her mother, to whom he told her that she was his daughter born out of wedlock. The girl developed appropriately for her age. She articulated herself adeptly, a skill instilled by her mother's tutelage in literacy and numeracy. Outwardly, the child bore the hallmarks of robust health, appearing well-nourished and impeccably groomed. Despite enduring years of captivity, under the unyielding control of their tormentor, the girls clung steadfastly to the flickering flame of hope for freedom. Infrequent attempts at escape were made, though each endeavor exacted a heavy toll upon them. Cruy and Ariel, confident in their ability to preempt their every move, faltered fatally on May 6, 2013. Amanda seized the fleeting chance when an unlocked door beckoned, frantically alerting a passing neighbor by pounding and shrieking at a window. Though initially perplexed, the neighbor's intuition was roused, prompting swift action and summoning law enforcement to the scene. Amanda divulged her identity and unmasked the presence of 2 other captives, Michelle and Gina. After enduring a decade of captivity, all 3 were emancipated and promptly hospitalized. While Amanda and Gina exhibited no discernible health concerns, Michelle bore the heavy burden of severe physical and psychological trauma. Deafness plagued one ear, vision was severely impaired, and a litany of untreated fractures necessitated extensive reconstructive surgery. Furthermore, the scourge of abuse-induced complications left her forever robbed of the chance of motherhood. Suspicions of complicity led to the detention of his siblings, O'Neill and Pedro, both frequent visitors to his domain. In due course, the men found themselves swiftly released. On the other hand, Castro faced a litany of charges, including kidnapping, abuse, assault, forced imprisonment, and the heinous act of terminating 5 unborn lives. While the legal ramifications of these charges could have sentenced him to life behind bars, the prosecution aimed for the ultimate punishment, the death penalty, branding Castro as the Cleveland Monster. However, a surprising twist unfolded as Castro opted to collaborate with the investigation, confessing his guilt and recounting the harrowing events in exchange for a commutation of the death penalty to life imprisonment. In his chilling narratives, he meticulously detailed the days of abduction and the subsequent torment inflicted upon his victims, all the while deflecting responsibility onto the very individuals he subjected to such horrors. August 1, 2013 marked the culmination of legal proceedings, with Castro sentenced to spend the remainder of his days incarcerated without the possibility of parole. Yet, his parting words echoed with a mix of remorse and denial, as he tendered an apology to his victims, claiming affliction rather than culpability, and casting blame upon law enforcement for their purported ineptitude in failing to uncover the atrocities transpiring right under their noses. Castro's residence met its end on August 7, 2013, reduced to rubble in a symbolic act of closure. The solemn occasion was attended solely by the kin of Michelle Knight and Gina DeJesus, with other participants of the nightmarish ordeal choosing to abstain, unwilling to revisit the site that had served as the backdrop for their unimaginable anguish. Nevertheless, amidst the rubble emerged a glimmer of hope, as on July 9, 2013, Knight, Barry, and DeJesus released a joint video, expressing profound gratitude to the public for their unwavering support throughout their journey toward reclaiming their lives. It was their only joint statement after which, despite the years spent together in confinement, the girls chose never to speak to each other again. The maniac was transferred to a correctional center in Orient, Ohio after his conviction and placed under special supervision. But on September 3, 2013, just a month after he began serving his life sentence, the Cleveland Monster was found hanging from a sheet in his prison cell. All attempts to revive him were unsuccessful. He was 53 years old at the time of his death. Michelle Knight, after her release, preferred to change her name and place of residence. She did not give interviews, but a few years later published a book in which she recounted all the horrors she had experienced in the Castro home. Her child was adopted after his mother disappeared. The woman later tracked down his adoptive parents, but it is not known whether she was able to establish contact with her now adult son. Barry and Jesus received diplomas from John Marshall High School in 2015 because they never had time to graduate. Gina later volunteered on the Amber Alert Committee, and Barry joined Fox affiliate WJW in Cleveland in 2017, where she hosts a missing persons column. Castro family members disowned Ariel, condemned his actions, and apologized to his victims and their families. The perpetrator's eldest daughter, Amelia, is now serving a 25-year prison sentence for assault and attempting to take a man's life. His youngest daughter, Arlene, apologized to former best friend Gina for the way her father treated her. Castro's son, Antonio, said he had been to his father's house and saw that some rooms were locked and inaccessible. But his parent explained it was because he was saving money on heating. In 2018, Michelle published a book titled Life After Darkness, Finding Healing and Happiness After the Cleveland Kidnappings. DeJesus also wrote a book of memoirs titled Hope, a memoir of survival in Cleveland. There have also been numerous documentary projects and 2 feature films about those horrific events. Prisoners of Cleveland, which was released in 2015, and Kidnapped in Cleveland, which was released in 2021. Ariel Castro's case is one of the most horrifying cases in American criminal history. Castro was convicted of kidnapping, holding, and sexually abusing 3 women for more than a decade in his home. Castro kidnapped Amanda Berry, Gina DeJesus, and Michelle Knight at his home in the Tremont section of Cleveland. He kept them in terrible conditions, imprisoned in small rooms, and subjected to physical and mental torture. Finally, Barry managed to escape captivity by banging on the door and calling for help. She and the baby girl she gave birth to in captivity were rescued, along with DeJesus and Knight. When the police arrived, they discovered the brutal tragedy that Castro had caused. Castro was later arrested and convicted of a series of crimes, including rape, illegal arrest, and unresolved murder. He received a sentence of life in prison plus 1,000 years. However, he committed suicide in prison in September 2013, just 2 months after his arrest. This case caused a stir and sparked special interest in the issue of domestic violence and human rights protection. Sophie Sergey was a student at the University of Alaska in Fairbanks, majoring in marine biology. In December 1992, she underwent extensive orthodontic procedures and took the following semester off to recover. Sophie was on a full academic scholarship at the university but needed to work to pay for the orthodontic work and to have time to heal. She spent the early months of 1993 in her hometown of Pickett's Point, Alaska, living with her mother and younger brother. After recovering, Sophie worked 2 jobs and traveled back to Fairbanks whenever her braces needed adjustments. In April 1993, 20-year-old Sophie made another trip to Fairbanks. She took the chance to visit her friend Shirley Wadley and planned to stay the night in Shirley's dorm room on the 2nd floor of Bartlett Hall on the university campus. On the evening of April 25th, Sophie and Shirley spent time with Shirley's boyfriend, hanging out and eating pizza. Shortly after midnight, Sophie left the dorm to go outside for a cigarette. Witnesses later reported that she had smoked with a group of students just outside the dorm building. At 1:30 a.m., Sophie had not come back to the dorm room. Shirley left her a note on the door saying that she and her boyfriend were going to sleep in a different room. When she came back to her dorm later that morning on April 26th, the note was still on the door, and there was no sign that Sophie had slept in the room. Shirley called Sophie's orthodontist office and learned that she had not shown up for her appointment. Sophie's body was discovered by a janitor around 2 o'clock that afternoon. She was lying face down in a bathtub in the 2nd floor bathroom of Bartlett Hall. She had not been found earlier in the day by the students' hall. She had not been found earlier in the day by the students using the sinks and showers because the bathtub was in a private room off of the main bathroom. Sophie had been stabbed, shot, and sexually assaulted. The medical examiner estimated that she had died in the very early hours of 26th. Authorities interviewed everyone who lived in Bartlett Hall, but found very few leads. There was DNA found on Sophie's body, but no match to it was ever found in any police database over the years. A cold case unit from the Alaska State Police re-interviewed every resident from Bartlett Hall they could find in 2010, but still no arrest was made in the case. Following the arrest of Joseph James DeAngelo, the alleged Golden State Killer who was identified through genetic genealogy, the Alaska State Police decided to try the same approach in Sophie's case. They uploaded the DNA from her crime scene into GEDmatch, an open-source DNA database originally developed to help individuals research their family trees. On December 18, 2018, a forensic genealogist identified a woman who was a close relative of the contributor of the DNA. That woman was eventually found to be the aunt of 44-year-old Stephen Downs. Downs was already known to investigators. In 1993, he had been an 18-year-old student at the University of Alaska at Fairbanks and had lived in Bartlett Hall. His roommate, Nicholas Dazer, worked as a security guard and had helped secure Sophie's crime scene in 1993. When Dazer was re-interviewed by the Alaska State Police in 2010, he told them that Downs had kept an HNR-22 revolver in their dorm room. That weapon would shoot bullets consistent with the one found in Sophie, but the markings on the bullet were too general to match it to a specific weapon, according to a state forensic expert. When he was identified as a suspect in Sophie's murder, Downs was living in his hometown of Auburn, Maine. Since 2011, he had been working as a nurse, but he had a history of poor performance and inappropriate behavior. He lost a nursing job in 2016 for a totality of substandard performance according to his record with the Maine State Board of Nursing. He was also accused of inappropriate behavior with 2 female co-workers at that job and had to complete a course on professional boundaries in nursing. Co-workers from his most recent job have come forward with allegations ranging from tampering with medications to mistreating patients. Several of his co-workers and patients reported being scared to be alone with him. The Maine State Police worked with the Alaska State Police to further investigate Downs. On February 13, 2019, they went to his home to interview him. He denied any involvement in the case, but said he remembered Sophie's face on posters that were put up after her murder and feeling sorry for her. The following day, the Maine State Police returned with warrants to collect a DNA sample from Downs and search his house. The DNA was tested and confirmed to be a match to the DNA found at Sophie's crime scene. On February 15th, Stephen Downs was arrested and charged with murder and sexual assault. He is currently fighting extradition to Alaska to face these charges. Between 1991 and 2006, a serial rapist, eventually dubbed the NorCal Rapist, assaulted at least 10 women in 6 counties in Northern California. He would force his way into victims' homes, restrain them, and rape them multiple times. He abducted some of his victims, taking them from their homes to force them to withdraw money from an ATM, which led to the infamous images of him on security footage wearing a clear mask meant for burn victims. He apparently also stalked his victims. 2 weeks after he assaulted a woman on Halloween of 1996 bearing a skeleton mask, he called the dental office where she worked. He claimed to be sorry. One of his other victims was Maki Anderson. In July 1997, she was a 21-year-old student at Chico State University. During her attack, she managed to break free of restraints the NorCal Rapist had used on her. He rebound her, but she broke free 2 more times. She then stabbed him in the arm with a pair of scissors. As was his habit, her attacker took Maki's bedsheets with him in an attempt to limit the amount evidence police had to investigate with. He left behind her pillowcase, though, and it had a sample of the blood he had lost in Maki's brave attempt to fight him off. This was just one of the sources of DNA the NorCal Rapist left behind at his crime scenes. Police were never able to find a match to it in any database, however. In 2018, the sample was entered into GEDmatch. Within 10 days of entering the sample, authorities were able to identify a suspect through one of his relatives, surveil him, collect a straw from his garbage can, test it, confirm that the suspect's DNA matched the samples from the crime scenes, and make an arrest. The man identified and arrested was named Roy Charles Waller. Waller was arrested as he arrived to work on September 20, 2018. The 58-year-old worked as a safety specialist in the Environment, Health, and Safety Department at the University of California at Berkeley. On September 21st, the university released a statement saying that Waller was placed on investigative leave and that they will be reviewing all open on-campus sexual assault cases to confirm that Waller had not been involved in them. When Waller had his first court date on September 24, 2018, Maki Anderson was sitting in the second row of the courtroom. Waller was charged with 12 counts of forcible sexual assault, all stemming from an hours-long attack on 2 roommates in October 2006. After the hearing, Maki spoke with the media outside of the courthouse. "I want him to know that he did not break me," she told them. "He did not break me, and I know what he has coming to him. He needs to be locked up until he learns what it is to be human." The original 12 charges Waller faces could put him in prison for the rest of his life. However, the original 12 charges were only in connection to the one attack in Sacramento County. On January 7, 2019, he was also charged with 28 additional offenses in connection with the crimes in 5 other California counties. He is next due to appear in court on March 8, 2019. On June 13, 1993, a woman called the property manager for her apartment in a building in the 31100 block of Pillsbury Avenue in Minneapolis, Minnesota, to complain that water was leaking into her apartment. The manager determined that the water was coming from a different unit in the building and let himself into it to investigate when there was no answer at the door. He found the water was coming from the shower, which had been left running. He also found a large amount of blood and the nude body of 35-year-old Jean Childs. She had been stabbed multiple times. Jean was a sex worker who brought her clients back to the apartment she was found in, which was rented by her boyfriend. He had been out of state at the time of her murder. Police collected several items from the scene that would eventually be tested for DNA, including a blue towel, a washcloth, a red t-shirt, a comforter, and a bloodstain in the sink. The unidentified DNA found at the scene was never matched to any sample in police DNA databases. In 2018, authorities uploaded the unknown DNA to a commercial DNA database and worked with genealogists to identify the contributor of the DNA. Police have not disclosed which database they used, but but it does not appear to be GE'd match, as the Hennepin County attorney described it as a genealogy company you see advertised on TV. The genealogist identified 2 individuals with the right amount of shared DNA to the relative found in the commercial database. In investigating the 2 individuals, police found that one of them had moved to the Minneapolis-St. Paul metro area in early 1991 and moved away 6 months after Jean's murder. His police record was mostly composed of traffic violations and driving while intoxicated convictions. However, he was also convicted in February 2016 for soliciting sex using the internet in 2015. In January 2019, police placed the suspect under surveillance and followed him to a hockey game. Police observed him buying a hot dog and wiping his mouth with a napkin before throwing it into a trash can along with the cardboard container the hot dog had been served in. They then collected the napkin and submitted it to the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension Laboratory to look for DNA on it. There were multiple DNA signatures on it, but one of them matched the unknown sample from Jean's crime scene. Based on this match, police arrested the suspect, 52-year-old Jerry Rustrom, in February 2019. Westrom owned and operated several businesses, including an organic corn farm in Minnesota, and was an active supporter of 4-H and youth sports programs. He is married and the father of 3 children. A direct DNA sample was taken from him after his arrest, and it was confirmed to be a match to samples taken from the washcloth, the comforter, and the blue towel from the crime scene. Westrom spoke to police after his arrest and denied any involvement in Jean's death. He further claimed that he had never been in that apartment or in that apartment complex. He said he did not recognize Jean from her picture and denied having sex with any woman in Minneapolis in 1993. He could not explain why his DNA was found at the scene. Westrom was released on bail following his arrest. His family, as well as several friends, supported him in court for his first hearing. His attorney, Stephen Meshech-Besher, has told the media that his client intends to plead not guilty. He also claims that the evidence in the case is thin and that his client's arrest was premature. Westerman is due back in court on March 13, 2019. "30-year-old Jack Upton was a popular and responsible manager at a Safeway grocery store in Fremont, California. His co-workers were therefore worried when he missed several shifts at work. On December 17, 1990, police were called to check in on him at his apartment. There, police found Jack's body beaten and stabbed to death. His 1985 Nissan 300ZX was missing from the apartment complex's lot. A week later, the car found in a mall parking lot in Thousand Oaks, California, more than 350 miles away. Police were able to lift fingerprints from inside of it. At the crime scene and in the car, police found matching blood samples that they could not identify but believed came from Jack's killer. Authorities would periodically run the DNA from the unidentified sample through databases as they continued to improve over the ensuing years, but they were never able to find a match. In 2018, the Fremont Police Department contacted Parabon Nanolabs, who used forensic genealogy to identify Russell Anthony Guerrero as a potential suspect. In October 2018, Fremont police traveled to Tempe, Arizona, where Guerrero was living, to begin surveilling him. They were able to collect a discarded DNA sample from him, which proved to be a match to the DNA found in Jack's apartment and car. Sometime after the DNA match was made, Guerrero's fingerprints were determined to be a match to ones found in the car. On January 17, 2019, Guerrero was charged with 1 count of murder by the Alameda County District Attorney's Office. On January 22nd, Fremont detectives arrested him in Chandler, Arizona. Authorities have not yet found a connection between Jack Upton and Guerrero, nor have they identified a motive for the crime. Guerrero does have a criminal record in several states. The case of Luz Maria Lopez. Luz Maria Lopez was born on March 17, 1995 in the small town of San Cristobal, Verapaz. Her family was simple and modest. Her parents were A.R. Morales and Brian Lopez. Luz Maria was the youngest of 2 children. She grew up with her older brother, Omar. As an infant, she faced a life-threatening intestinal obstruction. To save her, Doctors performed a complex operation without guarantees of success. Her mother prayed fervently for her recovery and firmly believed that her daughter would pull through, and she did. The surgery at such an early age did not impact Luz Maria's development. Throughout her school years, Luz Maria actively engaged in sports, especially gymnastics and athletics. She also had a passion for classical choreography. Her creative nature made it easy for her to communicate and connect with different people, quickly forming friendships. Academically inclined towards the humanities, she excelled in her studies. After finishing school, Luz Maria contemplated higher education and opted for a prestigious state university. She decided to pursue a law degree and later specialized in criminalistics due to her genuine interest in this field. A significant moment occurred during her student years when Luz Maria and her mother visited a car dealership in Coban, the capital of Altavera Pass. It was Omar's 25th birthday that year, and they wanted to gift him something special, a motorcycle he had always dreamed of. At the showroom, a polite and attentive young consultant named Jorge welcomed them. He showed them various models and provided recommendations. Mother and daughter chose a model but wanted to consult with the head of the family before finalizing their decision. They left with a business card from the dealership and Luz Maria's phone number for future reference. Soon after, Jorge called Luz Maria, not about the motorcycle but on a more personal note. Over time, these calls became frequent until Jorge mustered the courage to ask her out for coffee. It was clear that he had a strong attraction to the beautiful, sultry brunette, but he was unsure how to initiate their acquaintance. Luz Maria also found this handsome young man appealing. When he proposed they meet, she agreed readily. Although the young man was a year younger than her, this slight difference didn't hinder their growing connection. Their romantic relationship blossomed almost immediately. Both felt it was love at first sight and believed in a future filled with happiness together. After only a few months, the couple chose to live together, despite their parents' disapproval of such haste. Soon after, they were married. Approximately 6 months later, they held a wedding ceremony, inviting only their closest friends and family to celebrate with them. However, issues arose on the day of the wedding. The banquet venue encountered a problem, which almost disrupted the entire event. The couple had to pay a significant additional amount to ensure the celebration proceeded as planned. Little is known about Jorge, Luz Maria's chosen partner. Born in 1996 in Santa Catalina Latina in central Guatemala, Jorge was the eldest of 2 sons and grew up with his brother Pablo. Their family often faced financial hardships, balancing on the edge of poverty. Thus, there wasn't enough money for luxurious clothes or expensive toys. It barely covered necessities. Despite these challenges, Jorge lacked aspirations for a better life and didn't focus on studying or securing a decent job. People who knew Jorge personally described him as withdrawn and sometimes even aggressive due to his trouble controlling emotions. Consequently, he didn't have many friends and struggled with relationships. Nonetheless, meeting his dream girl sparked determination within him. He worked hard to win her love and hurried to marry her out of fear she might change her mind. It's worth mentioning that Luz Maria's parents were skeptical about their son-in-law right from the beginning. Overall, despite some initial challenges and doubts from others around them, connection remained strong and unwavering. Something about this young man didn't sit right with them. They couldn't pinpoint it, and they couldn't convince their daughter not to marry him. Soon after the wedding, she became pregnant. Without a university degree, finding a good job was tough. Employers didn't want to hire someone inexperienced and expecting a baby, so she had to settle odd jobs. Her husband, by that time, had lost his job too, and wasn't eager to find a new one. When their daughter Alice was born, money became really tight. With both of them unemployed, they struggled to pay rent or even buy food and basic necessities. Then Jorge suggested moving in with his parents temporarily. Luz Maria Lopez resisted for a long while, but eventually agreed. They couldn't stay on the streets with a baby. Luz Maria Lopez's mother was aware of her daughter's family issues and often urged her to come back home. But Luis Maria Lopez kept saying things would get better with her husband, and there was no need to worry. One day, the mother decided to visit her daughter and granddaughter at her son-in-law's parents' house and found a distressing scene. Luz Maria Lopez was in terrible shape, eating just once a day, and that too very little. However, Jorge's family didn't see the need to provide for their unemployed daughter-in-law. It's terrible. Luz Maria Lopez was breastfeeding Alice, so lack of proper nutrition threatened both their healths. But inadequate meals were only part of the myriad problems she faced in her mother-in-law's home, as she later discovered. She was constantly humiliated by the crying of the child and the presence of items in the house. His frustration him to repeatedly throw these items at Maria. On one occasion, he launched a baby bottle that struck little Alice, who was in her mother's arms. Jorge witnessed all of this, but never once stood up for his wife and daughter, acting as if they were strangers to him. Maria's mother persuaded her to take her granddaughter and return to the parents' house. Soon after, Jorge appeared at their doorstep, asking his wife to come back, promising he would find employment. She agreed, but only on the condition that they would rent an apartment and live separately from Jorge's parents. When Maria successfully defended her diploma, she fulfilled a long-time dream by securing a job with the city prosecutor's office. A smart, talented, and responsible young woman, she quickly earned the respect of her colleagues and began moving up the career ladder. Over time, the family's financial situation improved considerably. They could even afford to buy a car for two. However, this improvement was solely due to Maria's diligent work and reputation. Jorge was still searching for himself and preferred living at his wife's expense. He was jealous, lazy, and a domestic type with an explosive temper, which worsened over time. Jorge did not want to work, taking only temporary part-time jobs, if at all. He preferred sitting at home in front of the TV, drinking beer with friends, and spending what his wife earned. Moreover, Jorge was pathologically jealous and tried to control every move of his beloved. He did not permit her to make friends or have lunch with colleagues in cafes or just be somewhere without him. Constantly checking her phone records and reading messages became routine for him. He also forbade her from registering accounts on social networks. At home, when left alone with Maria, Jorge's behavior did not improve in any way. He often created scandals in seemingly calm places, constantly clarified his relationships, and habitually blamed his wife for any problems or family troubles. When they lived at his parents' house, Jorge never stood up for his wife. He just watched as she was humiliated, insulted, and occasionally even beaten by his relatives. Jorge himself also sometimes resorted to violence and didn't see anything wrong with it. He treated Luz Maria as if she were his property, believing she would endure everything and wouldn't leave him. Neighbors frequently heard screams from their home and saw signs of beatings on the young woman's face and body. Luz Maria repeatedly tried to leave her husband and considered filing for divorce. Several times, she took her daughter and moved out to live with her parents. However, each time, her husband would go there, literally begging on his knees for forgiveness. Remarkably, each time Luz Maria forgave him and gave him another chance despite her parents urging her to come to her senses and leave the abusive man. On December 15, 2020, after another violent altercation with Jorge, Luz Maria took their 3-year-old daughter Alice, got into the car in tears, and went to her mother's house. The following day, Jorge arrived there. His intentions were unclear, whether he wanted his wife back or simply the car. He claimed he had found a job and assured everyone that their lives would change. Additionally, he promised never to raise a hand against his wife again. Surprisingly, Luz Maria believed him yet again and returned with him to their rented apartment. In mid-January 2021, Luz Maria called her mother to complain that not only did Jorge fail to secure a job as promised, but had also stolen the money she earned, effectively leaving the family destitute. Her mother felt sorry for her daughter and offered financial help so they could get by until the next salary was received. The women agreed to meet on the morning of January 19th, but Luz Maria did not arrive at the designated time. She decided to visit her daughter's workplace the next day. Upon arrival, she discovered that Luz Maria Lopez hadn't shown up for 2 days, and no one had been able to contact her. At the same time, Jorge, also searching for his wife, appeared at the prosecutor's office. He mentioned that they had argued again and thought Luz Maria Lopez had gone to her mother's house. He figured she wasn't answering because she was upset with him. The concerned mother immediately felt something was wrong and suspected her son-in-law might be lying. She went straight to the police to initiate a search for Luz Maria Lopez without delay. That same day, an alert system named Isabel Claudina, originally Alert to Isabel Claudina, was activated nationwide. This emergency system was triggered for young women reported missing. When the extensive search began, Luz Maria Lopez's husband was quickly identified as the prime suspect, though it would actually be more accurate to say he was the only suspect. Luz Maria Lopez had no known enemies or reasons someone would kidnap her, and Jorge was the last person seen with her alive. Naturally, he denied any involvement in her disappearance, asserting that he himself was distraught over her absence and irritated by being labeled as the main suspect. Despite his denials, Jorge repeatedly contradicted himself during questioning and failed to provide a clear explanation as to why he hadn't informed the police on the actual day of his wife's disappearance. He claimed he believed she was at his mother-in-law's home, but didn't call or visit there. While law enforcement searched for witnesses and combed through areas for any clues, a breakthrough came on January 22nd. Municipal workers accidentally discovered Luz Maria Lopez's body while responding to a call about a clogged storm drain near a road. Upon lifting the grate to access the drain, they found an unusual large plastic bag containing something black inside. Upon closer inspection, the observers were horrified to discover charred human remains. They promptly reported this gruesome finding to the authorities. Upon arrival, the police officers speculated that the body might belong to Luz Maria Lopez, who was widely looking for her after nationwide. Forensic experts later verified that the remains were indeed those of a young woman. Her parents and brother, despite the severe disfigurement caused by the fire, confirmed her identity with certainty. What's coincident is that the package containing her remains was found on the same street as the prosecutor's office where she had worked. This location lacked surveillance cameras and lighting. Despite how badly burned the body was, pathologists determined that she had been severely beaten before death. The cause of death was asphyxia, indicated by internal hemorrhages, multiple fractures sustained while she was still alive, and particles of dried blood in her nose and mouth. Additionally, there were deep marks on her neck pointing to strangulation. At the time of discovery, no new suspects had emerged in the investigation. The victim's parents firmly believed that their son-in-law had brutally murdered their daughter. Consequently, Jorge was taken into custody, while authorities examined his motive for committing such a heinous act. In addition to the investigation, psychologists and criminal analysts needed to scrutinize the marriage and family dynamics closely. During these proceedings, Ms. Lopez submitted a disturbing audio recording sent anonymously by a neighbor familiar with her daughter's household. This person had frequently witnessed domestic disputes between Luz Maria and her husband, but decided to record one such incident without realizing it would culminate in murder. The audio captured Luz Maria desperately crying for help amid little sobs in the background. Ms. Lopez was horrified by what she heard and lamented that if this witness had alerted authorities earlier, her daughter might still be alive today. The individual who captured the recording did not contact the police, nor did they the residence from which the distressing screams emanated. The authorities were unable to trace this anonymous person, making it impossible to involve them as a witness in the investigation. Consequently, the audio recording was included in the criminal materials. A key witness gave a detailed interview, urging all citizens to stay vigilant and report incidents of domestic violence to the police rather than merely documenting them with devices such as cameras. This approach, she stated, could potentially save lives. This crime triggered significant public outrage, prompting 1,000 to take to the streets in protest, demanding that the perpetrator be brought to justice. Jorge was promptly taken into custody, but persistently denied any wrongdoing. He claimed he personally drove his wife to work on that ill-fated day when she subsequently vanished. Street CCTV footage indeed captured their vehicle heading towards Luz Maria Lopez's workplace that morning. However, due to tinted windows, it was indiscernible how many individuals were inside. None of the video clips showed the car stopping or Luz Maria exiting. Further discoveries were uncovered at the couple's rented home, where faint traces of cleaned blood and drag marks were detected. These findings suggested that a violent crime likely occurred there. An additional piece of evidence came when microscopic fragments of burnt flesh were discovered in the trunk of their family car. Moreover, during their search, investigators paid close attention to a recent purchase made by Jorge and his wife, a double orthopedic mattress. It wasn't so much about the mattress itself, but rather its dense polyethylene wrapping, which analysis revealed had been used to transport Luz Maria's burnt remains. Additionally, several neighbors testified about having repeatedly heard Jorge verbally abusing and threatening his wife with death just days before her sudden disappearance. Her husband had shouted that he would kill her if she decided to leave him, and that he would hide her body so that no one would ever find it. Based on the data collected by expert criminologists, as well as the testimony of several witnesses, the investigation presented a gruesome picture of the crime. The murder occurred on the night of January 19, 2021. The day before, the couple had a big fight, and Jorge once again resorted to violence with his fists. He had previously had issues with his temper, but this time he went into an uncontrollable rage. He struck his wife multiple times, causing her to scream and cry for help. These screams were heard by their neighbors, but nobody called the police. During the beating, Jorge broke his wife's nose and caused a head injury. After this brutal assault, he strangled her with his bare hands and then attempted to dispose of the body. He dragged it into the backyard, doused it with campfire liquid, and set it on fire. However, Jorge did not anticipate how smoky and foul-smelling the burning flesh and hair would be. Concerned that neighbors might notice and call the fire department or police, he quickly extinguished the fire. He wrapped the charred remains in plastic and sought a secluded location, where he believed the body would never be found. The most horrific aspect was that Jorge committed these acts in front of their young daughter. Despite her tender age, she somewhat comprehended what was occurring. The child, 3.5 years old at the time, witnessed both the beating and subsequent murder, as evidenced by her cries and screams, which were also recorded. Aware of some forensic techniques from his wife's textbooks at home, a fact, due to their abundance, Jorge attempted to cover up his crime and establish an alibi. He found a dark stretch of road without lights or video surveillance cameras and disposed of his wife's body in a drainage sewer there, thinking he could go unnoticed. The next morning, he drove to her place of work along the usual route as if he had taken Maria there just as he did every morning. The following day, he began to simulate an active search for his wife, calling her colleagues, acquaintances, and relatives. The criminal's lawyers delayed the trial as much as they could. They also attempted to throw the investigation off track. They insisted that all the evidence and witness statements were circumstantial, emphasizing that not a single piece of evidence unequivocally proved Georgie's guilt. Defense attorneys tried to get the detention changed to house arrest. They argued that Georgie himself was deeply depressed due to being accused of killing the woman he loved and the mother of his child. However, decisive evidence came from data obtained from Maria's phone. All this time, the device was in her husband's possession. On the first day after the crime, several messages were sent from it to different people in an attempt to create the appearance that Maria was still alive. Tracking all movements of the smartphone that day showed it was constantly in the same places as Jorge's phone. Despite this evidence, lawyers tried to turn it in favor of their client, claiming Jorge found his wife's phone and drove around with it searching for her. Yet no one could explain why he was sending messages from it or calling it from his own cell phone. Another proof of guilt was bruises and scratches on Jorge's body, found on the day of his arrest. These marks were photographed by experts and indicated that Maria clearly resisted. The most vivid was a scratch on his neck. Unfortunately, particles of Jorge's epithelium under Maria's fingernails couldn't be found because they were destroyed by fire. Despite many controversial points, the prosecutor asked for the maximum possible punishment for Jorge. Court hearings and proceedings were repeatedly postponed due to the raging worldwide pandemic. But in October 2022, Jorge was finally found guilty of his wife's brutal murder and sentenced to 50 years in prison. Although he maintained his innocence throughout, custody of little Alice was given to her maternal grandparents, who admitted their granddaughter now holds the main meaning in their lives. The case of Danilo Cavalcante. On July 3, 1989, a child was born in the municipality of Esto in the state of Maranhão, Brazil. The boy was given the common Portuguese name, Danilo. This child experienced a tough upbringing. He wasn't spoon-fed or comforted with bedtime stories. No one took him by the hand to school when he reached school age. Instead, like many children in his impoverished neighborhood, he grew up on the streets. The environment for adults and children in Brazil's favelas is marked by oppressive poverty, low living standards, and high unemployment. All these factors contribute to a thriving street crime culture. When growing up in such conditions, amid dirt, poverty, and lack of basic human necessities, one's instincts for self-preservation kick in. People survive as best they can or choose to. Unfortunately, most often someone who has known only violence from childhood may take the same violent path since they know no other way. Our story today delves into horrific brutality and relentless obsession that can destroy lives. Such events unfolded recently. In 2019, Sarah Brando eagerly awaited the arrival of her younger sister Deborah and her two nephews, Ian and Yasmin, at the airport. After a failed relationship with her children's father, Deborah, who was 30 at the time, driven by a genuine desire to provide a better life for her children, moved from Brazil to Pennsylvania to live with her sister. The family quickly adapted to their new environment, enjoying their cozy home and improved living standards. Deborah Brando and her sister Sarah were inseparable. They worked together at a cleaning service and often stayed connected via phone calls throughout the day. Their lives were quiet and happy as they embraced their newfound circumstances in another country. However, an unexpected acquaintance altered their destinies forever. A compatriot who was 31 years old at that time. A trusting relationship swiftly developed between them. Danilo was attentive and kind to both Deborah and her children. Deborah fell in love with her Brazilian neighbor Danilo Cavalcante and believed she had found a dependable partner. After several months into their relationship, they rented a small house together and began living as one cohesive family unit. After some time, Danilo, whose temperament was often hot and emotional, began to lose interest in the apparent perfection of their family life. As he grew closer to Deborah, his jealousy and obsession intensified. Mistrust without basis gradually transformed into a need for total control over the relationship. Frequent conflicts erupted between the couple, often culminating in violence. Danilo would drink heavily every night and return home as a completely different person, almost like an angered animal. He demanded complete submission and obedience from Deborah, punishing her severely in front of their children when she resisted. Despite her strength and efforts to defend herself and protect her children, the situation became untenable for Deborah. Unable to endure such treatment any longer, she moved back to her sister's home. After numerous threats from Danilo, Deborah sought protection by going to the police and subsequently obtaining an order of protection from the court that prohibited him if she even considered ending their relationship permanently. Fearing for her safety, Deborah decided to investigate Danilo's background. She reached out to acquaintances in Brazil through social media and unearthed startling information about his past life and his reasons for coming to the United States. To her shock, she discovered that Danilo was not who he had claimed to be. On November 5, 2017 in Brazil, Danilo had fatally wounded a 20-year-old student named Walter Jr. Moreira dos Reis by shooting him 5 times near a restaurant in Figueroa for something as trivial as a car repair debt. Investigation revealed that the two men were friends before this tragic incident occurred. Following the crime, Brazilian authorities issued an arrest warrant after granting the prosecutor's office's request for preventive detention. However, Danilo managed to leave Brazil through Brasilia International Airport due to procedural disagreements within the judicial system that delayed registering this decision in the National Warrant Registry. This discovery left Deborah stunned as she realized how much danger she was truly in by merely being associated with Danilo Cavalcante. It wasn't until 7 months after the crime that Cavalcante entered Puerto Rico illegally. In June 2018, a warrant for his arrest was issued in Brazil. On entering Puerto Rico, Cavalcante obtained a fake ID and eventually settled in Chester County, Pennsylvania, where his sister lived. Upon discovering Danilo's true identity, Deborah issued an ultimatum: leave her alone, or she would reveal his identity. Unfortunately, this decision proved fatal. On the evening of April 18, 2021, Deborah was walking her children outside her house. The children were playing catch-up while Deborah chatted quietly with an elderly neighbor. When Danilo Cavalcante approached and pulled Deborah aside for a conversation, the neighbor looked on, but did not intervene. The discussion initially appeared calm. However, at one moment, Cavalcante produced 2 knives and attacked her. Deborah fell to the ground as he stabbed her multiple times. Despite her children's pleas for him to stop hurting their mother, he continued in a frenzy, inflicting a total of 38 stab wounds. A neighbor witnessing this brutal act attempted to administer emergency aid and stop the bleeding, while Deborah's daughter ran to get help and call emergency services. Deborah Brando was rushed to a hospital but succumbed to her injuries. Meanwhile, Danilo Cavalcante fled Pennsylvania to evade capture and remained on the run for several hours until apprehended by Virginia State Police. He was extradited back to Pennsylvania and placed under arrest pending trial. On August 16, 2023, in Chester County, Danilo trial for first-degree murder commenced. The investigation revealed that had refused to accept the end of their relationship and had been intimidating Deborah through regular domestic violence since 2020. During the trial, Deborah's sobbing child testified, recounting repeatedly the terrifying events of that day. It took the jury only 15 minutes to convict Cavalcante guilty. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Following the verdict announcement, Cavalcante was transferred to Chester County Jail in Pocopson, where he awaited transfer to a federal prison. On August 31, 2023, around 9 a.m., an inmate managed to escape from Chester County Jail. Utilizing a chimney, he scaled the wall between 2 narrow hallways and ascended through the chimney to the roof. Avoiding the barbed wire fences, he broke free. Surveillance footage captured him in the tight space between 2 walls in the exercise yard. He used his arms and legs to ascend upward, eventually running across the roof. From there, he climbed over the fence and pushed through the barbed wire to gain freedom. Prison officials were well aware of vulnerabilities identified after Igor Bolt's escape and believed they addressed them adequately. Officials thought that adding barbed wire after a similar escape attempt by an inmate named Igor Bolter just months earlier would prevent any jailbreaks. Acting Warden Howard Holland stated that according to court documents in May, inmate Igor Bolter had climbed onto the roof of the jail and jumped to a less secure location, but was captured less than a mile from the prison within about 5 minutes. In response to this urgent matter, the prison was closed, initiating a massive search for Danilo Cavalcante, considered particularly dangerous. Alerts were issued everywhere. Danilo Cavalcante, age 33, with black hair and possibly armed and very dangerous. The escape of such a dangerous felon gained significant media attention. The search for this fugitive was broadcast daily across all media channels. The Pennsylvania State Police Chief overseeing the search held regular press conferences and briefings, providing residents with precise information about this special operation. He urged residents not to stay on the sidelines, but to take an active role through vigilance and observation to help determine the perpetrator's route. And it worked. About a few hours after the escape, Danilo Cavalcante was spotted walking along a road about 2 miles of the prison. With the help of reports from local residents, Cavalcante was seen by camera in the early morning hours of September 2nd. Police set up a search perimeter around the area, securing roads and railroads that run through it to prevent Cavalcante's potential escape, and put up a $10,000 reward for any information leading to his capture. Authorities began searching within 2 miles of the jail in the heavily wooded area of Pocopson Township in Chester County. A local resident saw the fugitive in a creek bed just days after the escape, but he fled into the woods before police could find him. The search continued and the perimeter expanded after he spent about a week on the run. A security camera captured Cavalcante at Longwood Gardens, a popular botanical garden nearly 3 miles from the jail, just south of where law enforcement initially searched for him. There's a lot of ravines, tall fields, high grass, a lot of cover for a guy who is 5 feet tall and 120 pounds. Robert Clark, Deputy U.S. Marshal for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, stated on September 5th that in addition to tough terrain, searches had difficulty with extreme heat and humidity, lasting for several days. After a week of desperate searches for Cavalcante, the number of officers involved grew from 250 to almost 400. The search team has been strengthened not only in numbers, but also in equipment. Helicopters flying over began playing a recorded message from Cavalcante's Portuguese mother, begging him to surrender peacefully. The next morning, Cavalcante was spotted by a security camera on property located about 2 miles south of the prison. Police moved in and set up a new perimeter around this facility and Longwood, as well as nearby schools. These areas will be closed while search efforts continue. Police conducted an intensive search over several days until eventually, Longwood Gardens briefly reopened with limited access before being forced to evacuate and close again following another sighting of Caval. On September 7th, law enforcement doubled the reward for information leading to his capture from $10,000 to $20,000. After nearly a week of searching, tension was palpable. Locals knew a man convicted of murder was on the loose. Yet, authorities had not disclosed how Cavalcante escaped from prison. In Chester County, Philadelphia residents were instructed by police to lock all doors and windows, secure vehicles, and stay indoors. CBS News reported that 34-year-old Danilo Cavalcante escaped from a Pennsylvania prison. The intense search pressed on until a significant development occurred on September 9th. Cavalcante somehow managed to breach the search perimeter in Longwood Gardens. He was seen on a video intercom, standing on a porch of a former colleague's home near Phoenixville, almost 20 miles northeast of the search area. Cavalcante cleverly altered his appearance. He shaved and donned new clothes and remained undetected as he moved across the state. He stole a van from a local dairy store and drove it to Phoenixville with hopes of getting help and shelter from acquaintances. On the morning of September 10th, authorities discovered an abandoned stolen van with an empty gas tank in a field in suburban East Ant Mill. The search area then shifted to the northern part of Chester County. Cavalcante's movements once again prompted changes to the search perimeter on September 11th. As investigators continued their efforts, Cavalcante was listed on Interpol's most wanted list, and the reward for information regarding his whereabouts was increased further. That night, emergency services received an urgent call from a local resident who reported that a man matching Kavarkin's description had broken into his garage. In self-defense, the homeowner fired multiple shots and hit him 7 times. Surprisingly, Cavalcante managed to escape and stole a .22 caliber rifle with both scope and flashlight attachments. Police arrived swiftly at the scene and discovered Cavalcante's sweatshirt and shoes nearby. Once they confirmed his identity and recognized that this dangerous felon was now armed, local authorities urged residents in South Coventry to lock all doors and windows, secure vehicles, and stay indoors whenever possible. This fugitive remains particularly dangerous, and his escape has deeply concerned area residents. Several school districts even canceled classes as precautionary measures to ensure safety. On the day after Cavalcante was seen on surveillance video, police expanded the search and urged residents to keep their doors locked. A new search perimeter set up in South Coventry Township, which was tighter than before because authorities believed Cavalcante was now surrounded. The search continued throughout September 12th. Around 1 a.m. on September 13th, an aircraft with thermal imaging technology spotted Cavalcante in the woods. However, due to bad weather, the police had to wait until sunrise to approach, as the surveillance plane could not operate safely. The significant breakthrough occurred in the early morning hours of September 13th, when authorities found out that a security alarm went off just after midnight within the final search perimeter. According to Bivin, an officer of illicit drug enforcement, the aircraft using thermal imaging technology detected a heat signal around 1 a.m. shortly after the alarm was triggered. Ron Johnson, a retired Missouri State Highway Patrol captain, mentioned that technology played a major role in this operation. He said law enforcement faced many challenges for a long time, but managed to pick up the heat signal from a DEA spy plane just in time. At around 8 a.m. on September 13th, police found Cavalcante asleep with the rifle he had stolen from his home 2 nights earlier. Danilo Cavalcante, a dangerous criminal, tried to escape by crawling into thick undergrowth. However, a police dog named Yoda subdued him by biting his head and holding him until police arrived. Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens stated at a news conference that Yoda caused Cavalcante minor head injuries during his capture. Cavalcante was questioned by the police immediately after his capture. He revealed that he survived on watermelons and creek water and traveled only at night. He even admitted he almost got caught by an officer while hiding at one point. His plan was to steal a car and travel to Canada. Since returning to prison, Cavalcante has been charged with multiple crimes related to his escape, including burglary, trespassing, and theft. Following his capture, local and state officials, including Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, expressed gratitude to all law enforcement officers who assisted in the search for high-risk felon Danilo Cavalcante. Chief George Bivens, who led the search, discussed the multitude of challenges that law enforcement officers faced during the operation to locate Cavalcante. He highlighted the intense heat and thunderstorms that occurred in the area during the search. Additionally, he noted that each of the search perimeters was established in heavily wooded areas. The search team was composed of approximately 500 law enforcement officers, including Pennsylvania State Police, FBI, ATF, and U.S. Marshals, who thoroughly searched the area around the escape scene. In the wake of Cavalcante's escape, police set up a perimeter spanning several miles in each direction. The Chester County Jail Board, responsible for overseeing the jail, faced heavy criticism from local residents for their failure to prevent Cavalcante's escape. Residents pointed out that the jail had previously been given an opportunity to implement necessary security improvements after Igor Balti's attempted escape on May 19th. Those enhancements could have potentially prevented Cavalcante's escape since he used the same method as Bolt did. Following this incident, the prison has already terminated the prison guard, who was on duty during Cavalcante's September 7th escape. Prison officials stated that this guard had a chance to spot Cavalcante during his breakout. In response to public concern in days after capturing the fugitive, Chester County Jail announced they had installed a tin roof over the area, where Cavalcante scaled 2 walls to access and eventually escaped from the facility. Alongside this measure, various other security enhancements and improvements were also implemented. Clearly, there are questions that Chester County officials will need to address regarding how the suspect managed to escape, especially considering this prison's history, said Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. He emphasized how crucial communication and cooperation among all law enforcement agencies and local residents were during this extensive search effort. Thanks to these combined efforts, Danilo will now never go free again. Raymond Koh was a 62-year-old pastor in Petaling Jaya, Malaysia. He was the founder of Harapan Community, a non-profit organization that reached out to the poor, to single mothers, and to those affected by HIV. The organization also ran a reading center that tutored students and gave English lessons to adults. On February 13, 2017, Pastor Koh left his home to go see a friend before attending a full day of meetings. That day, Pastor Ko's wife, Susanna, did not keep her cell phone with her. Later in the day, when she finally looked at it, she had multiple missed calls from people asking where her husband was. He had missed several important meetings, which was highly out of character for the dedicated and punctual pastor. After consulting with a friend who was a lawyer, Mrs. Koh filed a missing persons report with police that night. She was questioned for more than 5 hours, an experience which she has described as traumatic. The missing persons report was quickly tied in with other reports that had been filed that day. 2 eyewitnesses reported seeing an abduction take place just 100 meters away from a police station. At the scene, authorities found broken glass and the license plate from Pastor Ko's car. Video surveillance footage showed that Pastor Koh was the victim of a large, highly coordinated abduction. At least 3 black SUVs, 2 light-colored cars, and 2 motorbikes formed the caravan that carried out the abduction. The 3 SUVs surrounded Pastor Ko's car and forced him to stop. Someone gets out of one of the white cars, apparently videotaping the attack. The pastor's car is largely obscured by a tree in the footage, but there appears to be a struggle, and the pastor may have ramped his car into one of the SUVs in an attempt to flee. A hatchback vehicle happens upon the scene and is ordered to reverse back down the road away from the other vehicles. It is chased down the road by one of the people on a motorbike. All of the vehicles, including Pastor Coe's, are then driven away. The entire incident took approximately 40 seconds. Pastor Coe has not been seen since, and his car has never been located. The individuals responsible for the abduction must have been surveilling Coe and followed him from his home, as he would not have normally have been on the road he was abducted on. On the morning of February 13th, Pastor Coe diverted from his normal routine to drive to a friend's house to surprise him. The pastor wanted to give his friend some belacan, a Malaysian shrimp paste to take with him to Indonesia. If his abductors had simply decided to lie in wait along the pastor's normal route, they would not have been able to abduct him that day because he did not take it. Pastor Coe's family offered a reward in the case. The reward was originally a modest one, but they were eventually able to gather enough funds to increase the amount tenfold, bringing it to the equivalent of over $20,000 in U.S. currency. 2 weeks after the abduction, Pastor Coe's son, Jonathan, filed a second police report. This report was made on the suspicion that in light of the lack of a ransom demand and the length of time Pastor Coe had been missing, he must have been murdered. At the end of March, Harapan community had to close its reading center. Pastor Coe was considered to be the spiritual center of the facility, but he was also the main solicitor of donations for it. Without his advocacy, the center had quickly run out of funding. The main motive suspected in Pastor Coe's abduction is religion. As a Christian, Pastor Coe was in a religious minority in Malaysia. Malaysia is a multi-ethnic country where numerous religions are practiced, but 60% of its population practices Islam, which is recognized as the state's official religion. While different religions are allowed to be practiced in Malaysia, attempting to convert Muslims to these religions is illegal in most Malaysian states. In 2011, Pastor Coe alleged in a press release that on August 3rd that year, the Selangor Islamic Religious Department raided a fundraiser his non-profit hosted in a church on suspicions that the event was trying to convert Muslims to Christianity. The department denied these claims in November 2017 during the inquest into Pastor Coe's abduction. Pastor Coe received a death threat through the mail after the raid, and Harapan community had to move their offices. Pastor Coe was not the only social activist to go missing around this time in Malaysia. 3 of his friends, who were also active in social causes, had also gone missing. Pastor Joshua Hilmi and his wife Ruth, as well as activist Omri Chemet, who founded the charity Perlis Hope, all went missing in November 2016. The rash of disappearances caught the attention of the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, who opened their own inquiry into the disappearances at the end of 2017. Most of the testimony heard was critical of the police and their lack of progress in their own investigations. The inquiry was forced to come to a halt on January 17, 2018, when police made an arrest in the kidnapping of Pastor Coe. While an arrest in the case seems promising on the surface in this situation, it actually hampered the investigation. Under Malaysian law, the Human Rights Commission has to cease any inquiry it is making into a case when court proceedings begin against an inquiry it is making into a case when court proceedings begin against a suspect in that case. The man arrested, 31-year-old Lam Chong Nam, was a part-time Uber driver. In March of 2017, he had been arrested for trying to extort money from Pastor Coe's son in exchange for the pastor's release. Police cleared him of any actual involvement in the kidnapping, saying he had solely been trying to take advantage of the case to make money. The arrest sparked outcry amongst the groups who have been advocating for all of the missing social activists, who suspected that the arrest was made purely to halt the human rights inquiry that was publicly embarrassing the police. The inquiry was reopened in May of 2018 when a panel determined that the subject of the inquiry was not the same as the subject of the court case after hearing arguments from both the police and lawyers for the Poe family. The inquiry being reopened caused a whistleblower to come forward with new accusations against the police. Police Sergeant Shamsiani Muhammad Daud initially approached Omri Shemat's wife, Noriati Moarifin, to tell her that her husband and Pastor Coe had been abducted as part of a black operation by Malaysia's special branch with the full knowledge of the Inspector General of the police. The motive for Pastor Coe's abduction was his alleged proselytizing of Muslims, something Pastor Coe's family has always denied he ever engaged in. However, The day before he was due to testify at the inquiry, Dowd filed a police report saying he had never made these statements. The Human Rights Commission's inquiry was finally completed in December 2018. On February 13, 2019, Pastor Keo's wife Susanna appealed to Malaysia's Prime Minister to order a new investigation. Despite the amount of time since her husband was abducted, Susanna still holds out hope that her husband is not dead, but being held somewhere against his will and will in time be released back to his family. Blackburn family. On the morning of November 10, 2015, a car was parked outside a home on Sunnyfield Court. Davy Blackburn had returned from his daily gym workout. Just as he was about to step out of his car, a phone call delayed him for a few minutes. After concluding the call, Davy leisurely exited his vehicle and entered his house. Upon opening the door, he froze. His gym bag slipped from his hands. His wife lay on the living room floor in a pool of blood. Confused and deeply shocked, he rushed to her side for an examination, felt for a pulse, and immediately dialed emergency services. The young woman was still alive, though the living room was in disarray. Items scattered everywhere, and her purse emptied. Upstairs, their small child was crying. Emergency services arrived within 8 minutes. Police officers and investigators filled the house right after it got cordoned off. Amanda Blackburn was urgently transported to the hospital. Now let's pivot back to understand more about Amanda's background so we don't miss vital details of this tragic story. Amanda Grace Boers was born on July 31, 1987 in Muskegon, Michigan. She went to school in Indianapolis, Indiana until her family moved to Elkhart in 1995. There, she graduated from Elkhart Christian Academy in 2006 and later earned an associate degree from Pensacola Christian College in Florida by 2008. Amanda grew up in a deeply religious family where Christianity and God's teachings were central tenets of their lives. Her father served as the lead pastor at First Baptist Church in Elkhart. Thus, church sermons and psalter were ingrained in her from childhood. She knew them by heart and honored them wholly. While other children raced toward adulthood's temptations like parties and first loves, Amanda's passion lay in her faith and her dream of serving Jesus faithfully. Amanda, a blonde-haired slim girl with a welcoming smile and genuine intentions. Not just beautiful on the outside, Amanda's thoughts and heart were pure. In every action, she displayed love for her neighbor. As a teenager, she took a vow of chastity, promising not to even kiss a man until marriage, and she always kept her word. Amanda's heart raced when she met Davy Blackburn, her true love. A native of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Davy studied religion at Southern Wesleyan University and came from a devout Christian family. The two met on a blind date at a Hawk Nelson concert organized by Amanda's sister and Davy's best friend. At the time, they attended different colleges, but spent every vacation together. Their relationship was purely platonic and free from earthly desires. They enjoyed walks together and shared intimate thoughts and favorite excerpts from church books. Their bond grew stronger as they found joy in simple things and joked sincerely with each other. Once before returning to school, they had a playful milkshake drinking contest, which Amanda lost. Davy teasingly called her Milk Girl, realizing then that she was the one he wanted to marry. The couple maintained a long-distance relationship for quite some time, constantly messaging via messengers, calling each other and chatting for hours. They spent every vacation together. Their respect for the seriousness of their relationship led them to see a psychologist to learn how to communicate properly. On August 1, 2008, Amanda and Davy Blackburn were married. After the wedding, Davy told friends that from the moment he kissed Amanda, he knew there was a special bond between them, a part of God's plan. For the first 4 years after their marriage, the Blackburns lived in South Carolina, where Davy served as an associate pastor at New Spring Church under Pastor Perry Noble. But the young man wanted more, and he suggested to Amanda that she move to Indianapolis to organize a new church for youth. Amanda was reluctant to leave her family and part with her loved ones. For a time, she struggled with the need to leave South Carolina. Eventually, she relented after her husband told her that God must have big things in store for them. In 2012, the Blackburns moved from South Carolina to Indianapolis to plant an independent high-profile church on the city's north side. The religious organization started by the Young family focused on young people, as made clear in the weekly videos they posted on their website, which discussed relationship advice, conflict resolution, and biblical perspectives on intimate relationships. By 2014, the family had welcomed their firstborn child, Weston Blackburn. They were perfectly happy with their comfortable home on a quiet street and their favorite roles within the church. This church was regularly attended by many young people who listened to and believed in their sermons. The family lived in perfect harmony and understanding. However, everything changed on November 10, 2015. Ambulance crews arrived at the Blackburn residence in the 28-100 block of Sunnyfield Court around 8 a.m. The pregnant young woman was rushed to the hospital where she was hooked up to a ventilator and underwent several resuscitative. Sadly, Amanda died the next day along with her unborn baby. As it turned out, the family had been expecting a baby girl who was named Evie Grace at her burial. Her death sparked significant sympathy and prayers on social media over an extended period of time, as friends, family members, and strangers mourned Amanda with public posts. On November 11th, the day Amanda was officially declared dead, Davy released an official statement, saying that Amanda made it her life's calling to love and serve everyone. She dedicated her life to knowing Jesus as her personal savior, and through passing and legacy, countless others will come to a saving faith in Christ. I firmly believe that God remains good, turning our tragedy into triumph, and that indeed, the best is yet to come, Dave wrote. The murder of the pregnant woman was not only a devastating blow to the entire Orthodox family, but also a profound shock to the entire state. People demanded that those responsible for Amanda and her unborn child's death be brought to justice. In his first interview, Davy Blackburn recounted finding his wife Amanda injured and unconscious on the living room floor. She was partially unclothed, with her underwear lying nearby, and herself lying face down in a pool of blood. The pastor informed investigators that he had left the house around 6 a.m. to go to the fitness center for a workout. When he departed, he left the door unlocked. He mentioned this habit during his statement, saying, "You always do that too, don't you? You leave and don't lock the door." While it's hard to say whether securing the door would have prevented this tragedy entirely, it's evident that it made entry much easier for the criminals involved. Unfortunately, Amanda did not have precious time to contact emergency services, resulting in an attack that left her with 3 gunshot wounds, one of them being fatal. No arrests were made in the days immediately following this heinous crime. However, police quickly determined that Davy Blackburn was not involved in this horrific incident. Trial transcripts reveal additional details from Davy Blackburn's testimony, alongside accounts from witnesses such as Scott Floyd, an emergency medical paramedic from the Indianapolis Fire Department who arrived at their home following Davy's 911 call. According to Scott Floyd's testimony, upon arrival, they found Davy Blackburn outside at the end of the driveway with blood on his hands, but maintaining a very calm demeanor. Scott Floyd stated that Blackburn appeared not to fully comprehend what had transpired with Amanda when they reached him at their residence. Davy claimed he came home from the gym at about 7:30 a.m. and continued his phone call with his friend Kenneth Wagner in the driveway. He occasionally got out, strolled down the driveway, and peeked through the front door window to see if baby Weston was awake. He said he finished his call, entered his home at 8:10 a.m., and found Amanda lying face down on the floor. He thought she was sick or unconscious. He called emergency services at 8:22 a.m. Took him 12 minutes to make that call. In an emergency situation, 12 minutes is quite a long time. He repeatedly said he thought something had gone wrong with the pregnancy, and maybe she'd gotten dizzy and fallen. Did he not notice after 12 minutes that there was brain matter about 5 feet away from her body? Emergency room Dr. Scott Floyd testified that the blood on her head was coagulated, leading him to believe that the gunshot had occurred a couple of hours earlier, but those transcripts were not made public. Davy was asked if he had called anyone else after dialing 911. He said he called his father next. Defense attorneys did not cross-examine Davy Blackburn. Authorities corroborated his story with surveillance footage from the gym. Thus, he was not among the suspects. An autopsy conducted on November 12th showed Amanda suffered a gunshot wound to the back of her head. She also had a gunshot wound to her lower left arm that went through her biceps, and another one that entered and exited her upper back. Multiple scratches were found on her left cheek, along with a split lip and a knocked-out lower tooth. These injuries indicated a possible struggle between Amanda and her attacker. A thorough investigation was launched. CCTV footage from nearby streets was examined. Neighbors and family acquaintances were interviewed as well. One neighbor reported hearing gunshots about 35 minutes after Davy left the house. Another neighbor, Reginald Townsville, mentioned their street wasn't known for incidents like this and expressed shock by stating that the Blackburns didn't deserve this tragedy. Everyone thought highly of the Blackburn family. They were seen as wonderful and loving people by their community. Based on Amanda's injuries and the missing bank cards as well as MacBook bag, robbery seemed to be an initial theory during this investigation. On the morning of November 10, 2015, several emergency calls were made reporting home invasions. Various residences near Blackburn's home. Around 5:20 a.m., one woman reported waking up to find her cell, laptop, purse, and keys missing from her apartment. Her car was also gone from the parking. The sliding glass door to her apartment was. 3 hours later, another woman reported a burglary. Someone had broken through the patio screen and entered the house. According to police reports, for televisions, a MacBook Pro, a Tiffany pearl necklace, a pink women's sweater, a remote control, a bag of oranges, and bedding were missing from the residence. Just 5 minutes after that second call, another individual from Sunnyfield Court contacted emergency services. This time, it was Davy Blackburn. Lieutenant Richard of the Indianapolis Police Department stated that police were investigating potential connections between this homicide and the other burglaries in the same neighborhood that morning. The police have not disclosed details about the ongoing investigation to maintain its integrity. However, after obtaining images of possible suspects from one of the burglarized homes, they released these images to the public for assistance in identifying and helping with the investigation. Davy Blackburn expressed confidence that the police department was doing everything within their power to apprehend his wife's perpetrator. Investigators assured him that they had unprecedented support to continue their investigation and were optimistic that promising leads would soon help identify those responsible. Key clues instrumental in tracking down 3 suspects included a stolen pink sweater, cell phone records, and an ATM receipt. The receipt and sweater were discovered in a stolen Chrysler Sebring used during the robberies. Authorities recovered this vehicle on November 11th near Blackburn's home. The debit card listed on the receipt matched Amanda Blackburn's stolen card. Investigators obtained a warrant to examine ATM camera footage and discovered video showing the driver concealing his face with a stolen pink sweater. Police relied on DNA testing, surveillance footage, and witnesses' testimonies to identify those responsible for these crimes. The results from the DNA testing of the sweater confirmed that Jayon Watson was one of the suspects. Watson's identification marked the first significant breakthrough in the case, as indicated in the affidavit. Cell phone records were obtained because Watson's number was already in the database due to his parole for a prior burglary. Subsequently, Diana Gordon's cell phone records were also retrieved. These records demonstrated that both Watson's and Gordon's cell phones were present in the vicinity when the crime occurred. The phone records further disclosed that Gordon and Watson were near the Chase Bank, where Amanda's debit card was used on the day of the murder. Larry Taylor emerged as a critical piece of information when police examined surveillance footage from the area. This footage enabled them to identify Taylor's phone number and trace his address. In the subsequent days, reports surfaced, indicating that a firearm had been located near the Blackburn residence. According to police, an individual delivered this gun to the Broad Ripple Fire Department, claiming they had found it outside the couple's home. Crime lab technicians analyzed the weapon over 2 weeks of investigation and detective work. Police eventually charged 18-year-old Larry Taylor and 21-year-old Jayon Watson with Amanda Blackburn's murder. Another individual, 24-year-old Diana Gordon, who was suspect of burglary, was arrested for a parole violation and not charged with a felony. He did not enter Blackburn's home during the incident. The crime lab confirmed that a gun found near Amanda Blackburn's home was indeed used in committing the crime. All 3 suspects were taken into custody. During questioning, Larry Taylor admitted to shooting Amanda twice, explaining he acted out of fear she might scratch him after she jumped on him. After she fell over, he leaned down and shot her in the back of her head, subsequently watching her bleed to death. The criminal trio intended to rob the Blackburn house for money. They chose their target upon noticing that Amanda's husband had left their front door unlocked when he went to the gym. Inside, they confronted Amanda to prevent her from interfering. During this confrontation, Taylor struck her with a gun. Watson and Gordon saw the woman and decided it was time to leave. They already had the stolen bank cards, so they went searching for an ATM. After failing to withdraw $500 from one, they successfully obtained $1,400 from another. This is when CCTV captured them. They then headed back to the Blackburn house to pick up Taylor. In their absence, a struggle took place inside. Amanda, regaining consciousness after being struck, lunged at the intruder. He tackled her in response. Following this, Taylor placed the stolen debit cards in the accomplice's car, who was at an ATM during the crime. Upon their return, he confessed to shooting Amanda, according to court records. The Blackburn home was their 3rd target on November 10th. Earlier in their first break-in, they stole a laptop, wallet, and car while the residents slept. Inside that home, they noticed a recording camera, but moved on regardless. Next, they broke into another house through a patio window and stole 4 televisions, a laptop, jewelry, a bag of oranges, and a pink sweater that later helped police identify them. Court documents detailed this evidence collected against the suspects. The crucial piece was Watson's DNA found on the pink sweater used to cover his face from surveillance as he tried withdrawing cash with Amanda Blackburn's bank card. Watson and Gordon cooperated with authorities in return for reduced sentences. Larry Taylor waived his right to remain silent and admitted being near the burglary scene but claimed confusion about his activities. Formal charges were brought by the county prosecutor. Larry Taylor faces 13 charges, including felony murder, after knowingly killing Amanda Blackburn. Jalen Watson is charged with felony along with multiple counts of burglary and theft. Diana Gordon, already in custody for parole violation, also faces burglary charges. Additionally, there was a 4th person aware of these crimes, but not actively participating in them. He was questioned and released. The Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department's Violent Crimes Unit worked with the gang unit and federal marshals to arrest Taylor. Police Chief Rick Height praised the cooperation that led to the arrest. The detectives worked tirelessly all day, without sleep, to solve the murders in the city. With assistance from Assistant U.S. Attorney Josh Minkler and Prosecutor Terry Curry, justice was served. Because the victim was pregnant, prosecutors said they might consider filing additional charges related to the fetus. Even though the woman's underwear had been removed and her shirt pulled up, they stated there was no evidence to support rape charges. Larry Taylor's first trial took place in December 2021, but it ended abruptly when it was discovered that a juror had shared information about the case with other jurors. This disclosure interrupted the trial, leading to a mistrial being declared. The final trial took place in October 2022. Jury selection was more thorough this time. Over 100 individuals were considered as potential jurors, each having to fill out a 16-page questionnaire for attorneys to evaluate if a fair verdict could be reached. Larry Joe Taylor received an 86-year sentence at the Indiana State Correctional Institution for Amanda Blackburn's murder and for additional charges related to a home burglary. Diana Gordon and Jalen Watson agreed to plea deals and testified against Larry Taylor during the trial. Both received sentences ranging from 20 to 35 years in prison. Jalen Watson and Larry Taylor are currently incarcerated in the Marion County Jail. A murder conviction in Indiana can result in a prison sentence of 45 to 60 years, with some cases punishable by life imprisonment or even the death penalty. Prosecutors filed a motion to enhance Larry Taylor's sentence, potentially adding up to an additional 20 years since Amanda Blackburn was pregnant at the time of her death. Davy Blackburn, Amanda's husband and a church pastor, expressed relief that those responsible for his wife's death have been apprehended and will no longer pose a threat to anyone else. Amanda Blackburn's death has touched the hearts of many people, including the chief executive. Her funeral at a Christian church was attended by more than 2,000 individuals. Among those in attendance was Governor Mike Pence. The resident church has set up a donation page to assist with Amanda Blackburn's funeral and medical expenses. Davy Blackburn expressed hope for a judicial system that will wisely handle those responsible for his family's immense pain. Remarkably, he has consistently reported that he has chosen to forgive Amanda's killers. "I was very relieved to learn of the arrest," he told reporters. "Although everything inside me wants to hate, be angry, and despair, I choose the path of forgiveness, grace, and hope." Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.